Emergency announcement. A storm of viral rain has swept across the entire globe. Those who were drenched have already turned into zombies. All survivors must lock their doors and windows and wait for military rescue. Xia Nation Security Bureau reading the news on his phone, Yuan finally confirmed that he had been reborn, though his luck was far from ideal. He had been reborn to the second day after the apocalypse descended. There was no chance to stockpile supplies in advance or build a safe house. Fierce gunfire echoed from outside the window. Yuan walked out onto the balcony. Looking down in a single glance, he saw the alley below packed densely with zombies. In his previous life, he had escaped from here with his life by a hair's breadth. Having been reborn did not guarantee he would be blessed with the same fortune again. Yuan drew in a deep breath and slowly exhaled the vexation lodged in his chest. When he lifted his head, he saw a girl on the balcony opposite, also observing the situation below. What was strange was that there was a translucent card floating above her head. Zhang Xiaofan. Entry 1 3D printing orange. Entry 2. Dancing green. Entry 3. Singing white. Yuan thought it was a hallucination and rubbed his eyes, yet the card remained firmly in place. The layout of the old city's alleyway buildings was terrible. The two balconies were separated by only 7 or 8 meters. Yuan's eye-rubbing motion was seen clearly by Zhang Xiaofan across the way. What the hell are you staring at? Rubbing your eyes to stare even harder. Never seen a beauty before. My bride price is 880,800. Can you even afford to marry me? Her tirade left Yuan completely dumbfounded. A bride price of 880,800. In the apocalypse. She needed to wake up. Zhang Xiaofan then straightened her slim fruit-laden figure and said, "Come on, take a good long look. Feast your eyes while your body starves." Loser. Still not satisfied after cursing him out, she grabbed a broom and flung it over. Although it didn't hit Yuan, the humiliation was hard to swallow. Damn it. Where was his gun? Yuan reflexively reached for his waist, only then remembering that after his rebirth, he had no weapon. Damn. Once again he was reminded of the ferocious temper of a Sichuan Chongqing mother Tyrannosaurus. As Yuan's mood settled, he could not help thinking again of the card above that mother Tyrannosaurus's head. In my previous life, I never saw a card above Zhang Xiaofan's head. Why has it appeared after my rebirth? Could this be my golden finger? Just as this thought formed, it was as if a voice sounded within his mind, answering him. Yes, host. Any beauty who reaches a goddess-level evaluation will have a word entry card appear above her head. Only you can see it. By using your will to strip off an entry, it can be transformed into your supernatural ability. Entries turned into abilities. Damn. A rebirth with a golden finger. Fiction had not lied to him. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaofan had fair skin, a beautiful face, long legs, a tall figure with ample curves. She clearly met the criteria for a goddess-level evaluation. Thus, the word entry card had appeared above her head. Before the apocalypse, Zhang Xiaofan had been an internet celebrity with tens of millions of followers, streaming daily singing and dancing performances. She also had a 3D printer at home. During her live streams, she would slice and save data provided by fans, and then print anime figures on the spot as special perks. Zhang Xiaofan's entries were 3D printing, dancing, and singing. It seems entries are related to one's profession, hobbies, and special skills. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaofan had gone back inside. He would have to think of a way to trick her into coming out again. Yuan called out several times from the balcony, nearly alarming the zombies below, but Zhang Xiaofan still refused to show herself. This left him frantic. If he could not see the card above Zhang Xiaofan's head, he could not strip those entries. Just then, gunshots sounded from outside the alley. Immediately afterward, a military vehicle burst in. Through the windshield, he could just make out 2 soldiers in camouflage. The driver had already turned into a corpse and was biting the comrade in the passenger seat. By then, the vehicle was completely out of control. After knocking down 7 or 8 zombies, it crashed headlong into the base of the building where Yuan lived. The soldier in the passenger seat struggled free of the biting and stumbled out of the vehicle. Cradling a shotgun, he fired repeatedly, blasting apart the heads of 3 zombies in succession. Yet more zombies lunged toward him. The road was already blocked. Aside from the building behind him, there was nowhere to hide. The soldier turned and charged into the building, shotgun in hand. At the same time, hearing the gunfire in the alley, Zhang Xiaofan immediately ran back onto her balcony. Has the rescue unit arrived? Leaning over the balcony railing, she scanned the surroundings with a face full of expectation, only to see a single ruined military vehicle. I clearly heard gunshots. Why don't I see anyone? Damn. She had finally appeared. The card above Zhang Xiaofan's head remained, and the 3 entries were unchanged. 3D printing was the most conspicuous of the 3, its letters in bold uppercase orange, indicating that this entry was the most important. The opportunity would vanish in a blink. Yuan immediately locked onto the 3D printing entry with his will, and in his mind imagined the motion of stripping clothes off. Strip. In the next instant, the card above Zhang Xiaofan's head changed. Zhang Xiaofan. Entry 3D printing, 60 taming value required for 4 second stripping, current taming value 0. It could still be forcibly stripped a second time. However, once 3D printing had been stripped, the entries dancing and singing vanished. It seemed he could only choose one of the three. At the same time, as Yi Yuan stripped Jiang Xiaofan's entry, a mysterious power surged into his body. A card simultaneously popped up before his eyes. Yi Yuan, attribute Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 10, Spirit 9, Ability 3D Printing. Tap to view introduction. The entry had truly turned into an ability. Yi Yuan hurriedly opened the introduction. 3D printing consumes spirit and can replicate and print objects weighing no more than 10 gene that possess no signs of life. Consumes spirit, replicate, and print. Yi Yuan reacted quickly. Was this not essentially unlimited duplication? Damn. An ordinary 3D printing entry once stripped had turned into an infinite replication ability. Could it really be true? Yi Yuan casually fished half a pack of Huazi cigarettes out of his pocket. Using his will, he drew the mysterious force within his body over the pack, and what happened next nearly made his jaw drop. The mysterious power transformed into an invisible 3D printer. In the span of 3 seconds atop the original pack of Huazi, another identical pack materialized out of thin air. Flipping open the lid of the new pack, he found 10 cigarettes inside, as well every scuff on the packaging identical. Damn, it really could copy 110. Calm down and no need to get carried away. Controlling this energy printer, Yi Yuan targeted the copy itself, and in the blink of an eye yet another half pack of Huazi was duplicated. Even the copy could be copied. Now he could rest easy. With the ability of infinite replication, what need was there to hoard supplies? Food, water, medicine, clothing, even weapons and ammunition. So long as he obtained a sample, he could replicate them without limit. He was about to soar. In this life, he would rise above everything. Lifting his head once more to look at Jiang Xiaofan opposite him, he thought that this mother Tyrannosaurus was truly a treasure of a girl. You let her, what are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyeballs out. Get lost. After cursing him again, Jiang Xiaofan turned away and haughty pried her long ponytail, swinging from side to side, as she took 2 steps into the living room and pulled the curtains shut. Yi Yuan chuckled. Let her act high and mighty for now. When she started going hungry, he would cook hot pot out on the balcony and see whether she came begging him then. The card above her head had yet to disappear. The 3D printing entry could still be stripped again, though it required a 60 taming value. In Yi Yuan's understanding, taming was like training an animal first, let her go hungry, then use food to tame her. Of course, it could also be done by force, threatening her with weapons, even resorting to torture. But such coercive taming would easily plant the seeds of hatred which might one day rebound upon him. Better to train her like an animal with both stick and carrot. Obedience would be rewarded with food, disobedience would mean an empty stomach until she willingly submitted. Just then gunshots erupted suddenly outside the reinforced security door, followed by a man's anguished screams. Yi Yuan swiftly moved behind the door and peered out through the peephole. It was the soldier who had just rushed into the building. He was pinned to the ground by 3 zombies that were savagely tearing at him, and the shotgun lay discarded on the floor. The shotgun outside the door was a replica of the 870, an export model. Its craftsmanship was exquisitely refined. With the current level of Xi'an Nation's industry, its quality was in no way inferior to that of the Eagle Sauce military factories. In his previous life, Yi Yuan had also gotten his hands on this very shotgun, yet at this moment, he could not suppress his surging excitement. With 3D printing, it could be replicated without limit. As long as he retrieved this shotgun, it would be equivalent to possessing inexhaustible ammunition. He could even endlessly replicate weapons themselves. However, the zombies outside the door were still gnawing on that fallen soldier. He would have to wait until they left before he could go out to retrieve the gun. Yi Yuan withdrew back inside and decided to replicate a batch of food first. The kitchen was fully equipped with a refrigerator, rice cooker, microwave, and induction stove. Every cooking appliance was in place. Yet the pantry held only instant noodles and bottled water. It was not that Yi Yuan was lazy, he had never planned to cook here in the first place. This apartment had been rented solely so he could monitor Jiang Xiaofan across the way. To avoid drawing Jiang Xiaofan's attention, he had never even opened the curtains, let alone cooked a meal. Strictly speaking, Yi Yuan and Jiang Xiaofan had never had any direct contact. Yet she was the first step in Yi Yuan's path of vengeance. A year ago, his parents had died in a man-made car accident, and one of the masterminds behind it was a simp who fawned over Jiang Xiaofan. Yi Yuan intended to use Jiang Xiaofan as a breakthrough point to quietly lure out his enemies and eliminate them one by one. He had never expected that before he could exact revenge, the apocalypse would descend. He pulled his thoughts back and took inventory. Half a box of instant noodles remained along with 8 bottles of mineral water. He decided to replicate 5 full boxes of instant noodles, not because he planned to eat them himself. With the ability to replicate endlessly, why would he keep eating instant noodles? They could be traded with neighbors for ingredients. Chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Anything he traded for, he could then replicate without end. Yi Yuan roused the mysterious power within his body, transforming it into an invisible printer that enveloped the half box of instant noodles. With just a thought from his mind, The mysterious power began to reconstruct it bit by bit, like building a model, printing and copying it layer by layer. After roughly 2 minutes, the half box of instant noodles had been successfully duplicated. This is truly astonishing. Even though he already understood the marvels of 3D printing, he still could not help but marvel inwardly. Yuan combined the 2 half boxes into 1 full box. Then he continued replicating. As long as the weight did not exceed 10 Jin, it could be printed and copied. A box of instant noodles held 24 cups, and including the carton weighed only about 3 Jin. It posed no problem at all. Even if it exceeded the limit, he could simply take it apart and replicate it in pieces. After about 20 minutes, Yuan had already produced 6 boxes of instant noodles. 5 boxes would be traded away. 1 box would be kept as a basic reserve, so he would always have a sample to copy from if needed. Next, he turned to replicating mineral water. Although replicating the instant noodles had consumed some of his mental energy, the impact was minimal, about the same as playing video games for 2 hours. Yuan was only 25 at the peak of strength and vigor. However, a problem arose when he began copying the mineral water. When he tried to replicate all 8 bottles at once, the printer signaled that the load was overweight and refused to operate. Of course, there was no literal display or audible alert. The printer was merely the manifestation of the mysterious power within Yuan's body. It needed no deliberate notification, and he could instantly sense where the problem lay. There was no helping it. He removed 1 bottle. The printer immediately resumed operation, and in less than 30 seconds, 7 bottles of mineral water had been duplicated. Strange. Why is replicating mineral water so much faster than instant noodles? And the mental consumption is almost negligible. What could be the reason? Just as the question surfaced in his mind, an answer automatically appeared in his head. To answer the host, instant noodles are organic matter, while mineral water is inorganic matter. Replicating organic matter consumes far more energy. So that was it. Once he understood, Yuan continued duplicating mineral water and soon had 2 full boxes of it. That was about sufficient. Yuan carried the 5 boxes of instant noodles out to the balcony behind the kitchen. Many old buildings in the central districts had balconies at both the front and back. Conveniently, the balcony behind his kitchen was separated from the neighbor's balcony by just a meter. Of voices could be clearly heard. Yuan picked up a mop and tapped several times on the neighbor's balcony wall. In no time, a woman of about 40 poked her head out from her kitchen, glanced at Yuan, confirmed he was not a zombie, then carefully stepped to the balcony edge and asked, "Little brother, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? What kind of question is that? You're in your 40s and I'm in my 20s. There are some advantages you simply can't take." "No way. Big sis, I just wanted to ask if you have any fresh ingredients at home. I'd like to trade instant noodles with you." Yuan lifted all 5 boxes of instant noodles onto the balcony railing. The railings of these old apartments were built of brick, wide enough that nothing would fall off. "As you can see, my place is full of instant noodles. I'm so sick of them I could throw up. I'd like to swap for something different. Rice, flour, grains, oil, vinegar, tea, chicken, duck, goose, fish, pork, beef, lamb, hot pot bases, snacks, vegetables, fruit, salad dressings. Anything is fine. I don't need large quantities as long as the variety is rich." After this whole performance, the neighborly big sis was left utterly dumbfounded. "Little brother, do you think my home is a supermarket? Still, I do have most of the things you mentioned. How exactly do you want to trade?" Yuan would not have dared to list so many foods without good reason. A family of 3 lived next door. He could smell their daily stir-fries and stews. In a proper household that cooked regularly, the refrigerator was always stocked with an impressive variety of food. The apocalypse had begun only yesterday morning, so they were bound to still have plenty of supplies at home. "Big sis, there's no need to haggle over the specifics of the trade. Just bring out a little of everything you have in the house. As long as the total amount is sufficient, all 5 boxes of instant noodles are yours. Look downstairs. Zombies are everywhere. The army won't be able to clear them out in a short time, and the power might even go out. When that happens, fresh ingredients will just rot. But if you turn them into instant noodles, you won't have to worry about any of that, right?" Although Yuan knew this neighborly big sis would turn into a zombie herself in just a few days, he could not possibly tell her that. She had been ready to trade. If she learned she would not survive, she might refuse, and that would only cause unnecessary trouble. "All right, little handsome guy. Wait right here, I'll bring it over." The neighbor felt she was making a huge profit. The little brother had suddenly become a little handsome guy. The exchange went smoothly. The apocalypse had just begun, and the survivor's sense of vigilance was not yet fully sharpened. Since it was just the neighbor next door, Yuan soon received a bag of food. When he opened it, he was stunned. 1 slice of pork was barely a couple of liang. Clearly this neighbor was a shrewd, stingy woman. Still, the variety was indeed abundant: pork, beef, chicken, eggs, frozen shrimp, along with vegetables, fruits, and snacks. An array of seasonings was also neatly prepared, each in small bottles and jars. Even if the amounts were meager, samples were all he needed. Yuan rubbed his hands together excitedly. He hurried to replicate a batch. At noon, he would be enjoying hot pot on the balcony, while initiating taming mode on Jiang Xiaofan. Once her taming level reached 60%, he could strip another attribute entry from her. He wondered what surprise the second attribute extraction would bring. Following the same method as before, he first replicated one portion of each item, whether vegetables or meat, then used 2 portions to copy into 4, 4 into 8, and so on. However, Yuan soon discovered a problem. Replicating raw meat, and even vegetables and fruits, consumed more mental energy than instant noodles, and the process took noticeably longer. Clearly, even among organic substances there were differences of fresh items demanded greater consumption. By the time noon approached, the food he had replicated filled his double-door refrigerator to the brim. His body was also thoroughly exhausted, as if he had pulled an all-night gaming session. Yet with a stockpile of food, his heart finally felt at ease. Now only weapons were lacking. Without something solid in his hands, he could never feel truly safe. Yuan quietly moved to the back of the door and peered out through the peephole. His luck was good. After gorging themselves, the 3 zombies had already left. On the floor remained only the soldier gnawed into a bare skeleton and the shotgun that had fallen beside him. Just then a strange noise suddenly sounded from the rear of the kitchen. Hearing the noise from the kitchen, Yuan immediately became alert. There were no intruders in his previous life. Could the butterfly effect have occurred after his rebirth? At that moment, another voice came from the kitchen. "Hey handsome, are you there? I have something to trade with you." It turned out to be Yuan. Sighed in relief. He walked to the balcony behind the kitchen where his neighbor was holding a bottle of beer. "I don't drink alcohol. Do you have instant noodles? Trade me a tub, please." It seemed that the neighbor also had a habit of hoarding supplies. Yuan could not have asked for more. He hadn't had beer for a year in both lives. Just a moment. Yuan quickly fetched the instant noodles, exchanged them for the beer from the neighbor, and then effortlessly duplicated 10 bottles. He placed them in the freezer. Soon he would be enjoying hot pot while sipping on chilled beer. Just thinking about it felt refreshing. Considering that his neighbor would soon turn into a zombie, Yuan locked the anti-theft window on the balcony outside the kitchen. Even if the neighbor turned into a zombie, she wouldn't be able to crawl into his home. Returning to the living room, Yuan gently twisted the side lock of the anti-theft door, opening it just a crack. There were no zombies outside. He pushed the door open a little more. Still no zombies. Bit by bit, when the anti-theft door was fully opened, he saw nothing in the stairwell. On the ground lay 2 zombies with exploded heads. They were likely killed by soldiers earlier. The living zombies had already left. However, they definitely hadn't gone far. They might be just downstairs. Yuan tiptoed outside. Picking up the shotgun on the ground, he felt a bit more secure. The soldier, reduced to a skeleton, had a bullet belt around his waist with 3 12-gauge shells stuck in it. Having bullets is good. Even if there's only one, it can be duplicated infinitely. Yuan took the bullet belt. The soldier's right leg was already gnawed to shreds, but there was still a holster tied to his pant leg with a handgun inside. Yuan slowly detached the holster. He was cautious throughout the process, always paying attention to any movements in the stairwell. If any zombies showed their heads, he would swiftly run back to his room and close the anti-theft door. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. After taking the holster, there were no more useful items left on the soldier. Yuan quietly returned home. He gently closed the anti-theft door and let out a long breath. Although it was a bit risky earlier, the rewards were plentiful. A high-quality foreign trade version of the 870 shotgun and a domestic 5.8mm handgun with a 20-round magazine. The bullet belt and holster were all intact. However, they were covered in blood and needed to be cleaned. In his previous life, Yuan had played with guns. He skillfully disassembled both the shotgun and the handgun, wiping away the blood before reassembling them. He also cleaned the bullet belt and holster, putting them in the dryer. Next, he began to duplicate the weapons and ammunition. Fortunately, there were still 3 shotgun shells, and the bullets in the handgun weren't all used up. There were a total of 8 left. Although the handgun was a small caliber 5.8mm, it used pointed bullets. Whether for armor piercing or the damage caused by bullet tumbling, it was more powerful than a 9mm. The key was that the recoil was minimal. The speed of duplicating weapons and ammunition was fast, and the consumption was lower. Since metal is an inorganic substance, it took only 15 minutes. Yuan duplicated 10 shotguns and 10 handguns, 1,000 12-gauge shells, 20 magazines of 5.8mm pointed bullets, 400 rounds. He took out the bullet bag from the dryer, loaded in 20 shotgun shells, and there was still room for 3 handgun magazines on the left. Then he tied it around his waist. He inserted the handgun into the holster and strapped it to his thigh. Yuan picked up the shotgun, loaded it with 8 shells, feeling fully armed and secure. "I'll practice my aim on the balcony in a bit. After rebirth, I wonder if my shooting skills have become rusty." He checked the time. It was just noon. The beer was also frozen. His home had an induction cooker. He took food and hot pot base out of the fridge, moved the coffee table to the balcony, and started cooking hot pot. The broth quickly began to boil. He placed thinly sliced beef in, and within seconds it was ready to be picked up. Dipping it in chili sauce felt so satisfying. After his rebirth, Yuan's body didn't crave meat as much. But after struggling for a year in his previous life, he didn't want to recall those hard days. Now eating a piece of meat felt blissful. After devouring several slices of beef and downing a large glass of frozen beer, he felt slightly full. But Zhang Xiaofan hadn't come out. He needed an audience to show off, otherwise he couldn't tame her. Yuan had a sudden idea, got up, grabbed the shotgun, beside him leaned out from the balcony, and aimed at the zombies downstairs. His home was on the 5th floor. In the old town, the buildings were less than 3 meters per floor, and the 5th floor was only about 12 meters off the ground, the perfect shooting distance for a shotgun. Yuan held his breath, focusing intently, and pulled the trigger. Bang! With a muffled roar, a cluster of steel pellets burst out, instantly blowing apart a zombie's head. So satisfying. This violent aesthetics could only be understood by men. The gunfire indeed attracted Jiang Xiaofan from across the way. It also drew the attention of other zombies downstairs, probably around 70 or 80 of them, all roaring and rushing over. Fortunately, zombies lacked intelligence. They gathered downstairs, roaring at Yuan on the balcony of the 5th floor. It seems I need to clear them out to eat in peace. Click. He chambered another round. With the zombies clustered downstairs, Yuan didn't need to aim carefully, he just raised his hand and shot. Bang! The dense steel pellets shot out. This shot was fortunate, blowing the head off one zombie, while some of the pellets penetrated another zombie's skull. The steel pellets of the 12-gauge shotgun come in various sizes. Yuan was using the standard 3.5mm pellets, and one shell could fire 12 pellets. As long as the density of zombies was high enough, double kills were quite normal. Yuan kept shooting. Soon he had fired all 8 pellets. Although he still had 9 fully loaded shotguns, he wasn't in a hurry, so he casually picked up nearby bullets to reload. This scene piqued Jiang Xiaofan's curiosity. Hey, where did you get that gun? Yuan glanced up, but ignored. If he acted like a loser answering every question, how could he tame Jiang Xiaofan? After loading the 8 shotgun shells, Yuan aimed and continued shooting downstairs. One by one, the zombies were shot in the head and fell without heads. In less than 10 minutes, Yuan had cleared out the more than 80 zombies downstairs. There were more zombies further away, but the zombies in the early stages of the apocalypse hadn't evolved sharp hearing or smell yet. They wouldn't come over for a while. Yuan reloaded his empty gun with bullets, then sat down and poured himself a glass of frozen beer. He continued eating hot pot. Jiang Xiaofan hadn't left yet, and happened to see Yuan taking a sip of beer and a piece of beef. He was enjoying it so much. There were even watermelon and grapes on the coffee table. Gulu. Jiang Xiaofan swallowed hard. She couldn't cook and usually ordered takeout. She hadn't eaten since noon yesterday. She was already so hungry that she felt faint. Handsome, do you have any food left at home? I'll pay you 10 times the price for it. Yuan was already full and happily lit up a cigarette, puffing away. 100 times. I'll pay 100 times the price, okay? I'm really starving. Yuan finished the last half glass of beer. Washing dishes was such a hassle. He simply tossed the pot and soup off the balcony. After all, he could duplicate them. Jiang Xiaofan stared in disbelief. She saw very clearly that there were still many unfinished vegetables and meat in that pot. He just threw it away. You idiot. If you can't finish it, you could give it to me. Jiang Xiaofan stomped her foot in anger, but Yuan had already turned and gone back inside. Now wasn't the right time to engage with her. Let her be hungry for another day. Yuan returned to his room to take a short nap. He had been busy copying food and weapons all morning, and his spirit was exhausted, feeling as if he had gamed all night. He needed to rest well to recover his energy. However, there were zombies banging on the front door of the living room. It was likely that the gunshots from the balcony earlier had attracted the zombies from the hallway. I need to take care of the zombies outside the door. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep soundly. Yuan picked up the shotgun and positioned it against the peephole, pulling the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The dense steel pellets instantly penetrated the peephole, striking precisely at the head. Whether or not the zombie outside was killed remained uncertain. But it didn't matter. There were plenty of bullets, so he could continue firing. Bang! 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 Due to the close distance, after firing 8 rounds of buckshot, the peephole was not torn open significantly, and the number of zombies outside had clearly decreased. Yuan reloaded the bullets and pressed the barrel against the peephole. As long as a zombie came close, he would shoot it right in the forehead. In no time, all the zombies outside were killed. Now he could sleep peacefully. The hole created by the blast was just large enough to fit a ping-pong ball, so he didn't have to worry about anyone reaching in to open the door. They wouldn't be able to reach it anyway. Even if someone tried to hook it with a wire, it wouldn't work. The mechanical lock was double-locked, and nothing could budge it. On the other side, Jiang Xiaofan leaned against the sofa, feeling weak all over, her stomach filled with water, making noise with every step. Yet there was no sense of fullness. In fact, her hunger had only intensified. Now all she could think about was food. The house had been searched several times, and all the edible items had long been consumed. What should I do? If this goes on, I'll starve to death. She took out her phone and opened Douyin. The videos she scrolled through were either survivors asking for help or zombies eating people, making her feel increasingly hopeless. She had already contacted relatives and friends. Not a single one dared to come to her rescue. She couldn't even reach her parents, who most likely had met with misfortune. Just then, Jiang Xiaofan's WeChat notification sounded. When she opened it, it was from He Da Xiao, who had been pursuing her for half a year. Xiaofan, are you still alive? Please reply. I'm still alive, but I'm so hungry, and there are zombies downstairs. Zhang Xiaofan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately replied. Despite his prominent status, Zhang Xiaofan genuinely looked down on him. He was short, fat, lecherous, arrogant, and insufferable. Zhang Xiaofan was a popular internet celebrity with millions of fans. She didn't lack money, and she was beautiful. There was no need to compromise. However, the He family was powerful in Shudu, and she didn't dare offend Hisu. So she had been stringing him along. When it became unbearable, she could always leave Shudu. With money she could live well, but she had never expected that during this apocalyptic crisis she would be trapped at home and close to starving to death. The very person she had looked down on, Hisu, had become her only lifeline. Hisu, please help me. I don't want to be eaten by zombies, nor do I want to die of starvation. Xiaofan, don't be afraid. As long as you're alive, I will find a way to rescue you. You just need to hold on for 2 more days, and I will send a helicopter to get you. Hold on for 2 more days. I'm so hungry I feel like I could eat myself. I might not be able to last much longer. You know my He family has a significant say in Shudu. But the apocalypse came so suddenly. The situation is chaotic right now. The available helicopters are limited. Just hang in there, and see if you can borrow some food from the neighbors. If you can hold on for 2 days, I'll send a helicopter to pick you up. Thinking about borrowing food from neighbors, Zhang Xiaofan immediately thought of Yuan. There's a foolish guy across from me who has so much food, he can't finish it all. He would rather throw it away than sell it to me. After saying this, Zhang Xiaofan sent a photo she had taken secretly, thinking that she was still an internet celebrity with millions of fans. Even though many of her fans had turned into zombies, some must still be alive. By posting a video on Douyin to attack that foolish guy, it would make her feel a bit better. Unexpectedly, as soon as she sent the image, Hisu replied immediately. I know this person, his name is Yi, a familiar face. Then quickly ask him to give me some food. Don't worry, Xiaofan. As long as I say the word, Yi Yuan will definitely give you food. On the other side, Yi Yuan had just enjoyed a comfortable nap. Just as he opened his eyes, a WeChat notification sounded. Picking up his phone, he saw it was a video call from Hisu. A hint of killing intent flashed in Yi Yuan's eyes. But it quickly disappeared, and he answered the video call. Brother Yi, you're still alive. That's wonderful. Seeing the feigned surprise on Hisu's face in the video made Yi Yuan feel nauseated. The death of his parents was closely related to Hisu and his father. In his past life, Yi Yuan's revenge had failed. Before dying, he was tormented by Hisu, a grudge he would never forget. At this moment, Hisu was still unaware that after investigating for half a year, Yi Yuan had discovered that his parents had been killed by them. Since that was the case, he would play along for now. Thanks to brother, he am still alive. Brother Yi, where are you? In the old district of Wutong Garden. Why are you staying in an old rundown place in the city instead of the villa at Lu Lake? Although the houses in the old district were once considered rundown, they had long been refurbished and now carried a sense of historical depth. Many people preferred to live in such places. However, Yi Yuan was there to monitor Hisu through Zhang Xiaofan, planning to use the He family as a breakthrough to take down his enemies one by one. He never expected that Hisu had yet to capture Zhang Xiaofan, which delayed Yi Yuan's revenge plan. Brother Yi, to be honest, my girlfriend also lives in Wudong Garden. She lives right across from you. It was she who sent the photo, and I happened to see yours. I would appreciate it if you could take care of her and give her some food. I will send a helicopter to pick you up in no more than 2 days. Then I will take you both with me when I come. You killed my parents and tormented me in my past life, believing you is foolishness. But I can take care of your girlfriend. To win over the love of the enemy and strengthen myself, how delightful. Moreover, Zhang Xiaofan had no connection to her parents' deaths and was completely unaware. Since I need to tame her anyway, it's a win-win situation. Since brother He has asked, I will certainly take care of your girlfriend. Thank you, brother Yi. After hanging up the video call, Yi Yuan revealed a meaningful smile. Speaking of which, the relationship between the Yi family and the He family had always been very good. His father Yi Jianmin founded Giant Semiconductor, a pillar industry of Shudu, and had business dealings with the military. The He family was the second largest shareholder of the company, and they maintained close ties. Yi Yuan and Hisu referred to each other as brothers. Later, the board of directors hoped to list the company, and once financing was completed, the net worth of all shareholders would skyrocket. But his father did not want foreign investment in the company. It was his creation, and regardless of how many shares others held, he had a veto. As a result, every board meeting ended in discord. Then his parents died in a car accident. Yi Yuan was in the ICU for half a month because of the accident and only transferred to a regular ward after that. By the time he was discharged, the company had already been taken over by the board. At that time, he began to suspect that the accident might have been man-made. So Yi Yuan spent a fortune hiring someone to investigate secretly. After 6 months of gathering evidence, the clues pointed to the 3 major shareholders of the company, among whom was the He family. In fact, Yi Yuan had no confidence that he could leave the main city alive. The density of zombies within the inner second ring was extremely high. It was still the early days of the apocalypse. There would be more people turning into zombies soon. In his past life, the military had once conducted a major operation to lure the zombies away from the alleyways. Taking advantage of that, Yi Yuan went downstairs and escaped in the wrecked military vehicle. The dangers along the way are not worth mentioning. Eventually, he was forced by the swarm of zombies to drive into the Shujian River, shattering the windshield with his last bullet. Fortunately, zombies can't swim. Thus, Yi Yuan swam back to Luhu along the river. In this life, he lacked for nothing. If he didn't seek revenge, he could live well in the city. But that wasn't Yi Yuan's style. So he placed his hopes on Zhang Xiaofan. He needed to strip the entry one more time. It might upgrade his abilities, unlocking new powers that could help him escape the main city. After a good sleep, he felt much better. Yi Yuan replicated 2,000 rounds of buckshot. Only with sufficient ammunition could he feel secure. He checked the time. It was 6 in the evening, and he was a little hungry. Let's have chicken soup tonight. Yi Yuan moved the food and beer to the balcony's coffee table and plugged in the induction cooker to start boiling water. He poured a glass of chilled beer to rinse his mouth. Then he set out some fruits and sunflower seeds. If there were no hatred, life in the apocalypse seemed rather pleasant. Soon the water in the pot began to boil. Yi Yuan put in the chicken and mushrooms, letting them cook slowly. It was strangely, mist began to form. Moreover, it was red mist. Many survivors came to the balcony watching the increasingly dense red fog, their faces showing panic. Yi Yuan, however, was not worried. In fact, the virus rain that fell yesterday was also red. Anyone who was caught in it had already turned into a zombie. But this was just the beginning. The red mist was also a virus. Its toxicity was not as fierce, needing to accumulate through respiration within the body. When a certain amount was reached, immunity would completely collapse. Then they would turn into zombies. Only a very few with antibodies could survive. Yi Yuan had antibodies, so he wasn't worried. The red mist grew thicker, and soon he couldn't see anything beyond 100 meters. Yi Yuan sat down. The chicken and mushrooms in the pot were already cooked. He picked up a piece and dipped it in chili sauce. Delicious. Just then Zhang Xiaofan arrived at the balcony, and upon seeing this, her mouth watered in an instant. Hey, handsome. Handsome, it's me, he's us girlfriend. Hisu said he had greeted you. Greeting? Yi Yuan said casually. What greeting? He chuckled, still pretending to be oblivious. Even at this time, she couldn't lower her pride to ask for food. How would I know what greeting was made? Yi Yuan feigned ignorance, knowing that in order to tame Zhang Xiaofan, he first needed to crush her dignity. Zhang Xiaofan swallowed hard. Although begging was quite humiliating, it was better than starving. Handsome. I'm so hungry. Please give me a bite to eat in light of your friendship with Hisu. I'm begging you. Just then the card above Zhang Xiaofan's head changed. Zhang Xiaofan. Entry 1, 3D printing, 60 taming degree can be stripped again. Current taming degree 5. Her attitude changed instantly, and her taming degree increased by 5. Not bad, not bad. Keep it up. Yi Yuan certainly wouldn't easily agree to her, and giving her food now would make Zhang Xiaofan mistakenly think it was a favor from Hisu. Confusing accounts cannot be recorded like this. That kid Hisu. He knows me, but I'm not very familiar with him. Zhang Xiaofan panicked. She clearly stated that they had already exchanged greetings. Why has the story changed? Zhang Xiaofan hurriedly said. Hisu will send a helicopter to pick me up in a couple of days. As long as you give me food, I will let him take you with him. I must say Hisu really liked Zhang Xiaofan, who wouldn't given her beauty. And men have a strange psychology. The harder it is to obtain, the more interested they become. The distinguished Hisu of Shudu could have any woman he wanted. Yet he was completely under Zhang Xiaofan's control. He had become her devoted follower. In his past life, Hisu did send a helicopter to pick her up. However, Yi Yuan later returned to Luhu and did not see Zhang Xiaofan. This indicated that something unexpected had happened along the way. The first week at the beginning of the apocalypse was the most dangerous, as anyone around could turn into a zombie, including helicopter pilots. In theory, everyone now belonged to the virus category. Those who were drenched in the rain and turned immediately into zombies were classified as level 1 virus subjects. Now there were no living souls left. There was also a portion of people who were only lightly rained on. This group belonged to level 2 virus subjects. They would continue to turn into zombies over the next week. The rate of transformation depended on the amount of rain they were exposed to. The third group consisted of those who inhaled a large amount of virus-laden mist during the rain, classified as level 3 virus subjects. This group would in principle not turn into zombies. However, with the appearance of the blood mist, they continued to breathe in the virus, and after 7 days they too would start to transform. The remaining individuals who had not been rained on or inhaled a large amount of mist were classified as level 4 virus subjects. Yet they still could not escape misfortune. Because the blood mist was also a virus, they would simply transform at a later time. So strictly speaking, the month following the apocalypse was filled with uncertainty. Countless people were bitten and killed by suddenly transforming zombies. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Xiaofan's earnest expression and shook his head with a smile. I have my own way to leave, so Hizu's helicopter cannot be your bargaining chip. Damn it, you were so arrogant with me before. Now you know how to beg, right? Zhang Xiaofan was clever enough to realize that her previous attitude had been poor. Handsome, I apologize to you. I didn't mean to insult you this morning. You know the apocalypse came suddenly, and there were zombies everywhere which made me very anxious. Can you forgive me? Zhang Xiaofan softened her stance, and her taming degree increased by another 5. Not bad, keep it up. At that moment a man on the balcony below Zhang Xiaofan saw Yi Yuan eating the hot pot, and immediately salivated. This guy looked like a streetwise person, clearly not someone who cooked, and he was already starving. Hey brother. It looks like you have plenty of food, throw some my way. We are neighbors, so we should look out for each other. Yi Yuan glanced at the streetwise man, and ignored him. Hey, are you trying to show off? Do you know who I am? This entire old district is under my protection. Do you believe I'll make a Molotov cocktail, and throw it on your balcony to burn your house down tonight? Don't push your luck. Hurry up and toss me some food. Yi Yuan was speechless. Where did this wild beast come? I killed so many zombies, or was he sleeping at that time, unaware that I had a gun? Yi Yuan calmly lit up a cigarette. Then he quickly grabbed the nearby shotgun, stood up, and aimed at the streetwise man. What the hell? Bang. The streetwise man barely had time to exclaim before his chest was punched through. He was done for. Damn it. Acting tough with me. You're tired of living. Yi Yuan put down the gun and sat back down to continue eating his hot pot. Unintentionally, he noticed that Zhang Xiaofan's taming degree had increased by another 5. What happened? I didn't do anything to you, and it just went up. Yi Yuan looked at the card above Zhang Xiaofan's head. The taming degree had indeed increased by 5, reaching a total of 15. It was still 45 away from being able to strip the attribute again. However, the recent increase of 5 felt a bit inexplicable. After much thought, only one possibility came to mind. Women inherently admire strength. Yi Yuan's display of dominance by killing a thug with one shot evoked a sense of awe, especially among women. Awe is also a form of submission. Thus, the taming degree can be obtained through various means. Of course, intimidation and torture can also instill a sense of fear in Zhang Xiaofan. But at the same time, it would fill her heart with hatred. These two psychological states would cancel each other out, making it impossible to gain taming degree no matter how obedient she acted, because it wouldn't come from the heart. Yi Yuan took a piece of chicken. He then gulped down a large cup of beer. The surviving residents of the nearby buildings were all frightened back to their rooms by Yi Yuan's earlier shot, leaving only Zhang Xiaofan pitifully leaning on the railing. Brother Yi, I'm so hungry, please give me something to eat. Zhang Xiaofan had decided to lower herself. If she had to, then so be it. As long as she could endure these 2 days. Once Hisu sent a helicopter to pick her up, she would no longer have to compromise. How did you know my surname is Yi? Hisu told me. Yi Yuan felt it was enough, so he solemnly looked at Zhang Xiaofan and said, But you cursed me for no reason this morning. I feel very unhappy. If you kneel and apologize to me, I can give you a bowl of instant noodles. Kneel down. Zhang Xiaofan was stunned. She was a goddess in the eyes of countless admirers. Even the famous He Xiao from Shudu had fallen at her feet. She had already lowered herself so much. To think he wanted her to kneel and apologize. How could this bastard be so unromantic? Yi Yuan, don't go too far. I am a beauty. Exactly, this is the feeling. If you weren't so arrogant, how could I increase the taming degree? Beauty. Can it be eaten? Is it delicious? Yi Yuan scoffed, eating from the hot pot and sipping on his drink. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Zhang Xiaofan squatted on the balcony feeling wronged as she watched Yi Yuan eat heartily and drink deeply, wishing she could perform some sort of sucking technique. From afar she imagined she could suck all the chicken from the pot in one go. Even the broth would be cleaned out. This was not an exaggeration, that's how she felt. Having never gone hungry before, she now understood how painful it was, wishing she could eat herself. It had been almost 2 days without food. Zhang Xiaofan felt that her prideful fruits of labor had shrunk in size. If only I had just given birth, I could feed myself. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, she realized how foolish she was. She was robbing her baby's food. The baby couldn't starve. When a person is extremely hungry, they tend to think irrationally, seeing food in everything. Hisu usually brags about how powerful he is. What about the famous Shu Shao? Yet Yi Yuan doesn't even acknowledge him. What a useless person. Zhang Xiaofan muttered as she called Hisus video chat. Xiaofan, how are you? Have you eaten? Eat your head. Yi Yuan is eating from the hot pot right now. He wants me to kneel and apologize before hell give me food. What? Hisu immediately felt humiliated. How dare he make my woman kneel? Damn it. Wait, I'll send a video to Yi Yuan. Soon Yi Yuan received a video call from Hisu pleading. When he answered, Hisus' expression was not good. Brother Yi, I heard from Xiaofan that you want her to kneel and apologize before giving her food. Yi Yuan did not answer immediately. He leisurely picked up a piece of chicken, ate it, and took a large gulp of beer, deliberately keeping Hisu in suspense before casually replying, that's the case. She cursed me for no reason this morning. Is there a problem with having her kneel and apologize? Yi Yuan was keen on continuing the act with Hisu. It was a play of mockery. Brother Yi, did I hear you right? You know Zhang Xiaofan is my woman. Given the friendship between our two families, you give her no face at all. Friendship. Between us there is only hatred, no friendship. But since I'm playing, I certainly can't say that. So Yi Yuan changed the subject. Friendship cannot be eaten. If I give Zhang Xiaofan food, I'll have to starve. Is it really that hard for her to apologize? After saying that, Yi Yuan picked up another piece of chicken. Hisu understood now. Yi Yuan was clearly toying with him. Yi Yuan, you're good, you dare to play me. Haha, not only am I playing you, but I'm also playing with your beloved woman. Do you know that Luhua has become a gathering place? The authorities have taken over here. With the relationship between my He family and the authorities, it's easy to send a helicopter over. Do you understand my meaning? Yi Yuan certainly understood. Sending a helicopter over could save lives or take lives. This was an outright threat. But I simply won't. Just right when you send the helicopter over, bring me along too. Damn. Acting dumb while knowing full well. Hisu felt as if he had hit a cotton ball, so angry, he hung up the video. Yi Yuan sneered. He placed his phone aside and continued eating from the hot pot. Play with me. Watch how I'll outplay you all. On the other side, Zhang Xiaofan quickly received a text message from Hisu with only 2 sentences. Borrow some food from other neighbors. At the latest, I'll send a helicopter to pick you up the day after tomorrow. After reading the message, Zhang Xiaofan realized that the negotiation had collapsed. Borrowing from other neighbors was completely impossible. The survivors were all hiding in their homes. There wasn't even a chance to talk. There were zombies in the stairwell outside. Stepping outside was a death wish. Who could borrow from ghosts? The helicopter won't arrive until the day after tomorrow. By then I'll be dead from hunger. Moreover, it's uncertain whether there'll even be a helicopter the day after tomorrow. Just then a helicopter appeared in the sky, and Zhang Xiaofan immediately stood up and waved. As she waved, she felt something was off. The helicopter swayed like a kite with a broken string, and then it crashed down. At this moment, Yi Yuan had finished the hot pot and happened to see this scene. He then said nonchalantly, "At this stage, helicopters are only for rescuing important figures. You have no hope." Moreover, the pilot could turn into a zombie at any time. If you were to get on the helicopter, you might die even faster. After saying that, Yi Yuan threw the hot pot down the stairs. Too lazy to wash it. Zhang Xiaofan looked at the wasted food. At this moment, she finally let go. Being hungry was truly difficult. It's just dignity, it can't be eaten. Moreover, it was indeed me who cursed Yi Yuan first. Oh, what's the harm in apologizing? It's not humiliating. Once this mental construction was completed, her knees went weak. Yi Yuan, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me. The proud goddess finally knelt down, tears streaming down her face in this moment of grievance. At the same time, the taming degree above her head surged by 20, reaching 35. Just 25 more, and she could strip the attribute a second time. Although this apology isn't sincere, at least you knelt down. Wait here, I'll bring you some instant noodles. A promise must be kept. A stick paired with a sweet date, it can't just be the stick. If she breaks down, there will be no way to continue increasing the taming degree. Yi Yuan tossed a bucket of instant noodles over from the balcony. Zhang Xiaofan poured a full bucket of boiling water and couldn't wait to start eating after just 2 or 3 minutes of soaking. Wow, this is so delicious. I've never eaten such tasty food before. Unbeknownst to him, the taming degree on the card above Zhang Xiaofan's head increased by 5, reaching 40. He devoured the noodles with slurping sounds. Finally, he gulped down all the soup, feeling full and warm. Zhang Xiaofan lay on the sofa, feeling blissful and satisfied at that moment. Hisu is such a useless guy. In critical moments, I still have to rely on my neighbor. Although Yi Yuan has a strange personality, he is not a bad person. If it weren't for him, I would have starved to death. While mumbling, the taming degree increased by another 5. However, Yi Yuan was still unaware. He was eating fruit on the balcony, watching as the sky completely darkened. With no entertainment activities at night, he closed the anti-theft window on the balcony. There might still be living people upstairs and downstairs. Being so conspicuous, if he fell asleep, it would be dangerous if someone used a rope to sneak onto the balcony. Therefore, he had to lock the security window tightly. After returning to the living room, he replicated 20 shotguns and 4,000 rounds of 12-gauge shells. The more weapons he had, the more at ease he felt. Moreover, he had just taken a nap in the afternoon, or if he didn't consume some mental energy, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. However, metal is an inorganic material. Replicating this amount of weapons and ammunition didn't consume too much mental energy. Yi Yuan loaded all the guns with bullets. Taking advantage of the early hour, he practiced loading ammunition repeatedly. The shotgun was incredibly powerful against zombies, especially in alleys and staircases, where it could almost single-handedly hold off countless foes. But its drawbacks were also fatal. The magazine capacity was 71. After firing, he had to reload manually. That soldier probably met his demise while reloading, caught by a zombie. Although Yi Yuan could infinitely replicate many weapons, he couldn't carry too many firearms with him. Better safe than there would inevitably be moments when he would need to reload in a hurry, so it was necessary to practice the reloading motion. He envied the protagonists in novels who had spatial warehouses. If only he had that. Just imagine replicating 10,000 shotguns, switching to a new one immediately after firing. Just thinking about it felt exhilarating. Yi Yuan tirelessly practiced over and over. Gradually, he began to feel a bit fatigued. Glancing at the clock, it was already past 9 in the evening. By the way, there was yeast in the food given by the neighbor's sister. How about I prepare the dough in advance and make some buns tomorrow morning? Making two would allow for infinite replication. So Yuan searched for a tutorial on making buns and learned the basics in about 10 minutes. Then he prepared the dough for fermentation in advance. After taking a shower, he went straight to bed. Due to sleeping too early the previous night, Yuan woke up around 6 o'clock. After washing up, he began chopping meat and scallions. It was his first time making buns, and his technique was quite clumsy. He finished around 7 o'clock. Although the buns were not pretty, they tasted quite good. He replicated dozens of them, first storing some in the refrigerator, then took out a box of yogurt, and went to the balcony to have breakfast. After eating 2 small buns, he still didn't see Zhang Xiaofan. It was like showing off without an audience. How else could he increase the taming degree? Just then some zombies wandered down to the ground floor. Yuan opened the balcony's anti-theft window and sprayed down with his shotgun, killing more than 20 zombies. The gunfire indeed attracted Zhang Xiaofan. "Good morning, Brother Yi." Zhang Xiaofan greeted with a flattering smile. Yuan glanced at him and immediately noticed something was off. A taming degree of 45. What happened last night to stealthily increase by 10? Yuan had no idea it was due to that bucket of instant noodles. At that time Zhang Xiaofan was hiding at home eating, so he couldn't see the increase in taming degree. "Brother Yi, are you eating buns?" Damn, I knew he would be fixated on the food. Yuan ignored her. He couldn't let their relationship become too familiar, otherwise it would be hard to increase the taming degree. He picked up a small bun, took a big bite, and the rich meat juice burst forth, so satisfying. Watching Yuan devour his buns, Zhang Xiaofan's stomach started rumbling again. He had been hungry for 2 days. Last night, he had only eaten a bucket of instant noodles. Although the noodle soup filled him up after 2 trips to the bathroom, his stomach was already hungry. Looking at the large plate of small buns on Yuan's coffee table, Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but swallow hard. The feeling of being hungry was truly unbearable. Forget it, he had already knelt before him yesterday. What was there to hold back? "Brother Yi, can I have one too?" Yuan had been waiting for this line. "Give you one? Why?" This question left Zhang Xiaofan speechless. "Why should I give you one? Are we that close?" After thinking for a while, she stammered, You already forgave me yesterday. Is this a joke? I forgave you yesterday, so I gave you a bucket of instant noodles. That was already showing great mercy. I don't owe you anything. Forgiving you doesn't mean you have a lifelong meal ticket." Zhang Xiaofan was instantly left without a response. After thinking for a while, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Brother Yi, how about I dance for you? With so many buns you can't finish them all. I'll dance, and you give me one, okay?" Yuan remained silent, continuing to eat his breakfast. Zhang Xiaofan thought he had tacitly agreed. So she energetically began dancing on the balcony, which she was good at. To be honest, it looked very beautiful. Although nothing was exposed, her super long legs and slender figure provided a visual shock. Yuan pretended to eat buns while secretly glancing. It was quite a sight. No wonder Hisu was infatuated with her. Just then Zhang Xiaofan's expression changed. She rushed to the railing and pointed at someone downstairs, cursing loudly. "You bastard, do you believe I will break your fingers? What's going on? Has she turned into a mother dragon again?" Yuan was utterly bewildered. "Brother Yi, I won't dance anymore. There's a pervert downstairs making lewd gestures at me. Damn, I was just getting into it. Is that bastard ruining my mood?" At that moment the person downstairs shouted, "Bitch, just for some food you're posing provocatively. I have food at home too. Dance for me, and they'll give you 2 buckets of instant noodles." "Damn it. I was just increasing the taming degree and you come out to cause trouble." Yuan raised his gun and poked his head out, but unfortunately, he couldn't see the person downstairs. "You're the bitch. Your whole family is. Damn you." Zhang Xiaofan cursed furiously. The reputation of the Sichuan Chongqing mother dragon was not just for show. "Dare to make me dance. Seeking death." Zhang Xiaofan grabbed a flower pot from the balcony and threw it fiercely, but unfortunately she missed. The person downstairs laughed heartily and provocatively extended his hand, saying, "Come on, old lady, keep throwing. I love this angry look of yours. Hey, you dare to extend your hand out of the balcony. Did you forget I have a gun?" Bang. With the shotgun's report, the person downstairs immediately screamed as a barrage of steel pellets obliterated his entire hand. "Oh, my hand. Why did you shoot me?" "What do you mean, why did I shoot you? You dared to ruin my taming degree. Not killing you is already a blessing." Zhang Xiaofan watched as Yuan taught a lesson to the person downstairs, feeling delighted. Brother Yi looked fierce, but was quite nice, even helping her deal with that lewd guy downstairs. As she thought this, her taming degree increased by another 5. Yuan's eyes lit up. Could it be that she felt grateful for him standing up for her? It seemed there were many ways to gain taming degree, which was a good thing. He still needed 10 to strip the entry again. Yuan was in a good mood and tossed 2 buns into a plastic bag. 2 small buns were hardly filling. But that was his intention. Our remaining in a semi-full state made it easier to tame. A little kindness leads to kindness, while a little grievance leads to enmity. If it was too easy to obtain, it would rather be counterproductive to increase the taming degree. After finishing breakfast, Yuan sat on the balcony sipping tea. Zhang Xiaofan showed no intention of leaving. "Big brother Yi, shall I sing a song for you?" It seemed she wanted to get closer, laying the groundwork for the next meal ticket. Yuan naturally wouldn't be fooled. No need, I just want to enjoy my tea in peace. Big brother, have you thought about how to leave? Not really. Where did you get your gun? Get lost. Oh, okay. Zhang Xiaofan wrinkled her nose and mumbled something before returning indoors, probably cursing Yuan. It doesn't matter, I'll let her curse. A big stick plus sweet dates. Earlier 2 buns were the sweet dates, and now her attitude is the big stick. Alternating is the way to keep raising the taming level. That's how women are. They should be fierce when necessary and coaxed when needed. If treated too well, they'll take it for granted. Just like Hisu after chasing for half a year, he hadn't even tasted the flavor of steamed buns. If Zhang Xiaofan obtains food too easily, it will become very difficult to increase the taming level later. Next, he found himself idle again, glancing at the densely packed zombies outside the alley. Yuan had no absolute confidence that he wouldn't take the risk to escape from the main city area. Now that he possessed a golden finger, he needed to be even more cautious in seeking victory. His enemies were in the Deer Lake Villa area, with a great feud yet to be settled. He absolutely could not recklessly lose his life. At the very least, he needed to gather more information about Zhang Xiaofan before making a decision. While drinking tea, Yuan practiced loading ammunition. The fog today had thickened even further. Beyond 70 or 80 meters, nothing was visible. The worst part of the apocalypse wasn't the zombies, but the ever-present fog that would not disperse, preventing even sunlight from penetrating. Plants were severely lacking in photosynthesis. It wouldn't be long before some plants would die. Those that survived looked as if they were on the verge of death, and naturally food and vegetables couldn't be grown. Fortunately, I can replicate infinitely. Yuan let out a huge sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to compete with others for food. After practicing loading bullets for a while, his hands felt a bit sore, so he leaned against the balcony railing to smoke and rest. At a glance, there were more zombies in the nearby buildings than yesterday. They were people who had been lightly rained on. They hadn't transformed at that time, but later turned into zombies after returning home. They even bit their family members. Such a calamity. Occasionally one could still see people being forced to jump from buildings. There was no choice. They would rather die from the fall than be bitten to death by the zombies at home. Having lived again, Yuan had gotten used to it. With nothing to do, he continued practicing loading ammunition. On the other side, in the building opposite Yuan, besides Zhang Xiaofan, there were 2 other survivors. One had a hooked nose. The other had a beard. Their food supply was relatively sufficient. They wouldn't have to worry for 10 days or half a month. The man with the hooked nose was swiping through Douyin while cursing. Damn short videos are either for seeking help or showing zombies biting people. It's like this all over the world. Is humanity done for? The bearded man beside him also wore a worried expression. Trapped at home, the only way to understand the outside world was by swiping short videos. Damn, the zombies are increasing. It seems we won't wait for rescue, we'll be trapped here and die. The 2 fell into a despondent silence. Surrounded by zombies and trapped in the city center, even if there was still food at home, they couldn't control the spread of despair. There was no hope, no future. Even rescue was non-existent. The only thing left to do was wait to die. The man with the hooked nose mechanically swiped through short videos, as if that was the only way to calm the restlessness and fear in his heart. At that moment, he came across a familiar face. Zhang Xiaofan. Is she still alive? The bearded man, the big influencer neighbor, is still alive. The hooked nose suddenly perked up, revealing an excited expression. The bearded man leaned over to take a look. In the video, Zhang Xiaofan was seeking help. Even with a forlorn expression, her beauty couldn't be concealed. Especially her perfect figure with delicate branches bearing ripe fruits. Just one glance was enough to make one's blood boil. Damn, since the world is ending anyway, shall we indulge once? The bearded man suggested. The hooked nose's eyes lit up immediately. That's exactly what I want. Both of them were professional thieves. Climbing walls and picking locks was second nature. Especially electronic locks, which were the easiest to open. Coincidentally, Zhang Xiaofan's home had an electronic lock. Grab the tools, let's go. Soon the hooked nose brought a rubber hammer and a screwdriver, at which point the bearded man suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. Wasn't there gunfire in the alley yesterday? Could there be soldiers? What if we pry open Zhang Xiaofan's door and get discovered by the soldiers downstairs? What if we get caught by the soldiers downstairs? The 2 were unaware that yesterday's gunfire was Yuan using a shotgun to kill the zombies downstairs. However, Zhang Xiaofan's building was a 4-unit layout. 2 units in the front and 2 in the back. The homes of the hooked nose and the bearded man happened to face away from the alley. So they were unaware of what had happened on this side of the alley. What is there to be afraid of? Gunfire can be heard throughout the city. It's not just us here. There are no gunshots in the alley now. Maybe the soldiers have been bitten to death by zombies. This reasoning made some sense, and the 2, driven by their impulses, didn't think too much. The bearded man first peered through the peephole. Safe, no zombies. The hooked nose gently opened the door. Zhang Xiaofan's home was less than 3 meters away. Keep the door ajar. If we startle the zombies, we'll run back immediately. The 2 crept to Zhang Xiaofan's The hooked nose placed the screwdriver at the very bottom of the password lock and struck it with the rubber hammer. The technique was quite deliberate. The force was well controlled. The knocking sound was also quite soft. Although the password lock appeared advanced, it was actually the easiest to open because its motor was highly sensitive and there was a long lock cylinder inside. As long as the right position was found, hitting the bottom of the lock cylinder with the screwdriver would easily trigger the internal motor. Sure enough, after just 5 strikes, the electronic lock emitted a crisp, alert sound. The motor turned and the door opened. The hooked nose and the bearded man quickly slipped inside and gently closed the door. They were in. The two exchanged knowing smiles. They revealed a knowing look that any seasoned pervert would understand. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofan also heard the commotion in the living room and ran out to see her neighbors. "How did you get into my house?" Clearly, Jiang Xiaofan had yet to realize the severity of the situation. Although she couldn't recall the names of the two men, she often bumped into them while going up and down the stairs and occasionally exchanged greetings. They were acquaintances, so her vigilance was not very strong. "Beautiful lady, we are here to protect you. The outside is filled with zombies. Surely you must be scared staying at home alone. We're here to comfort you." Seeing their lewd expressions and malicious tone, Jiang Xiaofan immediately realized. In the apocalypse, with order collapsing, the outcome of 2 men invading her home was not difficult to imagine. "What do you want? Don't come near me. Get away." The hooked nose and the bearded man let loose, completely laughing as they charged toward Jiang Xiaofan. She grabbed a decorative item from the living room and threw it. Vases, cups, figurines. She kept throwing, but it was no match for the 2 big men. The bearded man and the hooked nose, grinning lewdly, had already cornered her to the balcony. Jiang Xiaofan wanted to grab something. Unfortunately, there was nothing on the balcony. She had a broom earlier, but lost it when she threw it at Yuan yesterday. "Wait, Yuan. He has a gun." Jiang Xiaofan suddenly turned around and shouted, "Big brother, Yuan had long observed the events happening at Jiang Xiaofan's home. Oddly enough, in her past life, no intruders had barged into her house. Could it be that after her rebirth, a butterfly effect had occurred? Although the butterfly effect is merely a theory, individual actions cannot fundamentally alter the course of fate. However, the situation at Jiang Xiaofan's home might indeed be related to her. Because when she killed the zombies downstairs yesterday, the gunfire had attracted the zombies from the opposite building. It was only safe in the corridor that the intruders dared to venture out. "Big brother, you please save me." Jiang Xiaofan cried out, pleading for help while waving her hands to fend off the intruders. Even if she didn't call for help, Yuan would not allow the bearded man and the hook-nosed man to harm Jiang Xiaofan. He still hoped to continue extracting her attributes. How dare they touch what belongs to him? "Jiang Xiaofan, duck!" Yuan shouted. Jiang Xiaofan, being clever, immediately realized that Yuan was about to take action. She crouched down quickly, fearing an accidental injury. This left the bearded man and the hook-nosed man dumbfounded as they stared at Yuan on the opposite balcony. "Kid, what do you mean? I don't understand. Do you want to be a hero rescuing a beauty? Come over then. I don't believe you can jump over here in one step." Ha ha ha. The oppressive atmosphere of the apocalypse was completely released at this moment as the two laughed heartily. Yuan also smiled, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, instantly grabbing the shotgun on the coffee table. He fired effortlessly. With a distance of 7 to 8 meters, there was no need to aim deliberately. Bang! The deep gunshot echoed and dense steel pellets burst forth, instantly penetrating the bearded man's chest. A single shot created a hole larger than a fist. The hook-nosed man froze for a moment, his mind clearly short-circuiting. What was happening? That kid had a gun. Before the apocalypse, the Summer Kingdom had strict gun control, and ordinary citizens did not instinctively crouch down at the sound of gunfire. Just that day's second, Yuan finished reloading. Bang! The second shot hit the hook-nosed man's head, exploding it like a watermelon, splattering blood all over Jiang Xiaofan. She stood up, terrified and screaming as she patted the blood and flesh off her hair, rushing into the living room towards the bathroom. The crisis was averted. Yuan sat down to continue drinking tea. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofan was desperately applying shampoo, washing it over and over, but she always felt it wasn't clean. Although she had seen zombies eat people, having blood splattered all over her head still made her feel uneasy. She stood under the shower for over 10 minutes. The cool shower gradually calmed her down, and as she recalled everything that had just happened, she couldn't help but feel grateful. Fortunately, Big Brother Yi was here. Otherwise, I can't imagine what would have happened. Big Brother Yi actually cares about me. Although he can be a bit fierce at times, he is very manly. Unlike Hisu, that sycophant. All he does is shower me with gifts and try to please me, lacking any manly. As Jiang Xiaofan thought this, her taming degree on the card above her head surged by 10, already reaching 60. After finishing her shower, Jiang Xiaofan dried her hair, changed into clean clothes, and then came to the living room. There were still 2 corpses on the balcony outside. One had its head blown off. The other had its chest pierced. Blood was everywhere, making one's heart race. Even though she had seen zombies eat people, her psychological resilience was already quite strong. Yet subconsciously, Jiang Xiaofan did not consider zombies to be human. On the contrary, the gruesome deaths of the two intruders made her hesitant to get close. Big brother Yi, thank you for earlier. Zhang Xiaofan did not go out to the balcony, but could only shout from the living room. Yi Yuan looked up. Oh, the taming degree increased by another 10. It had now reached 60. Was it because he had saved her just now? So the gratitude surged the taming degree by 10. The reason was unimportant. What mattered was that he could extract her attributes for the second time. Yi Yuan focused his thoughts on 3D printing. I will extract. The next moment, the card above Zhang Xiaofan's head changed. Zhang Xiaofan. Attribute 3D printing, 95 taming degree, can be extracted 3 times current taming degree 60. Not bad. With a taming degree of 95, he could extract once more. Yi Yuan suppressed his excitement. After extracting the attribute, another mysterious power surged into his body. This meant that a new ability had been born. First, he checked the changes in his abilities. Yi Yuan summoned his attribute panel. Yi Yuan. Attribute strength 11, physique 11, agility 10, spirit 9, abilities 3D printing. Click to view introduction. 3D printing had turned into 2 stars, but the second star was transparent, indicating it did not belong to a 2-star ability. It could be considered 1.5 stars at most. It was estimated that after extracting the attribute once more, it could be upgraded to 2 stars. Yi Yuan clicked to view the ability introduction. 3D printing attribute 1, unlimited replication, consumes spirit, can replicate and print objects weighing no more than 20 pounds, and that do not have life characteristics. Attribute 2, partial integrated replication, consumes spirit, can perform partial replication on objects, altering their structure and size. Hiss. It seems pretty useless. The weight for unlimited replication increased from 10 pounds to 20 pounds. It didn't fundamentally change anything. As for the newly added ability partial integrated replication, it wouldn't help him safely escape the main urban area. This is because its effect is to make partial replications and alter the structure and size based on the original object. For example, Yi Yuan's shotgun is 1 meter long. Previously, he could only replicate the whole gun. Now he can replicate a barrel that is 2 meters or even 3 meters long. This is what partial integrated replication is about. Based on the original, it enlarges and lengthens through partial replication. As a normal man, Yi Yuan first thought of a shield tunneling machine. However, this is just a thought, as he cannot replicate living. The shield tunneling machine is part of a living entity. Naturally, it is considered a living object. Just as Yi Yuan thought this, another voice in his head responded. Returning to the host, 3D printing cannot replicate complete living entities, but it can perform partial replication. Wow, it can do that. This is really something. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan was still in the living room looking at Yi Yuan. What? Do you want me to replicate your fruits into basketballs? What? Zhang Xiaofan, I have something to do now. You can handle your own business. For example, clean up the corpses. After speaking, Yi Yuan ran to the bathroom. Moments later, he came out. At this point, he had completed the upgrade of the shield tunneling machine, an ability that could alter partial sizes. Before the apocalypse, he alone could run a cosmetic surgery clinic without needing injections or fillers, and it would be completely natural. Unfortunately, partial integrated replication cannot enhance combat power. He'd have to think of another way to escape the main urban area. Alright, partial integrated replication has no restrictions. Can it replicate space? For example, a box, the internal space, is also part of this box. Theoretically, it should be replicable, right? As Yi Yuan thought this, the voice in his mind responded. Yes, host, as long as it is a carrier-based space, it can be. Yi Yuan could never have imagined that he could actually replicate space. After all, it is infinite replication. Everything except living beings can be copied. Strictly speaking, all things in the world are living beings. However, the life forms limited by 3D printing should be consciousness-based life. Space is not within the limits. If space can be replicated, what about time? Time and space are inherently one and cannot be copied separately. Well then, it seems that this partial unified replication has even more capabilities waiting to be developed. I will study it slowly later. For now, let's try to create a spatial warehouse. I used to envy the protagonists in doomsday novels who had spatial warehouses. I never expected that I could soon possess one myself. Yi Yuan first took a bottle for the experiment. Just an experiment. He then summoned the mysterious power within him, transforming it into an energy 3D printer that enveloped the bottle. He then summoned another force to begin the partial replication. The object being replicated was the space inside the bottle. With a single thought, it began. The energy form printer began its replication, and Yi Yuan could hardly believe how smoothly the process was unfolding. In just 1 second, the size of the bottle remained unchanged. However, the internal space had expanded by double. Moreover, the mental consumption was negligible, even lower than when replicating metal. Why is that? A voice in his mind replied. The material structure of space is of a lower grade than metal, hence the lower consumption. But it only replicates the internal space. The external carrier remains unchanged. Therefore, the spatial structure has changed, and internally there is no time flow capability. What does that mean? The bottle remains the same size, but the internal space has increased, leading to a change in spatial structure, causing time to pause inside. Wow. Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. Although Yuan can replicate infinitely, he cannot guarantee the freshness of food, the meat and vegetables in the fridge. Even if replicated every day, by the time of replication, the food has already been stored in the fridge for a day. Over time, both vegetables and meat will eventually spoil. Especially the vegetables. They wilt within a week at most. Now with the time-pausing warehouse, this problem is perfectly solved. Yuan also discovered another issue. After the internal space of the bottle expanded, the structure changed, becoming a purely spatial entity, without any energy field. Therefore, his consciousness could easily enter the interior of the bottle. Moreover, the consciousness inside the bottle was incredibly powerful. To give a vivid example, once humans reach the moon, they can become superhuman, effortlessly jumping 5 to... It's not that humans have become stronger. It's that the gravitational acceleration on the moon is only 1/6 that of blue star. The same principle applies here. After the internal space of the bottle expanded, the structure changed, becoming a pure space, without time and energy fields. Thus, Yuan's consciousness was unfettered within the bottle. What was once a weak consciousness became extraordinarily powerful inside the bottle, comparable to divine will. This gave him a spark of inspiration. Yuan tossed an egg into the bottle, and the egg did not fall and break at the bottom of the bottle, because there was no energy field inside the bottle, including gravity. However, Yuan's consciousness in the bottle was akin to divine will. With just a thought, the egg gently descended to the bottom, as guided by his consciousness. Perfect. In the future, I can store supplies in the spatial warehouse. I can organize them by thought. Yuan continued his experiments. He put the bottle cap on, preventing his consciousness from entering the bottle, so he drilled a small hole in the cap. Now consciousness could enter the bottle through the small hole. The current problem is how to take the egg out. Since he wanted to create a spatial warehouse, he had to consider ease of access. According to Yuan's idea, to replicate an oversized spatial warehouse filled with 10,000 shotguns loaded with bullets. After finishing one, immediately take another to continue shooting. As long as he is careful, he could reach the riverbank without a problem. Then he would find a boat and row to Deer Lake. Yuan pondered for a moment and soon came up with a solution. There's a small hole in the cap, so if he replicates and enlarges the hole dozens of times, wouldn't he be able to take the egg out? Thinking of this, he acted. Yuan immediately replicated the space of the small hole, quickly enlarging it 50 times. However, from the outside, the size of the hole remained unchanged. What changed was the space of the hole, which was not visible to the naked eye. Yuan's consciousness transformed into a powerful hand within the bottle, guiding the egg towards the small hole in the cap. At that moment, a miraculous scene occurred. The egg surprisingly passed through the tiny hole, half of it protruding outside, while the other half remained inside the bottle. With a thought, Yuan pushed the entire egg out with an invisible hand of will. Wow! It worked! Yuan was overjoyed. The spatial warehouse was successful. However, the carrier cannot be a bottle. On one hand, it looks too ugly. On the other hand, it is not convenient to carry and is prone to breakage. If it breaks, the internal space will collapse. All supplies will spill out. Yuan suddenly remembered that there was a stainless steel hip flask left by the landlord in the wardrobe. He immediately went to the bedroom and rummaged through the wardrobe for the flask. This flat-shaped flask is often seen in foreign films where the protagonist takes a sip to appear cool. It is made of stainless steel, making it hard to damage. Moreover, it has a capacity of only 200 milliliters, just slightly less than a can of cola. It is small and exquisite. It is wrapped in a layer of leather that can be hung directly on a belt, making it very easy to carry. He twisted open the cap of the flask. No need for drilling. The more Yuan looked at it, the more satisfied he became, and he immediately decided to use this flask as the carrier for the spatial warehouse. Note: don't criticize, there will be a spatial ring later. The flask is just a temporary solution. First, he replicated 10 flasks for backup. If he needs to create a spatial warehouse in the future, he will have ready materials. Next, he chose one flask and began to replicate its internal space. The mental consumption of replicating space is practically negligible. Yuan replicated it continuously 12 times. The internal space of the small flask had already reached 0.8 cubic meters, equivalent to 1 meter in length and width, and 0.8 meters in height. He continued to replicate and expand. Yuan replicated it another 10 times, and the internal space exceeded 800 cubic meters. Still not enough. Since the mental consumption is so low and he can replicate infinitely, he needs to create an oversized spatial warehouse. Of course, although the mental consumption of replicating space is low, it is not zero. Especially when the space expands geometrically, the mental consumption becomes very noticeable. Yuan replicated it another 15 times, and the internal space of the flask reached 26.83 million cubic meters. Over 20 million cubic meters. Equivalent to an oversized warehouse measuring 300 meters in length, width, and height. That is completely sufficient. Moreover, the internal space of the flask also includes the space of the spout, which has been enlarged by hundreds of millions of times. Even a large truck could be easily accommodated. Of course, from the outside the diameter of the spout still remains less than 1 centimeter. No one would see any problem at all. Yuan felt extremely good. After spending a few minutes, he transferred all the food from the double-door refrigerator into the spatial warehouse. Now he felt secure, no longer needing to worry about food spoiling or expiring. However, the task is not finished yet. Next, he needs to replicate a large number of shotguns. After all, Zhang Xiaofan's entries can be extracted again, and he probably needs to stay in the rental for a while to tame her. During this time, he should replicate as many shotguns as possible. Although the shotgun has a capacity of only 71 shots, he can switch to a new one immediately after emptying it. This indirectly means almost unlimited ammunition. Yuan picked up a shotgun and was about to replicate it, when suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. Why do I need to replicate the gun? If I directly replicate the internal space of the magazine, I can hold more bullets. Theoretically, it could come close to infinite ammunition. Wow. Suddenly discovering a new world, Yuan excitedly slapped his thigh. The localized integrated replication indeed has endless wonderful uses. Yuan quickly grabbed a shotgun, and the mysterious power of 3D printing enveloped it, locking onto the internal space of the magazine for replication. This time it required a bit more finesse. Previously, when replicating the space of the wine pod, it was aimed at expanding the warehouse with the internal space extending in all directions. Replicating the magazine is different. The goal is to load more bullets. Therefore, the internal diameter remains unchanged, only the length of the magazine's space is extended. Yuan replicated it 7 times in one breath, extending the internal space of the magazine by 128 times, allowing it to hold 896 rounds of 12-gauge shells. This time not only was the space replicated, the bullets and springs were replicated as well. If only the space were replicated, the length of the spring would be insufficient to transport the bullets to the chamber. Yuan continued to replicate. The loading capacity was just over 800 rounds, which was far from enough. He replicated it 3 more times. The magazine was extended by 1024 times, accommodating 7,168 rounds. That should be sufficient. Regardless of whether he can shoot all the bullets, holding a shotgun with a loading capacity of 7,000 rounds brings a sense of security. Moreover, the shotgun possesses immense power. Each shot significantly wears down the barrel. Generally, after firing 1,000 rounds, the barrel needs to be replaced. After firing 10,000 rounds, the entire gun would be rendered completely useless. Of course, Yuan wouldn't replicate according to the scrapping standards. Theoretically, he could fire 10,000 rounds, but with bad luck, even 9,000 rounds might lead to scrapping. Thus, he only replicated the loading capacity for 7,000 rounds. Still, it was a super shotgun, barely curing his fear of insufficient firepower. Next, he replicated another shotgun to place in the space warehouse, ensuring that when there was no time to replace the barrel, he could switch to another weapon at any time. Then Yuan replicated 100 barrels. After all, using an old gun is more comfortable when the barrel shows where he could swap in a new one during downtimes, avoiding the need to frequently replace the entire gun. Replication concluded. Yuan was utterly exhausted. 2 super shotguns and over 10,000 shells were no small mental strain. Yuan splashed some water on his face and decided to lie down for a short nap. Once his mental energy was restored, he would continue replicating. At noon, he woke up with a rumbling stomach. Cooking was too time-consuming. Yuan took a small bun from the space warehouse, then replicated several more, heating them up while grabbing a box of yogurt to take to the balcony. He didn't see Zhang Xiaofan. Moreover, the corpse of the hooked-nosed man and the bearded man he had previously killed still lay on the floor with blood, having already stained the balcony red. What's going on? Didn't I tell her to remove the corpses? Bang! Yuan fired a shot, and Zhang Xiaofan immediately rushed out from the bedroom upon hearing the sound. However, as soon as she stepped onto the balcony, she quickly withdrew her foot. Brother Yi, I'm too scared to touch these corpses. And they are so heavy I can't move them. I can't help you with that. Yuan stuffed a bun into his mouth, then shrugged, saying, you figure it out yourself. Seeing Yuan eating the bun, Zhang Xiaofan swallowed hard. She had been hungry for a while, and the food Yuan gave her had never filled her up. Brother Yi, let me sing you a song. Yuan certainly understood her little intentions. Instead of directly asking for food, it's better to show goodwill first. Sure, then you can sing Jie Wen Lu Zai Horfang for me. Upon hearing Yuan's request, Zhang Xiaofan was extremely happy. Although Yuan was fierce, as long as she obeyed there would be food. So she immediately started singing. After finishing a song, before she could say anything, Yuan tossed 3 buns into a plastic bag and threw it at her. Giving an extra 1 counts as a reward. Speaking of which, Zhang Xiaofan had helped him solve a big problem. All of his abilities had been stripped from her, so rewarding her with an extra bun was no issue. As long as he doesn't let her get too full, it's fine. Thank you, Brother Yi, you're too kind. You weren't this obedient yesterday. You called me an old pervert and wanted to poke my eyes out. In the apocalypse, beautiful women are worthless. Having food is what truly matters. Jiang Xiaofan quickly finished the 3 buns, which only increased her tameness by 3. Currently at 63. Strange. Why did it decrease? Before giving her some food, could raise it by 5. Yi Yuan pondered whether the increase diminished as time went on. It's not impossible. Just like leveling up, the higher the level, the slower the experience gains. If he wanted to level up quickly, he would need to change maps. In other words, to brush more tameness each time, he needs to change methods. However, he couldn't think of what methods to use. The big stick with sweet dates never goes out of style. But relying solely on food for taming is too slow. He doesn't know how long it will take to reach 95. Brother Yi, what are you thinking about? Jiang Xiaofan started looking for topics to build rapport. Yi Yuan ignored her. She wasn't upset, continuing, Brother Yi, do you have a girlfriend? Why do you care about that? I'm just asking, isn't it too boring? Just chit-chatting. If you're truly bored, just throw those 2 corpses off the balcony. It's so hot that by tomorrow they'll stink. Yi Yuan shot Jiang Xiaofan a glance, ignoring her. However, those 2 corpses were a hassle. Once they start to stink, even he could smell it in his own home, which is quite disgusting. Although there were plenty of zombie corpses outside. However, the smell of zombies is different, resembling the scent of rotting and moldy plants, which Yi Yuan had already gotten used to in his past life. Human corpses reek terribly upon decaying. Normal people can't stand it. Jiang Xiaofan mustered her courage to come to the balcony, but her strength was too feeble, and after several shaky attempts, she couldn't throw the corpses down. What should I do, Brother Yi? I can't move them. How about you come help me? Thinking too much. The outside is full of zombies, and you want me to come help you move corpses? Have you lost your mind? Actually, most of the zombies in the alley had been cleaned out. With a shotgun capacity of 7,000 rounds, a single man can hold back thousands. As long as Yi Yuan is careful, making it to Jiang Xiaofan's home would be no problem. But I'm not a simp. Why should I go help you move corpses? Sorry, Brother Yi, I forgot there are zombies outside when I got. What are you nervous about? The rioters are all dead. But I'm afraid that more rioters will break into my house. There are zombies everywhere now, the social order has collapsed, and all kinds of people exist. I'm scared. Jiang Xiaofan's worries are not unfounded. This is only the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Already there are people committing crimes. If this continues, every survivor could turn into a rioter, and killing for a piece of bread would become commonplace. Although Hisu had said he would send a helicopter to fetch her, who knows if he was just brushing her off. Brother Yi, let's make it. You come to my house to protect me, and I'll do the laundry and cook for you. When Hisu sends the helicopter to pick me up, I mean it, I swear to heaven. Take me along. That's quite a tempting offer. But Yi Yuan didn't trust Hisu. His parents were killed by them, so how could he trust such people? Additionally, he hadn't seen Jiang Xiaofan at Luhu in his past life, indicating she encountered an accident along the way. The only explanation is that the pilot turned into a zombie and the helicopter crashed. Even if they begged him to board the plane, he wouldn't dare. Yi Yuan was about to refuse Jiang Xiaofan's proposal, but then thought about it. This could be an opportunity. Using food to increase tameness is too slow. He had been pondering about changing maps. Why not switch directly to Jiang Xiaofan's house? Close proximity would provide more opportunities to boost tameness. Moreover, once Hisu finds out that he's staying at Jiang Xiaofan's house, what would his reaction be? The woman he loves having another man living in her home would surely infuriate him. The Avenger suffers while the beloved thrives. He could also greatly increase tameness. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, what's not to like? Although Yi Yuan wanted to change the map, he did not rush to agree with Jiang Xiaofan. He couldn't let himself become an obliging person who always says yes. Otherwise, it would be even harder to increase the taming degree. Yi Yuan returned to his bedroom and continued to replicate the super shotgun. This time it was much simpler. He could directly copy a super shotgun 110 based on the existing one. Although the super shotgun has a capacity of 7,000 rounds, it felt weightless in his hands. This was because the internal structure of the magazine had been altered, creating an independent space without any energy field. Thus, the bullets in the magazine had no weight. The same applied to the transformed space warehouse of the wine bottle, regardless of how many supplies were stored. There would be no weight. Next, Yi Yuan utilized his partial replication ability to modify a super pistol with a bullet capacity of 1,000 rounds. The pistol could only fire 3,000 rounds. However, it could be used again after replacing the barrel. Now Yi Yuan had 1 super pistol and 3 super shotguns. The firepower was temporarily sufficient. However, he was feeling a bit mentally exhausted, so he took another nap, waking up just after 4 in the afternoon. Yi Yuan went to the balcony and found that Jiang Xiaofan had already disposed of the body with the bushy beard and hooked nose. The floor had also been cleaned. However, he did not see anyone. Downstairs, more than a dozen zombies were wandering over. Yi Yuan raised his gun and shot them down, the gunfire once again attracting Jiang Xiaofan. Big brother Yi, you are amazing. You have cleaned up all the zombies downstairs. It should be safe to go down now, right? What does that mean? Do you want to ask me to come live with you? Big brother Yi, how about I come over to find you? I'm really scared that more thugs will rush into my house. Yi Yuan raised an eyebrow. Jiang Xiaofan looked pitiful, but he was well aware of her ulterior motives. It was true that she sought protection. Moreover, she was definitely after food. She knew very well that as long as she lived with him, she would benefit from his provisions. However, it was quite risky. Although the zombies downstairs had been cleared out, there was no guarantee that there weren't any stragglers hiding in the corners. The speed and strength of the zombies were roughly on par with those encountered in the Axe Mountain expedition. If Zhang Xiaofan were to encounter one, her chances of survival would be nearly non-existent. Yuan still hoped to extract another entry from her, so he had to ensure that nothing happened to Zhang Xiaofan. But now he urgently needed to change maps. How about this? He'll come to your house. However, there's a condition: you must do whatever I ask you to. Can you accept that? Zhang Xiaofan hesitated for a moment and stammered, will you make me do some embarrassing things? Yuan, if you are willing, I wouldn't mind. I definitely wouldn't want to. It doesn't matter. I just want to extract entries. If I can also strip off some clothes in the process, that would be even better. I'm going downstairs now. Get ready to open the door for me. After Yuan finished speaking, he turned and went back inside. He checked around to confirm that there were no omissions and all useful items had been stored in the space warehouse. Moreover, it was originally a temporary rental. The place was nearly bare. Everything of sentimental value was stored in the Lu Lake Villa. Yuan stood behind the security door of the living room, holding the super shotgun with the 1.0 around capacity pistol tucked into his thigh. The firepower was off the charts. He slammed the butt of the gun against the door a few times. The loud noise quickly attracted the two zombies at the stairwell. There was a fist-sized hole in the security door. It had been penetrated while fighting the zombies through the door yesterday. Perfectly positioned, he shoved the barrel through the hole and fired 2 shots at the zombies' heads. Outside was quiet, but it was uncertain if there were more zombies. After all, there were new conversions every day, and the zombies outside might wander into the corridor and inadvertently enter the stairwell. To ensure safety, Yuan slammed the door a few more times. The commotion was quite loud, but he didn't find any zombies, and after confirming it was mostly safe, he carefully opened the door. Holding the shotgun, he stepped over the body outside the door. The process went smoothly, and he encountered no zombies as he reached the first floor. In the narrow corridor, even if he faced problems, it wouldn't be a big deal. With a capacity of 7,000 rounds, the equalizer for all beings, every zombie that came would die. Yuan walked out of the building, finding the corridor littered with corpses, those he had killed over the past couple of days. There was also a stalled military vehicle nearby. In his previous life, Yuan had driven this vehicle to escape through the Shu River. However, there was a zombie in the driver's seat. It was the soldier who had turned. It had bitten its comrade, who then was forced to abandon the vehicle and fled to Yuan's rented place, giving him the chance to acquire the shotgun. The zombie driver was restrained by the seatbelt, struggling and howling incessantly. Yuan walked over, pointing the shotgun at its forehead and pulling the trigger. Bang! The dense steel pellets instantly obliterated the zombie's head. Then Yuan unbuckled the seatbelt and dragged the body down to search it. He found a pistol, a dagger, and a newly released assault rifle hanging on its chest, along with 2 magazines and a grenade. In his previous life, Yuan had also obtained these weapons. Especially this grenade. At the most crucial moment, it had blown open the horde of zombies, allowing him to escape. Now that he had it again, he felt particularly excited. Times had changed. With his mastery of infinite replication ability, he could replicate as many as he wanted as long as he had a sample. He decided to store these away for now, and when he got to Zhang Xiaofan's house, take the opportunity to replicate a few super rifles with a capacity of 2.0 rounds. He also planned to replicate several thousand grenades. Although this would consume a lot of mental energy, resting could restore it. After scavenging the equipment, only 1 military vehicle remained. He planned to leave it here for now and drive it when needed. However, he had to remove the key to prevent others from taking it. After doing all this, Yuan took a look around. The gunshots from earlier had already alarmed the zombies outside the corridor, but thankfully there weren't many, and they hadn't discovered Yuan's position. The zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse had somewhat degraded vision, hearing, and smell. They were not as sensitive as humans. As long as food was abundant, and one could hide well without being discovered, survivors could generally get through the first month. However, once the zombies began to evolve, they would become a nightmare for survivors, and hiding would be futile. Yuan held the shotgun, leaping over the corpses in the corridor and entering the building where Zhang Xiaofan lived without alarming the zombies outside. The entrance stairway was empty. For the time being, he did not see any zombies. Yuan held the shotgun, taking 1 step at a time as he ascended the stairs. To say he wasn't nervous would be a lie. However, after battling zombies for a year in his past life, he now had the super shotgun in hand, transforming into a stairway god of war. Whether it was a single zombie or a horde, he was ready. In such a confined space, it was impossible to get close. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Yuan spotted a pair of feet at the corner of the stairwell above. As expected, it was a zombie. He raised his gun, aiming at the upstairs, and cautiously stepped up. Indeed, it was a zombie. It roared and charged at him. Bang, 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 bang. After 4 shots, the zombie collapsed on the stairs. In fact, the first shot had already incapacitated the zombie, creating a hole through its body with over 400 steel pellets. Its spine was shattered. Regardless of how resilient the zombie was, without the support of its spine, its body would follow suit and fall. Yet Yuan paid no mind to that. As long as it wasn't dead, it was a threat. After all bullets were free, shooting a few more for insurance, he delivered the last shot directly to its forehead, exploding its head. Having dealt with the zombie in the stairwell, Yuan smoothly made his way to the 5th floor and knocked on Jiang Xiaofan's door. "It's me, open up." Jiang Xiaofan opened the door and welcomed Yuan inside. To be honest, Yuan did not want to come to Jiang Xiaofan's house. Although she was very beautiful, it was no exaggeration to call her a goddess, but he had to do this to increase the taming degree. The increase in food prices has been quite low. Currently, it is only 63. It cannot be ruled out that the increase will decrease further, so they can only change the location. The most important issue is safety. In the apocalypse, people's hearts are not as they used to be. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. Don't be fooled by the delicate beauty. When they get ruthless, they can be more merciless than anyone. So as soon as Yuan arrived at Jiang Xiaofan's house, he immediately revealed his skills. He quietly took out food from his spatial warehouse and placed it on the table. "Do you want to have beef hot pot?" Jiang Xiaofan looked at the small piece of beef, a leaf of greens, and a pitiful amount of condiments on the table. "This little bit, how is it enough?" Yuan pretended to gesture with his hands, as if casting a spell, channeling the mysterious power within him, transforming into an invisible 3D printer that enveloped the beef. A miraculous scene unfolded. The beef on the table began to grow larger and larger. The greens transformed from 1 leaf into 2, 4, and then 8. The scallions, ginger, and garlic also kept replicating. In a moment, the table was filled with an abundance of ingredients. After completing this, Yuan pretended to conclude his spell with a dramatic gesture, making it seem very serious. "You see, I have a special ability to infinitely replicate food. As long as you listen to me, you will never go." "Wow." Jiang Xiaofan stared at Yuan like she had seen a ghost, her eyes filled with admiration and fervor. "Brother Yi, do you have endless food all replicated with your powers?" Yuan nodded slightly. "Do you also replicate bullets while killing zombies on the balcony every day?" Yuan nodded again with an air of profundity. "Wow, you are amazing." As soon as she spoke, Jiang Xiaofan's taming degree surged by 15, reaching. Yuan did not expect that revealing a little skill would increase the taming degree by so much. Now he had a deeper understanding of taming. Obedience, admiration, awe, and even gratitude could all foster a mindset of compliance and reliance in the target. Therefore, they all increased the taming degree. "Brother, you don't worry, I will listen to you in everything. You are so amazing." No wonder women are drawn to the strong. A beautiful female Tyrannosaurus quickly became gentle and obedient. Therefore, men have only one path to become stronger. No talk of feelings, just conquest, a beautiful and welcoming of all. "You go wash these ingredients. They'll handle the condiments." The condiment dish is separate, and Yuan felt a bit uneasy. What if Jiang Xiaofan put something in it? Although the possibility was minimal, after all, Yuan had just revealed his trump card upon entering. "With my powers, follow me, and you'll have nothing to worry about. If I die, you will starve too." I believe Jiang Xiaofan won't be foolish enough to want to harm herself. Yet having lived a second life, Yuan still maintained a cautious and careful nature, leaving a backup in everything. Taking advantage of Jiang Xiaofan's time, washing the ingredients, Yuan carefully inspected her room. The house had 2 bedrooms and a living room. Although not large, it had been renovated and decorated very warmly. There were live streaming equipment in the living room, including that 3D printer. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaofan could operate a 3D printer, otherwise Yuan wouldn't have been able to access this term and would still be hungry. After checking the living room, he went to her bedroom. As soon as he opened the door, he could smell the unique fragrance of a woman with a soft and comfortable bed draped in a pink mosquito net. Through the half-open wardrobe door, he saw many lace items hanging inside. An oversized watermelon cover stood out in particular. No wonder Hisu was completely captivated. Then he inadvertently became emotionally involved. The prominent young master of Shudu, he became a devoted follower even without tasting the flavor of the pot cake cold noodles. Indeed, there are all kinds of people. After inspecting the bedroom, Yuan stepped back out. He just wanted to see if there were any poison or weapons in Jiang Xiaofan's house. Although the inspection was not thorough, it was impossible to search completely. But doing so at least made him feel more at ease. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofan had finished washing the ingredients. The induction cooker was plugged in, and once the pot base boiled, they could eat beef hot pot. She also naturally sat down at the dining table. She was already so hungry that her stomach was growling, and seeing a large plate of beef and vegetables, Jiang Xiaofan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. However, Yuan did not indulge her. "Did I tell you to sit down?" "Huh?" Jiang Xiaofan's head was filled with question marks. Looking at Yuan's cold and serious expression, she was at a loss for a moment. This. I." Yuan's gaze turned cold. "What do you mean by I? Don't think this is your house, and you are the owner. Now I am the owner. Do you have any objections?" "What the heck, this is obviously my house. How come it became yours as soon as you came in?" Although she was unwilling, in her heart the power of words lay in Yuan's hands, and having food was the trump card. If you have objections, I can leave right now. Of course. I will take all this food with me. That won't do. Zhang Xiaofan was not stupid. Looking at the large plate of beef on the table, it was clearly enough for 2 people. With only herself and Brother Yi in the house, it was definitely prepared for her as well. Brother Yi was like this. He seemed cold and indifferent, but was actually warm inside. I'm not falling for your tricks. Brother Yi, I will listen to everything you say. From now on, you are in charge of this house. After saying this, Zhang Xiaofan consciously stood up and stepped back a meter. Yi Yuan noticed that just from that moment her taming degree had increased by another 2, exactly 80. What is going on? Not letting you sit at the table still increased the taming degree by 2. Is she being foolish? This is why women cannot be indulged. The more they are spoiled, the more they will act up, and they need to be regularly reprimanded. Just in time, the pot base had boiled. Yi Yuan picked up a thin slice of beef and placed it in, and after a few seconds it was ready. He dipped it in garlic chili sauce. It's incredibly delicious. Zhang Xiaofan stood aside, drooling and her stomach rumbling. I held back. Little forbearance prevents great chaos. Once Brother Yi is full, he should let me sit at the table, right? If not, I can drink some of the soup. Boo-hoo. So pitiful, even the pot-based soup is considered a delicacy. But it's better than starving. And Brother Yi isn't that stingy. There's still plenty of beef on the table, so I'm sure I can have a few bites. At this moment, Yi Yuan took out a bottle of frozen beer from the spatial warehouse. He filled a large cup and gulped down half of it, letting out a satisfying burp, making Zhang Xiaofan drool even more. Beef hot pot with beer. Is this what life in the apocalypse is like? The more Zhang Xiaofan acted like a greedy cat, the more Yi Yuan deliberately enjoyed his meal. The big stick plus sweet dates. First, the big stick must be swung in a circle, but it can't be swung too far. After eating for a dozen minutes, Yi Yuan was already half full, lit a cigarette, and watched Zhang Xiaofan, who was constantly swallowing saliva beside him. Come sit down and eat together. This sentence was waited for a long time. Zhang Xiaofan quickly sat down, and a slice of beef was dipped in the pot for less than 10 seconds before she began to wolf it down, completely disregarding her goddess image. Eat slowly, don't burn yourself. Brother Yi is so nice. He still cares about me, but so touching. The taming degree increased by another 3. It seems changing locations was the right move. There are more opportunities to increase the taming degree. Of course, Yi Yuan was unaware that this 3 of taming degree did not come from the food, but from casually telling her to eat slowly. Is this considered care? Hisu has been chasing you like a devoted dog for over half a year, yet you weren't moved. Therefore, one cannot be too good to women, or they will take it for granted. If he had allowed her to sit at the table to eat from the beginning, he probably wouldn't have increased this 3 of the taming degree. It seems the big stick must continue to swing. Zhang Xiaofan observed Yi Yuan while eating. He devoured meat and drank from a large bowl. How enviable. However, Zhang Xiaofan was quite restrained and did not ask for beer. At this moment, Yi Yuan said, "You performed well today." He poured a glass of wine and pushed it in front of her. From now on, just be obedient. I guarantee you will never go hungry. Yi Yuan only desired Zhang Xiaofan's compliance. Her hidden thoughts were of no importance. Maximize taming. Review the attribute once more. This was Yi Yuan's goal. Brother Yi, you are too kind. Zhang Xiaofan held her beer cup, overwhelmed with excitement. Women from Shudu had a high alcohol tolerance. She finished it in one go and let out a satisfied burp. Then the taming level increased by another 2. Feeding remained effective. However, she must not take it for granted, otherwise she would not feel grateful, and no amount of feeding would increase the taming level. Now only 10 was needed to review the attribute once more. Yi Yuan ate hot pot, pondering. Once Zhang Xiaofan's taming level reached 95, it might be the last time he reviewed her attributes. At that time, would he take her away with him or leave her behind? Despite being a walking arsenal, escaping the old city was still fraught with difficulties. Zhang Xiaofan was clearly a burden. Bringing her along was utterly irrational. Leaving her behind would be a death sentence. Betrayal and abandonment were common among survivors in the apocalypse, and Yi Yuan had grown accustomed to it. He exhaled softly, temporarily setting aside those thoughts. There would surely be a way when they reached the mountain. Perhaps there was even a 100 taming level waiting. Brother Yi, why the sigh? Do you have something on your mind? Stop with the nonsense. Once you're full, go wash the pot. I'm not full yet. Zhang Xiaofan wrinkled her cute nose and buried her head in her meat. Deep down, Yi Yuan did not want to leave Zhang Xiaofan behind, because he was uncertain if she had antibodies. With the blood mist descending, survivors inhaled the virus daily. Even without rain, most would gradually turn into corpses. Having Zhang Xiaofan by his side was like carrying a ticking time bomb. If she turned and bit him while he was asleep, it would be unjust. Just as Yi Yuan thought this, a voice in his mind prompted, when you consecutively review the attributes 3 times on a target, they will automatically become your follower with a taming level of 100 and will absolutely obey your commands. Followers are immune to the blood mist virus, but they cannot be immune to the corpse poison within zombies. What? If he reviewed the attributes 3 times, the taming level would reach 100, and Zhang Xiaofan would automatically become his follower. And she would be immune to the blood mist virus. Damn, it seemed he had to take her with him. despite the difficulties of escaping the old city with a burden. However, on the flip side, having another person was equivalent to having more help. As long as Zhang Xiaofan became a follower, she would definitely not harbor ill intentions. Then he could train her to use weapons without worry. Two people each with a shotgun would have a higher success rate when breaking. Yuan no longer troubled himself with the matter, and his mood brightened. I'm full. Remember to wash the pot later. Also, your bedroom is now mine. You can sleep in the guest room. After saying this, Yuan walked into Zhang Xiaofan's bedroom and slammed the door shut. Zhang Xiaofan was dumbfounded, but she had no way to resist. She could only mutter to herself, isn't that too domineering? Even my bedroom has been taken. Whatever, let's eat hot pot first. The beef is so delicious. There's still half a bottle of beer. While Zhang Xiaofan was focused on her meal, Yuan had already locked the bedroom door and was preparing to continue duplicating weapons. He took out grenades and assault rifles. After a moment of thought, he decided to duplicate a batch of grenades first. Assault rifles were mainly used against people, as shotguns and grenades were most effective against zombies. Yuan summoned the mysterious power within him, transforming it into an invisible printer. Then he enveloped the modified space warehouse over the wine jar. The target locked onto the grenades in the space warehouse. He began local duplication. Soon one grenade was duplicated into 2, then 4, 8, 16. Before long, Yuan had duplicated 1,000 grenades. Moreover, the entire process was completed within the space warehouse, and all the duplicated grenades remained in the warehouse. There were no safety risks. Yuan took out a grenade, feeling its weight. It was ice cold to the touch. A sense of security washed over him. With this batch of grenades, the success rate of breaking out of the main city would be much higher. The time to duplicate grenades wasn't long, but it consumed a lot of mental energy, so he needed to rest for a bit. Yuan put the grenades back into the space warehouse. Lying on the bed filled with a woman's fragrance, he slightly closed his eyes and entered a light sleep state. He didn't dare to sleep too deeply. After Zhang Xiaofan finished the beef hot pot, the sky outside had already darkened. After tidying up the dining table, her phone vibrated. It was a call from Hisu. Zhang Xiaofan hesitated for a moment and chose not to answer. She felt conflicted inside. Hisu liked her very much. He was wealthy, powerful, influential, and would even send a helicopter to rescue her. Aside from being lustful and short, he had no other flaws. Logically, encountering such a strong supporter in the apocalypse should be a sure win. Zhang Xiaofan had thought so before. However, everything changed after Yuan appeared. His limitless duplication ability was an invincible cheat in any era and was even more precious in the apocalypse. This thigh was thicker. Moreover, she was the first woman Yuan encountered. Proximity brought opportunity. Clinging to Yuan's thigh was the wisest choice. But Hisu was indeed quite good to her. Even if she was only pretending to get along with him out of fear of the He family, one should at least inform the other party when ending a relationship. So Zhang Xiaofan answered the phone. Xiaofan, why did it take you so long to pick up the phone? How are you doing now? Have you eaten? Hisu was as caring as ever, but Zhang Xiaofan was no longer moved. She even felt a bit of disgust. She knew very well that Hisu liked her, but his lechery was notorious. Perhaps at that very moment while talking to her, he was holding another woman. Perhaps it was precisely because she acted reserved that Hisu became infatuated. Men and women were the same. The more unattainable something was, the more precious it seemed. Zhang Xiaofan calmed her mixed thoughts and said calmly, I've already eaten. I was washing the dishes just now, and my phone was set to vibrate, so I didn't hear it. On the other end of the call, Hisu obviously breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. If you can hold on for one more night, I'll send a helicopter to pick you up tomorrow morning. I've received news from above that the blood mist and blood rain belong to the virus, but the blood mist is relatively mild. However, long-term exposure to the blood mist, you could potentially turn into a zombie. But don't worry, there's no blood mist in Luhua. There's sunlight every day, and it's already under military control, very safe. As long as you get here, you don't have to worry about turning into a corpse. What? Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback. Her previously calm emotions became tense again. No way. Even if Brother Yi could infinitely duplicate food and weapons, as long as they were in the blood mist, there was potential risk. Currently, the probability of turning into a corpse was unclear. It might be high or it could be low. Zhang Xiaofan did not dare to gamble. Her mind was consumed with a single thought. Quickly leave the main city and head to Luhua. There was no blood mist there. It was a true safe zone. However, she needed to think of a way to bring Brother Yi along. Zhang Xiaofan had an unsettling premonition that it would be difficult to take Yuan along. It was clear that Yuan did not trust Hisu. Zhang Xiaofan knew a bit about Hisu. He was arrogant and vengeful, making it unlikely that he would easily take. She needed to come up with a plan. On the phone, Hisu was oblivious to Zhang Xiaofan's changing expressions. He continued to speak incessantly to himself. Xiaofan, there's something I need to tell you in advance. The helicopter can't land on your building, so a ladder will be dropped. Just hold on tight to the ladder when it comes down. Just hang in there. We have no choice during these special times. Besides picking you up, the helicopter will also go to Yiping Tanxiang to pick up Aunt Rian. She is the wife of my Uncle Gu. Jiang Xiaofan knew of this Uncle Gu Yiming, a true big shot in Shidu. He managed real estate, supermarkets, and hotels. Especially the supermarkets, which had 3700 stores in Shidu alone, covering every neighborhood. Regardless of whether they were foreign or domestic supermarket brands, they would be eliminated by Gu Yiming, leaving him as the sole dominant force. The Gu family monopolized the livelihoods of 20 million people in Shidu, making him a truly formidable. However, now it was the end of the world. Jiang Xiaofan didn't care about these matters as she initially planned to brush it off, but suddenly had a brilliant idea. Hisu mentioned that the helicopter would drop a ladder tomorrow. That could work. Hisu, when you come to pick me up tomorrow, why not bring Yi Yuan along? You said that if he gives you food, you would take him with you. The person on the other end of the line obviously paused. Yi Yuan, the food was given to you by him. That's not right, he was just messing with me yesterday. How could he give you food? Jiang Xiaofan was unaware that Yi Yuan had been toying with Hisu. Even if he had, she didn't care. She only wanted to take Yi Yuan with her to Luhu. The food was given to me by Yi Yuan. And today he saved me. Jiang Xiaofan recounted how intruders had broken into her home, and how Yi Yuan had eliminated them from the. However, she did not mention that Yi Yuan was staying at her place. Are you saying that Yi Yuan broke into your house and threatened you to take him with you tomorrow? Jiang Xiaofan feigned grievance and said, yes, he said you promised him. Moreover, his condition for saving me was that he had to leave on your helicopter. And he also said that he would tie a rope around both our waists. We would hang together from the ladder. If you cut the ladder, he would make me fall with him to feed the zombies. You wouldn't leave me to feed the zombies, would you? Jiang Xiaofan acted aggrieved, but internally she was laughing. She deliberately portrayed Yi Yuan as a thug, hoping to make Hisu wary. As long as they used one rope to bind brother Yi and herself together, they would be safe climbing the ladder. Once on the helicopter, brother Yi would pull out a shotgun and threaten the pilot to change course. Luhu was so vast. They could randomly find a place to land, knock the pilot out, and then hide away to develop slowly. With brother Yi's strength, he could quickly become a local power. He Xiaoming, after careful consideration, decided to personally call Gu Yiming. Although he let Yi Yuan return to Luhu, he couldn't stir up any waves. But better safe than sorry, he had seen too many boats capsizing in the gutter. For insurance, it would be best to eliminate Yi Yuan sooner rather than later. After all, the He family had participated in the dark plot against Yi Yuan's parents. With a grudge that could not coexist, if Yi Yuan returned to Luhu, it might lead to mutual destruction. After the call connected, He Xiaoming immediately informed Gu Yiming about Yi Yuan's situation. The latter also took it seriously, as he was the mastermind behind the nefarious plan. Moreover, tomorrow's helicopter rescue included Gu Yiming's wife, who was trapped in Yiping. If Yi Yuan gets on the helicopter, in case he does something extreme, even out of anger, and harms his own wife, Gu Yiming's reputation would be ruined. Ordinary survivors in the apocalypse do not prioritize reputation. However, someone like Gu Yiming, even in this world, belonged to the pinnacle of the food chain and must consider his own face. Rest assured, brother He, leave this matter to me. I will notify the higher-ups to deploy 2 light machine guns and a rocket launcher tomorrow, ensuring that Yi Yuan won't leave the old city alive. As for your nephew's girlfriend, she may die alongside him. You must keep this under wraps. Neither of us is someone to be overly sentimental. You can discern what is heavier and what is lighter. After hanging up, He Xiaoming let out a light breath. Gu Yiming's methods were as ruthless as ever. To eliminate even the son's girlfriend was to be killed. However, this was a wise decision. Women are merely women in the apocalypse. As long as there is food and strength, there can be as many as one desires. Jiang Xiaofan was still unaware that her seemingly flawless scheme had already attracted deadly misfortune. But a woman's sixth sense is quite sharp. After finishing her call with Hisu, she remained restless, feeling uneasy. Everything was going too smoothly. Jiang Xiaofan wanted to discuss this with Yi Yuan, but after knocking on the door twice with no response, she went to knock on the bedroom door. Brother Yi, what are you doing? Open the door quickly. I have something important to discuss with you. Yi Yuan glanced at the time. He could get up now. In truth, he had known Jiang Xiaofan was knocking, but simply didn't want to acknowledge her. When dealing with women, one must not always be accommodating. It's essential to make her worry about you, to be anxious, even to cry for you. In short, one must occupy her heart to improve loyalty. What are you yelling about? Did you eat too much meat at dinner and are hungry again? Jiang Xiaofan rolled her eyes. Am I that kind of glutton? Humph. Brother Yi, let's talk outside. It's very important. Jiang Xiaofan led Yi Yuan to the living room and recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuan's brows immediately furrowed into a frown. What do you think, Brother Yi? Is there a problem? I just feel everything is too smooth but makes me uneasy. Yi Yuan lit a cigarette and took a deep puff without speaking. There was indeed an issue. However, Jiang Xiaofan was not bad. She had been successfully turned and had deceived Hisu into thinking she would leave with him. Of course, Yi Yuan understood in his heart. If he didn't possess the ability to infinitely replicate, she wouldn't take this risk. Relationships in society are ultimately about mutual interests. Truth and falsehood mixed together. As long as one understands this, it's enough. After finishing a cigarette, Yuan said, I know Hisu better than you do. He won't let me reach Luhu alive. Even if he considers your safety. He lets me on the helicopter, but what happens once I'm on? Do you think I will be invincible just because I have a gun? What if they have arranged 4 or 5 gunmen on the plane in advance? The moment I board, I will have a gun pointed at my head, and I would be at their mercy. Thus we must resolutely avoid boarding the helicopter. Zhang Xiaofan immediately shook her head saying, Brother Yi, we won't board the helicopter. Let's hang on the hoist and tie a rope around our waists. If the people on the helicopter start shooting at you, I will fall with you. I believe Hisu won't do that. It appears to be an unsolvable dilemma, but Yi Yuan saw many flaws. Didn't you say the helicopter would also pick up Lu Ruyan? If we hang on the hoist, how will they pick Lu Ruyan up onto the helicopter when we reach Yiping Tangxiang? One sentence enlightened Zhang Xiaofan. If the people on the hoist do not board the helicopter, those below cannot come up. It's impossible for all 3 of us to hang on the hoist. Moreover, Yi Yuan knew that the helicopter pilot might turn into a zombie, so he would definitely not board the helicopter. You are unaware of my relationship with the He family and the Gu family. It's not something that can be explained in a few words. However, one thing is certain: the main purpose of this helicopter rescue is to kill me. Of course, in my past life, no helicopter was sent to kill Yi Yuan because he had never shown himself. But in this life, he has already been exposed and toyed with Hisu, and even if Hisu is foolish, he would probably have some suspicions. Once this matter is revealed to his father, he's showing things will become even more complicated. Perhaps to eliminate future threats, even Zhang Xiaofan might be killed. Yi Yuan understood them all too well. Listen to me, we cannot board the helicopter tomorrow. Of course not. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Zhang Xiaofan quickly shook her head. I won't leave. Why? I want to stay with Brother Yi. Yi Yuan raised an eyebrow. What, do you like me now? That's not it. I just want to stay by your side. Yi Yuan nodded, half smiling. He was well aware of what Zhang Xiaofan was thinking. But it didn't matter. There is no love without a reason in this world. Only those with capabilities can have followers. Relationships between men and women are merely alliances. There's no need to take them too seriously. But Brother Yi, how do we leave the main city? Hisu said the blood mist is also a virus. Long-term inhalation may lead to becoming a zombie. Currently, only Luhu is not shrouded in blood mist. We need to find a way to get to Luhu. Yi Yuan, having lived again, certainly knew that Luhu was the safest place. However, he had antibodies. He didn't need to worry about the blood mist. Moreover, if he gained Zhang Xiaofan's loyalty again, she would automatically become his follower, and she would also be immune to the blood mist virus. I have my ways to take you out of the main city. You don't need to worry, though I can guarantee that the blood mist won't turn you into. As for the reason, don't ask. In Zhang Xiaofan's mind, Yi Yuan was a master. His words were absolutely credible. I trust Brother Yi. Quietly, her loyalty increased by another 2, reaching 90. Just 5 more, and she could refresh her loyalty one last time. It seemed that this would not be difficult. She would probably reach 95 by tomorrow. Yi Yuan glanced at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, a time when one should be sleeping. However, he had just woken up. His spirits were high. It was just right to take care of things tonight. What's the password for your front door? I'm going out to handle something. You won't need to let me in when I return. Yi Yuan peeked outside through the peephole. There were no zombies. It was quite safe. Zhang Xiaofan provided the door code, and he held the shotgun, then opened the door and stepped out. Brother Yi, be careful. Yi Yuan did not respond and walked straight upstairs. He was unsure if there were zombies above. He needed to clear the place out tonight and hide on the roof by early morning. Hisu wanted to kill Yi Yuan. But didn't Yi Yuan also want to kill him? Previously, when he toyed with him during the video call, it was to provoke Hisu. If that guy personally took the helicopter here, Yi Yuan would hide on the roof in advance, suddenly shoot the pilot, and the helicopter would crash. Of course, even if Hisu didn't come, Yi Yuan still needed to take down the helicopter. His position had already been exposed. Without a doubt, there would be gunmen sent by the He family on the helicopter. Rather than passively enduring attacks, it was better to take the initiative. The old and dilapidated building in the city usually stands only 7 or 8 stories tall. After Yuan killed 2 zombies, he smoothly arrived at the top platform, where ropes were hung out to dry bedding along with 2 sheets that had not yet been collected. It slightly obstructed his view. Yuan pulled the sheets away, and his field of vision became clear. Tomorrow he planned to hide in the flat attic, waiting for the helicopter sent by Hisu to arrive, so he could open fire from the attic. His marksmanship was not something to be concerned about. In his past life, in order to seek revenge, Yuan first joined the Lu Lake Border Defense Army and had to go out daily to kill zombies. He had developed commendable shooting skills. After all, killing zombies required headshots. In just a year, even a novice could be honed into a master. Moreover, tomorrow he would be shooting at the helicopter pilot. Headshots were not necessary. As long as the bullets hit the body, it would suffice. The only uncertainty was how low the helicopter would fly tomorrow. If the distance was close and not high off the ground, he could use a shotgun for a decisive shot. However, if the distance was far, the shotgun's accuracy and power would be greatly diminished, and he would definitely need to use an automatic rifle then. While feeling mentally alert, Yuan decided to modify his super automatic rifle. Fortunately, the zombies in the stairwell had been cleared. The rooftop was also very safe. Tired of being cooped up indoors, Yuan took a stool from his storage space, sat down, lit a cigarette, and began to modify the super automatic rifle. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan, who remained at home, appeared restless internally, struggling fiercely. Should I really? She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her bright and captivating eyes gazing out at the mesmerizing blood mist beneath the streetlight, while the low growl of zombies echoed from downstairs. Zhang Xiaofan nervously retreated to the living room, sitting on the sofa. The world is like this, why should I still care about these things? I am a woman who is completely defenseless. Only by following a strong man like Yuan can I survive. Perhaps Yuan will have many women in the future. But as long as I become the first, he should not treat me poorly. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan's expression became determined. She pushed open her bedroom door, opened the wardrobe, and deliberately chose a gossamer camisole nightgown from a row of exquisite clothes. She then put on a pair of black stockings. Standing in front of the mirror, she admired her perfect figure, which looked captivating from every angle. Zhang Xiaofan knew she was beautiful. She also realized that her beauty was her greatest asset. That was why during university, while her roommates had all dated, she had not. Despite having countless admirers, Zhang Xiaofan believed that only the most exceptional, rich, and handsome men were worthy of her, and she refused to settle for someone average. Even if it was just holding hands, she would feel sullied. No wonder people say that when looking for a girlfriend, one should find a beautiful one, as the prettier they are, the cleaner they seem. It is not that beautiful women are pure-hearted, but rather that their beauty prevents them from casually sharing their beds with just anyone. Men are the same. The clientele at the foot massage parlor are all average-looking rough men. It's not that handsome men don't want to go, but rather they cannot overcome their own mental barrier. Walking into the foot massage parlor with a handsome face feels like a sheep entering a wolf pack. No matter which technician takes a bite, one feels they have suffered a loss. It is precisely this narcissistic mindset that has allowed Zhang Xiaofan to remain chaste to this day. She turned off the lights in her bedroom, and with a mix of anxiety and anticipation lay down on her bed, pretending to sleep. Although the man she admired was rich and handsome, the wealth did not matter much. After all, she was wealthy herself. As long as he was tall and handsome, Yuan met both criteria, and now that it was the apocalypse, his ability to replicate infinitely was the greatest wealth in this world. Rich and handsome. Who else could compare to Yuan? Unknowingly, the taming degree above Zhang Xiaofan's head surged from 90 to 95 in an instant. She had reached the requirement for the third stripping of the entry. However, Yuan was still up on the rooftop replicating the super automatic rifle, completely unaware of what was happening with Zhang Xiaofan. At this moment, she lay on the bed with her eyes closed, but her thoughts were like drifting snowflakes, continually wandering. She felt a bit worried. After all, Yuan had taken over my bedroom. What if he was a steel straight man who thought I was here to fight him for the bedroom and wanted to kick me out? That would be so awkward. However, Zhang Xiaofan quickly thought of an excuse. If Yuan really lacks romantic sensibility and tries to kick me out, I can just say I have a habit of sleeping in beds. After all, the bedroom is mine. Sleeping here every day, I've formed a habit and forgotten that it has changed owners. Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel delighted, thinking she was quite clever. Once the inner anxiety was set aside, her mood lightened considerably. Meanwhile, Yuan had yet to finish his cigarette, but had already successfully replicated the super automatic rifle. After all, he had experience replicating shotguns. Although the feeding tube of the shotgun was different from that of the automatic rifle, the principle was the same. Both involved extending the internal space and spring, and the operation was quite simple provided he mastered the ability of localized integrated replication. The super automatic rifle had a magazine capacity of 10,000 rounds. In fact, this latest domestic automatic rifle could achieve a shooting lifespan of 15,000 rounds. However, Yuan was not lacking in weapons and ammunition. There was no need to be stingy with the figures. A magazine capacity of 10,000 rounds could ensure absolute reliability in terms of accuracy and safety. Yuan stored the automatic rifle and the chair back into his storage space. He stretched lazily, preparing to go back and rest. As he walked into the attic, he suddenly stopped, looking at the attic's blinds with a flash of inspiration. Behind the blinds was the best position to ambush the helicopter. However, his view was obstructed. Yuan took out the automatic rifle, broke two of the slats, allowing the barrel to extend out while maintaining an unobstructed view. Perfect. He'll stake out here tomorrow. He casually flicked away the cigarette, but Yuan carefully returned to the 5th floor with the shotgun, and when he opened the door, the living room light was on. But he did not see Zhang Xiaofan. He called out a few times, but no one responded. Could she have turned into a zombie? In his past life, when Yuan returned to Lu Lake and did not see Zhang Xiaofan, it was not necessarily because the helicopter had crashed. It could also be that she had turned into a zombie early. Please don't let it be that way. I still have one more entry to strip. Yuan locked the main door behind him, cautiously drew his pistol, and slowly approached the outside of Zhang Xiaofan's bedroom. He knocked on the door, but still received no response. He checked the bathroom, which was damp, and still smelled of shower. This indicated that Jiang Xiaofan had just taken a shower. However, he searched the kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, and balcony, but still could not find her. Now only his own bedroom remained. Yuan approached the door, gently turned the doorknob, which moved, indicating it was not locked. He raised his gun with his right hand and pushed the door open with his left. Through the dim light of the street lamp outside, he could vaguely see a graceful silhouette lying on the bed. Her sleeping posture was unintentional, but incredibly alluring. It was Jiang Xiaofan. Her body gently rose and fell, indicating her breathing was steady, and she had definitely not turned into a zombie. What's going on? Wasn't it agreed that the master bedroom belonged to me? It seems I've been too good to you. After reprimanding you, you still don't learn your lesson. Yuan's gaze turned cold as he prepared to loudly scold Jiang Xiaofan awake. Suddenly his attention was drawn to the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head. Taming degree 95. While after going to the rooftop it jumped to 95. He could strip the entry for the third time. Yuan put away his pistol and slowly approached the bedside. He looked at the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head, showing a taming degree of 95. This was the last time he would strip her of her attributes. He wondered what kind of powers he could gain. At that moment Yuan could hardly contain his excitement, and his breathing became rapid. Jiang Xiaofan, who was pretending to be asleep, heard his heavy breaths and began to imagine. All men are the same. They become beasts when they see a beautiful woman, especially when it comes to someone as stunning as me. Jiang Xiaofan was confident and a bit arrogant. However, after waiting for a moment, she saw that Yuan made no further moves. What's going on? Is Yigu a wooden man? Or is he just incapable? Jiang Xiaofan's long eyelashes fluttered, she squinted slightly, and caught a glimpse of Yuan standing there motionless. He really looked like a wooden man. Has Yigu been infected by corpse poison? Will he turn into a corpse? He shouldn't, right? People about to turn into corpses are generally very agitated, unlike Yigu, who seems so calm right now. Jiang Xiaofan was utterly confused. Little did she know Yuan was standing there dumbfounded because of the 95 taming degree card above her head. This was the last chance. If he stripped it away, Xiaofan could become his servant, permanently immune to blood mist, and then he would have an extra helper to escape the city. Yuan focused his mind on the attributes above Jiang Xiaofan's head. I'm stripping. In an instant, a mysterious force surged into Yuan's body. At the same time, the information on the card also changed. Servant. Jiang Xiaofan. Attributes: Strength 8, Constitution 8, Agility 9, Spirit 9. Powers: none can be granted by the master. Current taming degree, 100. After the third strip, Jiang Xiaofan's taming degree automatically rose to 100. A 100 taming degree meant absolute loyalty. Moreover, it also meant he could grant her powers. Currently, Yuan only had one ability, 3D printing. Of course, there were 3 different abilities under that. They were infinite replication, partial integrated replication, and the newly acquired ability. Though he hadn't checked the third ability, yet it was presumably related to replication. 3D printing was too overpowered. Even though Jiang Xiaofan had reached a 100 taming degree, Yuan couldn't possibly grant it to her. For now, he would check the newly acquired ability. Yuan summoned the attribute panel. Yuan. Attributes: Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 10, Spirit 9. Powers: 3D printing, infinite replication, partial integrated replication, living being replication. The third ability could actually replicate living beings. With a thought, Yuan displayed a detailed description of the ability in his mind. Living being replication can print and replicate low-level intelligent life forms, such as pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, fish, and shrimp, but cannot replicate memories. Wow. The ability to replicate even living beings is incredible. This essentially means the power to create life. Although it cannot replicate their memories, what does it matter? The replicated beings will have entirely new memories. Isn't that even better? Since low-level intelligent life forms can be replicated, non-intelligent ones are a given. For instance, various plants. The blood mist covering the sky, species extinction. Impossible. As long as I'm here, species cannot go extinct. Yuan's first goal is revenge. But after avenging his deep-seated grudges, he must develop his own power and collect various samples in advance for future replication. Plant samples are not urgent for now. Even though the fog obscured the sunlight, causing the plant's photosynthesis to weaken, it didn't mean there was no light at all. In weak light conditions, they wouldn't die immediately. The urgent matter is animal samples. This needs to be planned out carefully. I'll at least wait until escaping the main city before proceeding. Yuan pulled back his thoughts. Then with a thought, the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head disappeared. This was a new function after becoming a servant. Yuan could hide her personal information card whenever he wanted and summon it again when needed. That's better. Having a card floating above her head made her seem like a robot. Without this card, she felt more like a living, breathing person. Now that Xiaofan's taming degree had reached 100, Yuan contemplated taking her out tomorrow to let her personally kill zombies. Besides honing her shooting skills, the most important part of practical training is cultivating courage. Only by facing zombies bravely could she avoid losing her composure when zombies pounce. He didn't want to be caught off guard when leaving the city and find Xiaofan frightened. It would be a pity if the hard-won servant got eaten by zombies. The real danger would be disrupting his plan to exit the city. As for grenades, he couldn't let Jiang Xiaofan touch them for now. These things are deadly weapons. Although he can replicate them infinitely, he fears Xiaofan might panic and drop a grenade at her feet. That would be quite a situation. Yi Yuan pondered the plan for tomorrow while the pretending to sleep Jiang Xiaofan was thinking about something else. As she became a servant and her taming degree reached 100, her admiration for Yi Yuan grew deeper. Unknowingly, her thoughts began to change. Is Yi Gu a blockhead? Why is he just standing there? I must take the initiative. Jiang Xiaofan suddenly opened her eyes, stopped pretending, and declared her intentions. On the other side, Hisu couldn't fall asleep no matter what. His mind was filled with the strikingly beautiful figure of Jiang Xiaofan. He had deliberately gone to bed early tonight and didn't roll in the sheets with the woman he was keeping. Tonight, he would rest well. Tomorrow, when Jiang Xiaofan came to Luhua, he had to give it his all, at least for 5 minutes. He had pursued her for over half a year without success. Now that it was the end of the world, Xiaofan shouldn't have any reason to reject him, right? Only I can protect you. If I kill Yi Yuan tomorrow, Xiaofan can smoothly reach Luhua, and then we will never part again. Hisu was dreaming sweet dreams. He wished he could bring Jiang Xiaofan over right now. Unfortunately, the outside was crawling with zombies. He could only take out his phone and send a message to Jiang Xiaofan. Xiaofan, darling, what are you doing? He waited for 10 minutes without a reply. That shouldn't be right, it's not even 8 o'clock yet. Is she already asleep? I got it, it's the end of the world now. Everyone must have their phones on silent. Xiaofan probably didn't hear it. Ooh, I'll send another message. So Hisu sent another message. Xiaofan, I miss you. Let's have a video call. He waited for another 10 minutes and still got no reply. No way. Has it really been this long without a message? Xiaofan, what are you doing? Is that bastard Yi Yuan? This time Hisu started to feel anxious. Jiang Xiaofan had said that Yi Yuan had kidnapped her. A lone man and woman, and Xiaofan was so beautiful. What if that bastard Yi Yuan had some ulterior motive? Although the possibility was low. After all, he was counting on leaving tomorrow in his own helicopter. Even if Yi Yuan was under the influence of the bug, he should be able to hold himself back. But Xiaofan just wouldn't reply. Had she fallen asleep, or was she being bullied? Yi Yuan, you bastard, you better behave. If I find out what you did to Xiaofan, I'll make you wish you were dead tomorrow. Hisu cursed to himself. An hour later, he finally received a reply from Jiang Xiaofan. I just fell asleep. The zombie screams downstairs woke me up, and I just saw your message. She replied. Finally, she replied. Hisu quickly sent a video call. He needed to see with his own eyes that Jiang Xiaofan was fine to feel reassured. After the video call connected, Hisu looked at Jiang Xiaofan and breathed a sigh of relief. Although the room was dimly lit, it resembled the yellowish light of a street lamp. Nevertheless, he could make out that Jiang Xiaofan was neatly dressed, yet she appeared very fatigued, likely due to Xiaofan. I'm relieved to see you're alright. You should continue to sleep. Wait a moment. Just as Hisu was about to end the video call, Jiang Xiaofan called to stop him. Can you come to pick me up in person tomorrow? Me? To pick you up by helicopter? That seems a bit difficult. Hisu did not immediately refuse, but internally, he was extremely reluctant. Since the apocalypse erupted, he had never left Lu Lake. Moreover, only Lu Lake was not shrouded in blood mist. He had not breathed in the blood mist, so he was unsure if he had antibodies. If he left Lu Lake and was infected by the blood mist and turned into a zombie, it would be a huge loss. It was true that he liked Jiang Xiaofan, but he could not joke with his own life. After a moment of hesitation, Hisu stammered, Xiaofan, I'm sorry, but I have something important tomorrow, so I can't come to pick you up in person. I hope you understand. Jiang Xiaofan immediately employed the usual tactics of women. No matter how angry or spoiled she acted, Hisu remained firm, unwilling to leave Lu Lake. After hanging up the video call, Jiang Xiaofan was quite puzzled. Brother Yi, why won't you let me confront Hisu? We are already in this situation. Now that it's the apocalypse, there's no need to hide anything, right? Yi Yuan revealed a meaningful smile. There's no rush, just play with Hisu for now. It's a pity he won't come to pick you up in person tomorrow, sigh. Upon hearing Yi Yuan's sigh, Jiang Xiaofan seemed to understand. Brother Yi, are you trying to lure Hisu over to kill him? Yi Yuan nodded. Jiang Xiaofan's obedience had reached 100, and some things did not need to be hidden from her. However, Jiang Xiaofan felt a bit confused. Why did she not feel anything wrong when Brother Yi said he wanted to kill Hisu earlier, although she had only pretended to be Hisu's girlfriend? But human beings are not mere wood or grass. Even if she did not like Hisu, at least he had not harmed her and had been infatuated for half a year. Logically, she should not be so cold-blooded. Hearing that Brother Yi wanted to kill him, she was surprisingly unperturbed. Why was that? Jiang Xiaofan could, unbeknownst to her, after becoming Yi Yuan's servant, her thoughts had already been influenced, and she unconsciously viewed problems from Yi Yuan's perspective. Brother Yi, how about I send Hisu a video message? This time I will force him to come pick me up in person, and then you can. After saying this, Jiang Xiaofan was startled by her own words. Why had her change been so rapid, even proactively suggesting helping brother Yi kill Hisu? Well, forget it, I won't think about these things anymore. I don't like Hisu, and now that I am brother Yes woman, I naturally have to consider brother Yes interests. Jiang Xiaofan quickly completed her psychological adjustment and no longer doubted her change in mindset. Yi Yuan, however, shook his head. Forget it, don't send Hisu a video message anymore, it might raise his suspicions. In fact, it did not matter whether Hisu came or not. Neither the He family, nor the Gu family, nor any of the influential people in Lu Lake dared to leave recklessly, because they had never come into contact with the blood mist. No one knew if they had antibodies. Especially after a month, the vast majority would transform into corpses due to the blood mist, which meant that only a very few would have antibodies. The influential people in Lu Lake were even more reluctant to leave. Less than a 10 chance. No one dared to take that gamble. Conversely, Lu Lake was an absolute safe zone, but it was also a prison that confined them. Their enemies were all in Lu Lake. They could not escape. They had plenty of time to play slowly, allowing them to die in despair. Reflecting on his past life experiences, after his revenge failed, and he was captured, he suffered inhumane torment for a long time, ultimately being skinned and flayed by Hisu. The deep-seated hatred would never allow them to die easily. The next morning, after breakfast, Yi Yuan took Jiang Xiaofan to the top floor. Before leaving, he had already packed all the clothes, pants, and important items into his storage. This house could no longer be lived in. After today, regardless of whether the helicopter would be shot down, they would completely tear their faces with their enemies. They needed to find a new place. Otherwise, it would be hard to sleep peacefully. Yi Yuan was well aware that the few enemies in Lu Lake did not have the strength to mobilize the army, but they had good connections with the big shots in the Ministry of Culture. It was still feasible to rent a civilian helicopter with some supplies. Plus, they needed to get some weapons and ammunition. Killing someone in the city was still quite easy, so they could not let their guard down. Upon reaching the top floor, the two hid in the attic, and Yi Yuan took out 2 chairs to sit and rest. Brother Yi, we actually don't need to hide in the attic. Even if you want to shoot down the helicopter, you could just shoot directly from the balcony in a bit. Yi Yuan lit a cigarette, took a deep breath before responding. It's not that simple. Hisu, this rich second generation, doesn't have many resources, and with his capabilities, he can't summon a helicopter. You mentioned yesterday that this rescue also includes Lu Rian. She is Gu Yiming's wife. So the helicopter should have been summoned through connections by Gu Yiming. Given his unscrupulous nature, he is very likely to issue indiscriminate attack orders. He definitely won't give me any time. If the machine guns start shooting, you might die alongside me. Oh, Jiang Xiaofan was stunned. She had never considered such an outcome. What do you mean? Do you think the Gu family would care about a mere Hisu? Hisu is cautious. Gu Yiming would not care about your life. For their own interests, they could sacrifice anyone. Jiang Xiaofan was not foolish. The more she thought about it, the more she felt Yi Yuan was right. She had heard that Gu Yiming was a legendary figure in Shidu. Not to mention, just the fact that the Gu family controlled the livelihoods of over 20 million people in Shidu was something that ordinary people could not achieve. Besides having a powerful background, one also needed decisive and ruthless methods. Brother Yi, I trust you. Whatever you say, I will do, following you to enjoy the good life. I am determined to cling to this big leg of yours. Even if you push me away, I won't leave. Yi Yuan smiled. Since she was already a servant, what did it matter if she clung to him? She would do whatever he said. In fact, Yi Yuan could take Jiang Xiaofan and leave hiding in an unknown place to develop quietly. However, wealth and danger are intertwined. If the helicopter were shot down and did not explode, there would be an opportunity to obtain new weapons if there were gunmen. The weapons equipped on the helicopter would at least be light machine guns. At 8:30, Hisu sent a message saying the helicopter had set off. In 15 minutes, a Jixiang Bird 313 helicopter arrived over the community. Yi Yuan immediately noticed the problem. The target of this rescue was only 3 people, yet the Jixiang Bird 313 could carry 27 people. Overkill. Unless something unexpected happened, there were definitely gunmen on the helicopter, and quite a few of them. Yi Yuan was fully alert. He aimed his super automatic rifle at the circling helicopter. Due to the distance and angle, he could not aim at the pilot, so he did not rush to fire. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofan received a text message. It was from Hisu. Xiaofan, the helicopter has arrived, but I haven't seen you. The pilot wants you to go to the balcony with Yi Yuan. After reading the message, Jiang Xiaofan looked at Yi Yuan. Brother Yi, what should we do now? Yi Yuan had anticipated this situation long ago. Regardless of whether the helicopter was genuinely there to rescue or to kill, he needed to see the target first. Putting aside the rescue, if it was indeed a killing attempt, appearing on the balcony would lead to a hail of gunfire from the helicopter's gunmen, resulting in immediate death. Thus, Yi Yuan had already devised a countermeasure. You tell Hisu that I have taken you hostage in the bedroom with the pink curtains hanging to the right of the balcony. I demand that the helicopter lowers its altitude and deploys the ladder before I step out onto the balcony. Jiang Xiaofan was unaware of Yi Yuan's intentions. Nevertheless, she complied. She edited the previous message into a text and sent it to Hisu. Soon a reply came. Xiaofan, tell Yi Yuan to pull back the curtains and wave outside the window. The The pilot needs to confirm your floor and position. After reading the text, Yuan said, you tell him that on the 5th floor only your house has pink curtains. After Zhang Xiaofan sent the message, Hisu replied again, no, the pilot must see you to confirm your exact floor. Damn it was all very clear. 5th floor pink curtains. But the other party insisted on confirming their appearance. It was almost certain that there were gunmen in the helicopter. As soon as they showed themselves, they would be shot to pieces. What should we do, Brother Yi? If we don't show ourselves, the helicopter won't land. Tell Hisu that unless the helicopter deploys the ladder first, I will not show myself. Since they came to kill me, they must be more anxious than I am. The people in the helicopter urgently need to confirm my location. They probably suspect I have already moved. But while you are anxious, I am not. As long as I don't show myself, you won't recklessly open fire. The most important thing now is to get the helicopter to come over and deploy the ladder. As long as the aircraft approaches the building and adjusts its position, there will be an opportunity to aim at the pilot. What Yuan needed to do now was wait. Hisu conveyed the message to the helicopter, which in turn communicated with the people behind the scenes. They were definitely discussing countermeasures and needed some time. About 5 minutes later, the helicopter began to move, first adjusting its body to align the cabin door with the building where Yuan was located. Then the door opened. A man appeared with a rocket launcher, quickly aiming at the window with the pink curtains on the 5th floor. Whoosh! A rocket was fired, hitting Zhang Xiaofan's bedroom in an instant. With a loud explosion, Zhang Xiaofan's home was utterly destroyed, and the entire building shook violently. This was not the end. After the rocket launch, 2 men armed with machine guns appeared at the cabin door, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at Zhang Xiaofan's home. Bastard! Hisu, that beast lied to me, saying he sent a helicopter for rescue, but unexpectedly he meant to kill me too. Fortunately, I listened to Brother Yes' advice. Otherwise, I would have been shot dead by now. Zhang Xiaofan kept cursing angrily. Yuan ignored her and gazed fervently at the helicopter not far away. Damn! Rocket launcher. Machine guns. If I could get hold of these 2 weapons, I'd be rich. The helicopter pilot was very cautious. Because Zhang Xiaofan had told Hisu that she had a gun. Moreover, it was a shotgun. It seemed the people in the helicopter were also worried about being shot down. So they refused to come closer, hovering 70 to 80 meters away, where even being hit by a shotgun would pose no threat to the aircraft. The pilot was very careful. After the helicopter reached the vicinity of the community, it maintained its tail facing the building where Yuan was located, making it impossible to aim at the pilot. But just now, the people inside adjusted the aircraft's position to launch the rocket. Now the cockpit was side-facing the building. Yuan's position was just right to aim at the pilot. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I not only have a shotgun, but also an automatic rifle. Bang! With a gunshot of 5.8 millimeters bullet shot out, instantly hitting the pilot's neck. The bullet rolled through, exiting from the other side of the neck. The pilot was killed on the spot. Although this shot had a lucky element, after a year of killing zombies, Yuan's shooting skills were not something an ordinary person could match. As the pilot was shot, the helicopter lost control and began to tilt. Yuan continued to unleash firepower, his super automatic rifle firing wildly, switching between single shots and bursts effortlessly. The 2 gunmen at the helicopter door were also killed. One died inside the aircraft while the other fell from the door after being shot. Yuan saw clearly that a machine gun also fell along with him. From the outside, it was the latest model of the 7.62mm general-purpose machine gun, equipped with an adjustable 4x scope. Yuan's eyes sparkled with greed, especially for the 4x scope. The new domestic gun family had all parts interchangeable and could be directly mounted on the rails of the automatic rifle. With the scope and Yuan's shooting skills, hitting zombies at medium range with an automatic rifle would not be an issue. However, Yuan was still thinking about that rocket launcher. Now the helicopter was severely tilted, the fuselage shaking incessantly, and the people inside had completely lost their combat effectiveness. It's about to crash. Brother Yi is amazing, taking down the pilot with 1 shot. Zhang Xiaofan was excited. Even though she didn't kill the person herself, she felt a sense of revenge given that the people in the helicopter had fired rockets at her bedroom. She was a fierce woman. She only regretted not having the ability to shoot the people inside the helicopter herself. The helicopter maintained its position in the air for over 10 seconds. Then it crashed down with a loud bang, a cloud of thick smoke rising, killing everyone inside. Damn it. Sigh. Yuan let out a sigh. A helicopter crash does not necessarily lead to an explosion. Clearly this time luck was not on their side, and the aircraft exploded. The rocket launcher inside must have been destroyed. The rockets were also lost, exploded along with the crash. Yuan felt a great loss. Brother Yi, you look like you're in pain. Yuan waved his hand. It's nothing, let's not go down yet, follow me. The 2 walked out of the attic together. Reaching the edge of the top-level railing, they looked down, seeing the crashed helicopter burning fiercely, the violent explosion attracting nearby zombies. The fallen general-purpose machine gun should be close to the explosion point. To retrieve the weapon, they needed to clear out the zombies. Wait here for me. Yuan returned to the attic alone, duplicating a super automatic rifle with a capacity of 10,000 rounds, then handed the gun to Zhang Xiaofan. This gun is for you. Shoot the zombies near the helicopter. Remember to aim for the head. It doesn't matter if you miss, I have plenty of bullets, consider it practice. This was also part of Yi Yuan's earlier plan. As long as Jiang Xiaofan's taming degree reached 100, he could give her weapons and train her shooting skills. Later, when they left the main city, she could also become his assistant. Jiang Xiaofan held the automatic rifle. The cold texture gave her a sense of security. In the apocalypse, only by wielding weapons could one feel assured. But that was only when alone. If a group of people all had weapons, everyone would be on edge. After all, there are no laws or moral constraints in the apocalypse, and no one knew if someone would shoot from behind. Brother Yi, thank you for trusting me so much. Yi Yuan smiled, but did not reply. Without the clear indication of a taming degree reaching 100 in her personal information panel, he would not have trusted Jiang Xiaofan. Next, Yi Yuan taught Jiang Xiaofan how to shoot. The two set up their guns at the top floor, continuously shooting downwards. Without a scope, it was not easy for Yi Yuan to score headshots. However, I had plenty of bullets. Continuous shooting yielded low efficiency. Jiang Xiaofan had decent talent and quickly got into the shooting rhythm. Although her headshot rate was appallingly low, the power of the automatic rifle was not to be underestimated. Hits to the chest created holes the size of peanuts with exit wounds as large as a fist. With a bit of luck, she could even sever a spine. Even if the zombies didn't die, they would lose their ability to move. Just then, Hisu sent another message to Jiang Xiaofan. Xiaofan, have you boarded the helicopter? I can't reach the helicopter pilot anymore. Upon reading Hisu's message, Jiang Xiaofan's murderous aura surged outward. This was no affectation. After incessant gunfire against the undead, her transformation was swift. She now exuded a cold, almost feminine ferocity. You bastard, how dare you text me? A rocket blew up my home. Machine guns swept through my bedroom. Hisu, you animal. When I get back to Lu Hu, I will kill you. She snatched up her phone, ready to launch a voice tirade, but Yi Yuan interrupted at once. Don't bother Hisu now. Finish this first, then we can have our fun with him. Though furious, Jiang Xiaofan immediately calmed under Yi Yuan's command. I will follow, brother. Yes, lead, she said. They resumed firing, shooting in fits and starts. It took them over an hour to clear the zombies around the helicopter. There was no choice. Continuous firing was wearing them down. Their ears ached and their shoulders throbbed. They needed to rest. Let's go downstairs, Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan walked ahead with a shotgun in hand, while Jiang Xiaofan followed empty-handed. He remained uneasy. This was her first time handling a firearm, and if she panicked and accidentally discharged it, the bullet could hit him. That risk was unacceptable. He made her stow the gun. Only after they stepped outside did Yi Yuan hand her a shotgun again, and they proceeded south. All the zombies downstairs had already been dispatched. Soon Yi Yuan found a Type 20 general-purpose machine gun lying on the ground and removed its ammunition box. There were still rounds inside, and the 4x scope was intact. Yi Yuan exhaled in relief, tucked the machine gun into the spatial storage, and resolved to copy it later when he had time. Gazing at the helicopter's burning wreckage not far off, he abandoned the idea of searching it further. Even if the rocket launcher had survived, the rockets themselves had already detonated. Taking the launcher now would be pointless. Let's fall back to the building first and plan for a new shelter, he said. Jiang Xiaofan's home had been destroyed. Yi Yuan's own place was no longer safe either. Even the nearby blocks were insecure. No one knew whether the He family or the Gu family might send helicopters again. They felt perpetually unsettled, unable to sleep without anxiety. They had to find a new refuge nearby. Just as they returned to the building, Jiang Xiaofan received another message. It did not come from Hisu. The VChat avatar was clearly a woman's photo. The first message reads, Xiaofan, are you still alive? And almost immediately several more arrived in quick succession. Xiaofan, I'm so scared. Zombies have been banging on my door. I've seen zombies eat people. If the door gets broken down, I'm done for. I can't reach anyone, and I don't know if you're dead or alive. What am I supposed to do? Yi Yuan looked at the phone and asked, who is it? Jiang Xiaofan replied as she typed, my best friend Fang Xiaowan. She lives in the neighboring Tank Xinjuan complex, and she's also an online celebrity. She sent, Xiaowan, I've been sending you messages the last few days. Why didn't you reply? I thought you'd been eaten by... Fang Xiaowan replied at once, Xiaofan, you silly girl, I'm so glad you're alive. I really thought you were dead. I lost my phone. On the day the apocalypse began, I was about to go downstairs and ran into a group of zombies. I panicked and ran back, accidentally leaving my phone by the door. Not until the day after the zombies outside had left did I open the door to get it. But I must have alerted them. Now they're banging at my door again. What should I do? Jiang Xiaofan felt helpless as she read the messages. It was far too dangerous outside. Even though Fang Xiaowan was her dear friend, she could not risk her life to rescue her, nor did she have the means to do so alone. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. Fang Xiaowan's VChat avatar was clearly a real photo, very beautiful. Even without filters, she would likely be a true beauty. The system had said that goddess-level beauties often came with special tags. Why not try their luck? Tank Xinjuan is just in the next block. Using the alley, it's only 400 or 500 meters. Why don't we go shelter at your friend's place, he suggested. Part of it was a gamble, but Yi Yuan had another consideration. If they randomly found a dwelling nearby, they'd likely have to force the door. A damaged entrance would be insecure at night. Even if they barricaded it with furniture, they would never sleep soundly. Going to Feng Xiaowan's place would be safer. If she turned out not to have any special tag, they could always find another. Zhang Xiaofan quickly messaged Feng Xiaowan. Don't be afraid. Brother Yi and I will come get you. Feng Xiaowan admitted she wouldn't dare go out alone. But with Yi Yuan to bolster her courage, she was no longer frightened. Xiaofan, you're the best. And Brother Yi, thank you so much. There are zombies outside my door. Please be careful. Zhang Xiaofan rolled her eyes and shot back a teasing rebuke. You brat, don't call me that, or I'll beat you up. See you soon. No more chatter. They pocketed their phones, fixed their bearings, and headed down a narrow alley. The old town streets were narrow and the alleys between houses even narrower. Ideal terrain for shotguns where a single defender could hold a choke point against many. Yi Yuan took the lead, and Zhang Xiaofan followed. They'll say it again, you only need to watch our rear. If zombies appear ahead, do not fire. Leave it to me, he warned. Relax, Brother Yi. I won't gamble with your life, she replied. The alley was 5 or 6 meters wide, so they moved with their bodies turned slightly and took small cautious steps. Turning sideways had two advantages: they could see each other more easily, and gun muzzles would not point at their companion. Even in the event of an accidental discharge, it would be less likely to cause casualties. In truth, firearm triggers were not as prone to go off as some imagined. Unless one panicked, completely accidental discharges were rare. Yi Yuan walked in front with his high-capacity shotgun, mowing a path. With him leading, Zhang Xiaofan was relatively safe behind him. She relaxed. There was no reason to panic. Most alley zombies had been drawn away by the helicopter explosion and had already been cleared, so the area felt temporarily secure. They pressed forward. Whenever they reached a blind corner, Yi Yuan would fire a few shots to lure any lurking zombies into the open. 400 meters was not a great distance. The alley held few zombies, and after dispatching 70 or 80 of them, they finally reached the outskirts of the Taiyang complex. A complication presented itself. Taiyang was separated from them by a street more than 10 meters wide. Yi Yuan cautiously peered out to assess the situation. There were many zombies on the street. Charging straight across might have worked, but there were also undead inside the complex. If they were ambushed from both sides, they would be trapped with no escape. Brother Yi, what shall we do? Zhang Xiaofan felt a twinge of anxiety, but Yi Yuan remained composed. His confidence came from having fought their way this far. On either side of the alley rose residential blocks that opened directly onto the street. Choose any of those buildings, find a unit facing the road, break in, and stand on the balcony to toss grenades down. The explosions would clear the nearby undead and grant them safe passage into Taiyang. Follow me. Yi Yuan led Zhang Xiaofan into a building on the right side of the alley. They climbed to the 4th floor, killing a zombie along the way. They selected a street-facing apartment and knocked a muffled zombie. Sounds came from inside. Judging by the noise, there was only one inside. Yi Yuan shouldered his shotgun and unleashed a torrent of fire. The zombie was struck down behind the door, which was then violently breached. They entered together and searched the apartment, finding no other threats. They then barricaded the door with furniture to guard against any climbing undead. Once everything was secure, Yi Yuan stepped onto the balcony, produced a grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it down. Seconds later, a thunderous blast reverberated and nearby zombies were immediately stirred into a frenzy. They swarmed toward the sound in a mad rush. Even the zombies inside the Taiyang complex were alerted. Yi Yuan smiled faintly. We'll clear them out here. Once the area is cleaned, we can move into Taiyang. On the street below, the thunderous sound of explosions rang incessantly. Yi Yuan held a cigarette in his mouth. Hand grenades were being tossed down as if they were free, and the power of the high-explosive grenades was immense, turning the zombies at the center of the blast into mere fragments. Even the zombies on the outskirts would be killed by the shockwave. One grenade could often take out a dozen zombies. Zhang Xiaofan watched with excitement etched on her face. After this bloody journey, the once innocent beauty had now developed a taste for killing. Brother Yi, can I throw a... Yi Yuan glanced at her without responding. In front of Yi Yuan, Zhang Xiaofan was quite obedient, but she still shamelessly extended a finger. Just one. Can I throw just one? Yi Yuan felt a bit worried. This wasn't a gun. If it went wrong and fell on the balcony, both of them would be done for. However, considering that they would need Zhang Xiaofan's help to escape the main urban area later, it was better to teach her how to use grenades in advance. It would be a great help. Alright, I'll teach you. Grenades are not like firearms. You must be careful. You can throw them early, but you must never... The street below was filled with zombies, mindless walking corpses that did not understand the concept of lying down or hiding. Even if you pulled the pin and dropped it immediately, it would still take out a large group, so timing was not crucial. Yi Yuan spent a few minutes teaching Zhang Xiaofan the essentials of throwing grenades. Surprisingly, she learned quite quickly. Her mental fortitude was also commendable. Although her strength was a bit lacking, and she couldn't throw too far, she remained composed and unflustered, completely unlike a novice. No wonder it was said that nearly 80 of people in the Dragon Country had berserker genes. They were born warriors. Picking up a weapon would awaken their bloodline. It seemed there was some truth to this saying foreigners often vomit the first time they kill. People from the Dragon Country seemed to be unaffected by this phenomenon. Post-traumatic stress disorder was a rarity. Just look at Jiang Xiaofan. A former singing and dancing streamer in the pre-apocalypse now wielded a gun to kill zombies and used grenades with excitement. Wasn't this a manifestation of her berserker gene being activated? This was good. Adapting quickly would allow her to help sooner, preventing her from being a burden. The two took turns bombing using over 80 grenades and finally blowing up all the zombies they could see. Even the zombies near the entrance of the Tianqing Garden community had been lured out and blown to pieces. Now they could confidently enter the community. Let's go. The two moved together to clear the furniture blocking the door, then carefully descended the stairs with their shotguns. There were no zombies outside. They walked out of the alley, crossed the street, and smoothly entered Tianqing Garden. Where is your friend? Building 8, room 604. It's a bit far from the entrance. Oh, we'll have to cross the entire community. Yi Yuan nodded. It was impossible for all the zombies in the community to be lured out. They would surely encounter some while traversing. Be careful. If you see a zombie, fire directly, without saving bullets. Jiang Xiaofan nodded. She knew that Yi Yuan could replicate infinitely and had no intention of conserving ammo. The old community had lush greenery. Camphor trees, osmanthus trees, and various ornamental trees grew tall and dense, shrouded in a blood mist that obscured visibility. Faintly, the low growls of zombies could be heard from within the blood mist. The old community exuded an eerie ambience. However, neither of them felt intimidated. With the truth in hand and a shotgun with a high capacity, they were fearless. Moreover, the zombies were not concentrated. Based on Yi Yuan's past experiences, dealing with scattered zombies was not a concern. The two walked a short distance. They arrived under a yellowhorn tree. Just then, a zombie burst out from a nearby building, its face twisted in rage as it lunged towards Jiang Xiaofan, about 30 to 40 meters away. At this distance, the shotgun's shooting accuracy would suffer. But Jiang Xiaofan didn't care. She raised her gun and fired without aiming or considering whether she hit or not, continuously pulling the trigger in the direction of the approaching zombie, reloading as she went. The action was repeated 7 or 8 times. When the zombie was only a few meters away, its head exploded from a shot. Phew, she exhaled gently. Jiang Xiaofan's face showed some seriousness, but she did not appear panicked. After all, Yi Yuan was right beside her. The two continued forward and killed 8 more zombies along the way, 3 of which were shot dead by Jiang Xiaofan. Now she felt quite proud. Holding the gun, she was brimming with confidence. She couldn't help but marvel at how wise she was to cling to Brother Yi, her big thigh. If she hadn't followed Brother Yi, even if she hadn't been killed by Hisu, she would probably still be hiding at home starving. How could she be as imposing as she was now? Jiang Xiaofan tightened her grip on the shotgun. The feeling of holding the truth was exhilarating. The two continued to walk a distance. Soon they arrived at Building 8. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofan's phone vibrated with a message from Feng Xiaowan. Xiaofan, I see you guys. That's so cool you all have guns. But be careful, there are zombies banging on our door. Judging by the sounds, there should be 3. Jiang Xiaofan looked up. On the 6th floor balcony, Feng Xiaowan was waving at her. Nearby, several other survivors were also hiding behind curtains watching the two. Let's go inside. It's not safe to be exposed outside, Yi Yuan said. Although firearms were banned in the Dragon Country, powerful crossbows could still be purchased through certain channels. Holding a gun inevitably made one the target of envy. If someone attacked from the shadows with a crossbow misfortune, the two quickly entered the stairwell. They didn't encounter any zombies up to the 5th floor. It seemed all had been drawn to the 6th floor by Feng Xiaowan. Put the gun away. When you see a zombie, don't shoot. Oh, leave it to me, Yi Yuan reminded. He had witnessed Jiang Xiaofan's wild shooting at zombies. In the stairwell, Yi Yuan couldn't let her act recklessly. He positioned himself at the front. If there was an accidental injury, the outcome would be disastrous. Yi Yuan held his gun and walked to the corner between the 5th and 6th floors, then fired a shot, immediately attracting the zombies above. Roar, roar, roar. 3 zombies rushed down from the 6th floor towards Yi Yuan. At this moment, Yi Yuan remained calm and composed. In such a cramped space, he didn't even need to aim. Bang, 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 bang. He quickly fired 4 shots, taking down all 3 zombies, though 2 fell because the bullets penetrated their bodies and severed their spines. They were not dead. Yi Yuan stepped forward and pointed the gun at the heads of the zombies. Bang, bang. After 2 shots, it fell silent. Yi Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to dispose of the 3 corpses through the ventilation shaft. The weather was still a bit warm, and staying in the stairwell for long would lead to a foul smell, especially since they might stay at Feng Xiaowan's for a while. Jiang Xiaofan helped, and together they quickly disposed of the bodies. At this moment, the door to room 604 opened a crack, revealing a pair of bright dark eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaofan, the person inside immediately opened the door wide, and Yi Yuan caught sight of her true appearance. It was a girl with 2 braids, a fair and innocent-looking face resembling a youthful giantess. Xiaofan, Xiaowan. The 2 women joyfully embraced each other. Yi Yuan's attention, however, was focused on the card above Feng Xiaowan's head. There was a card there, but the words on the card surprised him. At that moment, Feng Xiaowan's attribute appeared above her head. Feng Xiaowan. Attribute 1, Excavator Master Blue. Attribute 2, Culinary Skills White. Attribute 3, Driver White. Among the 3 attributes, Excavator Master is bold and highlighted in blue. The latter 2 are in white. Clearly, Excavator Master has the highest quality, and once acquired, the abilities gained will be the most powerful. But no matter how you look at it, it feels like Excavator Master is quite useless. Moreover, how does Feng Xiaowan, a youthful beauty with a delicate appearance, have anything to do with excavators? Never mind. For the first time acquiring an attribute, there is no need for taming degree. Acquire the highest quality one. Yi Yuan's intent locked onto Excavator Master, as if an invisible hand forcefully pulled it. In an instant, a mysterious power surged into Yi Yuan's body. Success. At this moment, the card above Feng Xiaowan's head changed. Feng Xiaowan. Attribute 1, Excavator Master, 60 taming degree can be acquired again. Current taming degree 0. As expected. Just like Jiang Xiaofan, after acquiring it the first time, it can be acquired a second time. If acquired 3 times, Feng Xiaowan will become his servant. However, what is special about this Excavator Master's abilities is still unclear. Yi Yuan immediately called up the attribute interface. Checking the ability description. Excavator Master Super Excavator, using any digging tool, consumes a small amount of mental energy, can instantly excavate 1 cubic meter of soil and stone. Is that it? The ability effect is just as literal. Digging, how lame. Wait. Yi Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration followed by a face full of joy. Super Excavator seems to be extraordinary. It only requires a small amount of mental energy to instantly excavate 1 cubic meter of soil and stone. In simple terms, it means digging holes. And it's instant digging. Regardless of the digging tool used, it can instantly excavate 1 cubic meter of soil and stone. A shovel is also a digging tool. You can use a shovel to dig tunnels safely and efficiently escape the main urban area with no risks involved. You can even go anywhere. Moreover, instant excavation does not consume stamina. It's neither dirty nor tiring. It's simply too easy. Isn't this just my world? Suddenly, many ideas popped into Yi Yuan's mind. Collecting samples in the future will be much easier. Zombies everywhere aren't that scary. As long as you have a shovel, you can dig tunnels freely. Not to mention, in a city of over 20 million people, endless supplies are occupied by a sea of corpses, most of which can only rot away. But now it's different. He has a super large spatial warehouse which can be expanded at any time, plus the ability to dig instantly. He might as well collect all the important supplies in the city to pave the way for his future power development. Although Yi Yuan can infinitely replicate anything, mental consumption must be taken into account. Relying on his replication ability to support a group of servants is not a problem. However, if he were to develop a force of thousands, or even tens of thousands of people relying on his ability to replicate food to feed so many before agricultural production recovers, is unrealistic. Moreover, with the blood mist covering the sky, crops are difficult to grow. When the blood mist will dissipate is still unknown. In the future, having food will be a blessing. Yi Yuan had never thought about collecting supplies before. That was due to his insufficient abilities. Now that he can dig instantly, he naturally won't let so many supplies rot away. There's no rush to go to Lu Lake. Lu Lake is a safe zone, but also a prison, and his enemies dare not leave it. He can collect supplies within the city. At the same time, he can look for beauties to acquire attributes. At this stage, there are many survivors, and there should be quite a few beauties. Even if luck is average, he can at least encounter 3 or 2. After a month, more than 90 of the people will turn into zombies. At that time, trying to encounter goddess-level beauties will be as difficult as winning the lottery. So it's better to be early than late. Of course, there are risks involved. No one knows whether the survivors at this stage have antibodies or when they will turn into zombies. If he finds a beauty, she might quickly turn into a zombie. But Yi Yuan is not worried. Infected individuals do not turn into zombies instantly. When the human immune system is invaded by the virus, natural transformation into a zombie usually takes 12 hours, and the body will exhibit abnormal symptoms. As long as they don't sleep together, he won't be bitten to death by someone who suddenly turns into a zombie. Moreover, it's not a loss. As long as it's a goddess-level beauty, they all have attributes. The first acquisition doesn't require a taming degree. Finding one is a gain. As for how many times he can acquire, that depends on luck. It's settled then. You must be Brother Yi, right? Feng Xiaowan's voice pulled Yi Yuan's thoughts back. Brother Yi, thank you for coming to rescue me with Xiaofan. It's unsafe outside, you should hurry inside. Xiaowan's voice is very pleasant. Clear and soft, sweet and sticky. Just hearing it makes one feel an urge to commit a crime. But Yi Yuan's attention was once again drawn to the card above her head. Taming degree 10. Increasing quite fast. But that's understandable. After all, he saved her life. An increase of 10 isn't excessive. The 3 no longer delayed. They quickly returned inside the house. Feng Xiaowan's home is also a 2-bedroom apartment. The place is rented and her parents are not here, having lost contact long ago. They are probably in grave danger. Yuan poured 3 cups of water and sat down to briefly chat about experiences after the apocalypse. Yuan just listened quietly. His eyes were observing the layout of the house, a habit formed from his past life. He would check any place he went to. He even planned to wait until Yuan fell asleep at night. He would carefully search to see if there were any dangerous items. Though the probability of finding nothing is high, not checking gives him a sense of unease. Oh no, it's already noon, I'll go make you guys some food. Yuan remembered that one of Yuan's attributes is culinary skills, meaning she should be good at cooking. People who cook usually have frozen goods in their refrigerators. This is also why she doesn't lack food. After all, it has only been a few days since the apocalypse began. Of course, at such a time Yuan must show off a bit. Previously, when he showed off in front of Jiang Xiaofan, his taming degree surged significantly, so he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Yuan, what are you planning to cook for us? Upon being asked, Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. There's still quite a bit of rice, but the meat has already been eaten by me. Now there are only 2 potatoes left. There's also fermented tofu and olive vegetables in the fridge. To ease the awkwardness, Yuan playfully said, olive vegetables are also delicious when mixed with rice. Yuan stopped pretending. His intent entered the spatial warehouse, transforming into an invisible hand, retrieving a small piece of beef. Like a magic trick, Yuan was instantly dumbfounded. But the next scene left her even more astonished. Yuan began to feign casting a spell, the energy transforming into a 3D printer enveloping the palm-sized piece of beef. Then he activated the localized integrated replication. The beef rapidly enlarged. Larger. Even larger. In less than a minute, the palm-sized beef became the size of a wash basin. What? What is happening? Brother Yi, can you use magic? Yuan's mind short-circuited. Despite being a youthful beauty, she was not foolish. In fact, she was quite clever. At this moment, however, she couldn't find a reasonable explanation. Jiang Xiaofan spoke in the tone of someone with experience. What's this? Brother Yi is extremely powerful. He has abilities. He can replicate anything. The quantity can be replicated infinitely. The size can also be replicated infinitely. Anything can become more and larger. At this point, Jiang Xiaofan suddenly realized. Larger. This rascal has given himself an advantage. At this moment, Yuan was still in shock as Yuan took out a bottle of beer and used a 3D printer to duplicate 2 more bottles. We don't have red wine for now. A steak and beer will suffice. You guys go cook. He said it casually, but Yuan was overwhelmed with astonishment. Previously, when beef was duplicated, she was somewhat skeptical. It's not that she didn't believe it, but the situation was too sudden. Even with Jiang Xiaofan as a witness, it was hard to accept. But then 2 bottles of beer were duplicated again. This time, Yuan truly believed that Yuan could replicate endlessly, and her admiration for him was beyond words. Splash. The taming degree increased by 10. This situation was anticipated by Yuan, who both admiration and awe could cultivate a sense of submission in others. To tame Yuan, he no longer considered using the method of feeding. After all, Xiaofan had become his servant. Yuan was a close friend of hers. Now living in someone else's home using hunger as a means of feeding could backfire. Since showing off could transform the other person's admiration into a taming degree, why bother with hunger feeding? Yuan took the beef to the kitchen, while Xiaofan went to help. Outside, only Yuan remained. This was the perfect opportunity to search the living room and bedroom. Not searching made him feel uneasy. After all, Yuan was still not a servant. It was wise to stay alert. Yuan moved quickly. In 5 minutes, he searched the living room, finding no dangerous items, and then proceeded to Yuan's bedroom. He wasn't worried about being discovered by Yuan. If she found out, so be it. In principle, since Yuan entered Yuan's home, he had already considered himself the master here. However, just having arrived, he wanted to keep some face, so he didn't announce it immediately. He would mention it during dinner. He believed that Yuan wasn't foolish. Having demonstrated his endless replication ability, she wouldn't kick him out. Thus he searched her home now. Even if discovered, it didn't matter. Yuan's bedroom was arranged warmly with many fluffy stuffed toys placed by the bedside. There was nothing found under the bed, above the bed, or in the drawers. Yuan opened the wardrobe, which was filled with various exquisite clothes and many delicate items. Today's girls are quite extravagant. After searching Yuan's bedroom, he moved to the guest room. Only after that did Yuan feel somewhat at ease. The food wasn't ready yet. The sound of the range hood came from the kitchen. Yuan sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette first. Meanwhile, Xiaofan and Yuan chatted while cooking. Yuan, brother Yi is a super big asset. You must perform well. With him around, you won't have to worry about food and drink. If he recognizes you, he will also give you weapons. Just like me, I killed over 20 zombies with a gun today and used grenades to take out many more. Having weapons is the only way to truly protect oneself. Jiang Xiaofan found it strange that she was saying these things. While she and Yuan were indeed close friends, the bond between women often had a bit of plasticity. Yuan was also very beautiful, at least comparable to her. She didn't expect herself to remind Yuan to treat brother Yi better and cling to this big asset. When did Jiang Xiaofan become so magnanimous? Am I really okay with sharing Brother Yi with her? It seems I really don't mind. Why is this happening? Jiang Xiaofan couldn't figure it out. Unbeknownst to her, as Yi Yuan's servant, everything she did would be from Yi Yuan's perspective. Naturally, she wouldn't be jealous. Having Xiaowan join us is great. In the future on the battlefield, she can assist me and relieve my pressure. Jiang Xiaofan quickly completed her psychological adjustment. Fang Xiaowan was still savoring her earlier words. With Brother Yi, she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink and could gain weapons. What could be more important in the apocalypse? Although she hadn't gone hungry these days, being trapped at home alone with zombies outside was an experience she never wanted to go through again. If she lived together with Xiaofan and Brother Yi, they could look out for each other. Plus, with weapons, and with Brother Yi's abilities, he should also be able to replicate ammunition. No matter how many zombies come, they wouldn't be afraid. Just thinking about it, Fang Xiaowan felt a great sense of security. Xiaofan, I trust you. You are really my good sister. I didn't expect you would really come to save me. From now on, you are my sister. Quietly, the taming degree above Fang Xiaowan's head surged by 20. It had already reached 40. Of course, while the increase seemed large, it was still 20 away from the next level. Even though Fang Xiaowan was mentally prepared to assist. But to some extent it was due to the pressure of reality, not entirely from the heart. Therefore, the taming degree didn't suddenly soar to 90. This was normal. Psychological changes take time and cannot happen too quickly. Before long, 3 steaks were. The two brought the steaks to the table. Brother Yi, it's time to eat. Yi Yuan looked up and was immediately taken aback. 40 taming degree. What on earth happened in the kitchen just now? It increased by 20 all at once. Was it really that exaggerated? It seems taming Xiaowan would be much easier. After a brief thought, Yi Yuan understood that his appearance had released a bombshell along with Xiaofan's maneuvering. Taming Xiaowan was certainly smoother. Not bad, not bad. Yi Yuan was in high spirits. During dinner, Xiaowan first toasted Yi Yuan and Xiaofan, thanking them for coming to save her today. Then the 3 chatted while eating. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled something. Xiaowan, can you operate an excavator? He couldn't believe that such a young-looking beauty could actually operate one. Who would believe it if he said it? Yet the title had an excavator operator. Unexpectedly, Xiaowan nodded. Yes, Brother Yi, how did you know I could operate an excavator? Oh, I see. Xiaowan suddenly realized. You must have come across my videos before, right? Videos? No, I haven't. At this moment, Xiaofan explained Xiaowan wanted to start a self-media account, and I suggested she could go for a contrast approach. With her image, if she filmed some construction site videos, the effect would definitely be great. So she went to learn how to operate an excavator. While speaking, Jiang Xiaofan opened her phone and found Xiaowan's account. On the homepage, the videos were all of Xiaowan operating an excavator at construction sites, with each video accompanied by relevant captions. Some were sentimental, others motivational. The comments section was filled with thirsty admirers lamenting, expressing their sorrow that such a pure and beautiful girl had gone to work on a construction site. What an injustice. Unbeknownst to them, it was all just a show. Brother Yi, do you think I'm bad for deceiving so? Yi Yuan waved his hand. In the era of traffic, you didn't deceive them of money, so what's there to say about good or bad? Besides, now is the apocalypse. I don't care whether you are good or bad. Yi Yuan's original intention was that he only cared about digging into her title, but Fang Xiaowan clearly misunderstood. Brother Yi, I don't want to deceive anyone, and I certainly won't deceive you. I swear to the heavens. I'll do whatever you ask me to. What should I do? It's rather intriguing. Is Xiaowan hinting at something? Yi Yuan was uncertain. However, when she spoke just now, the taming level in the card increased by 5, which indicates she was speaking from the heart. Yet the taming level is only at 45. The loyalty level is still low. Even if what she said was sincere, it doesn't mean she won't betray me in the future unless she is tamed into a servant. Of course, the premise is that she doesn't turn into a corpse. Before Xiaowan becomes a servant, even if she throws herself at me, I wouldn't dare to accept. What if I fall asleep and she bites me? Naturally, turning into a corpse takes 12 hours, and the body will exhibit abnormal symptoms such as prominent veins on the face and neck, bloodshot eyes, dark circles, fever, and so on. But such obvious changes can only be noticed 2 to 3 hours before the transformation. If I fall asleep, there's a chance of being killed by the person next to me. But since Fang Xiaowan said she would listen to everything I say, it's just right to assert my dominance. Since you will listen to everything I say from now on, I will be in charge of this home. The master bedroom belongs to me and Xiaofan. You will sleep in the guest room. Is that a problem? It doesn't really matter where she sleeps, but as the head of the household, I need to formally establish. Yi Yuan certainly doesn't want the 3 of us to be unclear about our roles. The best way to establish formality is through room allocation. Fang Xiaowan is quite understanding, responding without hesitation. After a hearty meal, Yi Yuan wanted to rest a bit. He had shot down a helicopter in the morning and fought his way here, feeling a bit mentally exhausted from the high-intensity battle. Just in time for a midday nap to recover some energy. Yi Yuan took Jiang Xiaofan into the bedroom, leaving Xiaowan alone in the living room. Looking at the closed bedroom door, Xiaowan felt a sense of loss and loneliness. A single person seeing another couple enter a room inevitably evokes such emotions, even though Yi Yuan and Jiang Xiaofan are not a couple. But that doesn't matter. In this desperate apocalypse, at least two people can accompany each other and alleviate their inner fears. Yuan also wanted to follow them into the room. She merely wanted someone to keep her company. Being alone in the living room like this made her feel isolated, and the despair from a few days ago began to creep in quietly. In the room, Yuan and Zhang Xiaofan had just lain down when Hisu sent a message. Xiaofan replied, "The helicopter couldn't be contacted and you aren't replying. I'm really worried about you." Zhang Xiaofan looked at the text with indifference. There was even a hint of murderous intent. "You dog, the helicopter you sent almost killed me, and now you have the nerve to send me a message." Zhang Xiaofan was about to block Hisu when he unexpectedly sent a video call request. "Pick it up, it's," Yuan said. In fact, Yuan had long wanted to confront Hisu. He was sure that when Hisu learned the truth, his expression would be quite interesting. However, revealing the truth too early would make the other party more wary, especially concerning the helicopter. Yuan had imagined many scenarios in his mind, either getting the helicopter close to the building or tricking the helicopter's cockpit into his line of fire. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to kill the pilot. The true purpose of this arrangement was to attract the helicopter. As long as he took down the helicopter, there would be hope to obtain new weapon samples. That's why he didn't provoke Hisu in advance, letting him act as a sounding board, making it easier for him to deal with the helicopter pilot. It turns out this decision was correct. Now that the helicopter had been shot down, Hisu was no longer needed. After the confrontation, he would likely be infuriated. It would definitely be quite a sight. Hearing Yuan's words, Zhang Xiaofan accepted the video request. Hisu was instantly thrilled upon seeing Zhang Xiaofan. "Xiaofan, you scare me to death. The helicopter couldn't be contacted and you aren't responding, making me so worried about you. Where are you now?" Zhang Xiaofan scoffed. "Where am I? You want to know my address so you can send a helicopter to kill me again?" "What? Kill you?" "Xiaofan, clarify your words. How could I send a helicopter to kill you? There must be some and your tone is so cold. Your gaze is frightening too. Xiaofan, can you please not treat me like this? We can clarify any misunderstanding." Zhang Xiaofan couldn't be bothered to drag things out with Hisu. She directly told him everything that had happened that morning. Hisu was left dumbfounded after hearing. "Impossible. I clearly told my father that after rescuing you, I would kill Yuan. How could I give an indiscriminate attack order when I like you so much? It's not me, it's really not me." No matter how Hisu explained, Zhang Xiaofan remained unmoved. Her heart was only with Yuan. Watching Zhang Xiaofan's expression of indifference, Hisu anxiously blurted out everything he should and shouldn't say. "This matter has nothing to do with me. I understand now. It must have been Gu Yiming's order. The helicopter was requisitioned through his connections, and the weapons were also obtained by him. The gunmen were his people. Right, it's Gu Yiming. That old man has no regard for relationships. He even dares to kill my woman. Hisu, feeling humiliated and angry, rambled on about a bunch of nonsense. Zhang Xiaofan replied coldly, "I am not your woman. Never was. You're not my woman. Xiaofan, we just have a misunderstanding. Can you not say such hurtful thing?" Zhang Xiaofan maintained her icy tone. "There is no misunderstanding. You are short, dark, fat, and ugly, a well-known playboy in Shudu. How could I possibly like you? I am merely pretending to engage with you due to the influence of your He family. I have long thought about it. When I can no longer tolerate this, I will leave Shudu and free myself from your entanglement. I am not lacking money. I am also beautiful. Why should I humiliate myself by being your woman? From start to finish, it has only been your delusion." "What?" Hisu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. So he had been a sycophant for half a year. "No, I don't believe it, you're lying. You are the purest woman in my heart. You cannot deceive me. I, Hisu, am charming and handsome. How could I not be worthy of you?" "Huh, charming and handsome. You are truly hopelessly foolish. The He family is powerful, and those around you will surely flatter you. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Go look in the mirror. Do you even resemble the charming and handsome?" After saying this, Zhang Xiaofan felt extremely satisfied. Dealing with Hisu had always been disgusting. Finally expressing her true feelings felt so liberating. "Xiaofan, please don't use such vicious words to provoke me. I don't believe this is your true thought." "Wait a second." Hisu suddenly widened his eyes as if trying to see through the screen. "Xiaofan, are you lying on the bed? Your house was blown up. Whose bed are you lying on? And why does your pillow look like someone's arm?" At that moment, Yuan turned the camera. Both he and Zhang Xiaofan appeared on the video. The pillow under her head was indeed Yuan's arm. "Hello, He, good, here we meet again." Yuan wore a teasing expression, half smiling as he said, "Didn't expect that both Xiaofan and I are still alive." Seeing this scene, are you happy? Surprised? Shocked? Isho watched the video where Yuan wore a mocking expression and instantly felt a surge of anger. The woman he loved was lying in someone else's arms. And he even asked me if I was happy. It's a real stab to the heart. "I'm happy, your ass. Yuan, I will kill you, you bastard." At this moment, Hisho felt an overwhelming shame. Endless humiliation surged to his forehead. His teeth clenched. He wished he could eat Yuan alive. "And you, Zhang Xiaofan. You filthy bitch, I treated you so well, and this is how you repay me. You two dogs will pay the price. I swear I will kill you both. I will kill you." Watching Hishio lose his mind like a rabid dog, Yi Yuan felt immensely pleased. The angrier Hishio became, the happier Yi Yuan was. His parents were killed by them, and in his past life, Hishio had skinned him alive. Now this was merely a small punishment. Can't you take it? Yi Yuan showed an expression of enjoyment and said, "Brother, don't be so angry. You forgot it was you who asked me to take care of Xiaofan. I took such good care of her, why are you still angry? I'm taking care of your ass. I told you to take care of her, not to steal. Oh, did I take care of her too much? Brother, you know Xiaofan is so pretty, and I'm young and impetuous, it's hard to control myself in the moment. Understand a bit, will you? We are all men." Zhang Xiaofan could naturally understand that Yi Yuan was deliberately provoking Hishio. She now hated Hishio to death. So understanding the situation, she cooperated, saying, "Hishio, it's all your fault for being useless. If you hadn't come to save me, I would have had to be with Brother Yi. You just continue to cower at Lu Lake." Hishio was so enraged by these words that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. "Bitch, how am I useless? I did everything I could to save you, and just because something went wrong you treat me this way. You did it on purpose, you did this. How I hate you, damn it." The video call suddenly shook and then went black. It seemed Hishio was so angry that he smashed his phone. Yi Yuan and Zhang Xiaofan exchanged a smile. "So how was it, Brother Yi? My performance just now wasn't bad, right?" Hishio looked like he was about to vomit blood. "Huh?" Yi Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "Your performance was great, keep it up. I don't want this to end so simply. I want to drive Hishio to madness and despair for his whole family." Around 4 in the afternoon. After Zhang Xiaofan woke up, she went out to find Xiao Wan while Yi Yuan stayed in the room preparing to replicate a batch of new weapons. After sleeping for over an hour, he felt great. Logically, he should have woken up long ago. But in this boring apocalypse, sleeping a bit longer to restore energy allows for more weapon replication. Although inorganic materials consume very little energy, replicating too much will show a noticeable drain. Yi Yuan took out the 7.62 general-purpose machine gun he had obtained today. He first removed the 4x scope and replicated a dozen of them in one go. He fitted one onto his automatic. He raised the gun and looked out the window. His field of vision suddenly cleared up and the distance seemed much closer. Although shrouded in mist, the visible range was only 70 to 80 meters. However, hitting a zombie with a scope is extremely difficult. With a 4x scope, it would be much easier. Yi Yuan approached the window, scanned the area, and spotted a zombie walking out of the mist. Just right for practice. He immediately raised his gun, aimed, and locked the crosshairs onto the zombie's forehead. He pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet fired, but it missed. Zombies sway left and right when they have no target, and just as Yi Yuan pulled the trigger, the zombie happened to jerk its body slightly. If it were a human, this shot would have definitely startled the target. But the zombie simply let out a few mindless roars, and then continued to wander aimlessly. Early-stage zombies have yet to evolve their hearing. If the distance is a bit far, it becomes impossible to pinpoint the sound's origin. Soon Yi Yuan aimed at the zombie. Bang! A headshot. The bullet passed through the forehead, leaving a hole the size of a peanut, but the powerful kinetic energy exited from the back of the head, tearing open a hole the size of a fist. So even if he hit the chest with the power of an automatic rifle, even if it couldn't kill the zombie, it could still break the spine, rendering the zombie immobile. At this moment, the bedroom door was pushed open. Zhang Xiaofan and Xiao Wan appeared at the door. "Brother Yi, are you shooting?" Yi Yuan nodded. "Xiaofan, you came at the right time. Let me fit a 4x scope onto your gun too." Yi Yuan spent a few minutes teaching Zhang Xiaofan how to disassemble and assemble the scope, and how to adjust the magnification. Then he let her practice shooting on the balcony. Feng Xiaowan was envious to death. Especially seeing Zhang Xiaofan holding the gun and firing at the zombies below, it looked incredibly cool. "I wonder when Brother Yi will trust me. I want a gun too. Even if you won't let me shoot, just letting me touch it would be good." The apocalypse makes people feel very insecure. Especially women. Only the moment they hold a gun do they feel at ease inside. Zhang Xiaofan seemed to see through Xiaowan's thoughts. "Xiaowan, the gun was given to me by Brother Yi. I can't let you shoot without his permission. But don't worry. Brother Yi is a good person. Oh, as long as you behave, he will accept you sooner or later." Xiaowan nodded heavily. "To get weapons from Brother Yi as soon as possible, I have to perform well, starting with my appearance." Xiaowan went to the door of the bedroom and knocked. "Brother Yi, can I come in?" "Come in." Xiaowan pushed the door open, and Yi Yuan, sitting by the window, looked at her and asked, "What's the matter?" "Brother Yi, I want to change my clothes." The main bedroom originally belonged to Xiaowan, and her clothes were all in the wardrobe. "Change as you wish." After Yi Yuan finished speaking, he continued to replicate the machine guns. Since others couldn't see the replication process, there was no need to avoid suspicion. Xiaowan stood in front of the wardrobe. Her mind immediately started to whirl. "Brother Yi just told me to change. He didn't tell me to take my clothes away, meaning I can change in front of him. But his attention doesn't seem to be on me." At this moment, Yi Yuan was looking down at the machine gun in his arms. In reality, he was controlling the energy printer, replicating the internal space of the machine gun's magazine. Xiaowan began to daydream again. No, Brother Yi must be thinking about something, so he didn't clarify it. "I can't lower my worth. If I really did something like this in front of Brother Yi, he would definitely think I am a frivolous girl. I can't ruin it. As long as Brother Yi acknowledges me, he will give me weapons. It's hard to imagine that what she once yearned for were all kinds of luxury bags, perfumes, and clothes. Now she only wants a cold gun. The apocalypse has changed women's interests and hobbies. When life is threatened, nothing can replace a weapon except food. Yuan carefully selected from the wardrobe. She must choose something that looks good and is not too revealing, otherwise Brother Yi would definitely think I am bad. Quietly, the taming degree on Yuan's card increased by 5. Yuan was also a woman who knew how to handle situations well. After rummaging through the wardrobe, she finally chose a dark green spaghetti strap mini dress. It accentuated her figure without being too revealing. Yuan changed in the bathroom and deliberately posed in front of the mirror. Unfortunately, Yuan was focused on replicating the ammunition box for the light machine gun. Why isn't Brother Yi looking at me? Yuan thought to herself, I need to remind him. Ahem. Brother Yi, do you think this dress looks good on me? Yuan felt a surge of frustration. How could he care about her dress when he was busy replicating a super machine gun? Yuan casually glanced over, intending to silence Yuan. But that one look left him stunned. What the hell? What's going on? How did changing clothes increase her tameness by 5? Women truly are unfathomable beings. However, as a straight man, Yuan never liked to guess a woman's thoughts. Considering Yuan's self-taming progress, Yuan decided not to hold it against her. He then said, it looks good, very good. It suits your figure and complexion perfectly, quite charming. This was indeed the truth. Yuan's skin was so fair it seemed to glisten. The form-fitting lightweight spaghetti strap dress accentuated her perfect physique. Yuan's heart raced with joy upon receiving the compliment. It seems Brother Yi has a good impression of me and thinks I'm charming. I should wear more beautiful clothes for him to see in the future. I'll strive to gain his trust sooner. Just as she thought that her tameness increased by another 5, Yuan was suddenly invigorated. Not bad, not bad. This girl Yuan is quite a talent. Her self-taming speed is simply remarkable. Could she possibly have some innate special constitution? If that's the case, I'm rather looking forward to it. Yuan, very good, keep up the good work. Okay, Brother Yi, do you want to see me wear other clothes? What kind of question is that? If you want to change, just change. Asking if I want to see it, what man wouldn't wanna? But I'm not in the mood to appreciate it right now. I'm a bit busy right now, let's look later. Alright, Brother Yi, then I won't disturb you. After Yuan left, Yuan spent a few minutes finally replicating a super machine gun. With a magazine capacity of 30,000 rounds and utilizing 7.62mm ammunition, its power far exceeded that of the 5.8 caliber. In the right terrain, spraying a crowd of corpses would tear them apart even without headshots. However, one machine gun was not enough, because after firing 500 rounds the barrel needed to be replaced. In a critical situation, there would be no chance to change. So Yuan replicated 2 more super machine guns for alternating use along with 100 spare barrels. He checked the time, it was only 4:30. The mental exhaustion was not particularly severe. Thus Yuan replicated an automatic rifle and 2 handguns with a magazine capacity of 10,000 rounds each. Then he took out a wine flask from the space warehouse. This was a backup item he had previously replicated specifically for creating a space warehouse. He had replicated it 29 times in total. The internal space of the wine flask was expanded to 1,000 cubic meters, equivalent to a small warehouse over 50 meters in length, width, and height. It was vastly different from the 26.83 million cubic meters warehouse Yuan used. However, this space warehouse was prepared for Zhang Xiaofan. It certainly couldn't be as large as his own. From now on, her personal belongings, including weapons and ammunition, could be stored with her. To avoid putting them with him, making him seem like a caretaker, which would be quite demeaning. Moreover, when going out to collect supplies, he couldn't just be busy while Zhang Xiaofan watched. Thus it was necessary to create a small space warehouse for her. Not only could it store personal items, but it could also help gather supplies for himself. Although the internal space of the wine flask was already quite large, the spout was still relatively small. So Yuan expanded the spout by 100,000 times. With this, even a car could fit inside. Next, Yuan replicated a space warehouse at a 1:10 ratio, which was prepared for Fang Xiaowan. Xiaowan's self-taming speed was rapid. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to strip 3 traits from her, making her a servant. So he prepared in advance. He had also gotten her weapons ready. Yuan stepped out of the bedroom, and Zhang Xiaofan was practicing marksmanship on the balcony, with Xiaowan watching eagerly beside her. Yuan called for the two to pause for a moment. He then handed the space warehouse to Zhang Xiaofan. This is a modified space warehouse. Time inside is paused, and anything can be stored within it. You can also retrieve items using your spiritual sense. It's yours now. But I must remind you that while you can retrieve items, others can too. So don't expose the spout in public. The wine flask comes with a flip-top leather cover. Covering it will block others' spiritual sense from entering. You can hang it at your waist or on the outside of your thigh. Do whatever is convenient. Zhang Xiaofan took the small wine flask, her head a tangled mess of thoughts. This, a wine flask, a space warehouse. Brother Yi, He doesn't seem like he's lying. Jiang Xiaofan trusted Yi Yuan greatly, so she tried it out and really managed to fit the automatic rifle inside. Xiaowan stood by stunned. The spout of the wine flask was so small, yet it managed to fit such a large gun inside. At that moment, an even more magical scene unfolded. The gun that had just been placed inside the wine flask automatically emerged from the spout. No. To be precise, it seemed as if an invisible force was extracting the gun from the flask. Wow, it really works. Spiritual retrieval, how amazing. Jiang Xiaofan exclaimed excitedly, punctuating her words with a bit of national pride, as if it were normal for a mother Tyrannosaurus to express national pride. Yi Yuan then took out a shotgun, with a capacity of 700 rounds. This is yours now, he said, stuffing it into Jiang Xiaofan's space warehouse. Then he took out a handgun, with a capacity of 1000 rounds. This is yours as well. Finally, he added 100 grenades for her. I will provide you with an unlimited supply of weapons and ammunition, with only one requirement: master your shooting skills as soon as possible. Yi Yuan did not want a servant who was merely ornamental. She could play however she wanted at home, but outside she had to be adept at killing zombies. Eventually, when they returned to Deerskin Lake, they would have to face powerful enemies. Before that, she must grow stronger. He could no longer act recklessly like in his past life. Oh, after all, he had a golden finger now, and exchanging lives was not worth it. You continue practicing your shooting skills. I need to rest for a bit. By the way, if you're tired from shooting, take a break and teach Xiaowan how to use a gun. Let her practice her shooting skills too. With Xiaowan's self-taming speed, she would soon become his servant. Teaching her to use firearms proficiently would be beneficial. But I must remind you, you must be present when Xiaowan handles guns. Yi Yuan would not let his guard down. After all, Xiaowan was not yet his servant. Allowing her to handle guns did not mean he could trust her to use them freely. He had to ensure Jiang Xiaofan was watching. This way he could avoid any mishaps. After finishing his words, Yi Yuan returned to his bedroom to sleep. Little did he know his previous remarks had triggered Feng Xiaowan's self-taming mode. Brother Yi allowed me to practice shooting. This means he recognizes me. I'm so happy. I must not let Brother Yi down. I will work hard and practice. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Xiaowan's tameness reached 60, allowing for a second stripping. It was a little past 6 in the afternoon, and the sky was already dark. Normally the Shudu area wouldn't be dark until after 7, but the blood mist obscured the sunlight. The days dawned late, and dusk fell early. Yi Yuan took a nap, and after waking up refreshed, stepped out of his bedroom to catch the delicious aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. Before going to bed, he had filled the refrigerator with ingredients to avoid the hassle of searching for them daily. There was no one in the living room. It seemed Xiao Fan was helping Xiaowan in the kitchen. Despite Xiaowan appearing as a delicate girl with untainted hands, her culinary skills were remarkably impressive. In her attributes, cooking was ranked second. Yi Yuan arrived at the kitchen doorway intending to ask what was for dinner, but when he saw Xiaowan, he was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? A taming degree of 60. Xiaowan, you must have some issues. I haven't done anything yet. You are self-taming. I hope more good girls like Xiaowan come along in the future. Yi Yuan calmed his excited heart slightly. Then with a thought, he forcefully pulled on the attribute above Xiaowan's head. In the next moment, a mysterious power surged into Yi Yuan's body. At the same time, the card above Xiaowan's head also changed. Feng Xiaowan. Attribute 1, Excavator Master, 95 taming degree, allows for 3 strong pulls, current taming degree 60. Like Xiao Fan, she needs to reach a taming degree of 95 to perform the 3rd strong pull. I thought Xiaowan's self-taming momentum would likely reach 95 in no time. For now, let's check the new abilities I acquired. Yi Yuan summoned the attribute panel, clicked on the special ability section, and noticed a new ability. Digging to strengthen. Each time he digs up soil or stone, he can gain experience points. Reaching 100 allows him to gain free attribute points. Current experience points 0. Wow, I can farm attribute points now. Although his ability is powerful, allowing him to infinitely replicate anything, his physical fitness is somewhat lacking. Although before the apocalypse he had crazily worked out for half a year to avenge his parents, making him stronger than ordinary people, it was still limited. Especially now in the apocalypse, strength is fundamental to survival. Yi Yuan has always been dissatisfied with his physical condition. Now he could strengthen himself by digging. Moreover, it directly converted into free attribute points. Strength, Constitution, Agility, Spirit. He could assign points as he wished. It felt absolutely amazing. It was just right. He needed to scour the city for supplies while searching for stunning beauties. Zombies were everywhere outside. For safety, digging tunnels was definitely more secure, gaining attribute points while doing so. This was not just killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but achieving multiple benefits. In this second life, my luck is getting better and better. Yi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Xiao Fan saw Yi Yuan standing at the door. Brother Yi, you're awake. Xiaowan also said, Brother Yi, dinner will be ready soon. Yi Yuan nodded. After having tea for a while, dinner was ready. At the dining table, he inquired about the afternoon situation. Xiaowan had already become proficient in using handguns, automatic rifles, shotguns, and grenades. However, her shooting skills were still quite poor. Most of the zombies in the community had been blown up by Yuan with grenades in the morning. Now with fewer zombies, the shooting targets were also limited. Yuan shook his head and said it's not necessary to only shoot zombies. I've said before, bullets are an unlimited supply, so anything can serve as a shooting target. As long as you practice seriously, you don't need to worry about wasting bullets. Of course, with the ability to replicate infinitely, he could practice freely. As long as he could quickly form combat power, using as many bullets as needed would be worthwhile. With Yuan's affirmation, both Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan sighed in relief. They had considered practicing shooting without restraint. However, they were uncertain about what price Yuan's bullet replication might come with, so they held back. By the way, Xiao Fan, I remember you mentioned that Su sent a helicopter to pick up a woman named Ru Yan, right? Xiang Xiao Fan nodded. Yes, Brother Yi, it seems to be Gu Yiming's wife, who is trapped in Pintan Xiang. That was right. Lu Ruyan. Speaking of which, he had some connections with her in his past life. Lu Ruyan was Gu Yiming's second wife, young and beautiful and extremely rare beauty. Moreover, she was somewhat different from Gu Yiming. In his past life, after failing in his revenge and being captured, the gang, led by Gu Yiming, didn't rush to kill him. The apocalypse was too boring. They took turns torturing him every day. Lu Ruyan couldn't bear to watch. Although she had no ability to free him, she secretly brought him food several times. Yuan always remembered this kindness. Analyzing from his past life experience, upon returning to Luhu, he didn't see Jiang Xiaofan, but encountered Lu Ruyan. This indicated that after the first rescue failed, Gu Yiming sent a helicopter to rescue Lu Ruyan again. Looks like I need to hurry. Such a stunning beauty, barring any accidents, he could pull attributes from her. This opportunity must not be missed. He needed to find her before Gu Yiming rescued her. The wife of an enemy turned into his servant. Just thinking about it felt exhilarating. Whether out of revenge or repaying a debt from his past life, Yuan had to take Lu Ruyan. Tomorrow Xiao Fan will accompany me to handle some matters. Xiao Wan, you stay at home. Oh. Xiao Wan immediately panicked, showing a fearful expression. Yuan explained him not leaving for good, so there's no need to be afraid. Xiao Fan added, don't worry Xiao Wan, a brother Yi keeps his word. Even if Brother Yi gives me a gun when I'm alone, I'll still fall into loneliness and despair. I don't want to experience, but I can't control it. Ultimately, it was due to her own lack of strength. Yuan thought for a moment. Alright, then you can come along. Finish your meal, and pack your things to put in Xiao Fan's space storage. Since I'm taking you with me, we won't be coming. Yuan decided to set off tomorrow to quickly find Lu Ruyan. Pintan Xiang was also in the main urban area not far away. Digging tunnels was very safe and risk-free. Most importantly, he could show off in front of Xiao Wan. Yuan was already quite experienced. Showing off could instill admiration in the target, and admiration was also a form of taming. Meanwhile, at the lakeside villa in Luhu, Su lay on the sofa like a lost soul, muttering Jiang Xiaofan's name softly. Sometimes he would even chuckle bitterly. When he thought of the anguish, he would slap himself hard. At this moment his face was... Before long the villa door was pushed open and a man with a beer belly walked in. It was none other than He's father, He Xiaomin. Seeing his son in such a miserable state, He Xiaomin was startled, fearing his son was turning into a zombie. Su, are you feeling unwell? Do you have a fever? Su turned his head, looking at his father with bloodshot eyes, grinning in a way that resembled both crying and laughing, saying, He Xiaomin, do you even know I'm your son? If you recognize me as your son, why did you have to blow up the woman I love most? I've never had feelings for any woman in my life except for Jiang Xiaofan. Yet you partnered with that bastard Gu Yiming to deceive me. Now Xiaofan has become Yuan's woman. Are you satisfied now? Listening to his son's complaints, He Xiaomin let out a sigh of relief. At least he could be certain that his son would not turn into a corpse. It was just a setback due to a woman. He Xiaomin was immediately filled with frustration, thinking it was just a woman. Was it really worth such distress? However, he had a more important discovery. He Yuan's corpulent body rolled over like a ball and came to stand in front of his son. Swear, what did you just say? Jiang Xiaofan has become Yuan's woman, which means neither of them is dead. This was the matter He Xiaomin cared about the most. He had returned home late because he was discussing countermeasures with Gu Yiming. The helicopter that had been sent out had lost contact. This matter was significant. If the helicopter had crashed, then there would be no problem. But Yuan had a gun. What if Yuan had shot down the helicopter? The helicopter was equipped with machine guns and rocket launchers. If Yuan got hold of these weapons and quietly returned to Lu Lake, all those involved in the assassination of Yuan's parents would be in danger. This was not an exaggeration. He Xiaomin knew very well that the Shu River was near the Wudong Garden, where Yuan lived. Zombies could not swim. As long as Yuan fought his way into the Shu River, he would have a chance to return to Lu Lake. In fact, there had been quite a few survivors who had swum to Lu Lake in recent days. Thus, He Xiaomin and Gu Yiming took this matter very seriously. However, despite various inquiries, there had been no news regarding Yuan's life or death. He did not expect to get the information from his son. Swear, answer me. Is Yuan still alive? After an entire afternoon of despair, Su finally exploded at this moment. He stood up abruptly. He Xiaomin, are you still my father? You want to blow up the woman I love? Ew, I want to sever our father-son relationship. Slap. He Xiaomin slapped Hisu across the face. Useless. You are the son of He Xiaomin, yet you lack even a hint of my cunning. You want to sever our father-son relationship for a woman. Without my protection, how many people will still be there to support? If you sever our relationship, I guarantee you'll starve to death, without anyone to claim your body. It's just a woman. As long as you get back on your feet, I can get you as many women as you want. This slap also angered Hisu. He glared at He Xiaomin. Yes, you don't care about women because you are a homosexual. Don't think I don't know. All your bodyguards have a thing with you. But I am a normal man. I like Xiaofan, yet you want to blow her up. Now it was He Ziyumin's turn to be furious. Damn it, what a beast. Daring to publicly reveal my secret, the fact that I am a homosexual will never be known to outsiders. This brat dares to shout it out loud. Seeking death. If this gets out, how will I, He Xiaomin, ever mix in the circles of power again? Slap. Another slap across He Z's face. Beast. Shut your mouth. Someone take him to the basement to cool off for a few days. Soon Hisu was forcibly dragged to the basement by a group of muscle-bound men in tank tops. Truly ridiculous. The house was filled with muscle men. One wondered whether this fatso He Xiaomin was a 0 or a 1. It would be better if he were a 1. If he were a 0, the image would be unbearable. He Xiaomin wanted to find a strong man to vent his frustrations, but there were more important matters to deal with. He immediately called Gu Yiming. Brother Gu Yuan is not dead. It is absolutely true, a swearer told. Oh, don't mention it. He knows about our plan to blow up Jiang Xiaofan, and is currently at odds with me, so I can't get the details out of him. The only thing I can confirm is that Yi Yuan is still alive. In another lakeside villa on Black Pearl Island, Gu Yiming hung up the phone with a dark expression. It seems Yi Yuan already knows the cause of his parents' death, otherwise he wouldn't be so cautious, and even shot down the helicopter. Although He Xiaomin didn't mention this in his call, but Gu Yiming had already guessed. The helicopter was sent to kill Yi Yuan, and would have gone to pick up his wife at Yiping Tanshang afterward. Now the helicopter had lost contact. Yi Yuan was still alive. He had spoken to his wife, who said she hadn't seen the helicopter. So there was only one answer: Yi Yuan shot down the helicopter, but it was unknown whether he had gotten hold of those weapons. This was Gu Yiming's greatest concern. The chance of the helicopter crashing and exploding was not very high. If Yi Yuan obtained the rocket launcher and secretly returned to Lu Lake, taking advantage of his inattention, a single rocket aimed at him, even a deity, would be hard-pressed to save him. Old Zhang, hire some more people tomorrow. It's best to have retired soldiers. The security forces of the villa need to be strengthened. Old Zhang was Gu Yiming's butler. There were many survivors at Lu Lake, and quite a few were retired soldiers. Although Gu Yiming paid great attention to Yi Yuan, he was not overly worried. A super big shot who controlled the lives of over 20 million people in Shudu, his ruthless methods were well known. Every day people wanted to kill him, yet he continued to live well. He had experienced many storms. Caution does not mean being afraid of death. Yi Yuan, you better not come back. If you do, I will make you regret being alive, Gu Yiming said with a cold smile. His only concern now was his wife. Gu Yiming called Lu Rian. Hello Rian, have you eaten yet? Are there zombies outside? That's good. Be careful, reinforce the doors and windows. I will find a way to get you back as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yiming's hatred for Yi Yuan deepened. I still showed weakness. If I don't eradicate the roots, the repercussions will be endless. I should have finished him off when Yi Yuan was hospitalized, then there wouldn't have been any subsequent troubles. And he wouldn't have shot down the helicopter. Now Rian is trapped in Yiping Tanshang. It's truly a headache. Gu Yiming let out a long breath. In the short term, he couldn't borrow a helicopter from the military. He hoped Rian could hold on. It's not that Gu Yiming loved Lu Rian that much, it was more about possessiveness. In his early years, he was quite a playboy, having tasted all the beauties in the world. Later he fell into a trap at Sange's place. Sange by Xiang's family was notorious for rampant viruses and bacteria, and Gu Yiming specifically sought out a high-caste beauty. As a result, he fell victim to it. Moreover, it was an unknown virus. He had to treat it as a live horse, and spent 3 years finally getting cured. Although he saved his life, he had also completely become a eunuch. His wife could not stand living as a widow and eventually divorced him. Since then, Gu Yiming's psyche gradually twisted. He could no longer enjoy beauties, but instead sought possession of them. I occupy a beauty without using her. It's just for play. It was probably this mindset. Lu Rian was a woman he forcibly married. Although he had never used her, this sense of possession made Gu Yiming very satisfied. It gave him a sense of satisfaction like a treasured gem. This collecting and possessive obsession deepened with time. Just like collecting a bottle of Maodai from the year of the goat, the longer it was collected, the more precious it seemed. This twisted mentality gradually made Gu Yiming fall in love with Lu Rian. Even though he had never used her, he regarded her as a treasure, unwilling to desecrate her. Rian, once I get you back, I won't let you roam around anymore. You are mine, always will be. I absolutely forbid anyone from touching you. Yiping Tanxiang is an older residential area in Shudu. However, the greenery and amenities are well established. Despite the community's age, the residents are all of noble status, And while the cars coming in and out appear ordinary, one often sees license plates like 888 or 666. Ipin Tanxiang is the earliest high-end villa area in Shidu. It houses many prominent figures. Lu Ruoyan loves the bustling atmosphere of the old city, so she had Gu Yiming buy her a villa here. She occasionally comes here for a short stay. Of course, this is just an excuse. Essentially, she comes here to catch her breath. Gu Yiming's controlling nature makes her feel suffocated. Unfortunately, her parents are controlled by Gu Yiming. Reluctantly, Lu Ruoyan chose to marry him. In the prime of her youth, she finds herself wed to an old man. The key issue is that this old man is not only incompetent, but also keeps her tightly under control. Whenever she thinks about it, Lu Ruoyan feels a sense of sorrow. Only by escaping to Ipin Tanxiang can she breathe a little easier. She has nothing to do. Lying on the sofa listening to music, she seeks to heal her weary soul. But unexpectedly, the apocalypse suddenly descends. Outside, there are zombies everywhere. After overcoming her initial terror, Lu Ruoyan calms down and reinforces the doors and windows, preventing the zombies outside from getting in. Despite the dangers lurking outside and the dwindling food in the refrigerator at this moment, she feels a sense of complete freedom. She cannot contact her parents. They may already be gone. Gu Yiming is trapped at Luhu and can no longer control himself. I never expected that I would have to use the apocalypse to gain my freedom. Lu Ruoyan stands on the second-floor balcony looking at the brightly lit community where heads of zombies are everywhere. Ooh. Lu Ruoyan gently exhales. She struggles internally. Will Gu Yiming send a plane to pick me up? Should I leave then? She doesn't want to go to Luhu. She doesn't want to return to Gu Yiming's side. But reality is cruel, zombies are everywhere, and food is running out. If she doesn't leave here, she will soon starve to death. Am I going to have to return to that prison-like home? Lu Ruoyan struggles for a long time. In the end, she compromises. The living survive out of fear of death. Lu Ruoyan does not want to die. She certainly does not want to starve or be eaten. Her only hope is to wait for Gu Yiming to send a plane to pick her up next time. Perhaps this is my fate. In every apocalypse movie, there is a protagonist with a halo effect. If only there were someone who could save me. I am willing to do anything. As long as it means I don't have to return to Gu Yiming's side. Lu Ruoyan turns around, swaying her waist and returning to the living room. She is not deliberately twisting her waist. Even in the apocalypse, no one is watching her body, just moves that way, unconsciously swaying as she walks. This is why Gu Yiming treats her like a treasure, keeping her safe from anyone else's touch. Even a lingering glance could provoke his wrath. At least 5 or 6 people have died because of Lu Ruoyan. Some were frivolous in speech, others had lewd gazes, and some boldly pursued her. All were dealt with by Gu Yiming's people. He would not allow his cherished treasure to be defiled by others. Just as Lu Ruoyan enters the living room, she hears a voice calling for help. Help! Someone save me! It is a woman crying out, and her voice is coming towards Lu Ruoyan's villa. Lu Ruoyan's body jerks. She immediately hides behind the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, pulling back the curtain slightly, and sees a middle-aged woman running frantically under the streetlight. Indeed, she is heading towards Lu Ruoyan's house. Moreover, a large group of zombies is following closely behind her, getting closer and closer. In the next moment, the woman's foot twists and she falls to the ground, the zombies behind her swarming and engulfing her. The scream instantly erupts. Lu Ruoyan has already grown accustomed to it. She has often seen zombies eat people over these days. Yet it is a cruel coincidence that this woman dies less than 20 meters from her home. Once the zombies finish with her, they will soon discover Lu Ruoyan. After all, several zombies outside have been banging on the door, attracting other zombies to come over. At that time, the reinforced doors and windows may not hold up. What should I do? I must think of an escape plan in advance. If the zombies break down the door, it will be too late. Lu Ruoyan's mind races, filtering through various possibilities, yet she cannot think of a feasible solution. At this moment, the horde has already devoured the woman. There are dozens of zombies. Like hyenas fighting for food, they finish off the woman in less than a minute, clearly still not satisfied. At this time, one zombie spots Lu Ruoyan's villa. The 3 zombies downstairs continue their relentless assault on the door, showing no signs of leaving. And they continue to roar incessantly. At such a close distance, the roaring quickly attracts the attention of the horde. Oh no, I've been discovered. Lu Ruoyan holds her breath, her mind in chaos, filled with images of zombies devouring people. I do not want to be eaten by zombies. Help! Someone save me. She has witnessed at least a dozen scenes of zombies eating people, each one vivid and horrific. Thinking of that experience, she would rather choose suicide. But not everyone has the courage to take their own life. Lu Ruoyan suddenly makes up her mind. Charge out. Although rushing out may lead to death, it is better than waiting to die at home. The horde has already reached downstairs. The front door is being battered and is on the verge of collapse. If she doesn't escape now, she won't have another chance. There is a deluxe black armored vehicle in the garage. It has powerful capabilities. It should be able to charge through the horde. Although once outside, there are still countless zombies, and the night is even more dangerous. But there is no time to think about that anymore. Lu Ruoyan rushes to the kitchen, grabs a kitchen knife, and quickly heads to the garage. In older residential areas, the garage is usually on the first floor. The garage door is electronically controlled. Lu Ruoyan gets in the car, starts the engine, and presses the remote. The garage door makes a clattering sound and begins to slowly rise. The commotion attracts the horde. They all gather around. Bloodied and mangled feet are clearly visible through the narrow gap of the rising garage door. Lu Ruoyan's heart is in her throat. She grips the steering wheel tightly. The electronic handbrake is already released, and her right foot lightly rests on the brake, ready to slam on the gas at any moment. The garage door continues to rise higher. One by one, zombies begin to rush and slamming against the SUV with fervor. Lu Ruoyan dares not look at the zombies outside the window. Her eyes are glued to the garage door. Faster. Hurry, hurry. At this point, the SUV is surrounded. The garage door has not fully risen, but it is enough for the SUV to drive out. Charge. The stunningly beautiful Lu Ruoyan lets out a beast-like roar from her throat. Her right foot slams down, flooring the accelerator. The SUV roars, knocking down the zombies, blocking its path, crushing them under its wheels. Even inside the vehicle, one can hear the sound of flesh exploding. It is a chilling sound. Under the high beams, the zombies clinging to the front of the vehicle appear grotesque and distinct. Lu Ruoyan forgets her fear. She is intent on her goal, her beautiful eyes wide open, a low growl escaping her throat, her right foot firmly pressing the accelerator. Finally, the SUV crushes through the horde. She bursts out of the garage. However, she is momentarily dazed. There are more zombies outside. Where should she go? The night of the apocalypse is even more perilous. The zombies are more active. Fortunately, the woman earlier attracted the nearby zombies to Lu Ruoyan's home. So for now, it is temporarily safe. Even if they encounter scattered zombies, the off-road vehicle can crash through them. But there isn't much fuel left. They must find a place to rest quickly. Lu Ruoyan slowed down the car, her eyes fixed on the windshield outside while her mind raced. She was like a kid, but she was definitely not a mindless person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have deceived Gu Yiming for so long, making him believe she had been tamed. Yet at this moment, she felt a surge of panic. Her mind was a mess. She couldn't make up her mind. At this moment, she thought of Gu Yiming. Despite hating him to the bone, he was the only one who could help her. Lu Ruoyan quickly dialed the phone. Then she succinctly informed the other party of the situation. What? You escaped. Lu Ruoyan, are you injured? Damn it, at this point, why waste words? Hurry up and think of a way. I'm not injured. Lu Ruoyan replied, suppressing her anger. She didn't dare to explode at Gu Yiming. Even if she cursed him in her heart, she wouldn't dare to say it out loud. On the other end of the line, Gu Yiming was silent for 3 seconds. It seemed he was hesitating about something. But in the end, he made a decision. Lu Ruoyan, drive to Villa No. 9. It's not far from your home. When you arrive at Villa No. 9, someone will open the door for you. Don't hang up the phone. Villa No. 9. Lu Ruoyan felt puzzled. Indeed, Villa No. 9 was not far from her home, as she had to pass by it every day. But that villa has been unoccupied for years. The main entrance is always tightly shut. Even if someone lived there, it should be a friend of Gu Yiming, otherwise why would they open the door for her? However, Gu Yiming had never mentioned having friends in Pentensiang. Despite her confusion, the situation was urgent, and there was no time to ponder. Lu Ruoyan turned the direction, and soon arrived outside the gate of Villa No. 9. Yiming, I'm here. I know. As soon as the words fell, the garage door of the villa slowly opened. Lu Ruoyan hesitated for 2 seconds. Then she stepped on the gas and drove into the garage. Immediately, the garage door slowly closed, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Lu Ruoyan, don't turn on the lights at night. There is food in the refrigerator. You should hold out here for a few days, or I will send someone to pick you up. Lu Ruoyan turned on her phone flashlight and stumbled into the kitchen. Sure enough, she found food in the refrigerator. It was packed full. However, it was mostly instant food, frozen dumplings, frozen tangyuan noodles, and the like. She checked the room again. It was very tidy, so much so that it seemed no one had ever lived there. A thin layer of dust had already accumulated on the sofa. After searching around, she finally found traces of someone having lived in the master bedroom. The blanket was not folded, but the person was not there. Lu Ruoyan, fierce yet intelligent, quickly reacted and revealed a pained smile. Gu Yiming, oh Gu Yiming. You are simply a demon, an omnipresent demon. You suffocate me. She finally realized that this villa was also purchased by Gu Yiming, specifically to monitor her. She only came to stay for 2 or 3 days each month, yet those 2 or 3 days were still under his control. Ridiculous. I naively thought that I would only be free in Pentensiang. No wonder Gu Yiming would readily buy me a house here. He doesn't care about money at all. At worst, he can buy another house for the person monitoring me to live in. This also explains why Villa No. 9 was so tidy yet covered in dust. Because the person monitoring her only came to stay for 2 or 3 days each month. No one cleaned. Moreover, Villa No. 9 was installed with a remote-controlled lock. There must be surveillance in the room, and perhaps Gu Yiming was watching her through the cameras. Even though this villa had saved her, Lu Ruoyan couldn't feel grateful. At this moment, she felt as if Gu Yiming's hand was tightly gripping her neck, leaving her without freedom and unable to breathe. There was still half a pack of unfinished cigarettes on the bedside. The person monitoring her was inexplicably not in the house. Perhaps they had long since turned into a zombie. Lu Ruyan took out a cigarette, skillfully lit it, and took a deep drag. The stimulation of nicotine slightly eased the pain in her heart. During the years of being controlled, she relied on cigarettes to pass the days. Truly, she was aptly named Lu Ruyan. After finishing one cigarette, she felt tired and casually found a guest room to lie down and rest. The next day she woke up. The sky was already bright. In the apocalypse, there is no concept of time, nor is there a need to wake up at 9 and sleep at night. One sleeps until they naturally wake up. Yuan saw that Xiao Wan's taming degree had increased by another 5. Not bad, as she could still improve while sleeping. Just get used to it. This good girl is a self-taught genius. Today, he must show off well in front of her. Strive to reach 95 quickly. After the three had breakfast, they prepared to go to Yipin Tanxiang. All the important items from Xiao Wan's home had been packed into Xiao Fan's storage. Let's go first to the property tool room. He'll go in front. Xiao Wan walk in the middle. Xiao Fan bring up the rear. Fong Xiao Wan was empty-handed. She wasn't a servant yet, even though she was very obedient. But since she wasn't a servant, he was still uneasy. Letting her walk in the middle generally won't have any unexpected incidents. Today's task is to dig a tunnel to Yipin Tanxiang, and they need to go to the property tool room to get a shovel or hoe first. Although the super digger could instantly dig 1 cubic meter of soil and stone, it required the use of digging tools. Going empty-handed wouldn't work. The three arrived on the first floor without encountering any zombies. Yuan had already killed them all yesterday. However, new zombies must have come into the community. Stay alert. Don't walk too fast. 7 to 80 meters away, nothing could be seen clearly. They must always be wary of zombies charging out of the mist. However, the scattered zombies did not pose a threat to Yuan. The property was not far away. After killing 4 zombies, the three arrived at the tool room smoothly. Inside were shovels, hoes, and a variety of tools. However, the shovels and hoes were too long, so Yuan used a shotgun to break the handles, making them much easier to handle. Xiao Fan, you try it first. Yuan tossed a half-meter-long hoe to Jiang Xiao Fan. Jiang Xiao Fan focused intently, and then swung the hoe, digging into the ground. A miraculous scene occurred. Instantly, a pit measuring 1 meter in length, width, and height appeared beneath her feet, and Jiang Xiao Fan, not paying attention, fell in with a scream. Fortunately, the pit wasn't deep, so she didn't get hurt. Wow, that's amazing. Jiang Xiao Fan entered her national treasure mode, her inherent dragon-like nature revealed, and excitement radiated from her stunning face. Xiao Wan nearby was so astonished that she stumbled over her words. Xiao Fan, you. What spell did you? It's not a spell, but it's the ability that Brother Yi granted me last night. Just swinging the shovel can dig instantly. Brother Yi granted her the ability. Could Brother Yi teach others abilities? Xiao Wan looked at Yuan with admiration. Quietly, the taming degree in the card above her head surged by 10. Yuan thought he was seeing things. Just a moment ago, the taming degree was only 65, yet suddenly it transformed into 75, based on his previous experiences. Once the taming degree reaches 60, the increase becomes quite slow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have changed maps to go to Jiang Xiaofan's place. He found it somewhat hard to believe. Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed it really was 75. Looking at Fong Xiaowan, his face was filled with admiration, his eyes brimming with fervor. Yuan immediately understood. With zombies everywhere, the ability to burrow through the ground was of great value, only slightly inferior to the ability of infinite replication. From a safety perspective, it might even be superior. He could go wherever he pleased with zombies all around. He could hide underground or directly dig a tunnel to the cliff. No matter how dangerous the outside world was, it had nothing to do with him. No wonder Xiao Wan was so fervently admiring. She naturally understood the value of this ability. Of course, Yuan's goal was merely to show off and increase his taming degree. He had no intention of granting the ability to Xiao Wan for the time being. Even if he wanted it, he couldn't. He had to wait until Xiao Wan became his servant before he could bestow her with abilities. Xiao Fan, keep digging downwards. Okay, Brother Yi. Jiang Xiao Fan swung her hoe, and blocks of earth and stone were instantly dug up. The excavated earth and stone did not disappear. If left unattended, they would randomly appear nearby. However, a specific location could be designated provided it was within sight. Yuan had thought this through last night. He didn't want pure dirt and intended to store the stones directly in the space warehouse. Massive stones measuring 1 cubic meter in length, width, and height. Once a base was established later, these huge stones could be used to build walls, eliminating any concerns about zombie tides. This could be considered waste utilization. Jiang Xiaofan continued to dig downwards and soon reached a depth of 5 meters. Yuan took Xiaowan down. Then from Xiaowan's space warehouse, he took out a dozen huge stones to block the entrance, preventing the wandering zombies above from coming down. Of course, the entrance wasn't sealed completely, otherwise they would suffocate due to lack of oxygen. Currently, there was still a network signal, but if they continued digging forward, the signal would weaken. So Yuan first used his phone to locate a premium sandalwood. Then he simply needed to dig straight along the direction of the signal. Of course, during the digging process, they would definitely deviate from the direction of the signal. However, it wasn't a big issue. Every once in a while he would dig a hole to receive the signal, making it easier to adjust the direction. Xiaofan, you take a break. He'll dig. After the second time he checked Yuan's status, he gained the ability to strengthen himself through digging. He could gain attribute points. Yuan also wanted to become stronger quickly, as long as he didn't get tired, he would prioritize digging. With a shovel down, a line of prompts appeared before Yuan's eyes. Burrowing strength experience 1. He quickly brought up the attribute panel, and indeed saw that there was an additional 1 experience behind his ability. By this calculation, after digging 100 times, he could gain 1 attribute point. This was delightful. Keep going. Yuan swung the shovel incessantly, and there was a remarkable phenomenon. The excavated area was extraordinarily solid. It felt like reinforced concrete. There was no worry of collapse. Before long, Yuan had dug a tunnel 50 meters long. At this moment, a prompt appeared again. Burrowing strength level up, you gain 1 free attribute. Finally gained an attribute point. Yuan immediately brought up the attribute panel. Yuan. Attributes strength 11, constitution 11, agility 10, spirit 9. Abilities 3D printing, infinite replication, partial integrated replication, organism replication. Digging master, super digger, burrowing strength LV. 10. Free attribute 1. Yuan's attribute panel was quite decent. His strength, constitution, and agility were all higher than that of an average person, though his spirit was slightly lacking. Moreover, both 3D printing and digging master, the series of abilities, required consumption of spirit. So he added the 1 free attribute point to his spirit. Let's keep working. However, he wouldn't dig forward for now. If he kept his head down underground, the network signal would have long disappeared. He needed to poke his head up to receive the signal and correct the direction. Yuan began to dig upwards. Soon a square hole appeared above his head. A shadow fell from the hole. When it landed, everyone saw that it was a zombie. Roar. The zombie hadn't even gotten back up before it let out an angry roar. Yuan had anticipated this situation, so he had already readied his shotgun. Bang! A shot blew its head off. After eliminating the zombie, Yuan raised his phone above his head, allowing the external network signal to be received more easily. Though he wasn't sure if this method was effective, at least it had a certain psychological effect. Soon the phone screen displayed his current location, which indeed deviated from the previous route. When he dug later, he would just need to adjust the angle slightly. However, Yuan noticed that the phone map showed a 5-and-dime store nearby. He could dig a tunnel into the hardware store to grab some military shovels and flashlights. Constantly using the phone's flashlight consumed a lot of battery. Moreover, the hoe and shovel he got from the property management weren't small and convenient enough. Let's head to the hardware store to grab some tools. Yuan stepped back, dug a few shovels to the left, and then began to dig upwards. His sense of direction was quite good. He quickly dug into the interior of the hardware store. It was completely empty inside. Since they were already there, they might as well conduct a thorough sweep. Xiaofan, let's get to work. Let's clear the hardware store. Although it was called a store, it was actually only 200 to 300 square meters, but it was filled with various tools densely arranged on the shelves. These tools were temporarily useless. However, they might come in handy in the future, and anyway, it was all just a matter of taking what they could. Yuan jumped right in. Wrenches, screwdrivers, wires, drills, cutting machines. All were stuffed into the space warehouse. At first, Xiaofan hesitated to take action. After all, growing up with a red flag, she had been taught not to steal. This behavior made her feel uncomfortable. But soon she experienced the thrill of free stuff. Wow, it feels so good to take things without paying. No wonder some people get addicted to stealing. I can hardly control my hands now. Xiaofan began to let loose. Xiaowan looked on eagerly, watching Yuan and Xiaofan like magicians putting one item after another into such a small wine jar. Everything felt so magical. At that moment, Yuan approached her and handed her a wine jar. This is for you. It's also a space warehouse. I figured out how to use it yesterday. I'm giving it to you early so we can work together to— So Brother Yi has already acknowledged me in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prepared the space warehouse for me. I also have a space warehouse now. Okay, Brother Yi, I'll move quickly. After receiving the space warehouse, Xiaowan immediately sprang into action, even humming a little tune, completely forgetting that this was the apocalypse. She forgot that there were zombies outside. However, even if zombies came in, they could hide in the tunnel and use the huge— At that moment, Yuan noticed that Xiaowan's taming degree had increased by another 5. He had gotten used to it. It seemed that Xiaowan was also suitable for being fed, but what he fed her wasn't food, but rather some black technology. He would ponder this further in the evening to see if he could accelerate Xiaowan's taming degree. As the saying goes, men and women working together tasks are less tiring. The 3 of them worked together. In less than half an hour, they had cleared the endless supermarket. Alright, let's call it a day. With a handy military shovel, Yuan's digging speed increased. Before long, his burrowing strength had leveled up to 2. You gain 1 free attribute. Digging tunnels could also earn attribute points. It was a double joy. This time, Yuan still allocated his freedom attribute to his mental strength. Only with sufficient mental power can he magnify the value of infinite replication. Otherwise, he would have to sleep and recover after each replication. Next, he continued to dig forward. However, after leveling up his digging skill to level 2, gaining experience points became somewhat more challenging. At level 1, he could gain 1 experience for each dig. After leveling up to level 2, he could only gain 0.5 for each dig. It seems that the higher the level, the lower the experience gained. But it wasn't a big problem. Yuan's goal was to gather all the important resources in the city, which inevitably required him to dig many tunnels. The strengthening of his digging skill was an unexpected delight. It didn't matter if he leveled up slowly. The next phase would be quite tedious, as Yuan and Zhang Xiaofan took turns digging tunnels, poking their heads out every 100 meters to receive network signals and correct their positions. Sometimes when luck was not on their side, they would end up digging into the underground parking lot of a residential area. Fortunately, there were very few zombies in the parking lot. They posed little threat. After switching turns and digging for a kilometer, they finally reached Yipin Tanxiang. This distance seemed short. However, digging a tunnel required a straight line. If they were to attack from the surface, the distance would at least double due to all the twists and turns. The level of danger would increase exponentially. Throughout this journey, Yuan gained 2 points of freedom attributes, and his digging skill had leveled up to level 4. Zhang Xiaofan also gained 3 points of freedom attributes. She allocated all of them to her strength. Girls generally have weaker strength, especially when using automatic rifles, which have significant recoil. Single shots were manageable, but she couldn't stabilize during bursts. She needed to enhance her strength in the early stages. Now her strength had reached 10 points. Although the recoil from the firearm still had an impact, it was already much better. There would hardly be any issues with her shooting accuracy. Our current location should be beneath Yipin Tanxiang residential area. I'm not sure exactly where we are. I'll dig an exit, perhaps a zombie will fall down. Xiaofan, don't shoot randomly. Zhang Xiaofan nodded. After all, Yuan was the one digging in front. If a zombie fell down, shooting randomly could easily hit him. Fortunately, luck was on their side this time. After Yuan dug away the last layer of earth above, no zombies fell down. He first used his phone's camera to observe the surroundings through the hole. Then he looked at the screen. Wow. Near a villa ahead, there were densely packed zombies, at least dozens of them. Who on earth led the zombies here? At this moment, the phone signal had also been restored. Yuan checked the map, and the villa outside the hole was marked as number 7. What the heck? What a coincidence. Villa number 7 was indeed Lu Rian's home. Before the apocalypse, Yuan had conducted thorough investigations on the enemies who caused his parents' deaths, with Gu Yiming being the prime suspect. He was the mastermind. Therefore, Yuan had a clear understanding of the situation. He had meticulously tracked Lu Rian's daily activities as Gu Yiming's wife. He also knew that Lu Rian had a villa in Yipin Tanxiang. He didn't expect to accidentally dig right to her doorstep. However, Yuan's mood immediately turned tense. The villa has already been breached by zombies. Is Lu Rian still alive? No, she returned safely to Lu Hu in my past life. Could it be the butterfly effect after my rebirth? Yuan did not believe in the butterfly effect. A person's power was weak and could not change the predetermined trajectory of events. Let's not dwell on that for now. Whether she was dead or alive, he needed to check Lu Rian's house. Xiaowan stepped back. Xiaofan, you step back too and help me turn on the flashlight to the maximum. The powerful flashlight from the hardware store was like a signal flare. Set to maximum power, it illuminated the tunnel vividly, allowing visibility even 100 meters away. Once Xiaofan and Xiaowan retreated to a safe distance, the powerful flashlight lit up the tunnel. Yuan stepped out of the tunnel and fired 3 shots at the zombies near Lu Rian's house. 3 zombies fell to the ground. The muffled gunfire also alerted other zombies in the villa, causing them to swarm towards Yuan. No panic, not at all. Yuan retreated into the tunnel, leisurely, quietly waiting for the horde to arrive. The tunnel was only 1 meter wide, just enough space for one person to pass. At this moment, holding a shotgun with a capacity of 7,000 rounds, this was truly the essence of one man, holding the pass, preventing thousands from crossing. Soon the first zombie charged into the tunnel. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the zombie's head exploded instantly. Yuan took a few steps back, and the second zombie rushed in, stepping over its fallen companion to lunge at Yuan. Bang! The second zombie fell as well. Just like that, Yuan shot, while retreating, ensuring that the corpses of the zombies wouldn't pile up, preventing the following zombies from blocking their own deaths. In less than 5 minutes, the entire tunnel was filled with zombies, all killed. The process was extremely easy. Even Feng Xiaowan, who was hiding at the back, showed no signs of fear. Yuan asked Xiaofan to dim the flashlight. At that moment, he noticed that Xiaowan's taming degree had increased by 5. What was going on? I really didn't do anything. Wait, just now I killed 70 or 80 zombies. Could it be because of that? Thinking back, it did seem quite impressive. Casually digging a tunnel, luring all the zombies inside, and killing them one after another. The whole process was effortless. This impressive feat was also somewhat accidental, yet it was a successful display. Xiaowan was naturally in awe. Alright, this 5 increase in taming degree was a surprise. At this point her taming degree reached 85, just 10 more, and she could be thoroughly tamed. At that time, another obedient servant would be added to his collection. Life in the apocalypse was quite wonderful. Let's go, we should head up. Yuan walked in front, the ground littered with corpses, while Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan were still a bit unaccustomed. However, seeing Yuan move quickly, they could only suppress their fear and follow. Both knew well this was the apocalypse, and they had to adapt quickly. Upon exiting the tunnel, the outside was still shrouded in blood mist. They could only see about 70 to 80 meters ahead. There were temporarily no zombies nearby. Yuan, holding the shotgun, cautiously approached Villa number 7. Although he didn't see any zombies, he did not rule out the possibility of some lurking inside the villa. Xiao Fan protected Xiao Wan in the middle. The three of them successfully entered the villa. After searching, they found no zombies and no corpses. Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The absence of corpses indicated that Lu Ruyan was not dead. At least she hadn't died in the villa. He then searched the garage and saw several zombies with their bodies crushed, one of which was still alive. However, half of its body was turned to mush. It couldn't even crawl, posing no threat. Yuan solved it with a single shot. Glancing at the signs in the garage, he roughly deduced that Lu Ruyan must have escaped by car. But he didn't know if she had been bitten. What should we do, Brother Yi? Should we continue searching? Yuan certainly wanted to keep searching. Even though there were still quite a few survivors, a goddess-level beauty was still rare. Since there was a clue about Lu Ruyan, he couldn't easily give up. Let's do this. If we'll search in the direction of the tire track. If we really can't find her, then forget it. After all, there were zombies all outside. If Lu Ruyan escaped the residential area, there would be no need to search. She would likely be devoured by the zombies outside. If she was still within the residential area, that would be best. Even though the odds were slim, they still had to try. Let's go, we're setting off. There weren't many active zombies in the residential area, and many had been killed by Yuan earlier, so it wasn't as dangerous as imagined. The blood mist obscured the survivors' vision, but it also concealed the zombies' sight. With a powerful shotgun in hand, it shouldn't be a big problem if they were careful. The three of them left the villa following the blood trail left by the car tires. Meanwhile, far away in Luhu, Gu Yiming was staring at the phone screen, watching Yuan and his companions leave Villa number 7. Lu Ruyan probably didn't expect this. Gu Yiming not only bought a villa, but also specifically sent people to monitor her. He even installed surveillance cameras in her Villa number 7. Gu Yiming watched Yuan disappear from the surveillance footage, and his expression grew increasingly sinister and vicious. Yuan, you actually found Pin Tenxiang and came here. Why, are you looking for Ruyan? You want to take Ruyan away from me to get revenge, just like how you took Jiang Xiaofan to get back at Hisu, right? I figured out your scheme. You're seeking death. You're really seeking death. Gu Yiming gritted his teeth, thinking about the woman he cherished like a treasure who had never been touched, possibly being taken by Yuan. At this moment his heart was roaring incessantly. Don't. Gu Yiming clenched his fists, the cracking sound echoing his nails digging into his flesh without him even realizing. Gu Yiming was not worried about Yuan returning for revenge. Sending a helicopter to eliminate him was merely a matter of picking up Lu Ruyan along the way. But now he was truly frightened. That feeling was akin to an alcoholic who cherished a limited edition fine wine at home, but couldn't bear to drink it. Suddenly one day a thief broke into the house. His heart raced with anxiety. Steal anything, but don't take my prized wine. Unfortunately, the thief also had a taste for liquor. Gu Yiming's current mood was just like that, wishing he could tear Yuan apart immediately. But at this moment Yuan had already vanished from the surveillance footage. Villa No. 7 was very close to Villa No. 9. That bastard is likely heading there. I must warn Ruyan, she mustn't make a sound at any commotion outside. Gu Yiming switched the surveillance footage to Villa No. 9. Then he called Lu Ruyan. After a round of instructions, seeing her pull the curtains shut, he finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Yuan, accompanied by Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan, quickly tracked down Villa No. 9, following the tire tracks of the off-road vehicle. After all, the vehicle had crushed several zombies when it bolted out of the garage last night. The wheels were covered in blood. The two villas were not far apart, making it easy to trace. At this moment, two zombies emerged from the blood mist nearby, roaring as they charged towards Yuan and the others. Brother, you leave it to me. Xiao Fan volunteered, now emboldened and eager to practice her shooting skills. Yuan handed her the shotgun. If she couldn't handle it, well, he could step in later, as the two zombies were still a bit far away. Xiao Fan lifted the shotgun, aiming without firing. She pulled the trigger only when the first zombie was about 20 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and the 2 zombies were killed. In fact, the first 2 shots had already taken down the zombies. One was shot in the chest and had its spine broken. Thus, she fired a follow-up shot. Not bad, your shooting has improved. Receiving Yuan's praise, Xiao Fan was overjoyed, thinking to herself that she had to perform well in front of Brother Yi. At that moment, the gunfire outside startled Lu Ruyan, who peeked through a gap in the curtains to observe. Gu Yiming saw this scene through the surveillance video. His heart leapt into his throat. She must not be discovered by Yuan. He immediately called Lu Ruyan, trying to threaten her to stay hidden and not look outside. The phone lay on the bedside. Lu Ruyan, with her back turned, heard the faint vibration but pretended not to hear. She had her own judgment. Longhua had strict gun control. The gunfire outside could very well be the military or police clearing zombies from the neighborhood. If the conditions were right, she could follow the military to escape. That would mean breaking free from Gu Yiming's control. She was utterly disgusted with Gu Yiming, now fully aware that escaping with the military would be uncertain, especially with Gu Yiming's connections. She could very well be sent straight back to Luhai. But for now she didn't care, as she had had enough of this suffocating life and would take one day of freedom at a time. However, when Lu Ruyan quietly pulled back the curtain, she was taken aback. Not military personnel. Looking through the curtain gap, she saw a man and two women, and upon closer inspection, they seemed somewhat familiar. Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly brightened. That person looks a bit like Yi Yuan. The Gu and Yi families had a familial relationship, though otherwise Yi Yuan's father wouldn't have allowed Gu Yiming to invest in his company. Thus the two families had often met before. Lu Ruyan had seen Yi Yuan several times. At that moment, a dozen zombies charged out from the blood mist nearby, rushing towards Yi Yuan and his companions. Lu Ruyan's heart jolted. So many zombies, even with Yi Yuan's gun, it wouldn't be enough. Instinctively, Lu Ruyan wanted to open the window to let Yi Yuan and the others in. After all, they were once acquaintances, and she was unaware of the enmity between the Yi and Gu families. Even if Yi Yuan couldn't figure it out without hiring a detective at a great expense. But just as Lu Ruyan had pulled the curtains back, she hadn't even opened the window to call out. Yi Yuan and Zhang Xiaofan had already opened fire. Xiaofan was still using the shotgun, while Yi Yuan produced a universal machine gun, as if performing a magic trick. Da-da-da-da. The dense rain of bullets resembled a metallic storm, instantly turning the charging zombies into a hive. Often a single bullet could penetrate 3 or 4 zombies. The bullets created a hole the size of a peanut at the front, while the back was a hole the size of a fist. Plus Xiaofan was there for backup. Before the horde of zombies could reach them, they were all taken down, most of them with their spines broken and unable to move. Yi Yuan waved his hand. Zhang Xiaofan understood, approaching with the shotgun to give the not yet dead zombies a headshot at close range. It's done, brother Yi. Yi Yuan nodded. Unintentionally, he caught sight of someone behind the villa's window. Yi Yuan instinctively raised his gun to aim. Upon closer inspection, to his surprise, it was Lu Ruyan. Yi Yuan, it's me, Aunt Lu. Though Lu Ruyan was not very old, only in her late 20s, and looked even younger due to her good maintenance, she was still Gu Yiming's wife. She used to be called Aunt Lu. Yi Yuan didn't want to get caught up in how to address her, as his focus was on the card above Lu Ruyan's head. As expected, with Lu Ruyan being so beautiful, she naturally had some attributes above her head. Lu Ruyan, Attribute 1 Nutritionist Blue, Attribute 2 Culinary Skills White, Attribute 3 Driver White. The first bold attribute was Nutritionist, and it was blue quality, just like Xiao Wan's excavator operator. This meant that it could be extracted as a blue ability. At this moment, Lu Ruyan opened the door. Yi Yuan coming quickly. Yi Yuan was concentrating, mentally locking onto the Nutritionist attribute, then pulled it vigorously. In an instant, a mysterious power surged into his body. It worked. The attribute turned into an ability. He was not yet clear on its function, but he set it aside for now and decided to discuss it inside. Yi Yuan entered the villa with Xiaofan and Xiao Wan. Lu Ruyan closed the door. Yi Yuan, it's been half a year since we last met. I didn't expect to reunite here. What's the situation outside, can you tell me? Yi Yuan shook his head. The situation is dire. Zombies are everywhere, biting. Anyone who gets close will turn them into one. It will only get worse from here on out. As he spoke, Yi Yuan summoned his status interface. Then he checked the abilities he had extracted from Lu Ruyan. Nutritionist. All food can be converted into high-grade nutritional products, gaining free attribute points after consumption. Consume LV. 1 for every ton of food consumed, 1 free attribute point can be obtained. A level 1 skill can consume up to 20 tons of food. The introduction of the ability was quite brief, but the information had already integrated into Yi Yuan's mind. The Nutritionist was indeed impressive. Ordinary food could be converted into high-grade supplements. As long as he consumed 20 tons of food, he could gain 20 free attribute points. Zhang Xiaofan, Feng Xiaowan, and Lu Ruyan, none of them were useless decorations. This time out he's made a huge profit. At this moment, Yi Yuan felt extremely pleased. From a functional perspective, the Nutritionist he obtained from Lu Ruyan was inferior to Xiao Wan's excavator master. After all, the excavator master could dig holes and strengthen himself to gain attribute points. However, the Nutritionist was faster. Just find a large supermarket without any restrictions on food types and devour 20 tons in one go to instantly gain 20 points of free attributes. Efficient, simple, and straightforward. Yi Yuan was still immersed in joy when Lu Ruyan suddenly held up her phone in front of him, displaying a text on the screen. Yi Yuan, do you still have a place to stay? Can you take me with you? Don't talk or look around. I suspect there are cameras in the village. Yi Yuan took a sneak peek at Lu Ruyan. This woman was quite meticulous, especially with her last remark, reminding Yi Yuan not to look around, which was a safeguard for herself. If Yi Yuan had no place to stay or was unwilling to take her away, she would ultimately have to compromise with Gu Yiming. Everything that happened today could be reasonably explained to Gu Yiming. He didn't hear the phone vibrate. Letting Yi Yuan in was also based on their past acquaintance. There was nothing wrong with that. Moreover, if Yi Yuan didn't look around, Gu Yiming wouldn't suspect the villa had been monitored. Of course, Yi Yuan didn't care about Lu Ruyan's cautiousness. It was not strange for a woman without support to keep a backup for herself. Besides, she was not a bad person. In his past life, just before his death, she had secretly brought him food twice. Regardless of her intentions, Yi Yuan was determined to take her away. Don't worry, Ruyan. No matter how dangerous it is outside, you're free now. Come with me, and I'll find you a place that's absolutely safe. After saying that, Yi Yuan took Lu Ruyan's hand and walked towards the door. He spoke those words directly. The more cameras, the better. He wanted Gu Yiming to see and hear. Damn you bastard. Lu Ruyan, being pulled by Yi Yuan's hand, felt her heart race. After marrying Gu Yiming for so many years, it was the first time she had truly held a man's hand. Gu Yiming didn't count. He was a eunuch and moreover psychologically twisted, treating people as collectibles. Lu Ruyan had a lingering doubt. Why did Yi Yuan call her by her name instead of Aunt Lu like before? And why was it so affectionate? Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan followed behind. Xiao Fan was fine as she was already a servant and wouldn't feel jealous. But Xiao Wan not, yet Yi Yuan's person felt a pang of jealousy, seeing him hold Lu Ruyan's hand. She felt she was at a loss. Yi Ge hasn't even held my hand yet, how can he hold another woman's hand? It's not fair. After the four left the villa, Yi Yuan held a machine gun, while Xiao Fan wielded a shotgun, and they all disappeared into the blood mist. Gu Yiming stared at the empty phone screen, already furious. Ruyan, how dare he call my wife's? Ruyan didn't object. She let him hold her hand and leave. Damn it, those two shameless people, I will definitely not. Gu Yiming's eyes were bloodshot, and at that moment his murderous intent surged. Old Zhong. Contact above immediately, no matter the cost, I need to borrow a helicopter. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find Yi Yuan and Lu Ruyan. I will crush them into ashes. The depth of love is matched only by the depth of hatred. Lu Ruyan was a rare treasure cherished by Gu Yiming, and over the years his perverse possessiveness had morphed into a twisted love. Yet he never expected. When Lu Ruyan willingly followed Yi Yuan away, it felt like the sky had fallen. I swear I will make you two regret being born. On the other side, Yi Yuan did not walk far with the 3 women. It was very dangerous outside. Staying in Yipintanxiang was the best choice. Even if Gu Yiming sent people to search, he didn't have the strength on the ground, and with the mist in the air, it wouldn't be easy to find him. At this time, the 4 of them arrived at the entrance of Villa No. 16. They knocked a few times on the door, and inside there were sounds of zombies. It was possible that survivors were hiding. Anyway, as long as there were no zombies, it would be comfortable to stay. At most, they would carefully search once they got in. Yi Yuan began to dig into the ground. It was safer to dig a tunnel than to forcefully break down the door. He wouldn't sleep soundly at night otherwise. Once he dug a tunnel into the villa, he could seal it off later. As Yi Yuan struck down with the shovel, he instantly dug out a pit measuring 1 meter in length, width, and height. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan were already used to it, but it was Lu Ruyan's first time witnessing such a scene, and she was instantly stunned, her beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief. Yi Yuan, what did you just do? Xiao Fan immediately acted as Yi Yuan's spokesperson. This is Yi Ge's superpower specifically used for digging tunnels. He can dig 1 cubic meter very quickly. And I can do this superpower too. Yi Ge granted it to me. The last sentence clearly carried a sense of pride, as if declaring sovereignty. I am Yi Yuan's first woman. Lu Ruyan looked incredulous. However, seeing was believing. Every time Yi Yuan swung the shovel, he could remove a cubic meter of earth and stone, quickly carving out a passage leading underground. My God! Shocked. Her heart was filled with immense astonishment. No wonder Yi Yuan said earlier that he would take me to a place that is absolutely safe. With such digging skills, where is there any unsafe place in this apocalypse? As long as I follow Yi Yuan, I won't have to worry about danger anymore. The most important thing is to escape Gu Yiming's clutches. Quietly, Lu Ruyan's taming degree increased by 10. Just at that moment, Yi Yuan noticed this scene. It seemed that showing off worked on any woman. However, he felt a bit puzzled. He had killed over a dozen zombies earlier, which could be considered saving Lu Ruyan. Why did the taming degree show as 0 after stripping the title? Just as Yi Yuan thought this, a voice in his mind replied, every host with a title needs the host to strip the title for the first time to activate the taming degree. Before that, all factors that could convert to taming degree will be reset to 0. So that's how it is. Alright, I won't dwell on this matter. As long as she follows me, she will eventually become a servant. The only prerequisite is that she doesn't turn into a zombie. Lu Ruyan shouldn't turn into one. Whether she has antibodies is unclear, but she won't turn into a zombie in the short term, otherwise he wouldn't have seen her at Lu Lake in his past life. Not long after Yi Yuan dug into the villa, the 3 women followed him in. Then Yi Yuan emptied the giant stones from his space storage to block the entrance of the tunnel into the villa. and found the key inside the villa. Let's stay here for now. Ru Yin, don't worry. Even if Gu Yiming comes looking for us, we can hide in the tunnel at the first moment. Once we're in the tunnel, it's my territory. Ru Yin felt warm inside. She didn't expect Yuan to care about her so much, and to be the first to think of her safety. Feeling touched, her taming degree increased by another 10. However, she was still puzzled about why Yuan called her by her name. Yuan, you used to call me Aunt Lu. Why is it different now? Yuan was silent for a moment before suddenly sneering. That was the past. Right now, I just want to kill that bastard Gu Yiming. He doesn't deserve to be my elder. I know you were forced to marry him. So in my heart, you are not his wife. Is there a problem with me calling you by your name? No, of course not. Ru Yin smiled sincerely. Thank you, Yuan. I like you calling me by my name. I don't want to be labeled as Gu Yiming's wife. Alright, let's rest for a bit, and then we will go out for a big sweep. We need to find a supermarket quickly. As long as we devour 20 tons of food, we can quickly become stronger. Ru Yin was unclear about what Yuan meant by a large-scale sweep. At this moment, she was still immersed in the joy of gaining her freedom. After 5 years of being married to Gu Yiming, she had never felt so unburdened. Over the past 5 years, she had not lacked opportunities to escape. However, her parents were continually under Gu Yiming's control, and even if she wanted to leave, she dared not, having to compromise and stay. Perhaps it was fate. Since her parents were already unreachable, it was highly likely they had turned into corpses, and there was no need for her to linger in fear any longer. Following Yuan. At least he wouldn't be like a voyeur constantly wanting to control her. Sister Ru Yin, hurry up and keep up. Ru Yin looked up to see Xiao Fan waving at her. Yuan had already led Xiao Wan into the underground passage. This guy, is he so aloof that he doesn't even call for me when leaving? Ru Yin hurriedly followed him. She felt a bit of resentment in her heart, but there was no hatred, rather it felt like a wronged girl complaining about her boyfriend. However, Ru Yin did not admit this feeling internally. After all, Yuan had previously called her Aunt Lu. It was impossible for her feelings to change so quickly. After the four entered the underground passage while the network signal was still available, Yuan locked onto a large supermarket outside the community, then instructed Xiao Fan to dig towards the supermarket based on his instincts. The distance was easy to calculate. Every shovel dug forward was 1 meter. The key was not to deviate too much from the direction. After a while, Yuan silently estimated their position, which should be outside the community. However, the passage was too deep. They could no longer receive any network signal. Xiao Fan, dig a hole upwards first. I need to catch a network signal to confirm our location. Soon as a piece of earth and stone was excavated, a large square hole appeared above them, and at the same time a figure. Yuan thought it was another zombie. He quickly raised his shotgun to aim. Upon closer inspection with the strong flashlight illuminating, it turned out to be a living person. The man looked to be in his 40s or 50s, sporting a receding hairline and a beer belly. He fell into the passage in a rather embarrassing manner. At that moment, another person appeared at the hole above. Director Lu, are you alright? The Mediterranean man quickly scrambled up, shielding his eyes from the bright flashlight. I'm fine. There are still people below. Yuan was speechless. He hadn't expected to dig up a living person. Moreover, he was a district director. Hey, who are you? Hurry and turn off the flashlight. My eyes can't open. Without Yuan's command, Jiang Xiaofan kept shining the flashlight on Director Liu. Yuan took a couple of steps forward with the shotgun pressed against Director Liu's forehead. Either I shoot you, or you hurry and climb up. It was clear that above wasn't the supermarket. Yuan needed to continue digging the passage and couldn't let outsiders see his abilities. It wasn't that he was afraid of being exposed. After all, this was the apocalypse, and keeping some secrets was safer, a lesson learned from his past life. Hey, you better lower the gun. This is Director Liu, and if something happens, you won't be able to take responsibility. The person at the hole shouted. Director Liu's eyes were blinded by the bright flashlight, making it difficult for him to see Yuan's face. However, he could vaguely sense a gun pressed against his chest. If it weren't for the gun, he wouldn't be so scared. Since the other party had a gun, that meant they were an insider. Could he, a district director, not subdue him? Which department are you from? I want to speak with your superior. Right now, I command you to lower the gun and turn off the flashlight. That's an order. As soon as Director Liu finished speaking, Yuan pulled the trigger. Bang! A dull gunshot echoed, and the dense pellets pierced through Director Liu's chest. Told you to leave, but you insisted on courting death. With a click, he reloaded. Yuan raised his hand and shot again, taking down the other person who had yet to regain their senses at the hole. Hawk, trying to show off your authority with me. Did you think this was before the apocalypse, eh? Yuan put away his shotgun, switched to a shovel, and nonchalantly continued digging the passage. Xiaofan, what are you doing? Hand me the flashlight. Jiang Xiaofan finally snapped back to reality and quickly raised the flashlight high. She was somewhat better off. After all, she had witnessed Yuan's methods before. A few days ago, 2 thugs had invaded her home, and it was Yuan who had used a shotgun to kill them. Thus, Jiang Xiaofan did not have a strong reaction to the killing of Director Liu. Meanwhile, Xiao Wan and Ru Yin stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. Big brother, you killed someone. Yuan turned around. Looking at the wide-eyed Yuan and Lu Ruyin, he felt it necessary to emphasize something to them. Listen carefully, this is the apocalypse. The weak are prey for the strong. Do not trust strangers, especially those in high positions. They will not treat you as humans. When necessary, they will not hesitate to kill you. In his past life, Yuan had seen too much. High-ranking individuals would sacrifice countless survivors for their selfish desires. This was a common occurrence. They simply did not care about the lives of ordinary people, yet they always managed to use grandiloquent excuses to make the common folk willingly march to their deaths. The most untrustworthy were these people. Yuan, I support you. Yuan, you need to believe in you. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyin changed her stance, so quickly actually supporting Yuan's actions. But upon careful thought, she had been Gu Yiming's wife at least in name, and surely had heard many secrets of the upper echelons. Thus, she could quickly recognize Yuan. Let's go, stop dazing off and keep up. Yuan did not want to explain. If it weren't for the concern that his earlier actions might affect Yuan and Lu Ruyin's views of him, making it harder to raise their taming levels in the future, Yuan wouldn't have bothered explaining. Big brother Yi, I trust you. Even if you make a mistake, I won't support you, but I won't oppose you either. Indeed, this awareness was commendable. Yuan smiled. He turned and continued to swing the shovel. This time he adjusted the direction slightly and soon dug the passage into the supermarket. Tian E Supermarket. As she spoke this name, Lu Ruyin's expression turned somewhat unnatural. Tian E was the largest chain supermarket in Shudu. There were a total of 3500 stores covering nearly every community and every street. This was Gu Yiming's enterprise. That's why Lu Ruyin felt uncomfortable. Anything related to Gu Yiming made her resistant. Yuan revealed a mischievous smile as he approached Lu Ruyin. Do you hate Gu Yiming? Lu Ruyin nodded. Yuan continued. In that case, we should be happy to raid his supermarket. Yes, that seemed to be the logic. Although the supermarkets in the urban area had already lost their value to Gu Yiming, it still felt great to take his things for free. Lu Ruyin happily nodded. Yuan took out Yuan's space warehouse, which could be replicated once in. Never mind, let's copy two. Keep one as a sample, and when needed, he could directly replicate it. Yuan harnessed the power of 3D printing, and soon two space warehouses were copied and handed one to Lu Ruyin. This is a space warehouse. It is now yours. In the supermarket, besides food, take everything you can carry. Yuan, teach Ruyin how to use it. Fan, let's get to work. Ever since they raided the hardware supermarket, Jiang Fan had fallen in love with the thrill of taking things for free. Upon hearing Yuan's command, she instantly became energized, rushing towards the shelves to start a frenzy of looting. This supermarket was quite large. The basement level A area was for daily necessities, B area was for rice, flour, oil, fruits, vegetables, and fresh meat and seafood. The second floor housed home appliances and digital devices. The third floor featured clothing and luxury goods shops. Currently, Yuan and the others were located on the basement level. Food was in Area B. That was his target. Yuan dashed toward Area B of the supermarket like a mad dog pouncing on its prey, unable to contain the excitement of becoming stronger. In a flurry of motion, he arrived at Area B, greeted by shelves lined with packaged foods, candies, milk. The shelves were densely packed. Yuan's eyes sparkled as he unleashed his devouring ability, and a massive vortex appeared before him. It resembled a giant abyssal mouth swallowing all the food on the shelves, even the shelves themselves. At this moment, two choices emerged in Yuan's mind: transfer, which could move the food to a fixed location like stacking it in a corner, and transform, which would instantly convert the food into high-grade supplements. Yuan first attempted the transfer, guiding 2 bread loaves consumed by the vortex into his spatial warehouse. To his surprise, it succeeded. It went very smoothly. Haha, from now on, I can collect materials in conjunction with my devouring ability, he thought, swallowing all the supplies in one go. Then he transferred them into his spatial warehouse, making it incredibly convenient. How refreshing. Yuan felt elated and switched his focus to transform, converting all the food into supplements. With a thought, the giant vortex before him unleashed a tremendous power, transforming all the food into colorful gases that entered Yuan's body. However, the food packaging did not transform, as it was not considered food. They all fell to the ground. After devouring the first mouthful of food, Yuan exhaled comfortably. It was quite strange. He had devoured 300 to 400 pounds of food without feeling stuffed, as all the food had been converted into energy. Yuan quickly moved to another shelf. His devouring ability was unleashed once more. The giant vortex appeared again, drawing in the goods along with the shelves, which were then transformed into high-grade supplements absorbed by Yuan. Wow, this feels incredible. After consecutively devouring 7 shelves, a notification suddenly popped up before him. You have devoured 1 ton of food, gaining 1 to freedom attribute. In just 2 to 3 minutes, he had gained 1 point of freedom attribute, which was far more efficient than the strength-enhancing method. Of course, the real value of the strength-enhancing method was in digging, while the strength gain was merely a bonus. Yuan hurriedly allocated that point to his mental attribute. All his abilities to some extent required mental energy. He decided to boost his mental attribute first. Later he could gradually enhance the other attributes. Yuan glanced at his attribute panel. Yuan. Attributes Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 11, Spirit 13. Abilities 3D Printing, Unlimited Replication, Local Integrated Replication, Living Being Replication. Excavation Master Super Excavator Strength Enhancing LV. 439. Nutritionist Devouring LV. 1. Much more pleasing to the eye. All 4 attributes were quite powerful. Becoming a scion was just around the corner. Keep devouring. Yuan continued to eat and eat, while 3 women behind him stared in astonishment, not because they were slacking off. They had originally been sweeping through the supermarket, but upon seeing Yuan transform into a giant mouth constantly devouring food, they were left dumbfounded. My goodness, can brother Yi eat so much? It seems he hasn't eaten at all. Look, those foods are all turning into colorful gases absorbed by brother Yi's body. What kind of ability is this? Brother Yi is becoming more mysterious. He feels incredibly powerful. They were filled with admiration and awe. The emotions of the 3 women were unmistakable. Unbeknownst to them, Feng Xiaowan's taming level increased by 5, reaching 90. Just 5 more, and she could be fully tamed for the last time. Lu Rian increased, even more, gaining 10 to reach 30. It would take some time before the second taming opportunity arose. At this moment Yuan turned around and noticed the 3 of them standing still watching him as if they were spectators. What nonsense. Get back to work. After sweeping this place we move to the next one. Huh. Did the taming level increase again? Yuan was pleasantly surprised, not expecting that just by normally devouring food, he could increase their taming levels. Not bad, not bad. Before long, candies, drinks, instant noodles, and sausages. All were devoured clean by Yuan, earning him another 3 points in freedom attribute. He allocated all of it to his mental attribute. Yuan's mental attribute now reached an astonishing 16 points, nearly double that of an average person. That should suffice for now. With more attribute points he could distribute them more evenly. There were still grains and oil. Yuan continued his straightforward approach, devouring everything in sight without hesitation. Of course, he kept samples of each type of food. Although there were thousands of supermarkets in the city, and he wouldn't lack for samples in the future, Yuan preferred to be cautious and keep samples just to be safe. At that moment, the supermarket suddenly plunged into darkness. The power went out. Fortunately, everyone had flashlights. The powerful flashlight not only illuminated far away, but also covered a large area. It did not hinder visibility at all. Yuan continued to devour madly. Meanwhile, at the Deer Lake Villa, Gu Yiming was restless, his heart in turmoil at the thought of Yuan absconding with Lu Rian. At that moment, the butler rushed over anxiously. Mr. Gu, we found Madam. Found her. So soon. Gu Yiming excitedly grasped the butler's hands. Are you sure? You didn't see wrong. The butler didn't dare to guarantee. He knew the matter was serious and had to report to Gu Yiming. Mr. Gu, I'm not certain, but it's what the supplies management office said. Someone dug a tunnel into the supermarket near Yipin Tenxiang, and one of them is Madame Rian. As soon as I received this news, I rushed to inform you. So there was no time to confirm. Gu Yiming's eyes lit up instantly. Lu Rian had disappeared with Yuan near Yipin Tenxiang, so it made sense for her to appear in a supermarket nearby. However, digging a tunnel raises questions. The outside was full of zombies and the concrete ground was not easy to break. Did the supplies management office really say that? Yes, Mr. Gu. Gu Yiming's headquarters were at Deer Lake, and he could view all supermarket surveillance from there. After the apocalypse began, he immediately recognized the importance of supplies. Using his connections, he first rescued supermarkets in the suburbs, transporting supplies back to Deer Lake in truckloads. To that end, he specifically established the supplies management office. All supermarket surveillance also fell under this department. Although it seemed unreasonable to dig a tunnel, he had to visit the supplies management office. He needed to confirm Lu Rian and Yuan's exact location. That dog and woman, I want you both to suck. Gu Yiming hurriedly drove to the supplies management office where the person in charge, Wang, was once Gu Yiming's bodyguard and had now been promoted to manager of the supplies management office. Boss, you're here. I heard you saw Madam. Yes, I personally confirmed it. Oh, she is indeed at the supermarket near Yipin Tenxiang. Come with me. Manager Wang led Gu Yiming to the monitoring room. Switch to the Yipin Tenxiang Ring City Road supermarket. But when the monitor switched, the screen was black. Boss, the Ring City Road supermarket must have lost power. We can't see the surveillance footage. What the heck? The power went out at such a critical moment. Wang Biao, are you messing with me? Gu Yiming glared at Manager Wang. Wang Biao felt his legs go weak. He knew how ruthless and vengeful. Boss, I absolutely did not lie to you. They can all testify that they indeed saw Madam in the Tian-E supermarket on Ring City Road, where she was frantically collecting supplies. Gu Yiming squinted. He knew that Wang Biao wouldn't lie to him, and there was no reason for him to make something like this up. So it was likely true. Damn Yuan. Kidnapping my wife and making her loot my supplies. This is a heart-wrenching betrayal. This is a heart-wrenching betrayal. At this moment, Gu Yiming's heart was bleeding. Despite the pain, he had to maintain an air of calm and composure, not allowing those below him to see through his facade. A leader must possess the aura of a true leader. He let out a soft breath, easing his inner fury, then asked, "Wang Biao, I heard from old Zhang that the ladies entered through a tunnel." Wang Biao pondered for a moment, uncertainly responding, "Based on the video, they should have come in through a tunnel." What did that mean? Should have. Boss, it's like this. While the staff were checking the conditions at various supermarkets, they happened to see the lady and another woman emerging from the supermarket tunnel. Before that, a man and a woman had already exited the tunnel, so we couldn't clearly see how they dug it out. But it's certain that the lady entered the supermarket through the tunnel. This is quite strange. Gu Yiming furrowed his brow slightly, 100 questions swirling in his mind. Why resort to such means to enter the supermarket? Why dig a tunnel? Surely it would be simpler to use a diesel cutting machine to slice through the security door than to dig a tunnel. Let's not dwell on that for now. Are you sure the woman in the surveillance footage is Lu Ruan? I'm sure. Wang Biao was confident he wouldn't misidentify her. After all, he had been Gu Yiming's personal bodyguard. How could he not recognize Lu Ruan? Alright, I understand now. Gu Yiming changed the subject. How is the situation with the material recovery? So far, vital supplies from over 80 supermarkets and 3 warehouses have been transported back to Luhu. Although there are zombies everywhere, the quantity of zombies in the suburban development area is relatively low, allowing the trucks to drive straight through. On the first day of the apocalypse, Gu Yiming organized personnel to salvage supplies. It seems the harvest is substantial. Very good, but we mustn't let our guard down. These supplies are the foundation of our survival. Yes, boss. Gu Yiming only said half of it. The supplies were not only his foundation, but also the guarantee of becoming a power in the apocalypse. As long as there is food, he could recruit manpower. With food, he could exchange for weapons and ammunition through certain channels. Although gun control was strict before the apocalypse, the world has changed. Many soldiers have turned into zombies, and Luhu's security defenses must rely on cooperation between military and civilians. This is the opportunity. With food, manpower, and weapons, who would doubt his ability to dominate a region, even if he couldn't stand on equal footing with the military? Before the bureaucratic elite, he could hold his head high. Gu Yiming was fed up with the bureaucratic elite. No matter how extraordinary his means, at the end of the day, he was just a businessman. In the eyes of the bureaucratic magnates, he remained a plump sheep. Before the apocalypse, he had been thoroughly fleeced. As long as I get my hands on weapons and ammunition and recruit my own soldiers, I will no longer have to look at those parasites' faces. Upon returning to the villa by the lake, Gu Yiming immediately instructed the butler to contact the military, no matter the cost. He needed to rent a helicopter. Since Yuan and that wretched Lu Ruan were still near Epine Sandalwood, as long as he acted quickly, he would surely find them. Meanwhile, Yuan was still indulging himself. The food in Area B had been completely devoured, and his attribute points had surged by 12. Currently, his 4 attributes were Strength 13, Agility 13, Constitution 13, and Spirit 18. He had consumed a total of 12 tons of food in Area B. He had yet to consume any seafood because he could not devour living creatures. The supermarket had just lost power. Prior to this, all the oxygen pumps and water circulation for the seafood had been running, and most of it was still alive. This made Yuan's eyes brighten. His 3D printing ability could replicate low-level life forms. This meant that from now on he could limitlessly consume fresh seafood. Thus, Yuan immediately stored these seafood items in his spatial warehouse. Abalone, lobster, shrimp, clams, and various freshwater fish were all present. After a flurry of activity, Area B was cleared out. Of course, the supermarket had more food than just this. What was on the shelves was only a fraction. Much more food was stored in the warehouse. Lu Ruan, do you know where the warehouse of this supermarket is? Lu Ruan had once been Gu Yiming's wife and frequently stayed at Epine Sandalwood, so she might know the exact location of the warehouse. I know it's on the 2nd basement floor. It'll take you there. Yuan couldn't help but feel pleased. Taking Gu Yiming's wife was incredibly satisfying. Not only could he get revenge on him, but he could also raid his supermarket and lead the way. Due to the supermarket's power outage, they could only walk to the 2nd basement floor. Yuan was not worried about Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan's safety. The supermarket's main entrance was locked and outsiders without special tools couldn't get in. At this time, few dared to venture outside. It was fortunate that the apocalypse struck at this moment. Around 8 a.m., it started raining blood. At this time, the supermarket was essentially closed, leading to all supermarkets being shut. This was inconvenient for him. The upcoming citywide sweep would mean all supermarkets were safe, saving him a great deal of trouble. Most importantly, those responsible for his parents' deaths were all powerful figures. They certainly wouldn't be getting up early. As a result, they smoothly escaped disaster, living well in Luhu, waiting for him to return for revenge. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan and Lu Ruan arrived at the 2nd basement floor. Equipped with a bright flashlight, their visibility was clear. The two made their way to the warehouse. The main door was locked, but it was no challenge for Yuan. He picked up the shotgun and forcefully broke it open, adjusting the flashlight to a wide beam mode. Within a 30-meter radius, everything was illuminated, revealing neatly arranged goods. Will you wait for me here, or will you go find Xiao Fan and the others yourself? They'll wait for you. I'm scared to go alone. Lu Ruoyan felt very helpless at this moment. Only by staying close to Yi Yuan did she feel safe. Quietly, her tameness increased by another 3. Although it wasn't much, Yi Yuan had done nothing, and it was a free gain. Alright, find a place to sit down for a bit. After saying this, Yi Yuan busied himself. His devouring ability unleashed a massive vortex like a gaping abyss, sucked in all the supplies from the shelves. Food was directly converted into energy absorbed by his body. All other daily necessities were transferred to the spatial warehouse. Before long, Yi Yuan had devoured 8 tons of food, gaining 8 points of free attributes. After the distribution, Yi Yuan's attributes became Strength 15, Constitution 16, Agility 16, and Spirit 18, equivalent to twice the comprehensive attributes of an ordinary person. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Yi Yuan could barely be considered a super soldier. At this moment, a notification popped up before him. You have reached the limit of the food you can devour. Upgrade your ability to continue consuming. Limit reached. He could devour a maximum of 20 tons, equating to 20 points of free attributes. But how to upgrade his ability? Just as Yi Yuan thought this, a voice in his mind answered, repeating the extraction of a specific entry may yield a new ability or upgrade the existing ability, depending on the characteristics of the ability. I see. For example, extracting the 3D printing ability from Xiao Fan. Each additional extraction increases the weight of items that can be replicated. However, this is merely an accessory effect. The upgrade effect is not significant. One could say it doesn't upgrade at all. Yet each time he extracted from Xiao Fan's entry, he gained a new ability. The first was unlimited replication, the second was partial replication, and the third was living entity replication. Clearly, the entries extracted from Lu Ruoyan were different. The devouring ability needed constant upgrades to raise its consumption limit. Only by increasing the limit could he continue to gain free attributes. Understood. It seems that to continue growing stronger, he must quickly conquer Lu Ruoyan. Yi Yuan turned back to glance at Lu Ruoyan, discovering that she was quietly watching him. The moment their eyes met, she quickly looked away, a hint of blush appearing on her face. There was a shyness akin to a small secret being uncovered. Does she have feelings for me? It was impossible for emotions to develop over time. After all, they had only just met despite having known each other before merely as acquaintances at a dinner. Thus there was only one answer. Strong individuals naturally possess a charm, especially in the apocalypse. In this light, taming Lu Ruoyan shouldn't be too difficult. However, there was no time at present, as he needed to hasten and clear out the supplies. Although he could no longer consume food, it could still be used to sweep up supplies. With a gaping maw of the abyssal giant, all the supplies were drawn and transferred to the spatial warehouse. There was no need to convert food into energy. Merely collecting supplies was highly efficient. In less than 10 minutes, he had emptied a whole warehouse of supplies. This included fruits and vegetables from the freezer, as well as chicken, duck, fish, pork, beef, and mutton. However, constantly using the devouring ability had taken quite a toll on his mental energy. He would take a break soon. Let's go, we're heading up. Yi Yuan reached Lu Ruoyan's side, taking her hand, without caring for her consent, and walked towards the warehouse exit. The two quickly arrived at the basement level 1. At this moment, Yi Yuan noticed that Lu Ruoyan's taming level had increased by another 10. The blush on her face was even more pronounced than before. What was happening? Just a simple hand-holding, and it had risen by 10. At this moment, Yi Yuan deeply realized how easy it was for strong individuals to win a woman's heart. Of course, such conquest surely had its limitations. It was not necessarily a pure matter of the heart. After all, this was the apocalypse, and Yi Yuan's strength provided Lu Ruoyan with a sense of security. Essentially, this was a relationship of mutual benefit. But that was of no concern. All Yi Yuan desired was the taming level. Whether it was Lu Ruoyan or Feng Xiaowan, including the once Jiang Xiao Fan, it did not matter if their feelings for him were pure. Yi Yuan, I didn't bring any clothes when I went out. The 3rd floor is filled with clothing stores. I want to go up and pick out some clothes to change into. As Lu Ruoyan spoke, Yi Yuan noticed that Xiao Fan and Xiaowan also looked expectant. Shopping was a woman's nature. Especially now, the concept of zero-cost shopping was even more thrilling. Just when Yi Yuan needed to rest and regain his spirit, he said, "Go ahead, I'll give you an hour." Yay! The 3 women immediately cheered. They turned and rushed towards the 2nd floor. Yi Yuan had no interest in joining the excitement. Shopping with women was always troublesome, so he found a spot at the checkout to sit down and rest. The basement level 1 was very safe. There were no windows, and the zombies could not see in, allowing him to smoke in peace. Meanwhile, a Lucky Bird helicopter took off from Deer Lake, heading towards the main city. Inside the helicopter, besides the pilot, were all of Gu Yiming's men. There were a total of 10, all armed with. The firepower configuration was much weaker than last time, but Gu Yiming had done his best. Last time, he had only used 50 tons of supplies to rent a helicopter. Additionally, there were 2 machine guns and a rocket launcher. However, the helicopter had crashed. Weapons were lost. Even with his extensive connections, losing a helicopter in such a special period would surely anger the higher-ups. Being able to rent another helicopter this time was already quite a favor. The 10-man team in the helicopter was led by Brother Ma, who had previously been Gu Yiming's bodyguard. It was said he graduated from a training camp in Siberia. His military training was quite impressive. Brother Ma patted the pilot, saying, "Brother, when we arrive at the destination, we will directly rappel down onto the supermarket's rooftop. Please wait for us a moment." This was no joke. After all, the pilot was not one of their own. If he decided to fly off without being trustworthy, it would be problematic. Even if they completed the task, they would likely be trapped in the city. Brothers must not be careless. Yuan has a gun, and once we enter the supermarket, we must rush straight down to basement level 1. Remember, it is best to capture Yuan alive. If that is not possible, killing him is also acceptable. The boss has stated that the reward for capturing Yuan alive will be doubled. However, the lady must return alive to Deer Lake. After explaining the important matters, Brother Ma still felt uneasy and reminded them again. Although Yuan and the lady are on basement level 1, they cannot hear the sound of the helicopter. But we cannot rule out that someone might leak information. After all, there are 4 of them. So, I will emphasize again, once we complete the rappel, we must rush to basement level 1 as quickly as possible. Brother Ma believed that Yuan bringing 3 women to the supermarket's basement level 1 was definitely for food. They could not possibly go to other floors. After all, given how dangerous it was now, the only goal for entering the supermarket was food. There was no need to risk sweeping for daily necessities. They should at least clear out the food first. Moving supplies by hand, how fast could that be? From the moment they discovered Yuan, it had been less than an hour. Therefore, they were definitely still on basement level 1. As long as he was fast enough, he could complete the task before Yuan noticed. On the other side, the 3 women in the supermarket were completely unaware of the impending danger, indulging in wild zero-cost shopping. "Xiaowan, how sexy is this camisole?" "Very sexy. You wearing it would surely mesmerize all the men." "I only want to mesmerize Yi De-gu alone." "Why you weren't like this with men before?" "That's because Yi De-gu hadn't shown up yet." At that moment, Xiao Fan and Xiaowan suddenly saw Lu Ru Yin secretly stuffing several exquisite little items into the spatial warehouse. "Wow, Sister Ru Yin has an eye for quality. We can't fall behind either. Let's hurry and pick out some eye-catching pieces." The clothing store on the 3rd floor was being swept clean by them. Besides clothes, pants, and shoes, they also stuffed perfumes and cosmetics into the spatial warehouse. Zero-cost shopping was truly delightful. Just then, Lu Ru Yin suddenly frowned and perked up her ears to listen carefully. "Xiao Fan, Xiaowan, let's be quiet for a moment." Once everyone quieted down, Lu Ru Yin's expression suddenly changed. "Let's hurry downstairs, don't get greedy." Xiao Fan and Xiaowan were a bit confused. Yi De-gu said, "We have an hour, it's not even 40 minutes yet." "Sister Ru Yin, what's wrong?" Lu Ru Yin pulled the 2 along, jogging down the stairs as she spoke. "Did you hear the sound of a helicopter outside? I just feel uneasy. Let's quickly regroup with Yuan." Lu Ru Yin knew Gu Yiming well. His methods were extraordinary, and she could almost conclude that Gu Yiming had seen her and Yuan leave Villa No. 9. Given his vengeful character, he would definitely not let it go so easily. The helicopter outside made her suspicious. Lu Ru Yin was definitely not an airhead, otherwise she couldn't have acted alongside Gu Yiming for so long without being discovered. Xiao Fan quickly realized as well. Sister Ru Yin is right. A few days ago, Gu Yiming also sent a helicopter. The plan was to kill me, and Yi De-gu then come to pick you up. But it was shot down by Yi De-gu. He definitely won't let it go regardless of whether the helicopter outside is sent by Gu Yiming. We need to be cautious. It's still safer to regroup with Yi De-gu. Lu Ru Yin finally understood that the helicopter sent by Gu Yiming to pick her up had been shot down by Yuan. Thank goodness it was shot down. Otherwise, I would have had to return to Deer Lake and be under his control. Soon the 3 returned to basement level 1 and informed Yuan of the situation. "A helicopter?" Yuan frowned slightly, contemplating for a moment, a cold smile gradually appearing on. "Heaven offers a path you do not take. Hell has no door, yet you insist on breaking in. Since Gu Yiming intends to send minions to help me farm, I shall not hold back. You all get into the tunnel immediately. Be quick." After entering the tunnel for 100 meters, Xiao Fan will immediately dig a corner on the side, and everyone will hide around the corner. "Hurry up and get moving." The 3 women quickly entered the tunnel. Yuan then took out a bag of rice, tore it open, and while walking towards the tunnel, scattered the rice on the ground, creating an illusion of rice scattered during transportation. This also serves to guide Gu Yiming's subordinate. Although it is still uncertain if they are Gu Yiming's subordinates, it is highly likely. Even if they are not, as long as these people dare to enter the tunnel, Yuan will not allow them to leave alive. Human greed. The food in the supermarket living area has been cleared out by himself. Even if they are not Gu Yiming's people, as long as they follow the scattered rice into the tunnel, they will probably have ill intentions. Perhaps as soon as he turns around, someone will draw a knife from behind. Having seen too much in his past life, Yuan once believed in the goodness of human nature, but that was before the apocalypse. Not long after, Yuan also entered the tunnel. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofan had already dug out a corner 5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters high. "Is this enough?" "It's about right," Yuan replied. The tunnel is straight. If the people in the helicopter really enter the tunnel, they can illuminate it with a flashlight and see everything clearly. To ambush them, a corner must be dug. Everyone hide well and stay silent. Especially with the flashlight, it must not be turned on. Yuan's voice was very serious. The three women understood and quickly put their flashlights away into the storage space, avoiding accidentally pressing the power button. Next, it was time to wait quietly. If no one enters after half an hour, we will dig the tunnel from the side and leave. Yuan was very cautious. No one entering does not mean absolute safety. What if it is a group of old silver coins waiting at the tunnel entrance for him to appear? If he walks out of the corner, he might be ambushed. Having lived another life, Yuan cannot afford to be careless. If no one enters the tunnel for safety's sake, he will have to dig another tunnel to leave. After all, it's just a matter of waving his hand. It's not tiring. He can also farm for attribute points. A win-win situation. However, the corner is inconvenient for observation. If he pokes his head out, he will be spotted by the other side. So he dug another observation hole above. As long as someone enters the tunnel, they will be discovered immediately, and he can also fire from the observation hole. Even throwing a grenade would be fine. After completing all this, he began to wait quietly. Meanwhile, Brother Ma and others descended via ropes and landed on the roof of the supermarket. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The noise from the helicopter was loud. Brother Ma held a gun in his right hand and waved his left hand, signaling the younger brothers to move quickly. A robust man, 9 meters tall, kicked open the iron door on the rooftop. The 10-man team rushed inside. Everyone wore radio communication headsets for instant contact. 5 people per team. One team takes the safe passage, the other uses the elevator. Although the supermarket was out of power, the escalator does not require electricity. The 2 squads immediately rushed to the first floor. They were brazen due to their numbers. Even if Yuan had a gun, it was irrelevant, as they were all wearing bulletproof vests. They do not believe Yuan is a sharpshooter. If he could randomly shoot and score headshots, that would be strange. Brother Ma led his team down the elevator, moving swiftly, taking only 2 minutes from the 4th floor to the basement. Upon seeing the scene in the basement, everyone was dumbfounded. Damn, is this something a person can do? In less than an hour, they cleared out the entire basement. Brother Ma immediately became vigilant. Everyone hide and observe carefully. To clear out the basement in less than an hour is definitely not something 3 or 4 people could accomplish. So he was almost certain that after the supermarket lost power during the period when the surveillance could not be viewed, many people had entered the supermarket to loot supplies. This is the only reasonable explanation. The problem is they do not know how many guns the other side has. Brother Ma, we are here, where are you? The team taking the fire escape also came down. Brother Ma quickly advised, we are in Area B, the situation has changed. The basement has been cleared. The other side may not just be 4 people. You all find a place to hide first. The 2 teams concealed themselves and observed for 5 minutes. The basement was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Continuing to remain in this stalemate is not a solution. The task assigned by the boss cannot be treated lightly. Even if they do not catch anyone, they at least need to find the other side's route of movement. Everyone listen up. Search all possible hiding places in the basement. Do not disperse. Report immediately if there is any situation. The 2 teams immediately sprang into action. The basement was not that large, empty, and many shelves were even missing, making visibility very clear. In about 10 minutes, the entire basement was checked, and no one was seen. However, they had already found the tunnel entrance. Moreover, there was a large amount of scattered rice along the way. Brother Ma, it seems we are late. The other side has looted the supermarket and escaped through the tunnel. Brother Ma stood at the tunnel entrance. He shone a flashlight inside, but the end could not be seen, but seemed to be very long. He stepped into the tunnel and touched the smooth, even walls. Damn, what method did these people use to dig the tunnel? The cut is so smooth and even. At that moment, a few more people came down. Several flashlights shone into the tunnel, revealing a narrow passage leading into the darkness ahead, but it could be seen that the internal structure was not complex. It was just one path leading all the way through. Brother Ma, what should we do? What else can be done? The lady and Yuan escaped from here, and the task assigned by the boss is to bring the lady back alive. As for Yuan, he cannot be captured alive, he must be killed. Once the task is accepted, it cannot be reversed. Brother Ma is very clear about the boss methods. Returning empty-handed will end badly. Let's go. We'll also enter the tunnel. Everyone stay quiet. Don't make any noise. Perhaps we can catch the others. In Brother Ma's eyes, Yuan and the lady definitely do not know that he has tracked them here. Therefore, the tunnel is safe. As long as they follow the tunnel, they can find where the lady is hiding. Brother Ma waved his hand. The 10-man team entered the tunnel in sequence, and all their assault rifles were equipped with tactical flashlights. At this moment, they all turned them on. 10 beams of bright light illuminated the tunnel, making everything visible. The larger number also gave them courage. Plus, Brother Ma graduated from the Siberian training camp. His military skills and courage were exceptional. He walked at the front, crouching and stepping with small strides, his gun aimed firmly ahead. Anything that appeared in his line of sight would be shot down immediately. At first, the group was a bit tense. After walking a distance, their mood gradually relaxed. After all, they had already entered the tunnel. Being tense was of no use. Under this psychological suggestion, even Brother Ma straightened up slightly, crouching the whole time was tiring. Unexpectedly at that moment, suddenly from somewhere a dark object was thrown out. Coincidentally, it rolled right to his feet. Brother Ma's reaction was also very quick. In this situation, the brain's first reaction is a grenade. Get down. He immediately turned around preparing to dive to the ground, but there were people behind him making it impossible to roll out. Ma, go by. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed in the tunnel. Those who have been blasted by high explosive grenades know that their shockwaves can kill. Not to mention the direct explosion at Ma Gu's feet. Instantly, he was reduced to mere fragments. Including the two men behind Ma Gu, they were all mutilated by the explosion, and the shockwave also killed another two. One grenade took out 5. This was still because the tunnel was straight and Ma Gu's men were arranged in a long snake formation. If thrown into a crowd, a single high-explosive grenade could wipe out the entire squad. However, it wasn't a major issue. If one wasn't enough, then 2 would do. In the narrow tunnel, the explosions of the grenades left everyone dizzy, their eardrums ringing. The remaining 5 had not yet regained their senses when another grenade rolled to their feet. Ah, get down. Damn it, here we go again. Boom. Another violent explosion occurred and 4 of them were instantly taken out, while the last gunman in the squad survived the blast. This person was relatively alert, because when the first grenade exploded, he had already turned and started to flee. Thus, the second grenade did not affect. Damn it, that's so insidious. Throwing grenades in a tunnel. Lucky for me that I reacted quickly, or I would be reduced to fragments right now. The last gunman ran while feeling relieved. However, before he could reach the tunnel exit, the roar of a machine gun erupted behind him. Rat-a-tat-tat. A dense hail of bullets formed a metal storm, and the gunman dropped to the ground in terror, then rolled over to prepare for a counterattack. At such times, one could only fight back desperately. Otherwise, it would be a dead end. As he flipped over, he finally saw the gunfire. There was a very concealed small window at the top of the tunnel. Damn, that's too devious. Who would have thought there could be a window up there? After all, this was 5 or 6 meters underground, filled with hard stone. Digging a tunnel was no easy feat. Who the hell would open a window above their heads? It was an oversight. Just as the gunman thought this, before he could fight back, he was torn to pieces by a metal storm. The tunnel fell silent. Xiaofan Yuan and Lu Ruyan walked out from around the corner. This was not Yi Yuan's first time killing. They seemed accustomed to it, not panicking at all. Their eyes held not only fervor, but also admiration. This was Yi Yuan's strength, easily annihilating an armed squad of 10. Although it involved some tricks, it must be acknowledged that the tunnel as well as the grenades and machine guns were all part of Yi Yuan's power. Infinite replication allowed him to use weapons and ammunition without restraint. As a super digger, he could quickly excavate a maze of tunnels. As long as anyone dared to enter, it would be like catching a turtle in a jar, undoubtedly doomed. Following Yi Yuan, there was a full sense of security. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Wan's taming rate increased by another 5, reaching 95. Meeting the conditions for the last time to strip a title. Not only that, but Lu Ruyan's taming rate also rose by 10, to just 7 away from being able to strip her title for a second time. Yi Yuan was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that after finishing off the minions sent by Gu Yiming, he could shamelessly boost Xiao Wan's taming rate to full. Gu Yiming, thank you. Kidnapping your wife, looting your supermarket, and helping me max out Xiao Wan's taming rate. You really are a great person. Yi Yuan jumped down from the top of the tunnel and clapped his hands. Brother Yi, you are amazing. 10 people, and you wiped them out so quickly. Sister Ruyan's intuition is also very sharp. She guessed right away that it was a helicopter sent by Gu Yiming. Brother Yi, what should we do now? Yi Yuan thought for a moment. We need to find a new base. We can't stay at Yipin Tenxiang anymore. Lu Ruyan nodded and said yes, Gu Yiming will definitely guess that we are near Yipin Tenxiang, and he might not give up. Moreover, this incident has also served as a reminder for us. The fact that Gu Yiming could find out so quickly that we were at the supermarket likely means he discovered it through surveillance. In the future, when raiding supermarkets, it's best to disable the electrical facilities first. Yi Yuan deeply agreed and couldn't help but glance at Lu Ruyan. She indeed had a keen mind. Yi Yuan had also thought of this. Gu Yiming must have seen them through the supermarket surveillance to find them so quickly. Unexpectedly, this old fox could remotely check the supermarket surveillance. Upon further thought, it wasn't surprising. He had a monitoring obsession. Lu Ruyan being monitored wherever she went proved this point. Yi Yuan, do you think Gu Yiming saw you digging the tunnel to enter the supermarket? Yi Yuan pondered for a moment and shook his head. He probably didn't. We lost power shortly after entering the supermarket, so he couldn't see what happened afterward. The scene of digging the tunnel into the supermarket, theoretically Gu Yiming might have seen it. But if he really discovered that I had supernatural abilities, he wouldn't send such a small number of people and boldly walk into the tunnel to get themselves killed. So I speculate that by the time Gu Yiming noticed, we were already in the supermarket, and he didn't see me devouring food. If I had been discovered, that would have been terrifying. devouring hundreds or thousands of gene of food like a monster. Unless the military intervened, personally Gu Yiming wouldn't send people to their deaths for nothing. Alright, you all go clean up the battlefield. See if there are any intact pieces of equipment among them, gather them up for— While the three cleaned up the spoils, Yuan hurried to get down to business. Xiao Wan's taming rate was already full, stripping her once more would allow her to become his servant. Yuan focused his mind on Digger Master. I strip. The next moment a mysterious force surged into Yuan's body. It was unclear whether it was an upgrade of his ability or the acquisition of a new capability. Yuan quickly called out the attribute interface to check. There was no upgrade, instead he gained a new supernatural ability. Earth-digging throw shovel consumes a certain amount of spirit to throw the excavated soil and stone to any specified location within a diameter of 1 kilometer. Although the literal meaning was somewhat vague. However, after Yuan read it, his brain instantly grasped the method of using the supernatural ability. As the name suggests, the excavated soil and stone can be thrown to a specified coordinate as long as it is within a diameter of 1 kilometer. Yuan immediately felt eager to try. He swung the shovel at the stone wall, and an evenly leveled wall was instantly dug out, creating a pit of 1 cubic meter. However, the excavated soil and stone were neither stored in the spatial warehouse, nor randomly discarded nearby. At this moment, a semi-transparent 3D modeling image appeared in Yuan's mind with a diameter range of 1 kilometer. This 1 kilometer encompassed not only forwards and backwards, but also upwards and downwards, equivalent to a 3D radar image clearly presenting the spatial structure. Even the moving zombies on the street outside the tunnel were clearly visible. In this 3D image, there were countless— The soil and stone that had just been shoveled could be thrown to any one of the coordinates. This is quite interesting. Yuan felt as if he had discovered a new world locking in a coordinate above a zombie. At approximately 20 meters in height. In his mind, he gently tossed the shovel. The soil and stone he had just excavated were directly thrown to the specified coordinate. Then the massive stone suddenly fell from a height of 20 meters. With a thud, an innocent zombie was crushed into— The entire process seemed complex. Yet it was merely a matter of thought, especially from the outside view. A perfectly square boulder appeared in midair above the zombie's head. Then it fell and crushed it to death. Damn! Yuan was filled with excitement. Earth-digging throw shovel kills invisibly. As long as it's within a kilometer, I can dig a shovel and smash you. You won't even know who killed you. I ask you, are you afraid? However, the earth-digging throw shovel consumes a lot of spirit. One cannot rely on it to slaughter hordes of zombies. It's still more suitable to use firearms and grenades for that. But it can be used to correct routes. When digging tunnels, due to the lack of network signal, one had to open a hole every once in a while to receive signals and check if the route had deviated. It was quite troublesome. Now it's fine. After one shovel, the 3D image in his mind automatically displayed, allowing for real-time route modifications. At this moment, Xiao Fan and the others finished cleaning the battlefield and returned with many spoils in hand. Brother Yu, we found some good stuff. Yi Yuanqing counted the spoils of this battle. There were 4 intact assault rifles, 5 handguns, and several bullets, along with 6 bulletproof vests, 7 tactical daggers, a tactical flashlight, and 3 sets of wireless communication headsets. The haul was indeed impressive. The bulletproof vests, tactical daggers, and wireless communication headsets enriched Yi Yuan's sample library, especially the wireless communication headsets. As long as a batch was copied, everyone could have one for close-range communication, which was very convenient. At this moment, it seemed someone was speaking in one of the headsets. The voice was faint, and if it weren't for the proximity, it would have gone unnoticed. So Yi Yuan put on the headset and clearly heard what was being said. Hey, speak up. Why aren't you answering me? I have a new mission. We must return to Luhua immediately. Hurry upstairs, or he'll leave without you. Respond if you hear me. Please respond. Yi Yuan raised an eyebrow. He already knew who was speaking in the headset. It was the helicopter pilot. Due to an urgent task, he had to return to Luhua and was notifying this group to hurry upstairs. Don't leave after coming. With Yi Yuan's personality, how could he let the helicopter depart? No need to call Igu Yiming's people are all dead. You won't leave alive either. Yi Yuan's voice was cold and laced with killing intent. The other party was clearly stunned for 2 seconds before replying, You are Yi Yuan. Did you kill them all? One had to admit that Gu Yiming was quite capable. Even the communication devices were military grade. They could communicate normally with the helicopter pilot from 5 to 6 meters underground, a quality that was undeniably impressive. Yi Yuan did not answer the pilot's question. He swung his shovel, aiming at the wall to dig down, and at that moment a clear 3D stereoscopic image emerged in his mind. The helicopter hovering above the supermarket was clearly visible. Moreover, it had already turned around, seemingly preparing to take off immediately. Too late. With a thought, a square block of stone suddenly appeared above the helicopter, falling without warning. With a loud crash, it directly struck the helicopter's rotor, crushing the fuselage. The helicopter lost balance like a kite, with a severed string crashing down with a thunderous explosion. Done. Yi Yuan revealed a satisfied smile. The ground-digging shovel was truly remarkable. It not only killed silently, but also was always accurate. As long as it was within a 1 kilometer radius, no matter where one hid, they could be seen clearly, and then a massive stone would directly crush them. It was simply a perfect skill for an old silver coin. After calming his excited emotions a bit, Yuan copied a few tactical flashlights, equipping each weapon with one. This made things much more convenient. The strong flashlights from the hardware store could not be mounted on weapons, which was very inconvenient, especially in the dark. A dedicated person had to hold the flashlight to illuminate, which seriously affected combat effectiveness at critical moments. Then Yuan gave each person a bulletproof vest. Although the effect might not be significant, after all, the greatest threat currently was the zombies, and he would not have much contact with them while using the underground tunnels. But having a bit more safety protection was never a bad thing. Let's call it a day for now. Yuan planned to go out for loot. If his memory served him right, the main urban area would experience a power and water outage tomorrow. When he came out to loot, then he wouldn't have to worry about being detected. Now he had to quickly choose a new base. Yuan looked at the phone map for a while and ultimately decided to settle in the Nanhua International Villa. In the main urban area, this was considered a relatively new community, and there were many villas. He could choose an unoccupied villa to stay in. This was the good thing about the apocalypse. As long as one had strength, they could take whatever they wanted. The only concern was that the tunnel shouldn't directly dig into the lake, but thankfully every shovel down came with a 3D stereoscopic reference. No longer did he have to dig blindly as before. Digging tunnels was a laborious job that should have been done by servants, but who let the ground digging skill provide attribute points. Yuan was currently in good spirits, so he personally dug at the front, letting Xiao Fan take over when he got tired. It was quite a distance from here to Nanhua International Villa. This was also deliberate on Yuan's part. On one hand, he could brush up his attribute points, and on the other hand, this route was surrounded by many large supermarkets and shopping malls. First, he needed to dig the main tunnel well. In the future, he could expand branches from the main route, making citywide looting much more convenient. Thus, this tunnel was 3 meters wide. He could ride a bicycle or electric scooter, making back and forth much easier. After digging for about 20 minutes, Yuan gained 3 points of free attributes. Currently, brushing up attribute points was relatively easy, the further along the more experience required. However, continuous digging was a bit taxing on the spirit, so he had Xiao Fan take over. Xiaowan was holding the flashlight behind her face, full of envy. After the last time he stripped her of her attributes, Xiaowan had automatically become Yuan's servant. She was truly a member of his inner circle now. Yuan took out 3 weapons, a shotgun, an assault rifle, and a handgun, all handed over to Xiaowan. These weapons are yours now. Thank you, Brother Yi. Fong Xiaowan understood that this meant Yuan truly accepted. Finally, she got the weapons she had longed for. They truly belonged to her. She was overjoyed. Next, Yuan began to pretend to be a diviner. He placed one hand on Xiaowan's forehead. Don't move, I am going to grant you special powers. What? Grant me special powers? Like Xiao Fan, who digs a sackful. Know the ability to dig a pit. She would never have guessed that Yuan would bestow such powers upon her. In Xiaowan's view, Xiao Fan received this ability because she was Yuan's first woman. As for her, she had no relationship with Yuan. Would he really grant it to me? Is this real? Just then a mysterious force surged from Yuan's body into Fong Xiaowan's body. The process was a bit dirty, but in an instant it allowed Fong Xiaowan to master the magical ability of ground digging, making her ecstatic. Xiaowan happily ran to dig tunnels with Xiao Fan. Lu Ruyan watched the lively tunnel scene with a heavy heart. Being observant, she could naturally sense that among the 4, she seemed to be an outsider. Apart from the space storage given by Yuan, she had nothing. Especially with the special powers, seeing Xiaowan dig a big pit with each shovel nearly made her drool. Although she had heard before that Yuan could bestow powers on others, witnessing it firsthand was an indescribable shock. The process was too effortless. Just by touching Xiaowan's forehead, she gained the ability to dig. Lu Ruyan felt like a cat was scratching her heart. However, she understood that there must be a reason why Yuan didn't give her the ability. Proactively asking for it might backfire. Lu Ruyan decided to take an alternative approach. While Xiaowan and Xiao Fan were digging, she leaned close to Yuan and softly said, Yuan, I picked out a few pieces of clothing at the supermarket just now. When you have time, could you help me see which one looks good? After saying this, she couldn't help but blush. However, being a mature woman, she quickly regained her composure, unlike a shy young girl. Yuan was handsome again. I won't lose out. With this thought, Lu Ruyan's taming level immediately increased by 10, directly soaring to 63, and she could strip attributes for the second time. Yuan was already experienced. Wasn't this just like Xiaowan's self-taming? However, speaking of which, I also want to help you see which piece of clothing looks good. Yuan suddenly realized that the stronger he became and the more ostentatious his performance, the easier it would be for women to be tamed by him. The reasoning was quite simple. Women are attracted to strength. The more powerful a man is, the more women admire and worship him, and these two mindsets can be transformed into a sense of submission. This also led Yuan to discover a new world. As his strength increased, it would be easier and quicker to tame beautiful women he encountered in the future. Thinking back, it was not just a trivial matter. When he tamed Jiang Xiaofan back, then he had to put in a lot of effort. There was no other way out at that time. Apart from being somewhat handsome, he had no other means to impress. In the apocalypse, being handsome does not put food on the table. Fortunately, he later changed locations and moved into Jiang Xiaofan's home, otherwise he would not know how much effort it would take to tame her. But that was all in the past. Things would get smoother from now on. Yuan felt pleased, and in a flash he completed a second interaction with Lu Ruoyan. This time extracting her abilities did not grant him any new powers, but instead upgraded his Devour ability, Devour LV. 2. For every 2 tons of food devoured, he can convert it into 1 point of free attributes with a maximum of 20 points of free attributes. Not bad, not bad. As luck would have it, the opportunity to continue devouring food and growing stronger arose. However, after the upgrade, the amount of food he needed to devour increased from 1 ton to 2 tons. It didn't matter. The city was filled with abandoned supermarkets, food was everywhere, and as long as he had the capability, he could take whatever he wanted. For Yuan, food was the least of his concerns. After digging for a little over 10 minutes, Xiaofan and Xiaowan were feeling a bit tired. Their mental stamina was nowhere near Yuan's, and they could not last as long, needing to switch out after a while. In those 10 minutes, they had quite a harvest. Xiaofan gained 2 points of free attributes, which she allocated to her physique and spirit. Her current stats were Strength 10, Physique 9, Agility 9, Spirit 10. Certainly not as strong as Yuan. However, these attributes were much stronger than those of an average adult man. Xiaowan also gained 3 points of free attributes. Despite feeling tired, the thought of becoming stronger lifted their spirits. They chatted and laughed, making Lu Ruoyan envious and restless. What must Yuan do to accept me? Could it be that Xiaofan and Xiaowan are already his people, which is why he takes such good care of them? What if I became Yuan's person too? Lu Ruoyan pondered, recalling how Yuan once called her Aunt Lu, feeling an inexplicable thrill in her heart. How could this be? Is there something wrong with my mind? It's all Gu Yiming's fault. He's the pervert, and living with him for so long has influenced me. Yes, it's all Gu Yiming's fault. Gu Yiming, sitting at home, and trouble comes from the sky. They took turns digging the tunnel. As their mental energy gradually fell behind the consumption, they could only sit down to rest when they became too exhausted. They had plenty of time. While chatting, Lu Ruoyan had also asked about Yuan's parents' deaths. Although she had this woman was quite smart, and had already guessed that it might be related to Gu Yiming. Yuan neither denied nor discussing these matters with her now was meaningless. In Yuan's eyes, Lu Ruoyan was still merely his prospective servant. Even if she became a servant. From a positional standpoint, Yuan was the master, and he had no need to divulge too many of his secrets to a servant. The servant's duty was to obey his orders. In the meantime, he needed to repair the frequently malfunctioning tunneling machine. Of course, if Yuan felt lonely, he could talk about his feelings. Around 4 in the afternoon, after relentless efforts, they finally dug the tunnel into the South Lake International Mansion. This neighborhood was quite large. It was also a high-end community housing only the rich and powerful, with a very high occupancy rate before the apocalypse. So finding an unoccupied villa would be a bit troublesome. Although Yuan was cold-hearted, he was not a bloodthirsty brute. He despised the idea of storming into a villa, killing the original owner, and taking over. Finding a truly unowned villa was somewhat difficult. However, with a 3D radar in his mind, searching became much. Currently, Yuan was still in the tunnel. He took a shovel to the wall, and instead of tossing out the massive rock, he dug up the 3D map in his mind continued to display. Taking advantage of this time, he carefully observed. The 3D map not only presented the space, but could also display all living beings. It was clear at a glance. Got it, there's no one in Villa 28 by the lake. Yuan immediately began digging. In less than 3 minutes, he directly broke into the villa. After emerging from the tunnel, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Being underground for so long in that gloomy environment had noticeably affected their spirits. Living above ground was much more comfortable. Yuan instructed Xiaofan to pour some of the massive rocks from the space warehouse to block the tunnel entrance of the villa. If the entrance was not blocked, he would always feel uneasy. In fact, the tunnel from Tianyi supermarket had already been completely sealed off by Yuan. This way, even if Gu Yiming sent someone to the supermarket to investigate, they would not be able to trace the tunnel to his current location. However, there was no oxygen in the tunnel. Every certain distance, he needed to dig a ventilation hole. Although the holes were not large, if someone were to open them up, it would be troublesome if they followed the tunnel to find him. It was fine during the day. At night, if someone sneaked in while he was sleeping, he would not even know how he died. Thus, he had to seal the tunnel to sleep soundly. After finishing all this, while the water and electricity had not yet been cut off, Yuan took a comfortable hot shower. Then he filled a barrel of hot water into the space warehouse. He replicated it directly into 100,000 barrels. This would be enough hot water for a lifetime. He could replicate it infinitely, it was that indulgent. With over 2 hours until dark, Yuan found the master bedroom and took a nap. When he woke up, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. After a tiring day, he hadn't eaten well at noon. His stomach had been grumbling for a while. "Big brother, eat just a little longer, and we can eat in about 10 minutes, Yuan sweetly said at the kitchen door. Xiaofan and Ruoyan were also helping. Having women around was wonderful. No wonder the older generation liked to say wife and kids warm hearth. Yuan sat on the soft leather sofa. He felt a bit empty inside. He needed to find something to do. Right, he should send a video to Gu Yiming. This guy sent helicopters twice to kill me, and he thinks I'm afraid of him. Yuan had Gu Yiming as a friend on WeChat. He directly sent a video call request, and the other party answered almost immediately. "Hello, Uncle Gu." Yuan smiled warmly and gently, even carrying a hint of respect resembling a younger person greeting an elder. This expression left Gu Yiming bewildered. He didn't know how to respond. Did Yuan not realize I sent helicopters to kill him? He didn't even know I was the mastermind behind his parents' deaths. Does that mean Lu Ruoyan is unharmed now? Yi Xinzi, it's so good to see you alive. Where are you? Do you need Uncle to find a way to pick you up? This left Yuan confused. What did that mean? I'm playing a part, and you actually took it seriously. Since that's the case, I'll have to play along and show you what surprises and thrills truly mean. In fact, Yuan was also unsure whether Gu Yiming had guessed that he already knew about his involvement in the plot against his parents. But it didn't matter. What if you pretend with me? Your wife has been taken by me, and I raid your supermarket daily, yet you can do nothing about it. The advantage is mine. It's fine to play along with you. After all, the apocalypse is quite dull. So Yuan chuckled and said, "There's no need to trouble Uncle He. If you send someone to pick me up, it might bring disaster upon them." "Fire on my body." Gu Yiming frowned and asked, "Young Yi, what do you mean by that?" Yuan pretended to be hesitant like a wrong junior and reluctantly said, "Uncle Gu may not know. I investigated for half a year and finally obtained a clue that my parents' death might be related to He Xiumin." Yuan used the phrase, "might be related." This meant he wasn't very certain either. It was a setup for the next step of deceiving Gu Yiming. "Young Yi, is this true?" Gu Yiming feigned surprise. Yuan frowned. "I'm not sure either. The clue is related to him, but I haven't had the chance to confirm it before the apocalypse descended. Just so happens that He's girlfriend lives right across from me. You know how impulsive I am. Plus I suspect Uncle He conspired to harm my parents, so I ended up sleeping with He's girlfriend. Now she has become my woman. After He Su found out, he launched a deadly hunt for me." Yuan suddenly extended 2 fingers incredulously, saying, "Twice. He sent a helicopter to kill me twice. It's just a woman, what's the big deal, eh? Fortunately, I am blessed and lucky. Otherwise my corpse would be wrong." After saying this, Yuan felt he had performed flawlessly without any signs of acting. Gu Yiming was even more confused from Yuan's tone. He had no idea that he was the mastermind. He was even unaware that the 2 helicopter attacks were orchestrated by him. Instead, the He family bore the blame for him. This was fine, since the facade hadn't been torn. Ru Yin was safe, at least she hadn't been touched by Yuan. However, he couldn't ask. Otherwise Yuan would suspect how he knew Ru Yin was with him, and then it would be hard to. The priority was to inquire about his whereabouts. Gu Yiming adjusted his words and said, "I didn't expect the He family to be so ruthless. From now on I will sever ties with them. Young Yi, quickly tell me where you are. Uncle will do everything possible to borrow a helicopter from the military to pick." Yuan sneered inwardly. "Old man, your treachery knows no bounds. Do you really think I'm a fool to tell you my location? Are you coming to kill me again?" Yuan had a clever idea and decided to turn the tables, treating Gu Yiming like a dog. "Then I will trouble Uncle Gu. I'm currently staying at Sunshine Community, Building 1, Apartment 36. By the way, Aunt Lu is with me too. The Sunshine Community is very close to Yipin Tanxiang." Logically, it made sense. After all, he had just left Yipin Tanxiang that morning, and the whole city was filled with zombies. He couldn't have gone too far. He reported a nearby community. This would make it easier for Gu Yiming to believe him. At this moment, Lu Ru Yin came out of the kitchen with a plate of food and said, "Yuan, who are you video chatting with? Dinner is ready soon." Perfect timing. Yuan pulled Lu Ru Yin over, and they both appeared in the video frame. Moreover, Yuan deliberately leaned in close. The weather was a bit warm, and they were both wearing short sleeves, their arms brushing against each other, intentionally letting Gu Yiming see. "Uncle Gu, look, I didn't lie, did I? Luan is with me." Lu Ru Yin was startled when she saw Gu Yiming, having just escaped his clutches. Why was Yuan actively video calling him? No. Yuan clearly harbored deep resentment against Gu Yiming. Now he was actively video chatting, and even telling her he was here. There must be a trick behind it. At this moment, Yuan gently pinched Lu Ru Yin. She immediately understood. She leaned closer to Yuan, feigning surprise, and said, "Yiming, I'm so happy to see you. I left my phone at home and couldn't contact you." Gu Yiming's anger surged. "You little vixen, why are you getting so close to Yuan? You are my possession and no other man can touch you." Despite being consumed by rage, Gu Yiming still held himself back. He couldn't explode just yet. He needed to quickly bring Lu Ru Yin back. That bastard Yuan. He slept with his girlfriend, which shows he has a serious problem. I can't feel at ease with Ru Yin staying with him for even a minute. That little vixen isn't innocent either. Gu Yiming clearly saw in the surveillance video that she intentionally left her phone on the bedside, clearly wanting to get rid of him. Fortunately, this fool Yi Yuan contacted me first. Humph. This time I will completely destroy you and take back that vixen Ru Yin, locking her in a dog cage for life. Gu Yiming forced a smile and said, Ru Yin Young, you don't worry, I will send a plane to pick you up tomorrow. Hold on until I arrive. After chatting a bit more, Yi Yuan hung up the video. A dinner was still a few minutes away, so Yi Yuan decided to reinforce the villa. The massive stones piled in the space warehouse were the materials, all measuring 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter. Each piece weighed 2 to 3 tons. Building a circle around the villa, even rocket grenades couldn't penetrate, let alone zombies. Yi Yuan went outside and quickly eliminated a dozen nearby zombies. He then had Lu Ruyin keep watch. He used the space warehouse to dump the massive stones around the villa. The entire process felt very childish. Holding a palm-sized small jug, he poured it on the ground, and a massive stone was neatly placed. It felt a bit like dispensing glue. Wherever it was needed, it would land. In just a few minutes, a tumter-high wall made of massive stones surrounded the height was still not enough. The thickness was also insufficient. Yi Yuan continued to reinforce the wall. After another 20 minutes, the villa's wall was raised to 5 meters with 3 layers staggered. Even without concrete bonding, it remained as solid as a city wall. Moreover, the wall had no entrance. Anyway, Yi Yuan would use a tunnel. Not having a main gate made the defenses even more comprehensive. At night, he could sleep soundly. When repairing the shield machine, he wouldn't have to worry about being suddenly disturbed, causing permanent machine failure. Yi Yuan returned to the villa. The food had been served for over 10 minutes, and everyone was waiting for him to finish. Tonight's meal was quite sumptuous. Having raided a supermarket during the day, Yi Yuan's replicated samples had increased significantly. The dining table was filled with fish meat and a variety of seafood. 2 bottles of red wine were also opened. Although this stuff isn't great, adding some Sprite as a drink can enhance the atmosphere. Cheers. Yi Yuan was in a good mood, his voice loud, completely unbothered about attracting zombies. With a 3-meter thick wall of stones, if they could let them try to gnaw through it. While everyone was eating and chatting, Lu Ruyin suddenly asked, Yi Yuan, why did you proactively contact Gu Yiming just now? I think I heard you say we live in Sunshine Community. Yi Yuan smiled mischievously. Of course it was to toy with him. Moreover, the main road we dug today happens to pass through Sunshine Community. As long as Gu Yiming sends a plane over tomorrow, I can take his plane down. In the past, Yi Yuan wouldn't dare to boast like this. Now it was different. With a digging shovel, he could excavate a massive stone and directly smash down a plane. No matter how many planes he sent, they were just delivering food, and in the end, he would confront Gu Yiming. Not only did I deceive you, but I also took your wife away. TSK. That will surely infuriate him. I love to kill with a heart stab. In the apocalypse, each day blends indistinguishably between overcast and sunny. A blood mist envelopes the land. The sunlight cannot penetrate, so it is only at 8 o'clock that dawn breaks. After Yi Yuan got up and washed up, Lu Ruyin had already prepared breakfast. She is a senior nutritionist, and the attribute that Yi Yuan derived from her is nutritionist. Thus, Lu Ruyin's breakfast is quite special. Shrimp fried rice. Fresh milk. The breakfast may seem simple, but it is not complicated at all. The key lies in the combination of ingredients. Fresh shrimp, eggs, peas, corn kernels, and diced carrots. Cooked slowly over low heat until golden before serving. The nutrition is very comprehensive. Lu Ruyin understands me and knows that I need a substantial boost. Yi Yuan come over for breakfast. Where are Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan? Yi Yuan glanced at the bedroom. Just then Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan came out. After washing up, the two of them sat down to eat. Once they were full, they were eager to go out. Brother Yi, when do we leave? I still want to continue digging tunnels to gain attribute points. The scars haven't healed yet, and I've forgotten the pain. It seems I still need to adapt for a few more days. However, gaining free attributes and adding them to my physique can instantly heal my body, while adding them to my mental state can relieve fatigue. Thus, gaining attributes is also a good method for quick recovery and healing. No rush. The main purpose of going out today is to raid the supermarket. Even if Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan worked themselves to death, they wouldn't be able to carry much. Yi Yuan thought deeply about this last night. Since they are already his servants with 100 loyalty, there is no need to be too stingy, so he decided to grant them the ability to devour. On one hand, it allows for a quick rate of resources. On the other hand, they can become powerful immediately. Yi Yuan is not worried that his servant's strength will match his own, as the enhancement effect of the ability granted to them will be reduced by 50. For instance, at level 1 of devouring, Yi Yuan can devour 20 tons of resources to gain 20 points of free attributes. But if his servants devour 20 tons of resources, they can only gain 10 points of free attributes. It seems that the Golden Finger has also considered the master-servant relationship and will not allow the servants to possess the same capabilities as their master. However, the speed of devouring and raiding is the same. Yi Yuan placed his hands on Xiao Wan and Xiao Fan's foreheads. Today I will grant you both an ability. In fact, granting abilities to servants only requires summoning their attribute panels. A single thought can accomplish it. But this is not enough to prove that the ability is granted by Yuan. The show-off effect would not be achieved. If one is to play the part of a god, they must do it convincingly. Soon Yuan completed the granting of the devouring ability, and Xiao Wan and Xiao Fan each summoned their attribute panels. Upon seeing the introduction of the ability, both were instantly overjoyed. Wow, devouring food can gain free attribute points. This is too amazing. So it means that I can eat freely without gaining weight. I'm so happy. While some rejoice, others feel disheartened. Lu Ruyan appeared somewhat lost watching Xiao Wan and Xiao Fan grow stronger. I remain an ordinary person. Although I have never complained, I definitely feel out of balance inside. We are all following Yuan. Why can't I have this treatment? Is it because I haven't become Yuan's person? I want to, but there's no opportunity. No, I must take the initiative. Tonight I'll have Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan wash the dishes and mop the floor while I quickly sneak into the house. Since it's already the apocalypse, why should I be shy? If I want abilities, I must strive to obtain them. Waiting for Yuan to grant them, who knows when that will be. Yuan looked at Lu Ruyan's changing expression and couldn't tell what she was thinking, but he could roughly guess. She must feel somewhat lost. Ruyan, what they have you will also have. But not now. As for the reason, don't ask. I will give it to you when the time. Yuan is a principled person. He does not give weapons or abilities to non-servants. Moreover, even if he wanted to give, he could not. Abilities can only be granted to servants, and that connection is essential. However, this statement moved Lu Ruyan greatly. Yuan still cares about my feelings. He may have his reasons. Thank you, Yuan. I believe in you. As soon as the words fell, Lu Ruyan's taming degree increased by another 5. It has now reached 68. This is quite unexpected. Yuan was not inclined to explain, but considering his past relationship with Lu Ruyan and the favor he owed her from his previous life, he decided to give her a reassurance. Unexpectedly, this moved her. Indeed, one must not be too good to women. Always showing concern will turn one into a loathsome sycophant. Failing to gain taming degree, and even increasing the difficulty of obtaining it. Occasionally a bit of PUA can more easily win a heart. Yuan withdrew his thoughts. Are we all ready? Today we will raid the supermarket near Sunshine Community. Hopefully Gu Yiming will send a helicopter over. At the lakeside villa of Deer Lake, Gu Yiming, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, has arrived outside He Xiaoming's villa. In fact, he is reluctant to come to He Xiaoming's house. Every time he sees the villa yard filled with muscular men, all wearing tank tops, he feels nauseous. Others may not understand. But how could he not know? He Xiaoming is a gay man, and a bottom at that. These hulking bodyguard friends are all his good buddies. Just thinking about that scene is disgusting. However, the matter at hand concerns killing Yuan and capturing Lu Ruyan. He could handle it alone, but it would require a significant cost. Thus he came to find He Xiaoming to share the burden. At this moment, He Xiaoming has already arrived at the door. Brother Gu, come in and sit down quickly. He Xiaoming instinctively reached out to pull Gu Yiming, but was subtly dodged. Damn this dead gay. Does he think he can take advantage of me too? The two entered the tea room, and He Su was already released, currently responsible for making tea. Uncle Gu, tea time. Gu Yiming put down the teacup, no longer hesitating, and directly stated, He Xiaoming, I'll get straight to the point. I came to discuss how to deal with Yuan. Upon mentioning Yuan's name, his eyes immediately turned bloodshot, wishing to devour him alive. He Xiaoming appeared more composed. I heard that Brother Gu sent a helicopter out yesterday, presumably to deal with. What is he so lucky that he hasn't died yet? Mentioning this matter made Gu Yiming very angry. Damn it, he had finally borrowed a helicopter from the military and sent out a 10-man team. Yet there was no news. He had no idea whether they were dead or alive. It was not a big deal for people to go missing. The helicopter also did not return. In just a few days he had borrowed a helicopter from the military twice, and it either got shot down or went missing. This made the military high-ups furious. Last night, he had to shamelessly borrow again, and after much negotiation they demanded 500 tons of supplies to agree to lend it. He Xiaoming, this time the military wants 500 tons of supplies to lend the helicopter. We each contribute half. We cannot allow Yuan to live. He is a ticking time bomb. If he returns alive to Deer Lake, the first target will be you, and it will definitely be a fight to the death. Why? You are the mastermind. Oh, why have I become the first target? Brother Gu, aren't you being a bit alarmist? Gu Yiming knew He Xiaoming would say this, so he directly took out his phone and handed it to him. He Xiaoming, you take a look yourself. He Xiaoming picked up his phone, immediately furrowing his brow. The WeChat call log showed that it was Yuan, but there was no content. Only a record of a 5-minute video call, but he had no idea about the conversation between Gu Yiming and Yuan. Gu, what does this mean? Gu Yiming took back his phone, his expression grave as he said, You saw it, the video was from Yuan to me. At that time I was puzzled too. Until he sought my help, saying he had found evidence that you conspired to harm his parents, which is why he slept with Jiang Xiaofan as revenge. Now He Su was furious. What the hell, if he wants revenge he should go after my father, why sleep with my girlfriend? He Xiaoming shot a disappointed glance at his son. With a gloomy gaze, he glared at Hisu, who immediately became obedient, evidently having learned who was the head of the family after being locked in the basement for 2 days. Gu Yiming continued. Yi Yuan now only knows that you harmed his parents. He said you sent helicopters twice to hunt him down. Now it was He Zayuman's turn to be unhappy. I won't take the blame for this, Gu. Both of those operations were planned by you. It was a bit related to me. But I certainly don't have the ability to get helicopters and weapons from the military. Gu Yiming waved his hand dismissively. We are brothers, what does it matter? The focus now is that Yi Yuan believes you killed his parents. Oh, once he returns to Luhu, he will definitely want to destroy you. On the flip side, I'm also afraid of him coming back. He might also find out about me. This last statement was double. It was just short of stating clearly that he feared He Xiaomin would shift the hatred onto him. All are cunning businessmen. None is better than the other. So we must eliminate Yi Yuan quickly. Keeping him around is a ticking time bomb. Yesterday when he video called me, he voluntarily exposed his location. It was at Sunshine Community. You know that community is by the Shu River. As long as Yi Yuan gets a boat, he can row back to Luhu. Aren't you worried? The enmity of killing his father and mother is irreconcilable. Letting Yi Yuan come back, damn, I wouldn't even be able to sleep soundly. Mainly because he has a gun. He has even shot down a helicopter. This shows that during these past 6 months of disappearance he has made ample preparations. Truly, letting such a person return would undoubtedly be a time bomb. He Xiaomin was no fool. Gu Yiming's words had some truth, and some lies. He didn't want to filter them out. But eliminating Yi Yuan was imperative. Dad, agree with Uncle Gu. We will contribute half of the resources to borrow another helicopter from the military. We must get rid of Yi Yuan. I want to bring Xiaofan back. Damn it. He Xiaomin glared at Hisu, exasperated. You useless thing, she's already Yi Yuan's. What more do you want? Are you still my father? Always hitting my sore spot. If you keep talking, I'll expose that you're gay. Of course, Hisu could only complain in his heart. He didn't dare to say in public that his father was gay. If he really did that, the consequences would be unbearable. Given his father's twisted personality, he might even have the bodyguards open a back door for him. But after all, he was his biological father. As long as he didn't go too far, he would still give some face. Hisu, with a determined expression, said, even if Yi Yuan has slept with her, I still like Xiaofan. Ooh, I want her. This statement shocked Gu Yiming the most. He thought of Rian still being in Yi Yuan's hands. This kid, young and impulsive, and Rian being so beautiful. Although Yi Yuan currently needed his help to borrow a helicopter to save him, he might not do anything excessive. But Rian was no easy target. During their video call yesterday, she was so close to Yi Yuan. What if she seduced Yi Yuan? If the young man in a moment of weakness couldn't control himself, I would suffer greatly. After all these years of cherishing her, she must not be sullied by others. He, lad, make your stance. 500 tons of resources, we each contribute half. As long as you agree, I will immediately arrange for people to contact the military. It can be mobilized in half an hour at most. Although 500 tons of resources is a lot, He Xiaomin was also a big player. Before the apocalypse, he mainly dealt in food processing, medical supplies, wholesale, tourism, and investment development. Food processing was especially significant. With many warehouses in the suburbs like Gu Yiming, He Xiaomin realized the importance of food as soon as the apocalypse broke out. Thus he immediately began to salvage and brought back a lot of food, stockpiling it in warehouses in Luhu, with people guarding it day and night. These powerful families had long colluded with those in power. No matter how much food was brought back, it wouldn't be confiscated. He Xiaomin gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, all right, we will each take half. Immediately send a helicopter to take care of Yi Yuan, lest the night be long and dreams many. Hisu quickly interjected, Uncle Gu, please try not to hurt Xiaofan. Bring her back alive to Luhu, and I will definitely thank you. Gu Yiming nodded. He didn't care about Jiang Xiaofan's life or death. As long as he could kill Yi Yuan and bring Lu Rian back, that was enough. But he still had to be polite on the surface. Don't worry, my dear nephew, I will do my best to bring Xiaofan back. Hisu wasn't completely devoid of brains. Last time Gu Yiming had issued an order for indiscriminate attacks, this man was ruthless and untrustworthy. So Hisu added, if Uncle Gu can help me bring Xiaofan back, I am willing to give you 100 tons of food. The He family's industry was vast. As he's Yuman's only son, Hisu also held a lot of resources. This time, he was willing to spend heavily to bring Jiang Xiaofan back. But Gu Yiming would not take such an empty promise seriously. I see my dear nephew has genuine feelings for Xiaofan. As your uncle, I will naturally do my best to help you. How about this? I will send a few more people and borrow 2 machine guns from the military. That way we can ensure that nothing goes wrong. But Hisu was also perceptive, quickly catching on. Uncle Gu, I understand. Increasing manpower and renting machine guns will require a lot of resources. I will send someone to deliver 100 tons of food to your warehouse right now. You kid are quite sensible. Gu Yiming feigned humility and said, alas, times have changed. Oh, Uncle Gus' abilities are limited. I'm asking for conditions to help bring someone back. Please understand, dear nephew. I understand your nonsense. Hisu smiled broadly, but internally he was cursing. He certainly understood what kind of cunning fox Gu Yiming was. If there was no benefit, he certainly wouldn't help himself. The most infuriating was He Xiaomin. The 100 tons of resources given by his son were still from the He family. Damn it, coming here has cost my He family 300 tons of food. Although it's not a lot for the He family in this apocalypse, resources are exceedingly valuable. He was already in contact with military high-ups preparing to form his own private armed force. The preciousness of resources goes without saying. It's all He's fault. He couldn't stop him. What if this foolish son of his shouted out that his father was gay? He'd have no face left in the future. After Gu Yiming left the He family, he immediately drove to the military. Although the military was very angry with him, they had strong connections and actually borrowed a helicopter with 500 tons of resources. As for weapons and ammunition, he had already obtained them. The 100 tons of resources he asked from He Su was purely to take advantage of this fool. After careful consideration last night, he firmly believed that the helicopter sent out yesterday had most likely defected. After all, in Luhu they had to carry out dangerous missions every day. Moreover, these people had antibodies and wouldn't be affected by the blood mist to become corpses. They had planes and weapons. Finding a safe place to stockpile resources would allow them to become local tyrants. They never considered that they were shot down by Yuan. Learning from the previous lesson, this time, Gu Yiming chose people with families. If they dared not return, their families would undoubtedly die. An hour later, a Lucky Bird helicopter took off with 15 armed men. Gu Yiming watched the departing aircraft, his gaze growing increasingly sinister. Yi Yuan, oh Yi Yuan. If you hadn't sought my help, you might have survived. And that Ruyan, that damn woman. You are mine, you will never escape my control. At this time, Gu Yiming thought of Xiaofan and Xiaowan. He had seen the video, and both women were very beautiful. Indeed, he'll capture them all. All will be my collectibles. In the pitch-black tunnel, 4 electric scooters were moving. Yi Yuan and 3 women each rode one. This tunnel almost traversed the entire old city from Nanhuhating to Yangguan community. In the future, it will be much more convenient to go out scavenging for supplies on electric scooters. Just now, the entire city experienced a blackout. Yi Yuan and the 3 women took a moment to stop at the property management of Nanhuhating to obtain a set of generators. Diesel can be infinitely replicated. Yi Yuan's villa can be powered 24 hours a day with the air conditioning running freely. Now they just need a gas stove. When the power and water are cut off, gas will also be stopped. Although Yi Yuan can only replicate items weighing no more than 30 gene with his current abilities, he can directly replicate the space and gas capacity of a gas cylinder. It equals a gas cylinder with unlimited use. Before long, the 3 of them arrived near Yangguan community, where there were many old, dilapidated buildings. These places are specifically rented out. Many families use gas stoves. Yi Yuan dug a hole in the tunnel and directly entered an old, dilapidated house. He first knocked on the door of a first-floor resident. Sounds of zombies came from inside. Let's try the next one. Yi Yuan was a cautious person. Even though he was now powerful, he would never take risks when he could avoid facing zombies directly. He knocked from the first floor to the 3rd. Finally, he found an unoccupied house with no zombies and broke in with a shotgun. Luck was on his side. This household used a gas stove. He directly stored the entire set in his spatial warehouse and planned to slowly replicate the gas cylinder's capacity when he returned. Yi Yuan looked at his phone map. Not far away was a pedestrian street with a large Tianyi supermarket. A major scavenging operation was necessary. Today there was also a power outage, so he didn't have to worry about being monitored. Let's go back to the tunnel and dig towards Tianyi supermarket. Just then Yi Yuan received a video call request on his phone. It was from Gu Yiming. Although the city was experiencing a blackout, the base station's batteries would still work for a while. So the mobile signal had not been interrupted temporarily. Yi Yuan couldn't help but mutter, does this old man Gu Yiming have some foresight? He knows I'm going to scavenge his supermarket and sends a video call. Hello Uncle Gu, is there something you need? Gu Yiming's face appeared in the video wearing a forced smile. Yi Xinji, where are you? The helicopter has arrived at Yangguan community and the pilot said he hasn't seen anyone in building 1 unit 36. What? They really came. Quite proactive. Are they eager to put me to death? Uncle Gu, our place was breached by zombies and we barely escaped. I don't even know where I am now, but we are all safe. Wait a moment, let me check my phone's location. Yi Yuan hung up the video call. He then took out a huge stone from his spatial warehouse, and as he dug, a 3D map with a diameter of 1 kilometer instantly appeared in his mind. Found it. Above Yangguan community, he indeed saw a helicopter. Moreover, he could clearly see the people inside the helicopter. 15 gunmen, 1 pilot, and among the gunmen 2 wielded light machine guns. However, there were no rocket launchers. A slight disappointment. Yi Yuan immediately locked onto the helicopter's coordinates, then with a thought he threw the shovel into the ground. The next moment, a massive stone weighing 2 to 3 tons suddenly appeared above the helicopter, less than 10 meters high. Not to mention that the helicopter couldn't spot it. Even if it did, it couldn't dodge it. The stone crashed down with a loud bang, and the helicopter immediately plummeted to the ground like a kite with a severed string. Moments later, a tremendous explosion was heard. Then thick smoke billowed. Haha, got it. Yi Yuan smiled with satisfaction. With each blow to Gu Yiming, he felt a bit more pleasure and revenge. Of course, this was just an appetizer. In this life, unlike his past life, he must thoroughly toy with these enemies, leading them step by step into despair before killing them cruelly. Not a single one can be spared. Yi Yuan calmed himself down and tried to send a video to Gu Yiming, but the other party kept rejecting the call. He called again. The line was busy, so Yi Yuan left a voice message. Uncle Gu, what's going on? Why aren't you answering my video calls, and why can't I reach you by phone? Are you messing with me? I treat you like my uncle. How can you treat me like this? After sending the message, Yi Yuan put away his phone. Ignoring Gu Yiming for now, he went to scavenge his supermarket. Meanwhile, Gu Yiming was frantically dialing his phone. The 15 gunmen in the helicopter took turns calling, but no one answered. How could this happen? Damn it, how could this happen? Gu Yiming was dumbfounded. Just now his other phone had been in constant contact with the pilot. This was also a lesson learned. He believed that the helicopter sent out yesterday had collectively defected, so he was particularly cautious today. Even though the families of the gunmen and the pilot were being watched, Gu Yiming insisted on keeping in touch with the pilot until he killed Yi Yuan and brought back Lu Rian. But just now the pilot suddenly exclaimed that the helicopter was hit by an unidentified object and was in free fall. Then he heard furious curses and screams from inside the cabin. Moments later, with a loud crash, he completely lost contact, and calls to others could not go through either. Gu Yiming sat dumbfounded on the sofa. After a long time, he sighed deeply. Damn, 500 tons of food wasted for nothing. Food was secondary. The key was the helicopter. He borrowed 3 helicopters from the military. One was shot down, one went missing, and today this one was destroyed by an unidentified object. Damn it, what kind of bad luck is this? Shit. Even as a super big shot, he couldn't help but curse. How could he explain this to the higher-ups? 3 helicopters. No matter how good his connections were, he needed to provide an explanation for such an incident. The explanation to the top leaders was not just any explanation. It seemed he would suffer another significant loss. Gu Yiming increasingly realized that having his own private armed forces was imperative. Only by controlling an army could he truly possess a say and avoid being drained by the higher-ups. When the time comes to deal with Yi Yuan, it would be a piece of cake. Mentioning Yi Yuan, he began to worry again. With the helicopter crash, he couldn't retrieve Lu Rian for the time being. This bastard better not touch my treasure. If you dare to touch Rian, I will make you regret being born, dying 1,000 times more tragically than your parents. Gu Yiming felt he was going crazy. Ever since Yi Yuan appeared, nothing went smoothly, and this bastard kept leaving messages asking if he was messing with him. I'm messing with your sister. Yi Shinji, I'm really sorry, the helicopter was just hit by an unidentified object and was destroyed. You guys hold on a bit longer. Let me see if I can think of another way. At Tianyi Supermarket, after listening to Gu Yiming's message, Yi Yuan revealed a wicked smile. You really can't let go of your thieving heart, huh? You still want to think of a way to save me. It's obvious he wants to come kill me. Final wait. When Lu Rian becomes mine, let's see if he still dares to come and save me. On the first floor of Tianyi Supermarket, there lay an enormous latex mattress, likely a prize from a promotional event before the end of the world. Lu Rian suggested moving it back, claiming that sleeping on such a mattress would be very comfortable. Yi Yuan immediately understood. He then utilized his devour ability to transfer it into the space warehouse. At level 2, he could devour items weighing up to 1,000 gene in one go. A mere mattress was no challenge at all. It was swiftly devoured and transferred to the space warehouse. Lu Rian smiled knowingly at this scene, and her taming degree increased by another 2. What? Can this really increase the taming degree? It's just a mattress. I can't understand what women are thinking. Oh, let's clear out the warehouse first. Rian, you don't have the devour ability yet, so I won't give you any tasks. Just take whatever you want. After all, this supermarket belongs to Gu Yiming. Let's sweep through it for some psychological satisfaction. This supermarket is quite large, with a department store area and a living area on the first floor. All the food is in the living area. As Yi Yuan walked over, Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan had already started wildly devouring food. However, the devour ability given to them was at level 1. Each could devour up to 500 gene of food at a time, and it had to be within the skill's coverage range. If they went beyond that distance, no matter how much food there was, they couldn't devour it. Yi Yuan went directly to the area piled high with rice flour and cooking oil. He could devour these items in one go, consuming all the rice flour and oil within 2 minutes. He also devoured various dried goods nearby. In total, it came to just over 4 tons. Yi Yuan gained an additional 2 points in free attributes, which he distributed to strength and spirit. He felt significantly stronger in an instant. The feeling was so real yet incredible. To gain attribute points so easily was hard to believe. If it weren't for the power surging within his body, Yi Yuan wouldn't dare to believe it. After devouring all the rice flour and oil, he continued to the fruit and vegetable area. Big brother Yi, slow down. Leave some for us. Yi Yuan transformed into an abyssal maw, startling Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan, who feared he would devour everything himself. Don't worry, every supermarket has a warehouse. This one is quite large, and the items on the shelves are just the tip of the iceberg. Hurry and clean out the shelves. Then we can find the location of the warehouse. Now Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan felt reassured. There was really nothing to worry about as the city was filled with supermarkets, and there was food in abundance. With Yi Yuan's strength acquiring, it was a breeze. The three of them spent over 20 minutes clearing the food area, and Yi Yuan gained an additional 4 points in free attributes. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan each gained 3 attribute points. Now Xiao Wan's 4 attributes all reached 10 points, achieving a very balanced state. Xiao Fan's strength was 11 points with the remaining 3 attributes also at 10 points. Both of their combat abilities had significantly increased. They could easily take on 2 or 3 adult men with their bare hands. When using firearms, the recoil was no longer a major issue. Next, they continued searching for the warehouse. Lu Ruyin was unfamiliar with this tiny supermarket and didn't know where the warehouse was, but warehouses were generally located underground. As long as they found the freight elevator, they would be fine. Lu Ruyin followed along. Leaving her alone upstairs wasn't safe. If any thugs entered the supermarket, she wouldn't be able to handle it. After spending another 10 minutes, they found the warehouse on the second basement floor. Yi Yuan forcefully broke in with his shotgun, and what met his eyes was a familiar sight: high shelves piled with supplies. There were various foods: rice flour, cooking oil, sauces, vinegar, tea, sugar, all kinds of packaged foods and drinks. At least half the space was occupied by food, and the other half was daily necessities. All of this is mine. Yi Yuan didn't mind the abundance. First devour the food, then sweep up the other supplies. Let's get to work. Yi Yuan's abyssal maw instantly sucked in thousands of gene of supplies and began energy conversion. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan immediately joined in. Only Lu Ruyin stood by watching eagerly, her mind filled with countless questions. What must she do to earn Yi Yuan's recognition? Become his woman. No, Xiao Wan had already acquired the digging skill in advance, so that point could be excluded. Lu Ruyin had also asked Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan. They were unsure of the conditions Yi Yuan required to grant them supernatural abilities. It was truly frustrating. I also want to become strong. That way, even if I encounter Gu Yiming, I would have the ability to resist. I never want to be controlled by him again. Yi Yuan, you bad guy, just tell me your requirements directly. Why be so mysterious? Lu Ruyin considered herself not foolish. In fact, she was somewhat clever. But this time she genuinely couldn't see through it. No way. I need to find a private opportunity to showcase myself in front of Yi Yuan and casually find out what it takes to obtain supernatural powers. Though not proficient in various skills, I've learned a thing or two over the years and can at least manage it decently. I don't believe you won't submit. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Ruyan's taming degree increased by 5 in an instant. It currently stood at 85. She needed just 10 more to finally unlock her last attribute. However, Yi Yuan was solely focused on devouring food and didn't notice that Lu Ruyin had initiated her self-taming, gaining another 5. Meanwhile, Gu Yiming returned to the villa with a gloomy expression. Just moments ago, he had met with the senior executives. It was certain that he wouldn't come out unscathed. He had borrowed 3 helicopters, and 2 rocket launchers were either damaged or missing. No matter how good the relationship was, Gu Yiming was scolded like a grandson and didn't dare to breathe a word in front of the real official bigwigs. In the end, he obediently offered up 100 tons of supplies to settle the matter. This was still due to the connections they had before the apocalypse, which afforded him some leniency. Otherwise, 10 deaths wouldn't be considered a pity. Back at the villa, the more Gu Yiming thought about it, the angrier he became, not just over the 100 tons of supplies, though that amount was quite a drain. However, given his resources, there were numerous warehouses belonging to the Gu family scattered throughout the suburbs, stocked with large amounts of food and daily necessities. They had been transporting supplies to Lu Lake daily during this time. So losing 100 tons of supplies wouldn't significantly harm his foundation. It was just that he felt a pent-up frustration inside with no place to vent, which was quite uncomfortable. That beast Yi Yuan. Ever since he appeared, I've begun to have bad luck. The 3 helicopters I lost are all related to him. Could it be that he's behind this? Gu Yiming pondered for a long time, but deemed the possibility low. The first helicopter was shot down purely out of carelessness. But what about the second one? It went missing without a trace, while the third was hit by an unidentified object. The latter 2 incidents probably had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. It seems that air routes are not in my favor. This time he'll go by water. As long as I can get Yi Yuan to bring Ru Yin to a neighborhood close to the Shu River, he'll send someone on a speedboat to take him out. You, a harbinger of disaster. I must eliminate you before you even touch Ru Yin. My possessions shall never be touched by anyone else. Gu Yiming felt a sense of imbalance within him. In his pursuit to kill Yi Yuan, he had suffered significant losses. Had it not been for connections above, he would have long been executed. However, the deaths of Yi Yuan's parents were not solely his doing. Logically, this hatred should be shared. Thus, dealing with Yi Yuan was not just his responsibility. In previous outings for personnel and resources, the losses had all been his, especially the fallen gunmen, whose families needed to be compensated. Though it was just a bit of food, he wasn't a fool. No way, they must be included as well. Gu Yiming immediately made a call, summoning the individuals involved in the plot against Yi Yuan to his home. They were all shareholders and the president of Giant Semiconductor. Yi Yuan's father had resolutely refused to go public to prevent the company from falling into foreign control. Every board meeting ended in discord. Later, Gu Yiming took the lead, uniting with 2 other shareholders and the company's president to plan the murder. These individuals also resided in Luhu. Soon He Xiaoming and his son He Su were the first to arrive. Brother Gu, I heard the attempt to hunt down Yi Yuan failed again. The helicopter was destroyed by an unidentified object. Is that true? Gu Yiming's face twisted in distress. Why bring that up now? But one couldn't blame He Xiaoming. He had contributed 200 tons of food for this operation, and He Su had provided 100 tons. Brother He, we are all businessmen. You should understand that investments carry risks. Besides, you are not investors in this operation. Killing Yi Yuan is also something you desperately desire. It's just that luck was not on our side. The helicopter crashed, and there were no survivors. Damn. He's us reaction was the most intense, immediately cursing. Damn Yi Yuan, how lucky he is causing me to lose 100 tons of resources for nothing. As if 100 tons. Gu Yiming frowned, tightly taking a deep breath. What do these losses matter? I was called in by the higher-ups and was stripped of 2,000 tons of resources as compensation. I mean, it was clearly 1,000 tons. One word from me, and it doubled. Gu Yiming continued, this issue cannot fall solely on me. The deaths of Yi Yuan's parents were not solely my doing, but the losses incurred from hunting Yi Yuan are all mine. Brother He, we are all businessmen. What kind of business is this? Even He Xiaoming, who often benefited from backdoor deals, couldn't help but tighten up. What do you mean, Brother Gu? Gu Yiming did not rush to lay everything bare, waving his hand to signal He Xiaoming to wait a moment. Soon enough, 2 more individuals walked in. The man in front was in his 50s. He had a hooked nose, thin lips, a receding hairline, and a gloomy gaze. He looked like a ruthless character. This man was Hong Jingyi. He was the 3rd shareholder of Giant Semiconductor, primarily running logistics, warehouses, fresh cold storage, and grain and oil trade before the apocalypse. His strength was considerable. His warehouses filled with resources had been bringing supplies back to Luhu in droves since the outbreak. It was rumored he had already contacted the military. He was preparing to form a private militia. Walking behind him was a man in his 40s, neatly parted hair, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, giving off an air of elegance. However, since he could appear here, he was no pushover. His name was Yue, the president of Giant Semiconductor and Yi Yuan's father's most trusted confidant before the apocalypse. Unexpectedly, after colluding with the 3 major shareholders to kill Yi Yuan's parents, he quickly took control of the company. Gu Yiming gestured for the 2 to sit down. With everyone present, he felt it was time to lay everything out. He recounted what he had just discussed with He Xiaoming. Hong Jingyi and Yue listened, unable to suppress their sighs. Never would I have thought that Yi Yuan's life was so resilient, surviving 3 attempts. He truly is a significant threat. Brother Gu has paid such a high price. Do I deeply regret it? Regret my ass. I called you here. Did I want to listen to your nonsense? I want you to share my losses. At this moment, Yue shifted the conversation. According to Brother Gu, Yi Yuan currently only knows that it was General He who harmed his parents, right? This sounds off. He Xiaoming quickly caught on. Are you implying that this matter should be handled solely by me, He, while you all can stand aside? He Xiaoming was somewhat polite in his wording. He Su, however, was less restrained. Go to hell, Yue, what do you mean? You bastard, Yi Yuan's father trusted you the most, yet you betrayed him. You're truly inhumane. And now you want to stand aside? Not a chance. Let me tell you, Yi Yuan has been preparing for over half a year. He can shoot down helicopters. His marksmanship is definitely exceptional. Regardless of whether he seeks revenge on the He family, he'll make sure to expose you at the first opportunity. Once he kills you, will kill him. You. Damn. Yue was left speechless. Initially, he wanted to play a subtle game, but was cut off by the brash He Su. At this moment, Hong Jingyi stepped in to mediate. Everyone, please calm down. Let me state clearly, no one can stay out of this. We all must share the burden. Hong Jingyi spoke eloquently. He seemed poised, but he was very shrewd. The He family was currently exposed, and if Yi Yuan returned, they would only face him in fury. If negotiations broke down, He Xiaoming would expose everyone, and he would live in constant fear. After all, Yi Yuan had shot down a helicopter. He still had weapons. If he were to be cornered, it could mean his end. Thus, it was best to maintain the status quo, allowing the He family to be the clear target, while others provided resources and personnel. Eliminating Yi Yuan swiftly was the wisest choice. At this moment, Gu Yiming spoke up. Thank you, Brother Hong, for your understanding. I am not a petty person. I'll let go of the resources lost previously. However, this time, in order to eliminate Yi Yuan, I have lost 2,000 tons of resources to the higher-ups. I hope everyone can share the burden with me. Each of you should contribute 800 tons of resources as compensation. I will send a speedboat into the main city to take care of Yi Yuan. Everyone immediately gasped in shock. What a lion's share. You only lost 2,000 tons, yet you want each of us to contribute 800 tons. You might as well rob us. Gu Yiming ignored their anger and continued. If you think this is unreasonable, you can go kill Yi Yuan on your own, or leave him be to come back for revenge. However, I'm not certain if, when he returns, he might uncover more clues. A threat. An outright threat. Either give me resources, or I will tell Yi Yuan that you all participated in the plot against his parents. Gu Yiming indeed had the guts to say this. While others feared Yi Yuan's return, he was not afraid. He was the only one who could obtain weapons from the military, even though he had yet to form his private militia. But with over 100 bodyguards at home, all equipped with automatic rifles and light machine guns, he had no worries about Yi Yuan coming for him. What he worried about was Lu Rian being with Yi Yuan. Brother Gu, your words seem a bit harsh. Hong Jingyi smiled, though his smile was not genuine. Are we to go kill Yi Yuan? Clearly unrealistic. You are the only one who can obtain weapons. So this matter must trouble you. Although everyone could see that Hong Jingyi was holding back anger, his face still bore a smile. His strength was comparable to Gu Yiming's. Unfortunately, his connections were slightly lacking, making it difficult to acquire weapons, leaving him at a disadvantage. Since Hong Jingyi had agreed, Yu Wei had nothing more to say. He Xiaomin wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. He was Yi Yuan's public enemy, eager to eliminate him. Yet he also had to provide 800 tons of resources. It hurt too much. 800 tons could get him a few hundred handsome boys to entertain him. Being taken advantage of like this was infuriating. Damn Yi Yuan. It's all your fault. He Xiaomin suppressed the anger in his chest and exhaled deeply. Brother Gu, the resources will be sent to your warehouse. Sunu, please arrange it quickly. I don't want to hear Yi Yuan's name again. Hurry up and get rid of him. He Su hurriedly added, Uncle Gu, be sure not to harm Xiao Fan, bring her back alive. He Xiaomin felt like spitting blood. This foolish son of his, has he never seen a woman? Men are far more fun than women. At that moment, Gu Yiming's phone rang. Seeing the call from Yi Yuan, even someone like Gu Yiming, a super big shot, felt a moment of panic in his heart. A group of people was discussing how to eliminate Yi Yuan. It was supposed to be a secretive matter. Unexpectedly, the other party took the initiative to call. How could one not be flustered? Everyone be quiet, it's a call from Yi Yuan. After Gu Yiming reminded everyone, he pressed the answer button. Cousin Yi, how are you doing right now? Gu Yiming wanted to ask if Lu Ruyan was okay, but it wasn't appropriate to do so in this situation. If everyone knew that Lu Ruyan was with Yi Yuan, not to mention whether they would suspect it, the key point was that the upcoming mission might be hindered. His wife was in someone else's hands. Clearly, Gu Yiming's true aim was to rescue Lu Ruyan. If others found out, they would drive the price down. Asking for 800 tons of supplies from each person was definitely impossible. Not a single penny would be given. After all, it wasn't my wife who was with Yi Yuan. Someone of Gu Yiming's status cared deeply about his reputation. Regardless of how much he valued Lu Ruyan, even if he didn't like her at all, he would never allow her to lose face. Fortunately, no one knew about this matter for the time being. Gu Yiming sighed in relief. Not only did he preserve his reputation, but he also wouldn't be pressured by these people. Gu Yiming continued, Cousin Yi, I am trying to find a way to rescue you. I truly cannot do anything in the air. We can only take the water route now. You need to find a way to get to the riverbank. I estimate you are not far from the Yangguan community, so try to find a nearby place. I will arrange for a boat to pick you up as soon as possible. Don't worry, Uncle Gu keeps his word. Ooh, I want to deceive you. You child, why are you being so polite with your uncle? Your father and I are close friends. Oh, we are family, so don't be so distant with your uncle. All right, it's settled then. I will arrange for personnel and boats as soon as possible to get you back to Luhua before dark. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yiming couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. Just now he had been calling him uncle in every sentence. Family indeed. Saying such words made him feel ashamed. He had caused the death of the man's parents and occupied nearly half of the giant corporation's shares, yet he had the nerve to call them family. It was truly disgusting. It would have been fine if no one had heard. But everyone present knew the entire story, like a group of prostitutes chatting with one of the oldest claiming to still be a virgin. This was no longer a matter of trust. It was simply shameless. Ahem. Gu Yiming coughed a few times to ease the awkwardness. Let's get back to business. I just discussed with Yi Yuan. He will hurry to the riverbank near the Yangguan community. We can take action from our side now. As long as you deliver the promised supplies, I will immediately arrange for boats. Before dark, we must eliminate Yi Yuan. This time it will be foolproof. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Yuan hung up the phone, a slight smirk on his lips, looking as if his cunning plan had succeeded. The city was experiencing a power outage. The backup batteries at the base station could last a maximum of 1 or 2 days. After that, the phones would lose signal. So before the signal was cut off, it was essential to take advantage of the opportunity to swindle Gu Yiming a few more times. Unexpectedly, this guy was quite straightforward and sent a boat to pick me up in the afternoon. He was probably sending a boat full of gunmen to kill me. But it didn't matter. Whether it was a plane or a speedboat, as long as it wasn't a tank, I could use giant stones to smash them, covering a distance of 1 kilometer. Even if a tank came, I wouldn't be afraid. Falling from a height of 10 meters wouldn't break it. 100 meters, 500 meters should be fine. A 2 or 3-ton giant stone accelerating due to gravity could directly crush a tank. Therefore, Yi Yuan wasn't worried about what Gu Yiming would send. He was more afraid that he wouldn't come. Yi Yuan, the warehouse has been emptied. Where do we go next? Yi Yuan took out his phone and opened the map to check nearby supermarkets. Lu Ruyan also leaned over to take a look. She naturally rested her head on Yi Yuan's arm, while Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan didn't feel jealous. The servants were 100 loyal. They would even help Yi Yuan PUA Lu Ruyan, but for now it seemed Lu Ruyan was already PUAing herself without needing anyone's assistance. Yi Yuan quickly locked onto a supermarket on the map. Tianyi Supermarket on Binjiang Road. It was right by the Shu River next to the Lainan community. When Gui Ming sent a boat over, he would say he was at the Lainan community, asking them to come pick him up. In fact, he would be hiding in the supermarket using the digging and throwing skills to eliminate the boat. This feeling of lurking behind the scenes to cause trouble was quite satisfying. Let's go, we are heading to the supermarket on Binjiang Road. The four of them re-entered the tunnel and then released the giant stones from the spatial warehouse to block the tunnel entrance. This was to prevent anyone from breaking into the supermarket and discovering the tunnel. That was a potential risk. After all, Yi Yuan had to come and go through the tunnel every day. No outsiders could be allowed to enter the tunnel. Thus, every time a new tunnel entrance was dug out, it would be blocked. Yi Yuan reviewed the harvest from earlier. He had consumed 28 tons of food, gaining 14 points of freedom attributes, which after averaging brought all 4 attributes to 21 points. This was more than twice that of an adult. Here the adults were athletes with very strong physical fitness, not office workers, enduring 996. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan also consumed 28 tons. Each had 14 tons. Yi Yuan granted them level 1 devouring, as they had previously consumed 6 tons of food each. Now they each had another 14 tons, reaching their limit of 20 tons. However, they only gained 10 points of freedom attributes as the benefits from the servants' abilities were halved. Now both of their 4 attributes reached 12 points. The improvement in combat power was evident, especially when using firearms like automatic rifles, where they could essentially ignore recoil. The food from the previous supermarket, aside from leaving some necessary samples, was completely consumed by the 3. Daily necessities were all stored in the spatial warehouse. In fact, the warehouses of supermarkets in the city weren't large. They only stored the day's supplies, and such chain supermarkets had large warehouses. Unfortunately, Yi Yuan didn't know where they were. Lu Ruyan was also unclear. However, it wasn't a big problem. In the apocalypse, there was plenty of time, and the enemies were in Luhua and couldn't escape. First, they would slowly sweep through the city. By the way, he would also look for beautiful women, gather some more information, and when he became strong enough, return to Luhua and crush those who caused his parents' deaths one by one. Wait a minute. Those enemies in Luhua either married beautiful wives after their second marriage or had stunning daughters-in-law. How fortuitous. I like all of them. There was no need to rush to kill them. He would first turn them all into servants and wait until they were driven mad before eliminating them. Killing to vent anger wasn't vicious enough. First venting anger, and then killing, that way revenge would be more satisfying. Yi Yuan was pondering the most malicious schemes while digging the tunnel. At this moment, he noticed in his mind's 3D map that above him was a store that welded security windows. The villas in Nanhuhai Garden, although surrounded by sturdy walls, could block zombies effectively. Survivors could still use tools to climb into the windows, were made of glass, and couldn't stop them. Thus, Yi Yuan quickly dug into the store. He consumed the equipment for welding security windows as well as the best steel bars, transferring them to the spatial warehouse. He decided to finish early today. He would go back to reinforce the doors and windows of the villas in Nanhuhai Garden. After all, he needed to stay there for a while. After cleaning out the area, Yi Yuan retreated back into the tunnel, blocked the entrance, and continued digging towards the supermarket. Before long, he arrived at Tianyi Supermarket on Binjiang Road. The supermarket's main door was tightly locked. No survivors or zombies had entered. Haha, he could indulge in a thorough sweep without restraint. The 3 of them kept consuming. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan had already reached their limits, and Yi Yuan had no plans to grant them level 2 devouring yet. Therefore, the 2 used their skills to sweep for supplies. Yi Yuan's level 2 devouring had not yet reached its limit, and a large amount of food was converted into advanced supplements, causing his attribute points to rise dramatically. As Yi Yuan's abyssal mouth continued to devour, he transformed 20 tons of food into high-level supplements, gaining 10 points of free attributes after absorption. At this moment, he had reached the limit of level 2 devouring. A prompt appeared before him: level 2 devouring has reached its limit. Further food consumption will not convert into high-level supplements. Please upgrade your skill level. There was no other choice. He could only wait until Lu Ruyan's taming degree reached 95. At that time, he would strip her again, allowing him to elevate devouring to level 3 and continue to earn attribute points. Next, he focused on sweeping up resources. After allocating the 10 points of free attributes he had just gained, Yi Yuan's stats became Strength 23, Constitution 23, Agility 23, and Spirit 25. With 25 points of spiritual strength, it was enough to support Yi Yuan in long-term devouring and transferring. After all, it was merely transferring resources. Compared to devouring and converting energy, the mental consumption was significantly lower. The 3 of them were very busy. Only Lu Ruyan was leisurely wandering around, looking here and there, and whenever she saw a favorite item, she would directly stash it into the spatial warehouse. Anyway, the supermarket was very safe. She treated it just like shopping before the apocalypse, except this was a $0 purchase. After sweeping through this supermarket, Yuan led everyone to dig a tunnel to another nearby supermarket. There were too many tiny supermarkets. In places with high foot traffic, a single street could have 2 or 3 of them. Gu Yiming was like a mad dog snatching food. He had opened up every corner of the supermarket conveniently, allowing Yuan to avoid running around searching for supermarkets. Around 3 in the afternoon, Yuan's phone rang. It was Gu Yiming calling. Yi Xianzi, where are you now? Is Ruyan doing well? It seemed that Gu Yiming only just remembered to ask about his wife, but alas, she would soon be mine. Uncle Gu Lu Yi is doing well. But she had a nightmare last night and ended up in my room. But don't worry, Uncle. I slept on the floor while Lu Yi took the bed. She quickly fell asleep and didn't continue having nightmares. What? Gu Yiming was left dumbfounded. You bastard, why are you telling me this? What do you mean? Are you trying to anger me, or are you really that honest? You beast, sharing a room with my wife, even if you slept on the floor, I don't believe you didn't secretly peek. Damn it, my heart aches. Calm down, calm down. Yi Yuan was about to die. Oh, why should I compete with the dying? Hey Uncle Gu, why aren't you speaking? Yi Yuan's mouth twisted into a smile. This is just the beginning, and a single lie can leave you speechless. If Ruyan really becomes my woman, won't you spit blood? No rush, no rush. Take it slow, I'll play you to death. On the other end of the phone, Gu Yiming clearly took a deep breath. It's nothing. I suddenly found it hard to breathe. I have more little ailments with age. Xianzi, where are you? The boat is about to reach near Sunshine Community. That was quick. It seems their desire to kill me is growing restless. Uncle Guim at building 1 room 301 of Blueshore Community. Turn right after entering the community gate. It's right by the river. Hurry and come save us. Good, good. Beast, your time of death is approaching. Don't worry, Xianzi, my men will be there soon. Just stay at home. Don't hang up. Stay on the line with me. They had previously dispatched helicopters 3 times to hunt him down, all of which ended in failure, with only one being shot down by Yi Yuan. The other 2 attempts could be ruled out as being Yi Yuan's doing. But Gu Yiming, being seasoned, knew that Yi Yuan was like a jinx. Tasks aimed at him would always go awry. Thus he had his suspicions. Could it be Yi Yuan was scheming? This time he kept Yi Yuan on the line, both to monitor the situation and to prevent any contingencies. If it truly was Yi Yuan causing trouble, he would be able to spot the clues quickly and notify the sharpshooters on the boat to make arrangements. But he couldn't see the other party on the phone. It was still not safe. Xianzi, let's do a video call. I want to see Ru Yin. Oh, she must be looking quite haggard. Okay, Uncle Gu, but there's a power outage in the urban area right now. Many base stations have stopped working and the network signal is very poor. Wait for me 2 minutes. They'll find a spot with a good signal and send you a video. The 3rd floor of the supermarket was civilian housing. Yi Yuan hung up the phone, picked up Lu Ruyan, and with his current physical condition, he rushed to the 3rd floor in a minute. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan followed closely behind. Then he found the resident of room 301. Although this wasn't Blueshore Community, as long as it was 301, it would suffice. Yi Yuan shot the door lock and kicked open the door. Roar! A zombie lunged at him. If it had been a few days ago, Yi Yuan would have been cautious opening the door with grace, but now it was different. With agility over twice that of an adult, not only was he incredibly fast, but his thoughts and reactions were also remarkably swift. Before the zombie could pounce, Yi Yuan kicked it away. Then he shot the zombie's head off. Checking the time, it had just been 2 minutes. Yi Yuan immediately sent the video to Gu Yiming. Uncle Gu, can you hear me? Yi Yuan waved his hand, resembling someone signaling during a bad signal. Gu Yiming forced a smile and said, yes, I can hear you. Seeing that you are all well puts me at ease. Xianzi checked the door number again. Is it 301? My men are almost there. If you saw it wrong, it wouldn't be a joke. You know how dangerous it is to come to save you. Yi Yuan chuckled. Holding the phone, he stepped outside and pointed the camera at the door plate. It's definitely 301, Uncle Gu. That's good. Then I can relax. Hurry and close the door. Be careful of the zombies coming in. My men will be here shortly. Close it, damn it. The door lock has been broken. But Gu Yiming couldn't see that. Yi Yuan pretended to close the door, instructing Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan to guard the entrance. It would be troublesome if zombies really came in. Then Yi Yuan handed the phone to Lu Ruyan. Uncle Gu, you can chat with Aunt Lu. You two have been apart for so long, you must be worried about each other. Lu Ruyan shot Yi Yuan a glance, her eyes seemingly saying, this pervert, I'm not worried about him, I can't wait. However, Lu Ruyan knew what Yi Yuan was up to. So she put on a fake smile and said to the video, Yiming, don't worry, we are all fine and very safe. At this moment, Yi Yuan wasn't idle either. He immediately released 10 giant stones from the spatial warehouse. It was all he could do for now, or he would worry about collapsing the floor. Yi Yuan picked up a shovel and struck at one of the giant stones. A 3D holographic map appeared in his mind. 2 speedboats were just docking at the river, and the location they chose was excellent with no zombies nearby. How do they think they are safe now? Yi Yuan noticed that one of the people was holding a rocket launcher. Damn, he had been envious of that thing for a long time. It was delivered right to his door. He just hoped not to break the rocket launcher while using it. The 2 speedboats docked, but the people hadn't disembarked yet. Yi Yuan immediately locked onto the coordinates. With a thought, a giant stone came crashing down from the sky. Before it could hit the speedboat, Yuan swiftly lifted another giant stone. He locked onto the other speedboat. With another thought, a giant stone fell again. But it wasn't over. Yuan kept shoveling giant stones, and several more giant stones crashed down from the high ground on the shore. The riverside became a scene of blood and flesh, wails echoing everywhere. Meanwhile, Gu Yiming, who was video chatting with Lu Ruyin, suddenly let out an angry roar. It felt as if his heart, liver, spleen, and stomach had been violently stabbed hundreds of times, filled with rage, fear, and pain. Through the phone screen, Lu Ruyin was startled by Gu Yiming's furious roar. His expression, as if ready to devour someone, seemed as if it could leap out of the screen at any moment. Yiming, what happened? Although Lu Ruyin had already guessed it might be related to Yuan, it was true. 10 giant stones had been cleared away, and another 10 were being released for further clearing. Gu Yiming's roar coincided with Yuan starting to clear the giant stones. Who would believe it had nothing to do with Yuan? Suspicions aside, Lu Ruyin still pretended to care. Yiming, say something. What on earth happened? He looked. On the other end of the call, Gu Yiming took several deep breaths to calm the rage swelling in his chest, and the terror on his face dissipated somewhat. However, his eyes grew even darker and more forbidding. Even his voice became low and hoarse. It's nothing, Ruyin, just stay hidden. I may not be able to save you today. Some unexpected incidents occurred. Don't ask anything, just leave it at that. With that, Gu Yiming hung up the video call, his heart a tumult of emotions. Anger, fear, confusion, suspicion. A myriad of emotions intertwined. Just moments ago, while video chatting with Lu Ruyin, he was also maintaining a video call with the gunman on the ship. The journey had gone smoothly until now. Just as the 2 speedboats were nearing the shore and 20 gunmen were about to disembark, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, the 2 speedboats were smashed by giant stones that appeared out of nowhere. The first wave killed several people. Fortunately, the person on the phone with Gu Yiming was unharmed, thus the video call captured an incomplete scene. Blocks of stone seemed to fall from the sky. These stones were neatly cut and square, each weighing at least 2 to 3 tons. As if they had eyes, they aimed specifically at people. In less than half a minute, all 20 gunmen perished, and the 2 speedboats were reduced to wreckage. The person holding the phone and talking to Gu Yiming shouted until the moment of death. Stones are falling from the sky. Such huge stones. Quick dodge. Gu Yiming was certain he had indeed heard this. The warning about falling stones was crystal clear in his Bluetooth headset. He desperately wanted to know what had actually happened. Unfortunately, the person responsible for communication had been crushed by the giant stones, leaving the phone screen completely dark. Nothing could be seen. Thus, he would never know exactly what had transpired moments ago. Hence, Gu Yiming's mood was so. He was furious. 20 gunmen had died, all of whom were his bodyguards, top-notch fighters. It was such a waste. These individuals could have helped him train an apocalypse army, but now they had turned to mush. Damn it. Yuan, every time I deal with you, it leads to the annihilation of my men. What on earth are you? A harbinger of doom. Gu Yiming felt he was about to go mad. He recalled previous helicopter deployments, all of which had resulted in total loss. Although the second time was classified as missing, Gu Yiming no longer believed that. Before the third helicopter crashed, the pilot had been shouting that the aircraft had been struck by an unidentified object. Could this unidentified object be the falling stones? Further reasoning made him wonder if the first helicopter deployment could also have been brought down by a stone collision. Only Yuan remained unaware that he was the mastermind behind it. He thought it was a helicopter sent by Hishomin. Thus he bluffed and called Hisu to tell him he had shot down a helicopter as a means to intimidate Hishomin. Yeah, that should be it. Yuan is just bluffing. He's afraid of being hunted down by the He family, so he fabricated a lie about being able to shoot down helicopters. In that case, Yuan knew that giant stones would fall from the sky in the old city, but he chose not to inform him. Beast. You beast. Knowing stones would fall from the sky, knowing I was coming to save you. To kill you. It amounts to knowing I was coming yet concealing this matter. It cost me both my woman and my soldiers. Truly, it was a case of losing both. Bastard, I want you dead. I will definitely kill you. Gu Yiming gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Yuan apart right then and there. He felt that Yuan was too selfish, knowing that there were unidentified falling stones in the old city and hiding it to compel him to come to his rescue. And that bitch Ruyin. She didn't tell me either. This pair of dog men and women had teamed up to dig a pit for him. Gu Yiming felt miserable. The canary he cherished had betrayed him, causing him heartache. However, he quickly let it go. As a seasoned businessman, Gu Yiming understood human nature well. Anyone trapped in the city would try every means to seek help. Knowing the danger, they would also act as if they didn't know. Because if they spoke up, no one might dare to come for rescue. Yuan and Lu Ruoyan's choice to conceal the danger was understandable, but it didn't mean he could forgive them. This account will be settled slowly later. Gu Yiming could now basically confirm that Yuan knew the sky would drop stones in the old city, but he had nothing to do with the helicopter crash or the sinking of the 2 speedboats. Because at that time, he was right beside Lu Ruoyan. Although Yuan did not appear on the video call when the speedboats were destroyed, he had only left for a few seconds. In such a short time, even a quick bathroom break wouldn't suffice. It was impossible for him to destroy 2 speedboats and the 20 gunmen on board. Thus Yuan's suspicion could be dismissed. What puzzled Gu Yiming the most was how those giant stones had fallen from the sky. This was against nature. Those giant stones were square and clearly processed by human hands. How could they just fall from the sky? They even destroyed a helicopter. Gu Yiming gazed up, and the Deer Lake was bathed in golden sunlight, but in the distance lay an endless fog of blood shrouding the entire city. To be precise, the blood mist enveloped the whole world. This couldn't help but make one ponder. Was there something hidden in the blood mist? Otherwise, it was impossible to explain the falling stones. At this moment, Gu Yiming's sense of crisis intensified. Previously, he had only thought that in the apocalypse, it would be sufficient to stockpile supplies, form a private army, and become a local tyrant to live a peaceful life. Now it seemed not necessarily so. He needed to hurry and assemble a private army. Who knew what dangers lay ahead? The blood mist was too eerie, causing deep unease within him. As for Yuan and Reborn, sigh. Gu Yiming let out a long sigh. He didn't care about Yuan's fate. Mainly he wanted to bring Reborn back, but was worried about the falling stones causing casualties. If he didn't bring her back, he feared being taken over by Yuan. Damn it, beast Yuan, it's all your fault. On the other side, Yuan was digging a tunnel at full speed. The 2 speedboats by the shore had been smashed, and 20 people had turned into mush. The weapons were scattered on the ground. Guns weren't important, he had plenty. The key was that rocket launcher. Yuan saw clearly that the rocket launcher had fallen in the grass by the shore and was unharmed. The rocket launcher still had a rocket inside. He needed to get it quickly. Soon Yuan dug to the riverbank, confirmed that there were no zombies nearby, and immediately came out. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan closely followed behind, weapons in hand, on guard. Reborn stayed temporarily in the tunnel. Her combat power was at 0, and she was about to read another entry, so she couldn't be allowed to venture out. Very quickly Yuan found the rocket launcher in the grass. Haha, Gu Yiming didn't expect this, did you? How does that song go again? No food, no clothing, the enemy delivers it right to the front. No guns, no cannons, the enemy builds them for us. You're delivering weapons thousands of miles away. I graciously accept. Yuan held the rocket launcher, removed the rocket, and began to caress it lovingly. He could replicate rockets infinitely from now on. He could explode things however he liked. What a delight. Just then Yuan's brow suddenly furrowed, his eyes fixating intensely on the rocket, his gaze becoming incredibly fervent. Yuan looked at the rocket launcher in his hand, a sudden inspiration striking him. If he could utilize his 3D printing ability to expand the interior of the rocket, wouldn't its power surpass that of a missile? Theoretically, it could even exceed that of Fat Man and Little Boy. The replication of the interior would not only be limited to space, but also include the explosives, expanding it by hundreds of millions, even billions of times. The explosive power could undoubtedly surpass that of an atomic bomb. However, this project would be immense, as Yuan's current replication ability limits him to items not exceeding 30 kilograms. To fill the rocket with explosives expanded billions of times would take an unknown amount of time. Moreover, with such immense power, it could backfire on himself. Expanding by 10 times is feasible. However, Yuan only dared to replicate the explosive filling, not the propellant, as its composition and dosage are rigorously calculated based on the combustion chamber and nozzle. Changing the preset parameters recklessly could lead to an accident during launch, and with such tremendous power, it could easily kill him. The explosive filling can be replicated freely, since it only detonates when the fuse is triggered after being launched. Once fired, who cares about the results? After all, he wouldn't be hit. Generally, a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher has a range of about 500 meters. Based on this distance, replicating the explosive filling of the rocket by 10 times seems most reasonable. After all, not every shot reaches the maximum range. Sometimes targets might only be 100 meters away, or even closer. With excessive power, the blast wave could lift him off the ground, so it's better to be conservative. Yuan led the group back into the tunnel. It was too dangerous outside. If a zombie unexpectedly charged out from a corner and bit him, it would be the end. Having antibodies does not guarantee immunity to zombie venom. The same goes for his servants. When zombies bite, they secrete viruses instantly, like venomous snakes. Zombie venom is a mutated virus entirely different from blood mist virus. Once bitten, the outcome is assimilation, and even divine beings cannot save him. Therefore, Yuan remained cautious in the wild. Returning to the tunnel felt safer. He first replicated 10 ordinary rockets. 10 launchers. These were samples. Although he didn't need that many samples, it was better to be safe than sorry. Then Yuan took one of the rockets and replicated the explosive filling, including the space, by 10 times. I can give it a try now. Yuan approached the tunnel entrance, loaded the rocket into the launcher, and aimed at a large truck by the Binjiang Highway. He pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The rocket, trailing a long flame, shot forth like a snake emerging from its hole, and after a few slight undulations, it accurately struck the large truck. It veered off toward a nearby car. Although Yuan's marksmanship was decent, he had never used a rocket launcher in his past life, and only knew how to fire it. Missing was to be expected. As the rocket hit the car, a deafening explosion erupted, instantly engulfing the surroundings in flames, and the nearby large truck was blown to smithereens. Even the nearby dozen or so cars were sent flying. The scene was truly spectacular. Yuan smiled. Missing the target was not a problem. I have great power, a slight inaccuracy doesn't matter. A rocket with 10 times the power is formidable. If I shoot one into a horde of zombies, it would undoubtedly take out a large group. A devastating slaughter. At this moment, the three women also peeked out, witnessing the raging fire in the distance and the shattered cars, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Wow, Brother Yi, what kind of rocket launcher is this? Its power is incredible. I know. Brother Yi must have given the shells an upgrade. Lu Rian was astounded, realizing how amazing Yuan was. Anything in his hands seemed to become enhanced. He could even enhance himself. At that moment, Yuan had another flash of inspiration. Since the explosive filling of the rocket could be replicated and expanded, could grenades also be? No. Yuan quickly dismissed this suicidal thought. Rockets can be fired from a distance, so expanding by 10 times is fine. But grenades are thrown by hand. Even with a standard grenade, if mishandled, it could injure or even kill him. If the internal explosives were expanded, that would be asking for death. It's fine to throw from a rooftop, but the usual scenario involves throwing them forward, backward, or sideways on the ground. Better not be foolish. Injuring oneself isn't worth it. Besides grenades, Yuan also thought of bullets. The gunpowder in automatic rifle bullets could be expanded, but the power is too great and could cause a chamber explosion. The steel balls and shotguns could also be expanded. However, the gunpowder's capacity and the weight of the steel balls are rigorously calculated. If there are too many steel balls, the gunpowder won't provide enough thrust, significantly reducing its power. Though there are many ideas, only the rocket can truly be put into practice. But that's fine. If one grenade doesn't work, I can throw 10 right. If one bullet doesn't work, I can switch to a machine gun and spray indiscriminately. If quality falls short, I can make up for it with quantity. After all, I can replicate infinitely. Moreover, with the rocket as this formidable weapon, it's fine for other weapons to perform normally, without pursuing the extreme. Yuan put away the rocket launcher. Then he blocked the tunnel entrance. Alright, that's it for today. Let's head back. The villa at Nanhu Houding still needed to have anti-theft windows installed, the welding equipment and steel pipes were already prepared. In his past life, Yuan also did some hard labor at the Deer Lake gathering place. He reinforced some defensive structures alongside welders. So despite being a rich second generation, he basically knows all the foundational technical work. The four rode back on their electric bikes. Not long after they arrived below the villa at Nanhu Houding. However, the tunnel entrance to the villa was blocked by a huge stone. Yuan was cautious, ensuring that if someone broke into the villa, they wouldn't be able to access the tunnel and ambush him. Now he needed to shovel the large stone into the spatial warehouse. Yuan took out a shovel and aimed at a big stone. An automatic 3D model appeared in his mind. Unexpectedly, he made an unexpected discovery. The 3D model clearly showed 6 people in the villa, 4 men and 2 women. They were all in the living room. Each held a fire axe or a fire hammer stained with blood, some sitting, some standing, and they were chattering nonstop. It seemed like they were arguing about something. Darn, they really let him guess right. A perfectly fine villa was surrounded overnight by a massive stone wall, as survivors would surely try to find a way in. Yuan had long been psychologically prepared. This was also why he reinforced the doors and windows, as the wall could be climbed over. However, coming in would be a death sentence. Yuan didn't want to know who they were or what they were doing in his home. He had no intention of taking risks to chat with these people. Although the 3D model showed that these people only had cold weapons, what if they had something lethal on their waist? It would be much simpler to just smash them. Thus Yuan continued digging, and massive stones suddenly appeared above the living room of the villa. A cacophony of crashing sounds ensued. In less than 10 seconds, all 6 were crushed to death. Yuan led the 3 women out of the tunnel, where the bodies of the crushed were sprawled everywhere in the living room. The 3 women had become accustomed to it and did not panic. The living room was in disarray, and Yuan returned the massive stones to the spatial warehouse before unleashing his devouring skill. The abyssal maw opened wide. The shattered furniture and the bodies on the ground were all devoured and transferred to the spatial warehouse. He had casually taken a lot of furniture during the supermarket sweep. He took out a new set from the spatial warehouse and arranged it. The living room was restored to its former glory. At that moment, Yuan caught a glimpse out the window, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Above the high wall outside the window, a drone was spying on the villa. However, Yuan was certain. This drone had just appeared, which meant that Yuan had crushed the people inside the villa, and using the devouring transfer stored the smashed furniture and corpses into the spatial warehouse. He also retrieved a set of furniture to arrange in the living room. None of these processes were seen by the drone. Lu Ruyan also spotted the helicopter above the wall, and Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan immediately raised their guns. Yuan quickly signaled them to put their guns down. In that moment of delay, the drone immediately turned around and flew away. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan stomped their feet in anger, but Yuan smiled and said, "If we had shot it down just now, we would never know where the person controlling the drone was hiding." In this apocalyptic world, people's hearts are no longer pure. Since someone has their eyes on this place, Yuan was determined to find out where they were hiding regardless of their intentions. For safety's sake, he needed to eliminate future troubles. Therefore, he immediately released a massive stone, and with a digger shovel against it, a 3D map appeared automatically in his mind. The fleeing drone was clearly visible as well. Little thing you think you can spy on me. As long as you dare to land, I will know where you are hiding. Yuan focused on the drone's movements, the 3D image acting like radar, allowing him to see through the blood mist. However, the drone did not stop. It continued flying forward until it disappeared from the 3D map in his mind. Yuan sighed regretfully. The 3D image could only cover a diameter of 1 kilometer, which is a radius of 500 meters. This range was quite broad. Whether for escape, pursuit, assassination, or reconnaissance, one could catch the enemy off guard. However, using it to monitor a drone was somewhat difficult. This device was not threatened by the zombies on the ground and could fly around freely. Within a radius of 500 meters, capturing the drone's activity trail was a bit challenging. Yuan stored the massive stone in the spatial warehouse. The 3D image in his mind also vanished. So what do you think, Brother Yi? Where did the drone go? Xiaowan asked. Yuan shook his head. It has left my surveillance range. But there is no need to worry. It should be that survivors are trapped in their homes, thus using the drone to check the outside situation. Although he said that Yuan would not truly let his guard down. Theoretically, living underground was safer, even absolutely safe. However, it was quite stifling underground. Digging tunnels all day was one thing, but living underground at night would eventually lead to depression. Therefore, it was better to weld security bars on the windows. With the tools and materials on hand, Yuan stepped out of the villa into the yard, took out the steel bars, and connected the cutting machine to the power supply. The three women went to measure the window sizes. Before long, Yuan had made a security window and replicated it according to the measurements for the other windows. Some windows were larger. At this time, he could use the partial integrated replication to enlarge them, which was very convenient. Finally, using expansion screws, he installed all the security windows, instantly raising the villa's security level. Even if someone climbed over the wall, without special tools they wouldn't be able to enter the house. In his previous life, Yuan had developed the habit of light sleeping. If someone really pried open the security window with tools, it would definitely wake him. With the security windows installed, he checked the time. It was still early, only 6 o'clock. For safety's sake, the wall could be raised another 5 meters. Anyway, there were plenty of massive stones in the spatial warehouse. Yuan called Xiaowan and Xiao Fan over to help. These massive stones were directly piled up. Although each weighed 2 to 3 tons, they did not need to be moved manually. Like applying glue wherever it needed to be placed, the spatial warehouse made from a wine vessel was aligned with the positions of the stones to be piled, and then his mental power entered the spatial warehouse. It should be noted that there was no energy field inside the spatial warehouse. His mental power inside was comparable to divine consciousness, directly using his will to grasp the massive stones and slowly let them drop out of the wine vessel. A massive stone was thus piled up. It was incredibly smooth and easy. Of course, this kind of piled wall had no concrete reinforcement, and increasing height also required increasing thickness. In some places, it even needed to be interlaced to create tensile strength. Therefore, the wall's thickness was also increased by 1 meter. The three of them built the wall together, finishing in less than 20 minutes. Looking at the stout and towering wall, everyone revealed satisfied smiles. Now we no longer need to worry about anyone climbing over the wall. We can sleep soundly at night. If only we could add a circle of barbed wire rolling cages. Indeed, Yuan had just that in mind. While sweeping through the hardware store, he had casually taken many steel wires which were just in time to be used. The barbed wire rolling cage was a defensive structure. In his previous life, while in the defense army of Luhu City, he often did this. Soon Yuan skillfully wrapped a 10-centimeter rolling cage covered in interlaced steel spikes. Although it was only 10 centimeters, it could be replicated. Yuan went to the top of the wall, fixed the rolling cage, and then activated his partial replication ability. The 10-centimeter steel wire rolling cage began to extend and lengthen. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters. At regular intervals, he fixed it with expansion screws to ensure it wouldn't fall. The circumference of the wall was less than 200 meters. Steel wire was an inorganic material. Replicating it not only consumed little mental energy, but also was very fast. It took only 10 minutes to complete. Yuan came down from the wall. Looking at the impenetrable rolling cage wall, he clapped his hands. Done. After all this time, the villa's security issue had been resolved. Next, it was time to prepare dinner. Lu Ruyan smiled slightly and immediately began to implement her plan to steal from the house. It's already dark, you'll go cook. You all worked hard today, no need to help me, just rest well. Wow, Sister Ruyan, you're so nice. Thanks for your hard work, Sister Ruyan. Not only Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan, but even Yuan did not notice Lu Ruyan's scheme. Now I'm cooking. After we eat, you all cleaning the dishes and mopping the floor is not too much, right? Taking this opportunity, I'll wash up quickly. While you all haven't finished cleaning, I've already stolen the house. Her little scheme was clinking away. At this moment, the three people who were kept in the dark still did not know they had all been plotted against. Yuan sat on the sofa pondering that Gu Yiming might not come to rescue him for the time being. However, if a day goes by without tricking his enemies, Yuan felt uncomfortable all over. After thinking apart from Gu Yiming, it seemed that Hisu was the only one he could trick. Having finally grasped the weakness of this diehard sycophant, he had to exploit it thoroughly. "Brother, you have a smoke." Xiao Fan lit the cigarette and handed it to Yuan. To deal with Hisu, it was best to let Xiao Fan take the lead. After all, she was once the pure white moonlight in Hisa's heart. Although they had already laid everything bare. But sycophants are beyond redemption. Without dignity or bottom line, a single word could bring him back to full health. After reviving, he would be struck down again. It would be as fun as torturing a fountain. "Xiao Fan, did you block Hisu?" "Yes, brother Yi, he only has eyes for you, so I had to block Hisu." Yuan revealed a wicked smile. "You quickly bring him back, and then..." According to Yuan's plan, Jiang Xiaofan greeted Hisu as a friend. Then she said that she had treated him poorly, hoping Hisu would come to save her. As long as Hisu is really willing to come, he will be completely duped, and then she will confront him. Haha, just thinking about it is exhilarating. This guy will definitely be so furious he will spew blood. However, Jiang Xiaofan shook her head repeatedly, saying, "No way, brother Yi, I was so harsh in the video, he must hate. He is even less likely to come save me. Whether it will work or not, one must try." Hisu, this sycophant, has pursued Xiaofan for over half a year, without even tasting the flavor of the steamed buns. This shows he has lost his sanity. His feelings for Xiaofan have reached a point of nearly unconditional tolerance. Trust me, read him as a friend. Then try what I said earlier. If it works, great. If not, then forget it. Jiang Xiaofan was absolutely loyal. Since it's come to this, she might as well give it a try. After all, she also disliked Hisu, and if it could make brother Yi happy, she would be very willing. Soon Xiaofan greeted Hisu as a friend. Before she could send a message, Hisu was the first to reach out. Xiaofan, I miss you so much. How are you doing now?" He sent 3 messages in a row, clearly excited at that moment. However, Jiang Xiaofan felt disgusted. "If it weren't to make brother Yi happy, I wouldn't contact you at all. Hisu, I'm not doing well." "What's wrong, Xiaofan? Hurry and tell me what happened." Seeing Hisa's messages, Yuan could almost determine that this guy was already in the late stages of being a sycophant. The anxiety in his words revealed his sycophantic nature. "Xiaofan is already mine. Why are you so concerned about her? This guy is hopeless. But it suits me just fine." While Xiaofan was typing the impatient, Hisu immediately said, "What should I do, brother Yi? Should I answer?" "Of course she should." Yuan signaled for Xiaofan to answer the video, while stepping aside to avoid being caught in the frame. As soon as the video connected, Jiang Xiaofan immediately entered acting mode, appearing sorrowful and tearful, as she said, "Hisu, I'm sorry I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that about you. You are the one who truly cares for me, while Yuan is just using me." "What?" Upon hearing this, Hisa's anger erupted. "I pursued you for half a year, treating you as the sacred white lotus goddess, and you were actually used by Yuan. Damn that Yuan. I will not let this go." "Xiaofan, don't cry. Tell me what happened." Jiang Xiaofan cried, taking over 10 minutes to embellish the lies fabricated by Yuan, and told them to Hisu with added drama. "What? You were told to go out to find food during the day and return to massage his feet at night, and he hits you at the slightest displeasure. Beast. You beast. I will kill that bastard Yuan." Hisa's heart bled. The woman he cherished was treated as cannon fodder by Yuan. Every day she had to go out to find food, and he made Xiaofan walk in front. If they encountered zombies, she would become a human shield. Yuan is even more ruthless than I am. Hisu have slept with women, providing them with ample resources before the apocalypse, and even after the apocalypse I can ensure they are well fed and clothed. Though Hisu may seem heartless, I never owe anything to women. Unlike Yuan, who is worse than a beast. At this moment, Hisu suddenly felt great, akin to going from the last in class to second last. If one were to say Hisu is foolish, he is not foolhardy at all. He clearly knows that Jiang Xiaofan has been played by Yuan, used as cannon fodder. At least the meaning conveyed by Xiaofan's earlier lie was just that. Yet Hisu still felt heartache. Sycophants are both pitiful and despicable, hopelessly lost. Yet despite the heartache, he couldn't bring himself to cut ties decisively. "Xiaofan, don't worry. As long as you truly regret it and are willing to be with me, Hisu will do my utmost to send someone to save you." This part Hisu was rational about. He didn't say anything foolish like he would personally come to save her. "Really, Hisu? You will send someone to save me?" "Trust me, I will send someone to save you soon. Oh, you just give me a little time." "Okay, I will wait for you." After hanging up the video call, Jiang Xiaofan let out a soft sigh and shot Yuan a glare. "Brother Yi, you are truly bad. I didn't expect Hisu to be so infatuated with me, but unfortunately, I can't accommodate him in my heart at all." Yuan smiled without saying a word. To be honest, if Jiang Xiaofan hadn't become his servant, she would definitely have been touched by Hisu. After all, she is human, not a piece of wood. In the apocalypse, there are still people who would go all out to save another person, even with a certain ulterior motive, which is enough to move even the hardest of hearts. This Yuan acknowledges. Hisa's feelings for Jiang Xiaofan are indeed commendable. Too bad, you bastard, that you caused my parents' deaths. In my past life you even skinned me alive. Don't think that just because you are a pseudo-pure love warrior, even if you were a true sage, I would still make you suffer to the end. At this moment Yuan also came over to pour tea for Yuan. The difference between past and present is so vast. Not only did he gain a golden finger, but he also has beautiful women on both sides. It feels like a dream. While feeling emotional, Yuan checked his current attribute panel. Yuan, attribute strength 25, constitution 25, agility 24, spirit 25, abilities 3D, printing, infinite replication, partial integrated replication, living organism replication, excavator master, super excavator, ground strengthening LV. 8. Ground throw shovel. Nutritional expert, devour LV. 2. This attribute panel is quite luxurious. Especially the abilities in the row below, each one is amazing. In the past 2 days of digging tunnels, ground strengthening has already reached level 8, earning him 8 points of free attributes. Different abilities have different upgrade effects. For example, ground strengthening gains 1 point of free attributes for each level up, which is the reward from leveling up. The devour ability is different. At level 1, for every ton of food devoured you can earn 1 point of free attributes. However, after leveling up you need to devour 2 tons of food to earn 1 point of free attributes, making leveling up. In fact, the limit for devour LV1 is 20 points of free attributes. Once the limit is reached, further devouring cannot be converted into free attributes. But if the devour ability is upgraded to level 2, you can continue to gain free attributes. So the key to upgrading the devour ability is to lift the limit. At this time a delicious smell wafted from the kitchen. However, it wasn't done yet. Taking advantage of this time, Yuan took out a gas canister which was a replica. The sample had already been given to Lu Ruyan, who was currently cooking. However, the replica can continue to duplicate. Originally, he planned to replicate the internal space and gas storage of the canister 1,000-fold. A single canister would last a lifetime. However, doing so is very dangerous. If an explosion occurs, no one at the scene will survive. It's better to be cautious. Yuan replicated more than a dozen gas canisters in one breath. It would be enough for a short time. At this time the sky had completely darkened, and the solar-powered streetlights no longer shone, leaving the entire city dark. Only Yuan's house was still lit. The diesel generator ran 24 hours. This sparked an idea in him. There was a communication base station near the community that would automatically use the battery's power after a power outage. By tomorrow noon at the latest the power will be exhausted. However, there are backup generators in the base station. Tomorrow morning, he can directly dig a tunnel to the base station, start the generator, and at worst come back once a day to refuel with diesel. This way he wouldn't lose internet access. With internet, life is enjoyable, especially since he hasn't confronted Gu Yiming yet. At that time he would shoot an intimate video with Lu Ruyan and send it to Gu Yiming. Haha, he will probably explode on the spot. Shortly after Lu Ruyan finished cooking. Once everyone sat at the table, Yuan noticed that Lu Ruyan was eating particularly fast. After finishing, she said she was tired and wanted to wash up and sleep early. Yuan was confused. You didn't do anything today? Oh, how could you be tired after just cooking a meal? It wasn't until Lu Ruyan emerged from washing up and dashed into the master bedroom that Yuan suddenly understood. Hell, you are stealing my home. After the wind and rain last night, the next morning arrived. Yuan was the first to wake up, and after washing up he went to the yard to smoke a cigarette. Although the villa was surrounded by a 10-meter high wall, however some space was left for movement, otherwise living here would feel stifling. After finishing a cigarette, 3 women sequentially got up to wash up, and Yuan replicated a table full of breakfast. He had long since developed this habit. Anything that could be replicated would have a sample reserved in the spatial warehouse, including the delicacies made over the past few days. Though directly replicating food lacked the authenticity of life, this was the apocalypse. Since he had decided to sweep through the city for essential supplies, he needed to act quickly. To make life feel more real, he could cook dinner himself. Breakfast and lunch could be replicated directly. Today Lu Ruyan looked even more charming. However, she walked a bit awkwardly. There was no choice. When moving last night the furniture was too large and the doorframe too small, so she got hurt a bit while forcing it through. However, there were benefits to it. Lu Ruyan's taming level reached 95 L and Yuan completed the final extraction of her attributes. Consequently, his devouring ability was also upgraded to level 3. Then Lu Ruyan automatically became a servant with a taming level of 100, signifying absolute loyalty. He could now safely provide her with weapons. Moreover, after moving houses last night, Yuan granted her the abilities of burrowing strength and devouring LV. 1. He could not bestow his replication ability to anyone else. This was a symbol of his identity as a master, and as an orange ability, he was unwilling to share it with anyone. After finishing breakfast, Yuan issued a set of weapons to Lu Ruyan, including a shotgun, assault rifle, handgun, and machine gun. He could not give her grenades and rocket launchers for now. He had not learned to use them. An operational error could lead to total annihilation. Let's set off. Xiao Fan Xiao, your main task today is to guide Ruyan in using firearms to kill zombies. In the past few days Yuan had learned to use firearms. However, her marksmanship was somewhat poor. Of course, using a shotgun did not require precise aim. The main challenge was overcoming fear and firing quickly when zombies charged. If she missed the first shot, she should quickly fire a second. The goal was to kill a few more. Yuan dug open the tunnel, leading the 4 of them inside, and then blocked the tunnel entrance again. Today they would first go to the nearby communication station to start the backup diesel generator. This way the station could continue to operate. They would have internet at home. When they returned in the evening, they could watch videos to understand the outside situation and think of ways to continue deceiving Gu Yiming, and Hisu, especially Hisu. This guy promised yesterday that he would do everything he could to save Xiao Fan. Moreover, Gu Yiming also promised to save Yuan. So it was essential to ensure there was internet. Today Yuan voluntarily took on the task of digging the tunnel. As long as he was not tired, he wouldn't need anyone else to help. After all, digging a tunnel could increase his attributes. He needed to maximize his own strength. After all, when night fell and 3 heroes battled Lu Bu, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't win without full strength. This reason was quite reasonable. After spending 20 minutes, Yuan dug down to a communication station closest to the community. In his mind's eye, a 3D diagram displayed a scattered distribution of over a dozen zombies on the ground. There was also a zombie in the station room. Perfect. This would allow Yuan to practice her skills. There are over a dozen zombies on the ground. In a moment, he'll open the tunnel and lure the zombies in. Yuan, you stand at the very front to kill the zombies. Xiao Fan, stand behind Yuan. If she encounters any accidents, you must take responsibility for clearing the zombies that rush into the tunnel. Xiao Fan made an okay gesture. Yuan nodded as well, but she appeared somewhat nervous because Yuan had just said that if there was an accident, Xiao Fan would have to shoot again. What kind of accident? Getting bitten to death by a zombie. Being a novice herself, she had to stand in the front to absorb damage, but the current Yuan was not the same as yesterday's Yuan. Servants are absolutely loyal to their masters. Even if she was scared, she would still carry out orders. Soon Yuan dug away the last bit of soil and stone, and the tunnel entrance led directly into the station room. Yuan shot a bullet towards the door. The gunshot startled the zombies inside the station room, and since the door was not closed, the ones outside also heard it. Roar, roar, roar. The first to pounce over was the zombie from the station room. Yuan kicked it away and quickly retreated back into the tunnel, hiding behind the 3 women. I can't do everything myself. In the future, the job of killing zombies has to be entrusted to these women, so whenever there is a chance, I should let them train. Yuan held the shotgun fully focused. Soon the first zombie charged into the tunnel. Bang! Startled, she pulled the trigger. To her surprise, luck was on her side. At a distance of 30 meters, she directly took down the incoming zombie. This greatly boosted Yuan's confidence. Click. Eject the shell, load the next round. Another zombie rushed in, and Yuan pulled the trigger again, but this time she did not hit the vital spot. Most of the pellets hit the tunnel wall. The zombie stumbled slightly, but continued to claw its way forward. Don't be nervous, load faster. Yuan was not nervous in her mind, as she knew that Xiao Fan was standing behind her. If there was real danger, she did not believe Yuan would just watch her die. After all, I am the main technical staff for repairing the tunneling machine. But despite her mind being calm, her heart was still uncontrollably anxious. The zombie charged over with incredible speed. Its grotesque appearance was a strong visual shock, and her inner feelings were completely out of control. Trembling, she finally completed the second shell ejection and loading. At this moment, the zombie was less than 15 meters away from Yuan. Jiang Xiaofan's shotgun was already aimed. If it closed into 10 meters, she would decisively pull the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Yuan was shaken by the powerful recoil. However, this shot was very accurate. At a distance of 13 meters, the zombie's head was blown apart like a watermelon. This scene was both bloody and terrifying, yet it also quickened the pulse. It was as if something deeply ingrained in her bones was activated. Yuan's eyes held a mix of fear, excitement, and a hint of madness. Click. The bullet was loaded. 2 more zombies charged in. Ah! She let out an excited little scream, and bang! One zombie fell, ejected the shell, loaded the next round, pulled the trigger, and the second zombie also went down. More and more zombies charged into the tunnel. The excitement in Yuan's eyes intensified, turning into exhilaration as she continuously ejected shells, loaded rounds, and pulled triggers. The tunnel became a death passage. No matter how many zombies came in, they would all die. In less than 3 minutes, the tunnel was quiet, piled high with corpses. Yuan let out a gentle sigh. Damn, that was exhilarating. Yuan rubbed his forehead, not expecting Yuan to also be a fierce female Tyrannosaurus just like Jiang Xiaofan. She just disguised it very well on ordinary days. The tiger from the northeast, the wolf from the northwest, and the Tyrannosaurus from Sichuan and Chongqing pretending to be a sheep. But the Tyrannosaurus was also quite fascinating. She knew when to act gentle and when to be wild, driving people crazy. Let's go to the station room. Yuan led the 3 out of the tunnel. Meanwhile, on the wall of the villa behind them, the drone from yesterday appeared again. The towering walls can withstand zombies, and the barbed wire can prevent rioters from climbing over. However, they cannot stop drones from spying. That drone appeared again yesterday, meticulously observing the interior of the villa. Unfortunately, all the doors and windows have been reinforced with security grills. The curtains are drawn as well. Nothing can be seen inside. At this moment, an elegant and charming young woman is murmuring through the footage transmitted by the drone. Strange, the walls of this villa have doubled in height overnight. The walls are also thicker than before. Moreover, the massive stones used to build the walls are cut so smoothly and evenly. How was that achieved? The young woman furrowed her delicate brows in confusion. She wore a cool form-fitting cheapao, her bare shoulders and arms soft and pale, while her long legs resembled freshly pulled radishes from the earth in winter, tender and plump after being washed. The young woman's name is Su Min. She also holds another identity as the wife of Hong Jingyi, one of the 3 major shareholders responsible for the death of Yi Yuan's parents. Of course, Su Min is certainly Hong Jingyi's second wife. After all, he is over 50 years old, while she is only in her mid-20s. However, Su Min's luck has not been good. Just after obtaining the marriage certificate with Hong Jingyi, and before they could hold a wedding banquet, her father unexpectedly passed away. The wedding had to be postponed. After dealing with her father's funeral, she decided to stay at home with her mother for a while, so she did not move to Luhua to live with Hong Jingyi. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse struck. Her mother went out to buy groceries early and never returned. She was left all alone at home. Fortunately, during the funeral arrangements, the family had bought plenty of drinks and candies to entertain guests visiting her mother. Her mother also liked to buy frozen goods to stock the freezer. So during this time, Su Min had no shortage of food. She also enjoyed keeping pets, raising a husky and a cockatiel at home. Though they are just animals, they provided her with companionship, preventing her from spiraling into despair. However, ever since the power outage 2 days ago, Su Min began to panic. It was July, and even though the blood mist obscured the sunlight, the weather remained hot. The food in the refrigerator had mostly rotted. The remaining bread and cookies could not last for many days. During this time, she kept in contact with Hong Jingyi. Unfortunately, Hong Jingyi lacked the ability to send a helicopter to rescue her. It wasn't a matter of money, as he was a well-known capitalist in Shudu before the apocalypse. But what good is wealth? He Xiaomin ranks second among the capitalists in Shudu, and even he couldn't get a helicopter. Only Gu Yiming had that kind of influence. Hong Jingyi sought out Gu Yiming. The first time Gu Yiming agreed, and the helicopter dispatched was meant to first eliminate Yi Yuan and Jiang Xiaofan, then go to Yiping Tanxiang to pick up Lu Rian. Finally, it would cross the city and pick up Su Min as well. Unfortunately, the helicopter was shot down by Yi Yuan at its first stop. Later, Su Min suggested that Hong Jingyi find a way to rescue her, and he agreed, stating that he was thinking of a plan. Yet for some reason, the rescue has been delayed. Now the power is out. The internet is down. Su Min can no longer contact Hong Jingyi, and can only use the drone to scout the outside situation, hoping to see if there are any rescue teams in the city. But she was disappointed. There were no rescue teams, only endless zombies, and they were increasing daily. Her residential area was already crowded with zombies. Not only is there no rescue, but even if there were, no one could save her. The worst part is that the drone's battery is running low. It can probably only go out 2 more times before it completely fails. Power outage, internet down. Water cut, gas cut. Sigh. Su Min sighed, looking at the dwindling food supplies, her mood sinking to the depths of despair. She thought of the villa with the massive stone walls. It housed a man and 3 women. That place must be absolutely safe, judging by the appearance of those, for they probably are not lacking in food. Moreover, they still have electricity. It is not far from her home. Of course, in a straight line, it's only about 700 to 800 meters, but she must pass through 3 blocks and a park. The level of danger is unimaginable. With Su Min's weak combat ability, she couldn't even get down from the building, let alone head towards the villa that could be considered a fortress. It seems I can only wait to die here. She thought of her own youth, elegance, and sensuality, once a goddess adored by countless admirers. In the end, she could only starve to death at home. Su Min couldn't help but feel sorrow. In fact, she had an escape plan in mind, but she still lacked a weapon. Even the most rudimentary weapon would suffice. At that moment, her husky quietly approached her. Happy, keep quiet. There are zombies outside. It must be said that Su Min was quite skilled at training her pets. Even this foolish husky has been trained to be obedient, or for so many days it hasn't barked or howled. At this moment, the drone had returned. Su Min quickly turned off the drone, as she couldn't waste any power. Whether she could survive might depend entirely on this little battery. She was preparing to seek help from the people in the fortified villa. Although there is a high probability that she would not receive help, she still wanted to give it a try. What if they were willing to assist her? Moreover, her request was not high. The women in the villa have guns, as she saw that very clearly through the drone yesterday. They don't seem like rioters. Su Min does not aspire to receive a gun. If they could give her a sharp knife, she could try to use her own methods to fight her way out of the building. She estimated her chance of survival to be only 10. But she had to try. It was better than waiting to die at home. So today she wrote a note and attached it to the drone, directing it to fly to the fortified villa, but unfortunately the people in the villa were nowhere to be seen. She did not know whether they had gone out or were still asleep. To be safe, Su Min decided to send the drone again before dark. There are only fruit knives and kitchen knives at home. With her weak combat ability, she couldn't even deal with zombies using that method. She saw a woman in the villa with a military dagger strapped to her leg. If luck was on her side, and that woman was willing to give it to her, she could implement her escape plan. At that point she would have to leave Happy and Tizi behind. Tizi is a cockatiel. She had carefully raised it for 3 years and was very reluctant to abandon it, but now there was no better option. Happy Tizi, come here, it's time to eat. There is still plenty of pet food, so they won't go hungry for now. Oh, it's her own food that is running low. Su Min tore off a piece of bread and ate it cautiously. After finishing a small piece, she took a few sips of herbal tea, making do for now. She had to ration her food, saving it for the time when she really needed to escape, eating until full all at once. Sleep. If she fell asleep, she wouldn't feel hungry. A day's time passed in a daze. The sky gradually darkened. Surely those people in the villa must be. Even if they had gone out during the day, they would return before it gets dark. She could let the drone try its luck. Mom, I don't ask for too much. As long as they can give me a dagger, they'll be satisfied. Su Min stood on the balcony. The drone powered on again and flew towards the direction of Nanhua Ting. As dusk approached, Yuan and his companions returned to the Nanhu Haoding villa. After raising the walls and installing rolling cages yesterday, they indeed had no intruders today. A 5-meter-high wall can be scaled with tools. A 10-meter-high wall is basically impossible. This is not the apocalypse. There are no zombies everywhere, and carrying a ladder outside is essentially a dead end. Moreover, there is a circle of rolling cages atop the wall. The group rested for a moment, while Xiao Wan took Xiao Fan to prepare dinner, which they usually made themselves in the evenings. After a day of consuming replicated food, it felt somewhat surreal. Lu Ruyin was quite tired today, so she didn't cook. Although she was exhausted, she had also made significant gains today. Despite her usually elegant and charming demeanor resembling a docile sheep, once she picked up a gun, her true nature was revealed. Today she had gone on a killing spree, taking down at least over 100 zombies. Now upon seeing zombies, her eyes only sparkled with excitement devoid of any fear. Additionally, her first level Devour skill had already reached its limit. She had gained 10 points in free attributes. Currently all 4 of her attributes had reached 11 points, making her physical condition comparable to that of a top-tier all-around athlete, allowing her to nearly ignore recoil when using firearms. Of course, machine guns are another story. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan's ground penetration skill had also reached level 6, with both of them gaining 2 points in free attributes each. Each level of ground penetration increases free attributes by 1 point. However, leveling up has become somewhat slow. Yuan had the greatest gains today. After leveling his Devour skill to level 3, the limitations were lifted, and he devoured 100 tons of food. His free attributes increased by 20 points. At level 3 Devour, for every 5 tons of food devoured, he gained 1 point in free attributes, although the conversion rate had dropped significantly. At least the limitations were lifted, allowing him to devour freely, and now food was the least of his concerns, with supermarkets across the city ripe for the taking. Even without food, he could replicate it. Of course, that's a last resort. Replicating food consumes a considerable amount of mental energy, while daily needs are trivial. Relying on replicated food to stack Devour skills would be highly inefficient. It's much more efficient to raid supermarkets. Additionally, Yuan's ground penetration skill had also leveled up to 8. The higher the level, the slower the skill levels up. Currently, all his attributes had reached 30 points, allowing him to swat zombies away with a casual slap. Killing them directly was a bit more challenging. Using his fist with enough strength, he could indeed kill a zombie with a punch to the head. He had already verified this. His strength attribute includes brute force, explosive power, and penetration. With 30 points of strength equivalent to 3 times the overall strength of a top athlete, a punch could unleash enough penetration power to shatter a zombie's brain. Even if the outside seems fine, the insides would turn to mush, making it impossible for them to survive. Naturally, he wouldn't usually use his fists to kill zombies. It was too risky. If luck was not on his side, and he got bitten, even a deity couldn't save him. Xiao Wan and Xiao Fan were still busy cooking. Lu Ruyin thoughtfully brewed a pot of tea for Yuan. It was the top-grade Yu Mao Feng, the king of green tea. He had gathered it today. Its fragrance was elegant and fresh, with a refreshing taste and a rich aftertaste. After putting down the teacup, Yuan still savored its lingering flavor. In the apocalypse, one could still enjoy such pleasures. Perhaps I am the only one. This isn't self-indulgence. Even those big shots at Luhu can enjoy top-notch delicacies every day. However, the mood is different. Being trapped in Luhu still kept one on edge, constantly worried about zombies breaching their defenses. It's nothing like Yuan's situation. Regardless of physiological or safety needs, there was nothing to worry about. It was even more fulfilling than before the apocalypse. At that moment, Yuan heard a buzzing sound. Hide. He pulled Lu Ruyin and immediately crouched behind the window with a shotgun already in hand. Before long, a drone hovered outside the window. Is that the drone from yesterday? Yuan did not answer. He wasn't sure. Many people had drones, so who could tell if it was the same one? Look, there's a piece of paper hanging from the drone's belly. Yuan noticed it too. The drone remained hovering outside the window. It appeared the operator had no malicious intent, and that paper likely contained some message. Ruyan, go take it down and see. Ruyan opened the window and retrieved the note, handing it to Yuan. Upon unfolding it, he indeed found several lines written on it. Hello, my name is Su Min. I live not far from you in the Cartier Garden City. I am currently trapped at home and my food and water are about to run out. I want to leave the building, but I lack suitable weapons. I hope you can help me. I need a military dagger. The drone's belly had a hook that could hold the dagger, and it could also hold a gun if that was possible. Thank you. After reading the note, Yuan frowned slightly. Su Min. This name sounds familiar. He remembered. It seemed that Hong Jingyi's wife was also named Su Min. Yuan had conducted a thorough investigation on all those involved in the harm to his parents, so he naturally knew some details about Hong Jingyi. At least the publicly known details were quite clear. However, Hong Jingyi's second wife had only registered their marriage days before the apocalypse broke out, and they hadn't even held a wedding banquet. Yuan hadn't had the chance to investigate in detail. He had no idea what she looked like, where she lived, or what she did. However, Yuan had the memories of his past life. In his previous life, he had seen Hong Jingyi's wife at Luhu, who was also an alluring and extraordinary beauty, practically a femme fatale. She could drain a man dry even to the point of death. However, it was clear that this Su Min was not the same as that one. Hong Jingyi's wife was clearly in Luhu, so it was impossible for her to be in Cartier Garden City. They were not the same person. Despite the courage exhibited by this woman named Su Min, who dared to attempt to escape the building with just a dagger, it was both tragic and brave. But how could one tell the truth from falsehood? In the apocalypse, human hearts are not what they used to be, so every word from survivors could be a trap that could lead to your demise. Regardless of the truth, I don't trust you. Perhaps the one controlling the drone wasn't Su Min at all, but rather a nefarious man with ulterior motives. Bang! Yuan raised his hand and shot directly, blowing the drone to pieces. Ruyan was momentarily stunned. What happened? Why did you shoot down the drone? Yuan replied calmly. In the apocalypse, do not trust anyone, even if what they say is true. Don't trust them too easily. Ruyan nodded. Okay, I remember. I will only trust you from now on. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan can also be trusted, but no one else can. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Min stood up from the sofa, her face, initially one of indignation, gradually turning into anger. How despicable, too despicable. How can people be so wicked? If you don't help me, fine, but you even shot down my drone. Damn it. A Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus disguised as a sheep. Look, even an elegant and charming woman like Su Min can reveal her true nature when enraged. But speaking of which, such a woman seems to have a strong desire for conquest, provided one doesn't overestimate themselves. If you're just a loser wanting to conquer a beautiful Tyrannosaurus, that's just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. At that moment, Su Min heard movement outside the door, which didn't sound like zombies. She tiptoed to the door and peered through the peephole. Su Min peered through the peephole, seeing her neighbor stealthily approaching the fire escape. In his right hand, he held a dagger, while his left hand clutched a pot lid, seemingly serving as a makeshift shield. He also carried a backpack on his back, but it looked deflated, likely holding little to nothing. The neighbor was a man in his 30s with a habit of exercising, and his physical fitness was quite good. It appeared that the food at home had run out, and with no rescue in sight, he could only take the risk of fighting his way. Su Min remained silent, quietly watching her neighbor step by step approach her home, which was near the fire escape. It was a mere distance of a few meters. The neighbor hesitated as he walked, ultimately gritting his teeth and quickly entering the safety passage. But in the next moment, he let out a shrill scream, scrambling back as a zombie followed closely behind. The neighbor was knocked down in front of his own door. The zombie pounced on him, frantically biting as he stabbed wildly at it with the dagger. He stabbed repeatedly, more than 10 times, but none were fatal blows. The zombie remained unscathed while the neighbor's throat was already bitten through, leaving him too weak to continue swinging the blade. He could only moan in despair. Soon another 2 zombies heard the commotion and rushed up from the fire escape, adding to the feast. The low growls and the sounds of flesh being torn were clearly audible. Su Min was so frightened that she didn't dare to breathe loudly. She quietly retreated to her bedroom, bringing Ha Pai and Tai Zi along. Although both were obedient, they were still low-level animals. If they made any noise and attracted the zombies, she might be next. After calming down, Su Min felt puzzled. Even if the neighbor wanted to escape, it shouldn't have been at this hour, considering it was nearly dark. Unable to make sense of it, she didn't want to ponder over others' affairs, as she was already struggling to take care of herself. Gradually, the sky darkened completely. Night enveloped the entire city, and the noises outside diminished significantly, but Su Min didn't dare to check. She was still thinking about the dagger in her neighbor's hand. She decided to wait until tomorrow. If the zombies left, she could open the door and retrieve the dagger, as long as she was careful not to alert them. Though the lighting was dim at the time, Su Min could roughly see that the dagger seemed to be of good quality. Once she got her hands on it, she could execute her escape plan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuan finished his meal and sat on the sofa sipping tea, pondering a matter. High walls could block off zombies and survivors. However, they could not stop drones. Although they posed little threat, at least the drones in the hands of survivors could not. Still, being spied on was quite unpleasant. Therefore, Yuan worked overnight to set up a barbed wire fence, securing it to the wall with expansion screws. He then utilized his ability to replicate a part of it, gradually extending the barbed wire until it completely covered the villa. The process was actually quite simple. The villa's wall was only about 30 meters wide. He used steel bars to replicate a few ribs rolling from one end to the other. Then he pulled a barbed wire fence over the rib structure to secure it. This allowed for continuous replication and extension. Yuan whimsically named this barbed wire fence Iron Dome. The Iron Dome had an opening window. One could directly climb onto the wall from this window, and after coming down, simply close and lock the window. The barbed wire not only prevented drones from peeking over the wall. Even if bombs were dropped from the air, they would be intercepted. At worst, it would only create a hole as long as it didn't hit anyone. Yuan checked the time. It was just past 8 in the evening, still early, and since Xiao Fan was free, he decided to have her call Hisu. He wanted to ask when he would come to rescue people. After all, the folks at Lu Lake were also unaware of when the network would be down in the old city, so calling wouldn't raise any suspicions. Xiao Fan placed the call, and Hisu answered almost immediately. Xiao Fan, I miss you so much. I'm so worried about you. But I dare not contact you easily. I'm afraid that Yuan will find out and torment you again. Xiao Fan, do you know how agonizing this is for me? I wish I could bring you to my side right now and cherish you. Yuan, who was nearby, felt goosebumps all over. Such a pathetic, lovesick fool. Couldn't he be less cheesy? For heaven's sake, you're a rich second generation. It's such a disgrace to this demographic. Jiang Xiaofan also felt disgusted. However, she held herself together and did not show any cracks, instead saying with a sorrowful expression, Hisu, Yuan is taking a shower, so I only have a few minutes. Let's cut to the chase. When are you sending someone to rescue me? I don't want to stay with Yuan for another second. Every day we go out looking for food, he makes me walk at the front. Today I almost got eaten by zombies several times. I'm so scared. Hearing that Jiang Xiaofan almost got eaten by zombies, his heart tightened in pain. The woman I treasure like a heart and soul is treated as cannon fodder by you. Beast. Yuan, you beast. Xiaofan, hold on a little longer. I'm discussing with Uncle Gu to organize a group of gunmen to help me. Then he'll get a few boats and head to the riverbank near the Blue Shore community. Give me some more time, and I will definitely bring— Xiaofan, I love you so much. Ugh, so disgusting, I really can't take it anymore. Jiang Xiaofan suppressed the urge to vomit and pretended to be terrified, saying, oh no, Yuan has finished his shower. I have to hang up quickly. Hisu, come save me quickly. Hisu also hurriedly replied, don't worry, Xiaofan, I will definitely come to save you. Just hold on a little longer. I'm hanging up. Hurry and hang up, I don't want to say another word to you. Jiang Xiaofan silently complained as she quickly hung up the phone. Who? She exhaled a breath and couldn't help but shiver, as if trying to shake off all the goosebumps. Jiang Xiaofan looked at Yuan with a resentful expression. Dage, I was just disgusted. How much longer will this task take? I don't want to hear his cheesy words. Yuan savored his tea with satisfaction. Once he sends someone over, and we deal with them, we'll confront him. In the meantime, you'll have to endure a bit. It's just a few minutes of acting each day. At that moment, Lu Rian came to the living room after washing up. By the way, Rian, can you call Gu Yiming and ask him what's going on? He promised to come and rescue us. Why hasn't there been any response? We must go all out, otherwise what's the point of talking about heartless killings? But Yuan, I didn't bring my phone. I used yours to make the call before. Oh, I forgot about that. Then I'll call myself. Yuan pulled out his phone book, found Gu Yiming's number, and dialed it. The old dog wouldn't answer. After several attempts, the old man finally reluctantly picked up the call. Yuan then began his act. Uncle Gu, if you don't come to rescue us, soon Aunt Lu might be in danger. We have a group of thugs in this building. They've already killed several people and violently assaulted several young women. If they search our home, I fear Aunt Lu will suffer. On the other end of the phone, Gu Yiming heard Yuan's voice, causing him to shiver in fright. He was all too aware of how captivating his wife could be. Though he had never used it before, it did not prevent any man from being deeply attracted to her. If the thugs found her, it would be disastrous. Images from war films surfaced in Gu Yiming's mind of those women violated by the enemy. In today's world, thugs were likely no different from those invaders. I must not let the thugs discover the exquisite beauty I have cherished for 5 years. Dear nephew, you must protect your Aunt Lu well. You must not let anything happen to her. Uncle is thinking of ways to rescue you. Just hang in there and hide well. By the way, don't you have a gun? Gu Yiming had been too anxious and had momentarily forgotten that Yuan had a gun. Since that was the case, why fear a mere thug? Dear nephew, as long as the thugs dare to knock, just shoot out the door. It's not illegal to kill them. Yuan grinned. It seemed that Ru Yin was Gu Yiming's Achilles heel. The old man had fallen for it. Uncle Gu, I do have a gun, but I ran out of bullets long ago. Otherwise, would I be afraid of those thugs? Damn, an empty gun. These bastards, leveraging their power, made He Xiaomin and Hong Jingyi live in fear. However, I must keep this matter under wraps. As long as they fear Yi Yuan's revenge, I can continue to blackmail them. After all, only I can get weapons from. Gu Yiming was calculating in his heart. His mind was racing with ideas on how to ensure Ru Yan's safety. His woman whom he had not even touched. Absolutely not allowed for anyone else to interfere. By the way, dear nephew, I sent someone to rescue you yesterday. Those gunmen were attacked by a mysterious force, and giant stones fell from the sky, killing them all. You must have seen that scene, right? Not just seen it. I did it, you fool. Yes, Uncle Gu, I saw it. It was terrifying. I wanted to pick up their weapons. But I didn't dare. Who knows if more giant stones would fall. I planned to observe and ensure it was safe before going to collect them, but unexpectedly that group of thugs got there first and took all the weapons, including a rocket launcher. Gu Yiming felt as if his head was about to explode. Damn it, it meant I personally delivered weapons to the thugs, and they would use those weapons to clear out zombies searching house by house. So did I bring harm to Ru Yan? Damn it. I refuse to take the blame for this. It's all Yi Yuan's fault for being cowardly. Had he secured those weapons first, there wouldn't have been any thugs. Once I get Ru Yan back, I must deal with Yi Yuan. Dear nephew, I know you're in a tough spot right now. But you must hold on and protect your Aunt Lu. Nothing must happen to her. By the way, isn't He's girlfriend with you? She's quite beautiful. You should secretly tell Ru Yan to make herself look as unattractive as possible, while He's girlfriend should dress up nicely. You understand what I mean, right? I understand. What the hell. You old man, do you want Xiao Fan to help Ru Yan take the bullets? I won't agree to that. After all, the gun is mine. They both have to share the burden. Uncle Gu, I understand. Don't worry, I'm already tired of He's girlfriend. I can sacrifice her if necessary. But this isn't a foolproof plan. Aunt Lu has such a great figure. Even if she deliberately makes herself look ugly, she would still be quite alluring. It probably won't be easy to deceive the thugs. Yes, my wife has such a good figure indeed. Wait a minute, what does that bastard Yi Yuan mean? You're tired of He's My wife's figure is alluring. Are you trying to hit on my wife? You bastard. That's your aunt. At least by now, facing wolves in front and tigers behind, worried about thugs finding Ru Yan, and also fearing being cuckolded by Yi Yuan. What should I do? Even Gu Yiming, a powerful figure who could cover the sky with one hand, found himself at a loss. He had thought this through carefully yesterday. Should he continue to send people to rescue Ru Yan? Deep down, he was eager to bring her back, even if it meant losing a dozen or 20 men. After all, it wasn't him who would die. But he was also very concerned about the mysterious forces in the old district. For rescue attempts had resulted in over 50 deaths, with 2 of those confirmed to be killed by falling stones. The other 2 times, although there was no direct evidence, it was highly likely. So the current issue is if he sends people to rescue again, will more giant stones fall? Gu Yiming wasn't worried. However, those gunmen were unwilling to risk their lives again. For failed rescue attempts had resulted in complete casualties, the news had spread, and no one dared to take on this job again. Gu Yiming had means. His status was also quite prominent. But the more he was like this, the more he cared about those under him. If he disregarded the lives of his subordinates, he would end up being a solitary commander. Gu Yiming knew the weight of priorities. Dear nephew, I have never begged anyone before. This time consider it me begging you. You must find a way to protect your Aunt Lu, and I will arrange for people to rescue you as soon as possible. By the way, your Aunt Lu has AIDS. You need to be careful. When drinking or eating, you must keep your distance. Don't ask her about this. I promise to keep it a secret. She is very proud. If she knows I told you, she will definitely be angry with me. But I also don't want you to get infected. Sigh. After hanging up, Gu Yiming still felt uncertain. He didn't know if Yi Yuan would believe him, but even if he was half convinced, he would likely have some reservations. At least for the short term, he wouldn't dare touch Ru Yan right. Right now, what he worried most were those thugs, and he needed to quickly think of a way to organize manpower. The bodyguards at home were already in a state of panic. They could not be sent out again. Otherwise, if they grew disloyal, no one would be willing to risk their lives for him. By the way, Su called me yesterday, expressing his willingness to provide supplies and asking me to send another batch of gunmen to rescue Zhang Xiaofan. He also had a group of bodyguards. Why not let me provide the guns, and he provides manpower and supplies. After 2 or 3 days of training, we should be able to form a team. It doesn't matter if their shooting skills are a bit lacking. I can still get my hands on shotguns. This is unavoidable. The Dragon Kingdom has strict gun control, and even his bodyguards have hardly touched guns. Training must start from scratch. Time is tight, at most 3 days. Gu Yiming immediately called Su to indicate that he would provide the guns, while Su would supply manpower and resources. Both sides quickly reached an agreement to start training tomorrow. Gu Yiming still felt a bit worried, as they wouldn't be going to rescue until 3 days later, but Ru Yan was facing a search by thugs. Time waits for no one. Yi Yuan might not be reliable. If the thugs really discovered her, he might hand Ru Yan over in a heartbeat. Although Yi Yuan had 2 women by his side. One of them was his girlfriend. Yi Yuan had just said he was tired of her, but Gu Yiming didn't believe it. Such a beautiful woman, how could he get tired of her so quickly? The little bastard is trying to frame me. Those 2 women are likely to have had relations with Yi Yuan. In this situation, if discovered by thugs, he would likely hand Ru Yan over to save himself. By the way, a few days ago Hong Jingyi asked me to send a plane to rescue his wife, Su Min, right? Su Min is also a stunning beauty. Since she is also trapped in the city, if Su Min finds Ru Yin, perhaps she can help shield her from gunfire. Believe it or not, there is indeed a possibility. After all, Yi Yuan used to call Ru Yin aunt, so there is some relationship there, while Su Min and Yi Yuan are complete strangers. If they were really discovered by thugs and forced to hand someone over, Yi Yuan would likely hand Su Min over to appease them. This would ensure Ru Yan's safety. He might need to think of a way to frame Hong Jingyi, so that his wife can find Ru Yin and Yi Yuan. The Black Pearl Villa by the Deer Lake. Hong Jingyi, with a sullen expression, hung up the phone, feeling a weight in it. He had mentally prepared himself. He intended to use 500 tons of supplies as a stepping stone to trade with the military for a batch of weapons and ammunition. Of course, the transaction fee would be separate. He had high hopes, but just now the other party called, and the deal fell through. Not only did it fall through, the 50 tons of supplies given to the bureaucrat could not be retrieved either. Damn it, I really don't understand how Gu Yiming managed to acquire so many weapons and ammunition. My demands are not high. Just 100 guns, and about 20,000 rounds of ammunition. Is that really so difficult? Hong Jingyi couldn't help but admire Gu Yiming's capabilities. But he was also a ruthless person, having tricked even him out of 500 tons of supplies. Whenever this matter came up, Hong Jingyi felt a surge of anger. Initially, to save Su Min, he approached Gu Yiming, who promised to send a helicopter to the old city. On the surface, it was to kill Yi Yuan. The main goal was to bring back his wife Lu Ruyan. So Hong Jingyi suggested to also rescue his wife Su Min. Due to the need to cross the entire city, Gu Yiming made a hefty demand of 300 tons of supplies. In the end, the helicopter was shot down by Yi Yuan. His wife wasn't rescued, and he wasted 300 tons of supplies. That was one thing. After all, Gu Yiming's own wife wasn't saved either. Hong Jingyi, unwilling to accept this, went to find Gu Yiming again, this time demanding 2,000 tons of supplies. He said the helicopter crashed, and that he lost 2,000 tons of supplies to the military. If another helicopter was sent for a rescue, I must bear the loss from the last time. Hong Jingyi rejected him on the spot. He liked Su Min, but using 2,000 tons of supplies to save a woman he had just married was not something he could afford. But every time he thought of Su Min possibly being eaten by zombies, Hong Jingyi felt distressed. Especially now, as he couldn't even reach her by phone, because Su Min had long since turned off her phone. He didn't know whether she was alive or dead. Even if she was dead, he hoped she would die quickly and not be eaten by zombies. Moreover, he prayed she wouldn't encounter any thugs. At that moment, Hong Jingyi's phone rang. When he picked it up, it was Gu Yiming calling. Hello, brother Gu, is there something you need? What? You and Hisu are planning to send someone to the Blue Coast community to kill Yi Yuan and rescue his girlfriend. Your wife is with Yi Yuan too. Damn it. Hong Jingyi suddenly realized. I knew it. Gu Yiming has over 100 armed bodyguards at home, and all of them carry assault rifles. There are even machine guns and rocket launchers. With such a strong security level, he was actually worried about Yi Yuan coming back for revenge, and he was always the most active in sending people to kill Yi Yuan. It turned out it was because his wife was with Yi Yuan. Killing Yi Yuan was just a side goal. What he was truly afraid of was being cuckolded. Right? You bastard, you've sent helicopters 3 times to rescue people. 2 of those times you kept it from me. Damn it, your heart is too black. You knew my wife was trapped in the city. Just a side task. You demanded 2,000 tons of supplies to rescue my wife. Fortunately, all rescue operations failed. At this moment, Hong Jingyi suddenly realized. Brother Gu, is there a special reason behind you telling me this? Yes, I want to rescue Su Min. But your price is too... What? Let Su Min go to the Blue Coast community to find Yi Yuan and Lu Ruyan. That's too risky. She's at the Cartier Garden City, which is still far from the Blue Coast community. Alright, I'll consider it. After hanging up the phone, Hong Jingyi furrowed his brow, unable to understand why Gu Yiming was behaving so unusually. It wasn't unusual for him to want to rescue Su Min. Earlier on the phone, they agreed that if this mission succeeded in bringing people back, he would receive 200 tons of supplies as a reward. After all, Su Min had to go to the Blue Coast community by herself. So he only charged 200 tons of supplies. But why did he tell me that Lu Ruyan was with Yi Yuan? He had hidden it for so long, not wanting us to know he might have been cuckolded. Now he voluntarily brought it up. There must be... But Hong Jingyi couldn't figure out what kind of scheme this was even after racking his brains. Moreover, he hadn't been able to contact Su Min for 2 days. He didn't know what the situation was over there, so he was in no hurry to agree, only saying he would consider it. Yi Yuan didn't expect that his phone call would make Gu Yiming and Hong Jingyi uneasy. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was giving Yi Yuan a shoulder massage. Ruyan, Gu Yiming said you have AIDS. Puffed, he's the one with AIDS. I don't know who to believe now. What should I do? Yi Yuan had a wicked smile on his face. That old man Gu Yiming was in a panic, using such a crude lie to fool himself. Do you take me for a fool? If Lu Ruyan really had AIDS, would you care so much? She's my servant. If she had AIDS, wouldn't she tell me? But for safety's sake, he still needed to check thoroughly. The next morning, gunfire suddenly erupted in the... Yi Yuan stood on the wall, gazing out, the blood mist obscuring everything, rendering him unable to see anything. However, he knew this was a major operation by the military. Almost all the surviving main forces were dispatched: tanks, armored vehicles, drones, and helicopters, but there were no fighter jets. Fighter pilots were too scarce. Most of them had almost turned into zombies. This operation was mainly aimed at massively exterminating zombies, giving the remaining survivors in the city a glimmer of hope for escape. In his past life, Yuan had taken advantage of this operation to return to the Deer Lake. But in this life, he was not anxious at all. He could go back whenever he wanted. At that moment, a drone flew slowly overhead with a loudspeaker hanging from its belly. Attention, all survivors. The main military forces of Shudu have entered the city, thoroughly clearing the main roads within the third ring, as well as the zombies on Shudu Avenue, trying to ensure these main roads remain open. If you are already at your wits' end, you might as well take a chance and head towards Deer Lake via these main roads. It is safe there. If you are near the riverside, you can also row a boat to get there. Good luck to you all. Yuan watched the drone fly away. Memories from his past life resurfaced in his mind, where he drove a military vehicle and was forced to rush into the Shujian River to survive. In fact, there were not many surviving soldiers in the military. They were unable to clear the zombies on the main roads within the third ring, because there were too many zombies hiding in various neighborhoods, communities, and buildings. If they all rushed out, it would be like a sea of zombies. Many survivors ran out of the buildings, but still couldn't escape their doom, ultimately meeting a tragic end in the jaws of zombies. However, on the other hand, staying at home was just waiting to die. Fighting desperately gave at least some hope. Su-min was such a person as she didn't want to sit and wait for death. Upon learning that the military was clearing the main roads, she realized this might be her last chance. Su-min approached the door. She looked through the peephole. The zombies that had devoured her neighbors yesterday were gone. Only a bloodied skeleton remained on the ground, and at that moment Su-min saw a scene that made her scalp tingle. She covered her mouth. Her pupils constricted rapidly. An overwhelming sense of fear spread through her body in an instant. After the power outage, the hallway was dimly lit. However, during the day, everything was still quite clear. Su-min peered through the peephole and saw her neighbor, who had been gnawed down to a skeleton, crawling on the floor. The stark white bones were still covered with scraps of flesh that hadn't been completely torn away. It aimlessly crawled back and forth in the hallway, the neighbor's mouth opening and closing, but with only a bit of skin left on its neck, it could not make any sound. This scene shattered Su-min's understanding. If a zombie bites someone, leading to assimilation, it could be understood as the corpse poison entering the bloodstream and causing infection. But what the hell is this thing outside the door? It's already been gnawed down to a skeleton, yet is still crawling on the floor. Is it human or ghost? Or perhaps a skeletal zombie? With such a monster in the hallway, Su-min dared not open the door to retrieve the dagger and backpack on the ground. She quietly retreated the image from earlier lingering in her mind. Before the internet went down, the authorities sent daily text alerts, and survivors had a basic understanding of zombies. Being bitten would lead to assimilation. Only a severe blow to the brain could completely kill them. Her neighbor, gnawed down to a skeleton, yet still crawling. Was it assimilated, mutated, or just not fully dead? Su-min felt it was impossible for it to not be fully dead. How could something that had become a skeleton still be alive? Wait, it wasn't entirely a skeleton. Perhaps it was because the flesh on its head was scant and the zombie had not completely gnawed it clean. So the focus was on the head. The brain was protected by the skull, meaning that the skeletal monster outside appeared horrific, yet the interior of its head was likely intact. There was only one method to kill a zombie: inflicting a severe blow to the brain. Su-min suddenly understood. She could basically confirm that the skeletal neighbor outside was an assimilated zombie. When it was bitten, the corpse poison invaded the brain. Even though it had been gnawed down to a skeleton, the brain remained unharmed, which ultimately turned it into a skeletal zombie. No wonder I saw someone in the neighborhood turned into a skeleton a few days ago. They disappeared the next day. At first, Su-min thought those skeletons might have been dragged away by zombies. Now she realized the skeletons had also transformed into undead and then crawled off into some corner. After sorting out her thoughts, her fear only intensified. What on earth is this virus? It's so powerful that humanity truly has no hope. Despair spread. She was just an ordinary woman with good looks, lacking any grand sense of mission. But the thought of humanity facing extinction spread fear and helplessness all over her. Su-min sat dazed on the sofa. Hapai lay at her feet, while the prince perched on her shoulder. The trio, one person, one dog, and one bird, sat in silence. She didn't know how long had passed. Driven by hunger, Su-min had no choice but to get up and take a piece of bread and a bottle of drink from the fridge that had stopped working. She took a glance. There wasn't much left. 8 yolk pies, 7 bottles of herbal tea, enough for at most 2 days. Besides that, there were some parrot feed at home, but it consisted of unpeeled millet-colored sorghum sunflower seeds, and so on. The remaining food was hard. She couldn't bite into it. The only thing left was dog food. Do I have to fight Hapai for food? Su-min smiled wryly, eating the bread and drinking a bottle of herbal tea. After a struggle, she decided to escape the building for survival. She had only been scared by the skeletal zombie. In fact, thinking about it, it wasn't so terrifying. The skeletal zombie crawled slowly, having lost its eyes and nose, and even its ears were torn apart. It could neither see, hear, nor smell. It was essentially useless. As long as she didn't walk into its mouth herself, this creature posed no threat. she still needed to worry about those intact zombies. Su-min had her own plan. Right now the most important thing was to get the dagger and backpack. She returned to the door again and looked through the peephole, seeing that the skeletal zombie had crawled to the opposite side. This was a good opportunity. She gently twisted the door lock and slowly pushed open the security door without making any noise. The hallway was also very quiet. Su-min held her breath, stepping over the threshold, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. She picked up the dagger, grabbed the backpack, and retreated, gently closing the security door. Phew, success. The dagger and backpack were covered in bloodstains, but she couldn't worry about that now. She carefully wiped the dried blood off the dagger with a tissue. The dagger was pitch black with a razor-sharp edge. It was a Hellhound tactical double-edged knife renowned for its piercing capability among its peers. Of course, Su-min did not recognize this dagger. When she held it in her hand, she merely felt it was formidable. It was compact and had weight. It gave her the illusion of being able to pierce through a security door. She wouldn't actually try to stab the security door, but she could test it on the cutting board at home. The cutting board was hanging on the wall of the living room. It was a solid wood board 10 centimeters thick, marked by the imprints of cutting and covered in countless stab marks. These were left from her training. During this time, Su-min had been trying to find ways to save herself. The only kitchen tools available at home were a chef's knife and a paring knife. She had tried using the chef's knife against zombies, but it was not very effective. Piercing power was greater, yet unfortunately there were no good daggers at home. However, she hadn't been idle. Every day she practiced stabbing the cutting board with a paring knife, and her accuracy and strength had improved. However, the quality of the paring knife was too poor. It had broken off the day before yesterday. Now with a new weapon, Su-min was eager to try it out. She held the tactical dagger in reverse and stabbed it into the cutting board forcefully, the sharp dagger instantly penetrating the board by 5 to 6 centimeters. It took quite a bit of effort to pull it out. Su-min let out a sigh of relief. With such a sharp dagger, piercing the skull of a zombie should be no problem. She would know soon enough when she tested it on the skeletal zombie outside. Moreover, the thickness of the skull was only 1 to 1. 5 centimeters, meaning there would be less resistance, making it easier to pierce the brain and pull it out. Weapons were just the basics. In Su-min's escape plan, the most important thing was protection. But there was no rush, as she needed to see what else was in the backpack. When she opened it, there were pitifully few items inside: a bottle of mineral water, 2 biscuits, and a power bank. The power bank was indeed a useful item. She immediately charged her phone, then powered it on, discovering there were 7 missed calls, all from Hong Jingyi. Su-min felt a slight warmth in her heart. Although she had married Hong Jingyi partly for his wealth and partly under pressure, there were essentially no feelings involved. Yet in this apocalyptic world, he was the only one still thinking about her. So Su-min immediately called Hong Jingyi with a satellite phone. The advantage of a satellite phone was that as long as the satellite was still operational, she could make calls as long as there was credit. Hello Su-min, are you okay? Jingyi, I'm not doing well, I can hardly hold on. I plan to escape the building in the next. If I don't leave soon, once the military's operation is over, I might not have another chance. On the other end of the call, Hong Jingyi felt a slight bitterness in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to send someone to rescue Su-min, but unfortunately, he couldn't obtain weapons or ammunition, and Gu Yiming was asking for an outrageous price. Hong Jingyi understood that this was indeed the best escape opportunity. If they missed it, the military would not conduct another rescue operation for survivors. But Su-min was just a woman, it was too dangerous. He suddenly remembered the call from Gu Yiming last night. Although he still didn't know what scheme that bastard was cooking up, it seemed safer for Su-min to meet up with Lu Ruyan and then return together by boat. That was at least much safer than her trying to fight her way back to Deer Lake alone. After a moment of inner turmoil, Hong Jingyi spoke. Su-min, go meet up with Lu Ruyan, she is at. Su-min felt a pang of disappointment in her heart. Hong Jingyi did not suggest coming to rescue her, but instead told her to find a woman named Lu Ruyan. She understood, after all, in times of great distress, everyone looks out for themselves. If she were Hong Jingyi, she wouldn't risk everything to save a woman either. There are less than 3 days left. Cartier Garden City is quite far from Lainan community. I must set out now. Mom and Dad, please bless me to stay alive until I get there. Su-min had never felt so. Everything was a gamble. A gamble on whether she could escape the building alive, a gamble on whether she could reach Lainan community, and a gamble on whether Lu Ruyan would accept her. After all, she did not know Lu Ruyan. In the apocalypse, even with Hong Jingyi's connection, it was uncertain whether the other party would help her. But as long as she could reach Building 1 Unit 3, one of Lainan community, that would suffice. A boat would come in 3 days, and Hong Jingyi had said he would arrange for bodyguards to pick her up on the boat. Even if an accident occurred and the boat couldn't arrive, she could find a piece of wood to paddle to Deer Lake. The premise was that she had to survive to reach the riverbank. Su-min put away her thoughts and began preparing for her escape. She had watched a doomsday movie. In it, the protagonist used tape to wrap books around their arms. When zombies pounced, the protagonist used the makeshift wrist guards made of books to block the bites. This gave her zombies had not evolved to have the fangs of beasts, their teeth were like those of humans. As long as there was something tough to block them, they couldn't bite through. Leather was out of the question. However, thinking from a different angle, zombies had short teeth. As long as the material was thick enough, even if they bit through, they wouldn't reach the flesh. This way infection could be avoided. Su-min had long since selected the thicker, more resilient clothes from her home. Jeans, denim jackets, woolen coats, and knee-high leather boots. She also included shopping bags from home. These paper bags were of good quality, very resilient, and could provide some defensive capability. Su-min's thoughts were clear. She would cut sturdy fabric into certain shapes, wrap them around her body with packing tape, and then layer several shopping bags on the outside. She used a bath towel to wrap around her neck multiple times. As long as it was thick enough, zombies couldn't bite through to the flesh, giving her a chance to fight back. Of course, the premise was not to encounter too many zombies. She didn't need to escape far. The fire escape led to the underground parking garage where her Jeep was parked at the entrance. The gas tank was full too. Driving the car, taking advantage of the military rescue operation, there was still a chance to reach Lannan Community. Meanwhile, Hong Jingyi had already found Gu Yiming, informing him that Su-min would go to Lannan Community to find Lu Ruyan, and requested an additional 50 tons of supplies, proposing that 2 bodyguards accompany her on the boat. The bodyguards' firearms would be provided by Gu Yiming. Of course, the firearms would need to be returned after the mission, and ammunition would be limited. Even if these people came back without returning the guns, there would be very few bullets left. Bringing over 100 armed bodyguards wouldn't guarantee they wouldn't have to hand over their weapons. Gu Yiming readily agreed to Hong Jingyi's request. It was something he had longed for. If your wife found my wife, there was a chance to use her as a shield. This calculation against Hong Jingyi had another layer of intention for Gu Yiming. After 4 consecutive failed rescue missions, it could be determined that they were all sabotaged by a mysterious force that dropped massive stones. It seemed as if this mysterious force had set its sights on him. Gu Yiming was a bit worried. What if this operation failed as well? Thus, he plotted to bring Su-min closer to Yuan. This could greatly alleviate Lu Ruyan's danger. Whether faced with thugs needing to hand someone over, or if Yuan's wife fell ill, Su-min was the ideal candidate to act as a shield. After all, this woman was also a rare beauty. Ruyan was at least Yuan's aunt. In terms of sequence, Su-min should take the hit first, which would give him more time for rescue. Don't worry, Hong. This operation has military support, and it will certainly succeed. By then you and I will be reunited with our wives. By the way, let your sister-in-law hurry up and get to Lannan Community. She can rest well. In 3 days, our rescue operation will need her cooperation. We must ensure she has sufficient stamina. This statement was beautifully made. In fact, Gu Yiming was worried that thugs would find the hiding place of Yuan and the others first. He urged Su-min to hurry over. If an accident occurred, she could shield his wife. You are right, brother Gu. They'll call Su-min after I get back. I must take my leave now. Wait a moment, Hong. They'll give you Yuan's phone number, so Su-min can call him. This is troublesome. Why do I feel a bit uneasy? Brother, don't worry. Yuan doesn't know we were involved in the actions that killed his He is targeting Xiumin. So you can rest assured to let your sister-in-law go find Yuan. Ruyan and Jiang Xiaofan are there. Damn it. I can't believe you. Everyone is a schemer. No one is better than the other. Would you really be so? Hong Jingyi felt he couldn't fully trust it. Nonetheless, he verbally agreed, and after receiving the number, he promised to have Su-min call Yuan. Brother Gu, I'm leaving now. Take care. When Hong Jingyi returned home, the more he thought about it, the less reliable. Sending Su-min to find Yuan felt a bit like sending a sheep into a tiger's den. After all, he had caused the death of Yuan's parents. Now he was sending his wife to seek help from the son of his enemy. No matter how he thought about it, it felt unreasonable. However, there was indeed a rescue operation in 3 days, and he had sent people onto the boat, so Su-min had to go to Lannan Community for easier coordination during the rescue. I need to think of a compromise. Suddenly, Hong Jingyi's eyes lit up. Su-min used to love swimming, and they had a swimming ring at home. Telling her to bring it along might be useful. So he quickly called Su-min. Su-min, to make a long story short, don't go looking for Lu Ruyan at Building 1 Unit 301 of Lannan Community. I just feel it's not reliable. If possible, bring the swimming ring with you. Drive directly to Lannan Community, crash through the guardrail on Binjiang Road, and plunge into the Shu River. Then float using the swimming ring, and find an abandoned boat to hide nearby. During this time, remember to turn off your phone to save battery. Turn your phone back on early in the morning the day after tomorrow. Call me, and tell me your exact location, and I will arrange for someone to rescue you onto the boat. This plan was quite risky. Currently, there were rarely any abandoned boats on the Shu River, as almost all had been taken away. Those left behind were also unable to start. This meant being at the mercy of the currents. One careless move could lead to the shore. If zombies rushed onto the boat, she would have to jump into the river, and if the zombies followed, she could only wait to die. But Hong Jingyi did not want his wife to walk into a trap. He would rather Su-min take a desperate gamble than see her play cards with Yuan. Those in high positions were often the most heartless. Some things they would rather destroy than let others enjoy. Yuan hated men like this the most. But Su-min did not think so. I understand, Jingyi. We'll take it step by step. After all, my goal is Lannan Community. If there are abandoned boats in the river, I'll drive down the river. If not, well, see. Unbeknownst to them, the sky darkened. Another day in the apocalypse came to an end. Yuan returned with 3 women, and as soon as the signal resumed, he saw 2 missed calls. Both were from Gu Yiming. So he immediately called back. Uncle Gu, my phone was on silent, and I didn't hear your call. What? Hong Uncle's wife is coming to find me. Damn it. Could it be that Su Min is really trapped in the city? Is she the Su Min from Cartier Garden City? At this moment Yuan was still on the phone with Gu Yiming. Uncle Gu, she didn't call me. Alright, hurry, and send me her number, I'll ask her where she is. Yuan felt a bit confused, unable to understand why Hong Jingyi's wife would come to find him. Normally she should have called him herself. However, the messenger was Gu Yiming. Were there some hidden matters between these 2 old foxes? Never mind. Hong Jingyi's wife was exceptionally beautiful, definitely a goddess level. Finding her would guarantee an opportunity. Su Min. Could it be that Su Min from Cartier Garden City? A phone call would clarify everything. Gu Yiming had already sent Su Min's number, but when Yuan dialed, the other party indicated that the phone was turned off. Damn. What's going on? Wasn't she supposed to be looking for me? Why is her phone off? Yuan sat down to analyze calmly. According to Gu Yiming, Su Min was supposed to go to building 1 room 301 of Blue Shore Community to find Lu Ruyan. That address was definitely a fake. Nanhu Houding was the real place to stay. Yuan could not expose his. If Hong Jingyi's wife was indeed the Su Min from Cartier Garden City, going to Blue Shore Community would be taking the long way around. Because Nanhu Houding was closer to Cartier Garden City, the straight line distance was only 700 or 800 meters. Yuan had considered digging a tunnel to find Su Min. Upon further reflection, that was unrealistic. Communities named after cities occupied an enormous area. Which phase, which building, and which room? He had no idea. Random searching would only waste time. Looking back now, destroying the drone that Su Min sent for help the day before was a significant loss. However, Yuan had no regrets. Having seen too many conspiracies and tricks in his past life, he knew that the seemingly helpless survivors most enjoyed stabbing from behind, because they couldn't confront directly. So even if he had misidentified Su Min, Yuan still firmly believed that his approach was correct. The current problem was how to find Su Min. How about calling Hong Jingyi to ask for his wife's detailed address? Yuan had Hong Jingyi's number. After all, he was one of the 3 major shareholders of the company. However, they had never contacted each other normally, and only exchanged pleasantries during gatherings of high-level executives when his parents were still alive. With this kind of relationship, suddenly calling to ask where his wife was would likely raise suspicions. Moreover, Gu Yiming had clearly indicated that Su Min would come to find him, but neither Hong Jingyi nor Su Min had called him. It seemed that all 3 parties did not trust each other. If he called now, even if Hong Jingyi revealed his wife's address, it would probably be a false one. It would only deepen their suspicions. Counterproductive. After sorting out these complex relationships, Yuan's thoughts began to become clearer. Rian, I have a task for you. Tomorrow go to building 1 room 301 of Blue Shore Community. Hong Jingyi's wife may come to find you. It seemed that waiting in ambush was the best method. Yuan was uncertain if Su Min would actually come. But he took out his phone and found Su Min's photo in his records, which he had saved while investigating Hong Jingyi's background. This is the woman in the photo. If she comes to find you, make sure to protect her, and then call me. Tomorrow Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan will continue to gather supplies with me. Looking for beautiful women was purely luck-based. However, gathering supplies had clear objectives, and time was pressing as the list of supplies included too many items. It even included pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, and fish, as well as seeds for various vegetables and crops. Deer Lake had sunlight, and they could take root and sprout. If they had fresh ones, it would be best. Oh, just one sample of a vegetable could be infinitely replicated. Yuan's plans were long-term. Revenge was the primary task, but later he must establish his own base, as humans are social animals. If everyone was dead, and only he and a group of servants were left living, would be meaningless. He had also considered building an underground city. With the ability of a super digger, digging an underground city was too easy. However, there was no sunlight underground and oxygen was scarce. Living underground for a long time in a gloomy environment would lead to depression even if one didn't go insane. Therefore, Deer Lake was the most ideal survivor base. There were ready-made mid to high-end residential communities, large lakes, and vast wetland parks that could be turned into farmland. There were also several wind turbines providing a continuous power supply. However, wanting to become the Lord of Deer Lake, his current abilities were insufficient. The military and the civil authorities had already taken control there. There were also many powerful individuals forming their private armed forces. With such a complex situation, controlling Deer Lake was extremely difficult. Killing a few leaders could indeed intimidate everyone. However, in the apocalypse, there was no shortage of desperate people. No matter how formidable one was, a bullet could still send them to meet their end. Even if Yuan had a pocket full of powers, he wouldn't dare to take bullets with his body. It was easier to dodge a gunshot than to defend against a hidden arrow, so the best approach was to cautiously develop in the urban area. Gather more supplies. Find beautiful women to gather opportunities. Without expecting to become invincible, at the very least he would return to Deer Lake to implement his plans when he could withstand bullets. He couldn't afford to be reckless. The reason he was bold in his past life was that he had nothing to fear. In this life, he had a golden finger. His life was precious and he couldn't afford any mistakes, otherwise rebirth would be meaningless. The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Xiao Wan, this greedy cat, had been assisting Ruyan, and she could cook. Xiao Fan was accompanying Yuan, pouring him tea and lighting cigarettes. Xiao Fan, your weapon needs a new barrel. Replace it in advance. After all, there are plenty of barrels. It would be best if you could change it every day. All firearms have a lifespan for their barrels, especially powerful weapons like shotguns, which wear down the barrels more severely. To ensure that all firearms remained in optimal condition, Yuan changed barrels every day. Of course, he could also switch to new guns every day. However, old guns become handier with use, allowing for more effective instinctive reactions in the face of danger. The concept of man and gun as one is somewhat mystical, yet it is indeed true. Moreover, a capacity of 7,000 rounds is substantial. Even if the consumption of replicating inorganic materials is low, it is only relative, so there is no need to change guns every day. Using an unfamiliar one would waste mental energy. After replacing the barrels, the food was not yet ready. So Yuan took stock of today's gains. He had swept 12 large supermarkets today, using his devouring ability to move goods with high efficiency. Yuan's level 3 devouring had already reached its limit. He could no longer gain attribute points through devouring unless he upgraded his ability. Digging and strengthening had also risen by 2 levels, currently at level 11. With a total of 22 free attribute points gained from both abilities, Yuan's attributes were now Strength 35, Constitution 35, Agility 35, and Spirit 37. With this physical quality, he could kill a zombie with a single punch without using his full strength. At this point, dinner was ready. Xiao Fan helped in the kitchen, quickly filling the table with delicious dishes. Yuan felt a flicker of confusion. This was the apocalypse. Few acquaintances remained, and yet an unknown number had just called. Who is this? Yi Xinji, it's your Uncle Hong Jingi. Damn, so it was him. He'd even used a backup number to reach me. Uncle Hong. I heard Uncle Gu say Aunt Sue was trapped inside the city, and that she planned to come find me. But Aunt Sue never called me herself. I tried calling her. Her phone is powered off. On the other end of the line, Hong Jingi's brow furrowed faintly, his heart torn by indecision. Before the power failed, Su Min and Hong Jingi had discussed her escape plan. After careful analysis, her odds of survival stood at merely 10%. But this time a military operation was underway, raising her chances of survival to 30%. Thus Hong Jingi still harbored considerable hope, and treated the matter with extraordinary gravity. After much deliberation, he resolved to secure one more lifeline for Su Min. If by fortune she reached the riverside near Lanin residential complex, the best outcome would be an abandoned vessel adrift upon the Shu River. Yet what if no boat were there? Then it would be certain death. In that case, she would be torn apart alive by zombies. Hong Jingi had witnessed zombies devouring humans, utterly harrowing. He could bear the thought of Su Min starving to death. Prolonged hunger would dull sensation, weaken the body, blur consciousness, until she simply slipped into unconsciousness and perished. But he could not abide the image of his beloved woman being devoured piece by piece, flesh ripped from bone, breath choked away by ravenous jaws. After agonizing reflection, he decided on a dual contingency, reaching out to Yuan. This decision was no impulsive whim. Hong Jingi had calculated Su Min would likely depart tomorrow. If all went smoothly, she could arrive near Lanin residential complex by noon or afternoon. Even if cornered should she reach Yuan's temporary shelter, Hong Jingi refused to believe Yuan would prove less humane than a beast, and consummate the act that very night. That seemed implausible. After all, Yuan was hardly lacking in female companionship. Not only did he have Hisu's girlfriend, but also the young and exquisite Lu Ruyan, who traveled with him. All were peerless beauties. Su Min fleeing in terror, disheveled and shaken. If Yuan were truly a tyrant like Cao Cao, would he act so hastily? Within 2 or 3 days he would surely refrain from harming her. And once the rescue vessel arrived, opportunity would vanish entirely. After profound contemplation, Hong Jingi chose to secure this final fallback with Yuan. Xinji, your uncle hesitated to trouble you. In these desperate times, each struggles merely to survive. How could anyone spare energy for another's fate? Yet I cannot stand idly by while Aunt Sue meets her end. A rescue team will arrive by boat the day after tomorrow to extract you. She must reach the riverside before then. I wish for her to seek refuge with you. Of course this was mere courtesy, empty politeness. Hong Jingi had already instructed Su Min upon reaching Binjiang Road, the stretch bordering Lanin residential complex. If she spotted any vessel upon the Shu River, she was to drive straight into the water and take shelter aboard. Calling Yuan now served only as a secondary safeguard. If no boat awaited her, he hoped Yuan might extend aid. Please be prepared to meet Aunt Sue when she arrives. I know the outside world is perilous, but your uncle gives you his word upon your return to Lu, who you shall be richly rewarded. Humph, old fox. I wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw you. Still, if your wife does arrive, I'll certainly receive her and welcome her warmly. The problem lies in my ignorance of her current condition. Rest assured, Uncle Hong. The calamity struck without warning. Kin and friends alike transformed into shambling horrors. That we remain connected amid this apocalypse is nothing short of fate. I shall do everything in my power. Should Aunt Sue seek me out, I will shield her with my life. But I've tried calling her. Her phone is off. I cannot reach her. Humph. Intentionally, so Hong Jingyi mused coldly. Seeking refuge with Yuan was merely plan B. His true hope lay in the Shu River. A vessel waiting, Su Min plunging in and boarding. That was the safest path. Hence he'd instructed her to power off her phone, deliberately severing contact with Yuan. Hong Jingyi knew well Su Min was no fool. The moment suspicion stirred about Gu Yiming's alintant, he'd immediately phoned Su Min, forbidding her from seeking out Lu Rian. She hadn't answered directly. Instead, she'd replied evasively, "We'll see how things unfold." In truth, she meant if no vessel waited upon the Shu River, she would most likely head to Building 1 Unit 301 Lanin Residential Complex to find Lu Rian, which effectively meant placing herself under Yi Yuan's protection. Hence this second call to Yi Yuan, yet ensuring neither party could coordinate directly. The final choice must rest with Su Min alone. Xianji, Aunt Sue's phone has run out of power. I cannot contact her either. She will seek you out when the time comes. On the other end, Yi Yuan frowned faintly. Something felt amiss about Hong Jingyi. The old man seemed both guarded against him and dependent upon him. Very well, then let us gamble. I'll wager your wife hasn't yet left Cartier Garden City. If I obtain her precise address. Uncle Hong, I heard from Uncle Gu that Aunt Sue resides in Cartier Garden City. Is that correct? Damn it. How much does Gu Yiming blabber to Yi Yuan? That bastard clearly means ill. Yet I cannot May Su Min remain unharmed, or I swear vengeance upon Gu Yiming. Were I not utterly cornered, I would never knowingly step into such a trap. Yes, Xianji. Aunt Sue lives in Cartier Garden City. Which building? What is her unit number? What the hell? Why such precision? Xianji, why inquire after Aunt Sue's exact unit? Besides, she may already be en route. En route. At night. Is Su Min a fool? Darkness multiplies danger tenfold. You think I'll fall for that? Not a chance. Uncle Hong, here's the thing. I have a friend in Cartier Garden City. He was discharged from the military last year and plans to join me soon. By the day after tomorrow, he'll accompany me back to Lu Hu. If Aunt Sue resides in the same building as my friend, I can consult him. Perhaps he'll escort her along. After all, having just left active service, his martial prowess remains formidable and his integrity unquestionable. With him guiding her escape, her odds improve dramatically. Indeed, having served until last year, his convictions remain untarnished by society's grime. Such men are trustworthy. Hearing this, Hong Jingyi lowered his guard. In Longwei, you may distrust anyone, but never a soldier. Ah, you have a friend in Cartier Garden City. Excellent. Aunt Sue lives in Building 9 Unit 805. Please inform your friend. He must protect Aunt Sue. Upon our return to Lu Hu, I shall express my deepest gratitude. Gratitude? Huh. I have no such friend. I only sought her unit number to dig a tunnel overnight and reach her myself. Don't worry, Uncle Hong. My friend is fiercely loyal and fond of martial arts. His home holds crossbows and cold weapons. Should Aunt Sue reside in his building, he will certainly assist her. I'll hang up now. I must contact him at once. After ending the call, Hong Jingyi exhaled, only to tense again instantly. Wait, why did I reveal Su Min's unit number? I should first have asked for my friend's exact address. If they shared the same building, I'd request aid. If not, I'd withhold the detail. After all, who can guarantee Yi Yuan speaks truth? What if he's deceiving me? Damn it, I've been careless. Hong Jingyi's current feeling is akin to having eaten a ton of dung stuck in his throat. Swallowing or not swallowing feels equally distressing. The house number has already been given to Yi Yuan. It is too late to backtrack now. If he calls Yi Yuan and says that the house number he just provided was false, it will only worsen the situation. Instead, it would increase the other party's distrust. If his friend really lives in Cartier Garden City, he would need to rely on them to help Su Min escape. After much thought, there's no other way. Damn it, I've schemed against people my whole life, and this time I was careless. I hope Yi Yuan isn't setting a trap for me. Logically, he shouldn't have lied to me. Although I was involved in the deaths of Yi Jianhua, and his wife Yi Yuan doesn't know that. He hates He Xiumin. It has nothing to do with me, Hong Jingyi, so he definitely won't target me. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan, having obtained Su Min's house number, called the three women to eat first. Although saving people is urgent at this late hour, if Su Min leaves, even if he rushes over in a panic, he wouldn't. If she is still at home, it wouldn't matter if he goes over a little later. After a busy afternoon, he was already starving. Everyone please eat a bit faster. Soon we need to head to Cartier Garden City to pick someone up. Cartier Garden City. Lu Ruyan immediately thought of that drone. The previous drone also flew from Cartier Garden City. Are we going to take care of that woman named Su Min? The bloodline of the Ruyan Emperor awakened. Now she is a formidable person ready to eliminate any opposition at the slightest disagreement. Of course, she is also considering Yi Yuan, as their previous locations have been monitored by that drone. According to Yi Yuan's style of operation, since he is going to Cartier Garden City, it is highly likely he wants to eliminate the person controlling the drone. However, this time she thought too much. Yuan shook his head. I just received news that Su Min is Hong Jingyi's wife, and Hong Jingyi wants me to bring. When the rescue arrives the day after tomorrow, we'll take her back to Luhu. Lu Rian immediately displayed a no. Although Yuan did not explicitly state who his targets for revenge were, Lu Rian had already guessed that Gu Yiming and He Xiumin were definitely on his list. The three major shareholders of the giant group. Only Hong Jingyi remains. To say he is innocent, Lu Rian would never believe it. After Yuan's parents passed away, the company's senior management colluded with the shareholders to quickly seize control of the giant group, with Hong Jingyi being one of the biggest beneficiaries. He couldn't possibly extricate himself from this, and Yuan surely knows that. Is this called sending a green hat over 1,000 miles? Haha. Yuan looked at Lu Rian with a smile that was not quite a smile. Isn't your husband the same? That's different. I did it voluntarily. Gu Yiming, that pervert, would rather see me dead than deliver me to you. Right now he is simply out of options and has forced you to take care of me. Regardless of whether it is voluntary or forced, what's delivered to the door is mine. Alright, let's eat quickly and then dig a tunnel to Cartier Garden City. Meanwhile, Su Min is checking her gear. Although she plans to set off tomorrow morning, her armor is quite complex. It must be worn in advance. At this moment, Su Min looks like a giant zongzi. Her body and limbs are covered with at least a dozen layers of fabric, thick and thin, all of which are quite tough. Each layer is tightly bound with sealing tape. After layering, the protective strength is quite impressive, and the outer layer is wrapped with tough oil paper shopping bags, making it impossible for zombies to bite through. Especially her left hand. It is wrapped in as many as 20 layers of tough fabric. The outermost layer is made of genuine leather from tall boots, which is much tougher than oil paper shopping bags. According to her plan, her left hand serves as a shield. When zombies charge, she will hold her left hand in front of her body, deliberately allowing the zombies to bite. Meanwhile, her right hand will wield a dagger to stab the zombies' heads. As long as the number of zombies isn't too many, the chances of escape are still quite high. Of course, the most protected part is her neck. A whole bath towel is wrapped around her neck, covered with a layer of leather cut from tall boots. Zombies' teeth are just like humans. Even if they bite through the outer leather, they cannot penetrate the thick bath towel inside, as their mouths cannot open that wide. But the downside is also fatal. Her originally alluring and slim figure now appears very bulky. Even though the joints are quite loose, it still affects her agility. Moreover, her head and face are unprotected. If she were to wrap thick fabric around her head, her hearing and reactions would be significantly reduced, turning her into a moving target. Even knowing this is a fatal weakness, she has no choice but to expose it. It is currently summer, and the blood mist obscures the sky, causing the temperature to drop, but it is still around 27 or 8 degrees at night. Wrapped in layer upon layer of fabric, Su Min is feeling unbearably hot. To make it out alive tomorrow, she can only endure. Fortunately, before the water was cut off, all the containers in the house were filled with water. Though the food has nearly run out, there is still some water left. She is leaving tomorrow. No need to conserve it anymore. She went to the kitchen, scooped a few ladles of water from the bucket, and splashed it on herself, finally feeling a bit more comfortable, not caring about any moisture that might follow. Survival comes first. Su Min took out 2 pieces of egg yolk pie from the refrigerator, planning to eat one more tonight than usual, saving the rest for tomorrow morning. Then she mustered the courage to break out of the building. Just as Su Min was quietly eating her egg yolk pie, a vague figure appeared on the balcony, quietly descending. Indeed, it was descending. Su Min lived on the 8th floor, and this figure was slowly sliding down a rope from the 9th floor balcony. The night was shrouded in blood mist, making visibility very low. Only a vague silhouette could be seen, judging by its size, it appeared to be a man. His toes first touched the balcony railing, then he grasped the rope and lightly landed on the balcony inside the rail. The man quickly hid beside the floor-to-ceiling window, pulled out a kitchen knife from his waist, and took a flashlight from his pocket with his left hand. However, he did not rush to turn it on. Instead, he gently whistled twice. The whistling was very soft and quiet, somewhat resembling an animal's hiss. He was testing whether Su Min was asleep. In fact, this man lived on the 11th floor, and his food had long been exhausted. After observing and testing, he discovered that there was no one on the 10th floor. So he tied his bed sheets and curtains together to create a rope from the 11th floor balcony down to the 10th floor resident's home. He was quite lucky. He found a bit of food. However, it didn't last long. He quickly consumed it all. Then, using the same method, he arrived at the 9th floor. However, there was no food in the 9th floor resident's home, but he noticed that there was someone living on the 8th floor, and she was a very beautiful woman. Most importantly, this woman had a dog. This is great. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. If I can take this dog down, I can have a hearty feast. After being wealthed, I can have some fun with that beautiful woman on the 8th floor. Even if I die later, it would be worth it. The man is young and strong. There is only a defenseless woman on the 8th floor, so he is not worried at all. That dog poses no threat. That silly husky, what fighting power could it possibly have? 2 kitchen knives, and it'll be done for. The man whistled again, this time a bit louder, causing the dog in the bedroom to hear the noise, and immediately let out a low growl of alert. However, it was locked in the bedroom by Su Min. Su Min was worried about the dog being in the living room. If it acted foolishly and barked a few times, it could attract zombies outside, which would be troublesome. The man hiding on the balcony also heard the dog's low growl. However, he had yet to see the woman come out to check. Logically, in such a situation, the woman inside should come out to take a look. Could it be that she isn't sleeping in the same room as the dog? Whatever, it's just a woman. If I provoke her, I'll kill her first, and then play with her. The man turned on the flashlight and cautiously walked into the living room. The man walked into the living room with a flashlight. The blinding white light illuminated all the furnishings, and the layout of this house was the same as the one upstairs. 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and 1 kitchen. He was very familiar with it. The low growl of a dog came from the main bedroom on the left. Since it was the main bedroom, it must be where the owner stayed, and if the dog was inside, the woman should be there too. But why hadn't she come out to check? Was she not in the bedroom? Should I search the bedroom first, or the bathroom? The man was very cautious. He suspected that the woman already knew a stranger had intruded into her home. Otherwise, she wouldn't be hiding and refusing to come out. But he wasn't sure where she was hiding. If he went to search the bathroom, she might suddenly ambush him from some corner, which could also endanger himself. In the apocalypse, being injured was a serious matter. Minor injuries could heal on their own, but if a severe injury became infected, it would likely lead to death. Damn it, this woman isn't playing by the rules. I deliberately made some noise. Why aren't you coming out to take a look? As long as I know where you are, I don't have to worry about being ambushed. For safety, Sake the man turned off the flashlight and quietly sat on the sofa. As long as he didn't make any noise, the hiding woman would eventually come out to check. When that time came, he could ambush her. This woman is very cunning and highly alert. It seems I can't play around anymore. Meanwhile, Su Min was hiding in the kitchen, gripping a dagger tightly in her right hand. She had already determined that a thug had broken into her home. The flashlight's beam had been so intense that it was impossible not to see it. And inside the bedroom, Hop-Hai had been growling continuously. Now Su Min was very anxious. Hop-Hi's low growl could very likely attract zombies to the front door. The pressure of going out tomorrow would be much greater. Although the flashlight light was now extinguished, Su Min was certain the thug had not left. She quietly peeked out. The room was pitch black, and the solar streetlights in the city were also unlit. At night, the military's rescue mission had also been suspended. There was not even a hint of explosive firelight. The visible light was extremely weak, making it hard to see anything. The two were at a stalemate, with Hop-Hai growling while scratching at the door, trying to get out. The prince also began to whimper anxiously. Their sounds startled the zombies downstairs, and not just one, as they charged at the door, crashing against it frantically. Su Min began to panic. If this continued, it could attract more zombies to crash into the door. No, I have to take the initiative. Su Min groped for a chopstick and threw it into the living room from the kitchen. At that moment, a blinding light shot out from the sofa. When it became clear that it was a pair of chopsticks, the flashlight light extinguished immediately. If I knew you hadn't left. You actually sat on the sofa waiting for me. Su Min tightened her grip on the dagger, her heart. Outside, zombies were crashing against the door. Inside the house, a thug was lurking, and she had to resolve this quickly. She deliberately threw the chopsticks to suggest to the thug that she was hiding in the kitchen, as chopsticks were generally kept there. As long as the thug came over, she could ambush him. 5 minutes later, the extinguished flashlight lit up again, and a beam of light shone toward the kitchen door. Su Min hid behind the door, her palms starting to sweat. But she knew she had to deal with the thug, otherwise the consequences would be dire. The flashlight light began to approach the kitchen. The man's voice suddenly rang out. Hello, is anyone there? I know you're in the kitchen. We're all neighbors. I mean no harm. My wife was infected, and I had to escape from upstairs. Will you come out? I have no weapons in my hands. You must calm your dog quickly. It's been barking and will attract more zombies. The man's voice was getting closer. Su Min was ready at any moment. But unexpectedly, as soon as the man's voice fell, he appeared at the kitchen door. Damn it, playing psychological warfare, huh? The man deliberately spoke, allowing Su Min to gauge that he was slowly approaching the kitchen. This served to create a psychological paralysis effect. From the sound, she judged that he would reach the kitchen in about 10 seconds, but the next moment the thug suddenly accelerated and charged at the kitchen door. He caught Su Min completely off guard. At that moment, the thug's flashlight beam shone on Su Min's face, and she couldn't open her eyes. Her instinct made her raise her left hand. Just then, as Su Min's right hand was about to stab, she felt a tremendous force on her left forearm. It must have been the thug's weapon striking her hand. Fortunately, she reacted in time and raised her hand to block the 20 layers of tough fabric, along with the leather of her long boots firmly blocked the thug's strike. At the same time, Su Min's dagger swiftly thrust forward. Both sides completed their movements in the blink of an eye, and one could say there were no tactical maneuvers, only instinctual urges to kill each other. Fortunately, the dagger hit its target. Oh! The man let out a muffled groan, and in her panic, Su Min continued to thrust the dagger twice more. Oh! Oh! Perhaps she had hit a vital spot. The man's flashlight fell from his hand, and he could only issue instinctual cries of agony as he swung a desperate strike at Su Min. But at that moment, the light from the flashlight on the ground illuminated a corner of the kitchen. However, it did not shine on Su Min's eyes. Her vision finally regained some clarity. Although still a bit disoriented, she could see the man's chopping movement clearly. Su Min raised her hand to block again. She had never practiced martial arts, as she only relied on the great defensive power of her left hand, and instinctively raised her hand to block. She firmly caught the thug's strike once more. Su Min's eyes also turned red. After the first stab, she felt no fear with subsequent thrusts. It even became an instinctive reaction. She frantically stabbed the thug. Ah! The thug let out a prolonged, frantic, and tragic howl. He gave up resisting and turned to run outside the kitchen. Su Min plunged her dagger into the thug's kidney from behind. This would cost him his life. The thug's body weakened, collapsing against the large door on the left side of the kitchen. He had no time to regret now. He only wanted to escape from this terrifying woman. The thug was very familiar with this layout. He knew the entrance was the security door. At this moment, Su Min approached him from behind. She thrust 2 more stabs at his kidney. Her mind was a mess, and she had forgotten the simulated tactics she had practiced before, blocking with her left hand and striking with her right. She was only stabbing the thug instinctively. At this moment, the zombies outside seemed to catch the scent of blood and crashed against the door even more frantically. The thug was already in despair. He knew he was done for tonight. He would undoubtedly die. Damn woman, let's die together. The thug mustered his last strength to open the security door and created a small gap. Although zombies were mindless, they knew to scratch at the gap with their hands. Su Min's hair stood on end, though she never expected that the thug would open the security door just before dying. Moreover, he had squeezed open a gap. The flashlight at the kitchen door was bright, showing pairs of blood-stained hands reaching in through the gap. In the next moment, they would pull open the security door. It's over. It's over. There were at least 5 or 6 zombies outside. I couldn't stop them from coming in together. The zombies are about to break in, yet Su Min does not exhibit the usual panic one would expect from a woman in such a situation. Her mind suddenly becomes extraordinarily clear. Only a select few can, at the moment of life and death, as if awakening their bloodline, have their bodies and minds completely driven by instinct. At this moment, there are no complex thoughts. A strong survival instinct temporarily takes over her mind, commanding Su Min's body. She quickly rushes forward, her slender frame exerting all her strength to try to close the door again. However, there are likely 4 or 5 zombies outside. Their force is overwhelming. Su Min is no match for them. After 2 minutes of struggle, the gap widens, and it seems the door is about to be pulled open. Su Min immediately gives up on the door. She bends down to pick up the flashlight on the ground and quickly rushes to the dining room. At that moment, the door is finally pulled open by the zombies. Roar, 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 roar. 5 gruesome zombies charge in together, lunging at Su Min. Fortunately, the entrance is relatively narrow. The shoe cabinet on the right takes up some space, leaving barely a meter wide. As the 5 zombies rush in, they immediately collide with one another. One zombie trips and falls. This brief delay buys Su Min some time, and she quickly pushes the dining table. Just then, the first zombie has already charged over. The table does not completely block the main entrance, leaving half a meter of space. Su Min has no choice but to give up on confronting the zombies. With her left hand gripping the flashlight backwards, she hugs it to her chest. The bright, scattering light reveals the entire situation at the entrance as the first zombie rushes through, clawing and lunging at her. Su Min holds her left hand close to her chest. This not only protects her from being pushed over, but also draws all the zombies' attention to her left hand. Zombies lack intelligence. They bite whatever part is closest to them. Sure enough, the lunging zombie bites into Su Min's left forearm. The powerful bite force is cushioned by the 20 layers of tough fabric and leather. Not only does it not puncture her skin, but she doesn't even feel pain. With her left hand wrapped in 20 layers of fabric, it is very thick, and the zombie's mouth can only open at a small angle, making it ineffective in biting. It's like a 2-year-old child trying to gnaw on a large apple the size of their head. Their mouth is too small. After gnawing for a while, they probably wouldn't even break the skin. Su Min feels neither excitement nor joy at this moment. She is completely driven by instinct, with only one thought in her mind: to eliminate all the zombies. She strikes swiftly. The sharp tactical dagger of the hellhound plunges deep into the zombie's forehead before she yanks it out with force. The zombie that was incessantly gnawing at her hand just a moment ago. In the next instant, it loses all vitality. Zombies are ferocious and resilient, but once the brain is severely damaged, it's like a computer suddenly losing power and going black. But Su Min has no time to catch her breath. The dining table does not completely block the entrance, and another zombie squeezes through. She repeats her previous action. With her left hand hugging close, she allows the oncoming zombie to bite her, while her right hand delivers a fatal blow to its head. At this moment, a zombie climbs onto the dining table. A jumping attack knocks Su Min to the ground. Fortunately, she keeps her left hand hugged in front of her. After the zombie pins her down, it begins to frantically bite at her wrist. Su Min swings her knife with all her might. The sharp dagger pierces into its skull. As she pulls it out, brain matter splatters all over her face, even dripping into her mouth. Pa! Pa! Su-min spits out the zombie's brain matter from her mouth. There is no time to think about whether the brain matter would turn her into a zombie, as the last two zombies also leap over the dining table and pounce on her. She kicks out, sending the first zombie stumbling back. The second zombie immediately presses down on her, biting at her. Su-min delivers another fatal blow to the head. Then she sits up. The zombie that was kicked away is now frantically gnawing at her calf. However, her legs are still wrapped in dozens of layers of tough fabric. There is even an outer layer of an oil paper shopping bag. The zombie cannot bite through it at all. Su-min raises her dagger and plunges it into the zombie's head, finally bringing some silence to the room. However, it is not completely quiet yet. Ha-pai and Tai-zi are in the bedroom. One is continuously growling and scratching at the door, while the other chirps restlessly. They need to be stopped quickly. Su-min gets up, opens the bedroom door, and looks at the anxious Ha-pai and Tai-zi, feeling a surge of anger. If it weren't for their constant barking, the zombies wouldn't have been drawn here. Yet facing the pets she has raised for years, whom she considers her best companions, she cannot bring herself to be angry. After all, they are lower animals. One cannot expect them to behave like humans. After calming down Ha-pai and Tai-zi, Su-min quickly returns to the living room, intending to close the door first. She had only taken down 5 zombies just now. There are certainly more in this building. Ignoring the corpses at home, Su-min quickly goes to the door, and as she prepares to close it, she notices a moving skeleton at the doorstep. The skeleton crawls slowly, having reached the threshold. It is a neighbor who has been gnawed down to the bones, and then transformed into a zombie. Su-min cannot help but sigh. If it weren't for having obtained the neighbor's dagger, she might have also died, yet now she has no choice but to use this dagger to end your suffering. Su-min strikes down, granting the skeletal neighbor eternal rest. She immediately gets up to close the door. However, the door simply refuses to close. How strange. Su-min supports the flashlight and inspects carefully, discovering that the lock cylinder is jammed. No matter how hard she pulls, the door cannot be closed. It is likely that when the zombies charged in earlier, the door was violently struck, causing a mechanical failure in the lock cylinder. This is a very low probability event, yet it just so happens that Su-min encounters it. Damn it, how could I be so unlucky? Su-min cannot help but curse. What should she do now? Outside is pitch black. It's not a suitable time for escaping at night. Should she wait at home until dawn? That's also too dangerous. If the door won't close, even hiding in the bedroom, as long as a single zombie slips in and discovers her, its roar would attract more zombies. The bedroom door is made of wood. It can be easily knocked down. She does not want to go through another battle like the one she has just faced. She was lucky to kill 5 zombies. That does not mean she will be this lucky next time. If it weren't for the narrow entrance and the table blocking it, she might have already become a corpse. I need to think of a solution quickly. If the thug dies in her home, even if she were to dispose of his body outside, the bloody scent on the floor would soon be detected by the zombies. I don't have any more time. After killing the thug and the zombies, she should have calmed down from survival, but instead she feels even more anxious. She immediately heads to the kitchen. She washes the zombie blood off her face and mouth with the water from the bucket, allowing herself to quickly regain her composure. Should I call Hong Jingyi? However, Su-min quickly dismisses the idea. If Hong Jingyi had a way to save her, she wouldn't be in such a dire situation now. Moreover, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. At that moment, a flash of inspiration strikes Su-min. That's right, how did the thug get into my house? He definitely did not come in through the front door. Su-min remembers clearly that the initial light of the flashlight was shining in from the balcony outside. Did the thug climb in from the balcony? Quickly, Su-min rushes to the balcony. Su-min was checking the balcony with a flashlight. Soon she realized how the intruder had entered. A rope was hanging down from the railing of the 9th floor balcony to her own, and the intruder had slid down this rope. Su-min grabbed the rope and took a look. It was made from bed sheets and curtains, twisted and knotted into a long rope. It was very sturdy. Moreover, knots were tied at intervals to prevent slipping. Since the intruder could come down, she thought, I can also climb up. It's not that high, just 3 or 4 meters. The rope has anti-slip knots. Its sturdiness is not an issue. The intruder had mentioned that his wife had turned into a zombie. Su-min didn't believe this. If she had really turned, he wouldn't have had time to tie the rope on the balcony, so the intruder's home should be safe. It was likely that he was running out of food and wanted to come down to find something to eat. Of course, he might also want to take advantage of her. No matter the reason. As long as the intruder's home could provide shelter for one night, that would be enough. But what about Ha-pai and the prince? She wondered. Leaving them at home would surely lead to them being bitten by zombies. The prince was fine. A parrot could be put in a backpack and taken up, but Ha-pai was too big. It wouldn't be realistic to carry it while climbing the rope. After raising it for so many years, she had long regarded it as a close companion. Even if it meant death, she would rather let it starve than be bitten alive by zombies. Su-min quickly came up with a plan. The rope was long. She could tie Ha-pai to the rope, climb up to the 9th floor, and then pull it up. So it was decided. Su-min quickly packed the egg yolk pie and herbal tea into her backpack along with some pet food. Then she placed the prince in the backpack and tied Ha-pai and the pet food to the rope. Ha-pai, don't move. And don't make. They'll pull you up in a moment. Be good and listen. Although the husky was a silly dog, after raising it for so many years it had learned some sense. It obediently sat on the balcony. Su Min grabbed the rope and began to climb. With her light and agile form, climbing was effortless, and she soon reached the 9th floor. She grasped the railing and flipped inside. Phew! She exhaled a long breath. The layout of the 9th floor was the same as her home. Su Min quickly checked around and found no one and no zombies. It was very safe. Then she pulled Hop-High up. Finally it was done. At least she could sleep soundly tonight. Sitting on the sofa, Su Min realized she had no strength left in her body. The earlier battle had been too intense. Once she relaxed, her strength ebbed away like a tide, and she didn't want to do anything now. She just wanted to lie on the sofa and empty her mind. On the other side, Yuan was leading Xiao Fan, Xiao Wan, and Ru Yin, having dug a tunnel to the underground garage of Cartier Garden. The garage was overrun with zombies. The commotion caused by the military during the day was quite loud, but there was only one entrance and exit to the garage. Once inside, even with navigation, it was easy to get lost. Moreover, there were zombies inside. The noise created by the military outside only attracted the zombies near the entrance and exit. Many more zombies were still spread throughout the garage. With the 3D map in his mind, which only had dim night vision, and with the whole city in a blackout, it was impossible to see anything while hiding in a room. So they hadn't discovered Su Min yet. They had to find the building she was in first, then go up and knock on the door. The 4 of them stood at the tunnel exit, each holding a machine gun with a capacity of 300 rounds, aiming at the horde of zombies. Quickly the zombies at the tunnel entrance were slaughtered. However, the sounds of roars from the garage continued to rise. Even more zombies were rushing over. Yuan didn't dare to be careless. It wasn't that they couldn't fight back, but as long as they hid in the tunnel, any number of zombies would just be sending themselves to their deaths. The key was that he didn't want to waste too much time. Yuan was currently at the elevator entrance of a building. He shone his flashlight around. One side of the elevator lobby read Building 9. This is it. We'll take the fire escape. Ru Yin stay in front, Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan follow behind. 2 people in a group. 1 machine gun, 1 shotgun. Let's go. Yuan held the machine gun while Ru Yin switched to the shotgun, and they stepped into the fire escape first. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan followed closely behind. They also placed a pile of boulders to block the fire escape to prevent the zombies from the underground garage from following them. In the narrow fire escape, 4 tactical flashlights illuminated the area brightly. Bang, bang, bang. The dense gunfire erupted, and any zombie that showed its head in the fire escape would be instantly turned into a honeycomb. For those that didn't die, a finishing shot would take care of them. Yuan was able to accurately locate the elevator entrance of Building 9, relying on the 3D map derived from the digging tool. It allowed him to clearly see everything within a 1-kilometer radius. Even if they were hiding in a room, as long as there was space, there would be coordinates, and with coordinates one could check. The purpose of this feature was originally to accurately throw the dug-up soil and rocks to a designated location. However, its uses were far beyond that. Surveillance, tracking people, assassination, and sabotage. It was simply advantageous in every aspect. The 4 of them fought their way to the 8th floor, leaving a trail of corpses, but when they saw the door of 803, Yuan was stunned. The door was wide open. At the entrance lay a dead skeleton. He recognized this creature. He had seen too many in his past life, all bitten to death by zombies, but with their brains intact. It was called a skeleton zombie. Its transformation speed was relatively slow. For a normal person bitten, the transformation time ranged from 2 to 8 hours. It depended on the location of the bite. Skeleton zombies only had their brains capable of infection, so their transformation time was generally over 12 hours. Yuan was not surprised by the skeleton zombie. Rather, it was the dead male at the door and the numerous zombie corpses on the ground that puzzled him. He counted 5 zombies. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan quickly checked the room. There's no one here. Yuan immediately frowned. He roughly checked the dead man, who had over 20 wounds all over his body, all from knives. However, all the zombies had been killed with a single blow. All had their heads exploded. This was strange. If all the zombies had been killed by a single blow, Su Min should be a master. But the man at the door had been stabbed over 20 times. 1 stab to the lung, 2 to the chest, 5 to the kidneys, and a dozen scattered across non-fatal areas. It was clearly a case of being stabbed to death in a frenzy. This wasn't the behavior of a master. If Su Min really was a master, she should have stabbed the throat or heart at the very least, not just the head. Yuan pondered for a moment and slowly stood up. Brother Yi, does Su Min really live here? Yuan also had doubts. Could it be that Hong Jingyi had given a false address? Could a woman have such strong combat ability? Not only had she killed a man, but she had also executed 5 zombies with 1 blow each, which didn't seem like the actions of a delicate woman. Let's go check the bedroom. Bedrooms usually have photo albums. Yuan remembered Su Min's appearance. Sure enough, there was a photo frame on the nightstand featuring an artistic photo of Su Min. This is indeed Su Min's home. Although Yuan was unclear why there was such a significant difference between the dead man at the door and the zombies. But he could roughly guess what had happened that night. It seems that an intruder broke in tonight, and Su Min counterattacked the intruder. Perhaps in the struggle she accidentally opened the door and the zombies outside rushed in. But Su Min has already escaped. There was one more thing Yi Yuan couldn't understand. If Su Min wanted to escape, she could only use the fire escape. She must have killed the zombies in the passage. But it's clear. The zombies in the fire escape were killed by us. Before that, all the zombies here were alive. So where did Su Min escape from? Is it possible that she didn't use the fire escape and is still in this building? Yi Yuan once again used the 3D map to check. With poor night vision, he still found no sign of Su. After Yi Yuan's analysis, everyone felt that the likelihood of Su Min still being in the building was very high. They could either escape through the elevator or take the fire escape. Now that the power is out, the elevator is unusable and the zombies in the fire escape are the ones we just killed. Therefore, Su Min is still in the building. Yi Yuan nodded. He also believed that if Su Min was still in the building, the most likely hiding place was the 789th floor, given that she lived on the 8th floor. The 7th and 9th floors are closer. Without alarming the zombies in the fire escape, these 3 floors are the best hiding spots. Let's go and check each one. Xiaofan, you blocked the fire escape, right? Xiaofan nodded. Don't worry, brother Yi. I blocked it as soon as we came up, ensuring no zombie from the underground parking. That's good. As long as the zombies in the parking lot are blocked, even if there are still zombies in the building, their numbers won't be significant, even though Yi Yuan is now very strong. He still had to be cautious. In the dark of night, even with a flashlight, visibility is not as good as during the day. A couple of zombies are nothing to worry about. Try to avoid engaging with the zombie horde. Let's make some noise. If there are any fish that slip through the net, they will be attracted by our commotion. With such strong firepower in the team, they need not fear the zombies coming openly. What they fear is a sudden surprise. Yi Yuan led the 3 out of Su Min's home, starting with the neighbor's door, hitting it with the gun but twice. Hey, is anyone inside? No response. Yi Yuan hit the door again. Is anyone there? If not, I'll kick the door. Bang bang. Yi Yuan fired 2 shots aimlessly to scare anyone inside. If there really was someone, they would surely respond. It didn't need to be this complicated. If there was no movement after knocking, they could break down the door directly. But Yi Yuan was not a heartless thug. Being cold does not mean being inhumane. What if there were people hiding inside who didn't dare to speak? If he broke down their door, it would be tantamount to harming them. After struggling to survive for a year in his past life, he was well aware of the hardships faced by the lower-tier survivors. Though anyone could become a thug, not everyone wants to be one. Many times it is also out of necessity. Yi Yuan didn't want to kill anyone on sight. As long as the other party didn't provoke him or their words and actions posed no threat to him, everyone could coexist peacefully. After hitting the door a few times with the gun, but there was still no response, Yi Yuan signaled everyone to step back. Then he fired 2 shots at the door lock. After the door was damaged, everyone cautiously entered the house. After searching, they found no one. They moved on to the next house using the old method of knocking first, and this time they heard the growls of zombies from inside. Su Min, don't pretend to be a zombie. I'm Yi Yuan, sent by Hong Jingyi to rescue you. Yi Yuan was cautious. What if the zombies' growl inside was actually Su Min pretending? After all, Su Min didn't know he was looking for her. She might think he was a thug. After Yi Yuan identified himself, the growling inside continued, so there was no need to test further. Bang bang. 2 shots were fired to break the door lock. Then they opened the security door and shot the zombie, entering the room to search. They had to ensure nothing was overlooked. After all, Su Min was very beautiful. If she was found, they could surely extract useful information, even if they had to dig 3 feet deep to find her. They couldn't miss any suspicious areas. The search ended quickly. Apart from a zombie, they found no one else. Let's go to the next one. Yi Yuan still knocked on the door with the gun, but first, and he did so cautiously, making sure not to hit the door. Instead, he stood to the side. After all, no one could guarantee that there wasn't someone inside pointing a gun at the door. What if he encountered a trigger-happy fool? A shot fired from inside could easily cause trouble. Despite Yi Yuan's many abilities, he had no healing abilities. His partial replication could only enlarge existing objects, but couldn't heal wounds. So being careful was wise. At this moment, a man's terrified voice came from inside. There's someone inside. Don't shoot, don't hit my door. He seemed to know that Yi Yuan and the others would break the door down, probably having been peeked. There are a few people inside who I hope you answer honestly. It's just me. Okay, now open the door. We're looking for a woman named Su Min. If we don't find her in your house, we'll leave. After Yi Yuan finished speaking, he waited a few seconds, but the man inside said nothing further. Clearly after all, this was the apocalypse, and there were no laws or morals. Opening the door willingly would be akin to, I'm giving you 3 seconds. Otherwise, I'll kick the door down, and you will bear the consequences. Wait, I'll open it. Soon the security door opened, and 4 flashlights shone on the man's face, the blinding light making it hard for him to open his eyes. The man was in his 30s. He raised his hands in a gesture of compliance. Yi Yuan stepped forward and pushed him to the ground, stepping on his head. Don't move if you don't want to die. You 3 search the room. The man lay obediently on the ground, not moving as instructed, but his mouth kept talking. There's no Su Min in my house. Su Min lives in 803. Tonight I heard zombies banging on her door, but I couldn't see 803 from my peephole. I could only judge there were quite a few zombies from the noise. Later I heard Su Min fighting with the zombies. Then it got quiet. That's all I know. At this moment, the three women finished searching the room, and Lu Ruyan shook her head. There's no one else. Yi Yuan nodded. Let's go. The four slowly exited the room, and Yi Yuan casually tossed 2 buckets of instant noodles from his storage. The information you provided earlier was somewhat useful to me. This is your reward. Close the door, and don't come out, otherwise don't blame me for my bullets not being merciful. Upstairs was eerily quiet. Yi Yuan called out again. My name is Yi Yuan. Hong Jingyi is my uncle, and he sent me to rescue you. Su Min, are you up there? Yi Yuan did not want to force his way in to search for Su Min. This woman was incredibly formidable, having not only killed the thugs with reckless abandon, but also executed 5 zombies with precise headshots. In such a state, it was highly likely she had become bloodthirsty. If she deemed herself a thug, she might attack the moment he opened the door, leading to possible casualties in the confrontation. Light injuries were inconsequential. The storage space had medical supplies. But if she were seriously injured, Su Min would perish, and he might not even manage to extract useful information before her demise. That was why Yi Yuan was calling out from below, trying to coax Su Min into revealing herself. Yet there was still no response from upstairs. He felt somewhat disheartened, even beginning to doubt whether Hong Jingyi had truly told the truth. The 3D holographic map was ineffective for nighttime reconnaissance. Damn it, let's give it another try. Yi Yuan released a giant stone. Then he wielded a shovel to dig, and a 3D holographic map instantly appeared in his mind, revealing the spatial structure of the upper floor. The view remained quite blurry. On a night shrouded in blood mist, visible light was barely perceptible outdoors, and the buildings were pitch black inside. The 3D holographic map could ignore the blood mist. It also possessed a certain degree of low-light vision capability. Tracking vehicles at night or locating a specific building was quite easy as long as the positioning was done in advance on a smartphone. However, without visible light, it was difficult to see the interior scenes of the buildings clearly. Fortunately, the view from the balcony was a bit clearer. Yi Yuan's eyelids twitched. On the balcony of the 9th floor, a vague black shadow had appeared holding something in its arms. He could only ascertain that there was someone on the 9th floor balcony, but he couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. At that moment, the shadow moved stealthily into the living room, taking the object with it. That object resembled a dog. Let's go upstairs. Regardless of whether that shadow was Su Min or not, he needed to check. Be careful when opening the door. There is someone in 903. If the other party attacks me, do not open fire. I will respond according to the situation or subdue them. Yi Yuan felt a bit worried. If it really was Su Min and she attacked him, it would be too unfortunate if Xiao Fan and the others shot her dead. Meanwhile, Su Min hiding in 903, it was filled with confusion. Yi Yuan. He said his name is Yi Yuan, and that he is here to save me. But Jingyi said that Yi Yuan's temporary location was near the Blue Shore community on Binhai Road, which is still far from Cartier Garden City. How could he possibly run so far at night to save me? This is clearly illogical. This was precisely why Su Min had remained silent on the 9th floor. In the apocalypse, there were no laws or morals. No one knew whether the other was a good person or a bad person. Su Min remembered that at first Hong Jingyi had told her to escape to the Blue Shore community to find Lu Ruyan and Yi Yuan. Later he called to tell her not to go. Moreover, he explicitly stated that 301 in the Blue Shore community might have problems, urging her to jump into the river and find a boat to hide. Given Hong Jingyi's erratic behavior, Su Min naturally guessed that there must be uncontrollable factors at play. As for what they were, she did not know. The only thing she could be certain of was that these uncontrollable factors were Lu Ruyan and Yi Yuan. Now they had come looking for her. To personally come such a long way at night to save her definitely implied some unmentionable secrets. Thinking of this, Su Min instinctively tightened her grip on the dagger. Yi Yuan and the others had guns, and having come from so far, they must be well-armed and powerful. If Yi Yuan found her, she would have almost no chance of winning. What to do? Time was pressing, and Su Min had no other option as she decided to call Hong Jingyi. Since Hong Jingyi knew Yi Yuan, he must be fully aware of Yi Yuan's purpose for coming over at night. If there were ulterior motives, perhaps Hong Jingyi could negotiate and buy her some time. Su Min quickly powered on her phone. Then using the satellite phone function, she dialed. Hello Jingyi, I'll keep it brief. Yi Yuan has come looking for me. He has a gun and came directly upstairs. I'm currently hiding on the 9th floor and unclear about his intentions. I suspect there's something you're hiding about him from me. I don't want to know what it is, but can you tell me whether Yi Yuan's visit is good or bad? What should I do? What? Hong Jingyi was momentarily stunned. He had only been on the phone with Yi Yuan for just over an hour, and he had already killed his way from the Blue Shore community to Cartier Garden City. Unless he took a helicopter. At night, even if he had a helicopter, he wouldn't dare to fly it. By the way, he has a friend in Cartier Garden City. Could it be that retired soldier? Su Min, how do you know he is Yi Yuan? He said it himself, shouting at me from the 8th floor balcony. He probably doesn't know I'm hiding on the 9th floor, but I'm afraid he will find me. He said it himself. Hong Jingyi was even more perplexed. Yi Yuan didn't have wings. How could he possibly find Su Min so quickly? Su-min, I just spoke to Yuan. He mentioned that there was a friend of his in Cartier Garden City and indicated he would have his friend look for you. Is it possible his friend used his name? Could it be a? Su-min was also unsure. Psi information sometimes got lost or miscommunicated over the phone. It was hard to tell what was true and what was false. Su-min, don't be afraid. Think about it, who would take the risk to find you at night? Even if someone wanted to harm you, it couldn't be at night. So I suspect this person is Yuan's friend, and he is here to take you to the Blue Shore community tomorrow. The rescue boat will arrive the day after tomorrow, and will take him away as well. Once in Luhu, Yuan's friend will also have needs from me. After he finds you, he will naturally take care of you, so you don't have to worry. Hong Jingyi felt emotional. With just one phone call from Yuan, his friend had rushed over to save Su-min. Those who had served in the military were indeed different, bold, and loyal. It was unclear what kind of luck Yuan had to know such a friend. Once this person returned to Luhu, he must find a way to recruit him under his banner. He would definitely be able to lend him a helping hand in the future. Such bold and loyal individuals, if thoroughly won over, could even sacrifice themselves for him at a critical moment. Just then a knock on the door echoed outside. Su-min hurriedly said, I need to hang up, they are knocking. I will call you back later. She put away her phone. Her right hand stealthily gripped the dagger. Regardless of who the other party was, whether they were here to save her or not, she could not afford to let her guard down. She had watched the American drama, The Walking Dead. Her favorite character was Carol, who was akin to a zombie version of Daenerys Targaryen. From a woman tormented by domestic violence, she gradually transformed into an almost invincible warrior. She lacked superior physical attributes and first-rate marksmanship. Yet she was calm, wise, and possessed an inner strength that was formidable and decisive, never hesitating. Most importantly, she always kept a vigilant heart. Su-min hoped to become like Carol. She worked hard to control her emotions, not letting herself show panic or any signs of retreat. With the dagger held in reverse grip, she discreetly concealed it behind her bulky wrist guard. Stop knocking. I am Su-min, and I will open the door for you now. Su-min slowly approached the door, her left hand brushing against the anti-theft lock, stopping halfway through the turn. She glanced through the peephole. The outside was illuminated by a flashlight, casting a stark white glow down the empty corridor. She knew the people outside must be hiding on either side. Taking a deep breath, Su-min exhaled heavily, and with a click unlocked the anti-theft lock and opened the door. I am Su-min. In an instant, two blinding beams of light shone on her face, making it difficult for her to open her eyes, yet she did not flinch. This scene had been anticipated long ago. Raise your hands. Su-min felt a cold touch on her forehead, likely the barrel of a gun, and a sense of helplessness washed over her. She had mentally prepared herself before opening the door. If the other party had ulterior motives, she would resist with all her might, even having secretly hidden a dagger behind her wrist. At this moment, all her preparations felt futile. The flashlight's glare blinded her, and with a gun pressed against her forehead, any act of resistance could lead to them pulling the trigger. At this moment, she had never felt such a strong desire. If only she had a gun herself, she wouldn't be so passive as she was now. Su-min, we meet again. I mean you no harm. However, given that you have killed so many zombies and stabbed a thug with a chaotic knife, I must first confirm whether you are mentally stable, and that you pose no threat to me. So please cooperate, raise your hands so I can see your palms. It was a man's voice. Deep, steady, carrying a tone of command. Su-min gently exhaled, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth to mask her inner helplessness. She wanted to be a woman like Carol. Yet without a teammate like Carol, she could only accept reality and obey the commands of the other party. I hope you really are here to save me. Despite harboring a sliver of hope, Su-min believed it was impossible. Who would risk being eaten by zombies in the middle of the night to save someone they didn't know? She slowly raised her hands, opened her palms. The blood-soaked tactical dagger fell to the ground with a clap. Xiao Wan, take the dagger away. Xiao Fan, search her. Soon a pair of hands began to search her body. Through thick protective layers, Su-min couldn't tell if they were male or female. However, judging by the two names, they should both be women. Brother, you were done searching, no weapons found. As the word, Su-min felt the blinding flashlight move away from her face. She slowly opened her eyes. After a few seconds of adjustment, her vision became clearer. Across from her were one man and three women, all heavily armed. Two held shotguns while the other two wielded submachine guns. No wonder they could kill zombies so recklessly. The firepower was overwhelming. Yet Su-min was still curious. Looking at the four's attire, they had no ammunition boxes. Didn't they worry about running out of bullets? At that moment, a low growl came from behind her. Worried that her dog might act out, Su-min quickly reassured, "Ha-pai, quiet down, I'm fine." Although Ha-pai was not very intelligent after so many years of companionship, it was quite perceptive in front of Su-min and immediately quieted down. At that moment, her vision fully cleared. The four people in front of her became clearer. Despite wearing bulletproof vests, she could still tell that the man was tall and handsome, while the women were either stunningly beautiful or innocently alluring. Even if she meticulously dressed herself up, she wouldn't dare claim to be more beautiful than them. It was hard to imagine such a combination of handsome men and beautiful women still existed in the apocalypse. What surprised her even more was that she recognized both the man in front of her and the woman beside him. They resided in the fortress villa of Nanhu Houting. The drone had been shot down by this man, which explained why he had said earlier that they met again. Did he know the drone was? Let me introduce myself again. My name is Yuan, and I am here to save you. But I must emphasize that I am not here at Hong Jingyi's request, but rather I came to save you on my own accord. Now hand over your phone. Su Min was confused by these words. Earlier he said he was here at Jingyi's request to save her, and now he said he wasn't. Moreover, this person really was Yi Yuan. Jingyi had clearly assured her that it was Yi Yuan's friend who would come to save her. The relationships here were too tangled. The information disparity was too great. The more this was the case, the more Su Min felt that the other party's intentions were impure, but for now it was certain that Yi Yuan would not harm her. Su Min retrieved her phone and handed it over. Before she could ask what he needed her phone for, she saw Yi Yuan toss it at the entrance of the fire escape. He then took the shotgun from the woman beside him. Bang! A barrage of pellets instantly turned the phone into a pile of fragments. You cannot call Hong Jingyi for the time being. Of course I will let you contact him using my phone when the time is right. Xiao Fan Xiao once searched the room. Su Min did not understand why Yi Yuan would not let her make a call, and now she did not dare to ask further. When one is in a weak position, they must appear even more vulnerable. Only then can they lull the other party into a false sense of security. After Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan finished searching the room, Yi Yuan let everyone inside. He locked the door again. Everyone found a place to sit. Yi Yuan looked at Su Min and said, "Aren't you surprised? The last time you sought help, I clearly shot down your drone, yet now I risk coming to save you." Su Min nodded. She truly could not comprehend. Back then they refused to give her a dagger, and now they actively came to save her. Wasn't this contradictory? Yi Yuan also felt that fate was playing tricks. In fact, I wasn't sure you were truly Su Min at that time, nor did I know you were Hong Jingyi's newlywed wife. Otherwise I would have taken you away long ago. This statement made Su Min hear an underlying implication. Was he interested in her identity? Why was that? Could it be that Jingyi really had some complicated past with him? Don't overthink it. You will understand. Xiao Fan removed her shell. In Yi Yuan's eyes, the thick protective gear on Su Min was like a tortoiseshell. He finally understood why this seemingly delicate woman could stab thugs to death with a chaotic knife, and even take down 5 zombies with precise headshots. The protective gear was just too thick. As long as it didn't hit the head, ordinary knives and blunt instruments couldn't penetrate it. Especially on her left hand, the protective layer was so thick that even zombies would struggle to gnaw through it. Su Min was a clever and courageous woman. Moreover, she acted decisively. Though the saying "most poisonous is a woman's heart" was not entirely fitting, it aptly described her ruthlessness. Such a woman, once she harbored the intent to kill, if given the opportunity, could become a formidable threat. Thus, before taming her into a servant, one must be extremely cautious. Despite the challenges, Su Min was worthy of being tamed as a servant because her attributes were quite powerful. Currently, apart from Xiao Fan's 3D printing, which was orange quality, Xiao Wan's excavator operator and Lu Rian's nutritionist were all blue quality. But Su Min's first attribute was purple. Moreover, it was a beast taming attribute. Su Min. Attribute 1, the beast tamer purple. Attribute 2, yoga green. Attribute 3, driver white. The 3 attributes were clear at a glance, and the best was of course the beast tamer. Yi Yuan noticed that Su Min not only had a husky, but also a phoenix parrot. At this moment the husky was quietly lying in front of her. The parrot obediently perched on her shoulder. Unexpectedly, keeping pets had unlocked a beast taming attribute for her, and it was purple. From now on he would also have a battle pet. Awesome. Yi Yuan focused on the first attribute, and then forcefully pulled it. In the next moment a mysterious power surged into his body, transforming the beast tamer into his own superpower. Yi Yuan summoned his personal attributes interface, eagerly anticipating the functions of his purple ability. Yi Yuan. Attribute: Strength 35, Constitution 35, Agility 35, Spirit 37. Ability: 3D Printing, Unlimited Duplication, Partial Integrated Duplication, Organism Duplication. Excavator Master, Super Excavator, Ground Strengthening, LV. 11. Ground Throwing Shovel. Nutritionist, Devour, LV. 3. Beast Tamer, Beast Taming Pill. Click to view introduction. The newly added ability unlocked the Beast Taming Pill function. The specific function is still unclear. With a thought, Yi Yuan opened the introduction. Beast Taming Pill. Using the body as a furnace and the spirit as a guide, refine the Beast Taming Pill. After consumption by animals, it unlocks intelligence, granting 5 to all attributes. Each Beast Taming Pill increases loyalty by 50, reaching 100 means absolute loyalty. Tip 1. In theory, any animal can consume the Beast Taming Pill indefinitely, but the total attributes cannot exceed those of the alchemist. The higher the alchemist's total attributes, the more potent the refined Beast Taming Pill. Tip 2. Only the alchemist can gain the battle pet's loyalty. Tip 3. A beast tamer can only refine 1 beast taming pill per day. Tip 4. Special item cannot be duplicated. Yi Yuan carefully read through the introduction and tips. Although the literal meaning was not very clear, the content had already merged and conveyed itself into his mind. The beast tamer is worthy of the purple ability. Although only one beast taming pill can be refined each day, once consumed, the battle pet's total attributes immediately increase by 5. By this calculation, any animal could potentially match Yuan's basic attributes in just 7 days, allowing him to tame a new battle pet. Of course, Yuan's strength would not stagnate, so his battle pets would continue to grow as well. The beast taming pill is indeed ridiculously powerful. One pill is equivalent to 20 points of free attributes. The growth rate is astonishing. With just 2 beast taming pills, a battle pet can become absolutely loyal, akin to a servant never to betray. Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how wonderful this feeling was. Whether it be a servant or a battle pet, there was no need to worry about being backstabbed. When one's strength increased, he could trust them with his back. However, tip 4 was somewhat inconvenient. Cannot be duplicated. At that moment, the card above Su Min's head also changed. Su Min. Entry: Beast Tamer. A 60 taming degree can be enhanced again. Current taming degree 0. The taming degree only appears after the entry is obtained. Before that, regardless of whether Su Min had respect or admiration for Yuan, or even a submissive mentality, all of it had reset to 0. She could only take one step at a time to increase the taming degree for a second enhancement. At this moment, the tortoise shell on Su Min had already been removed. Her figure was fully revealed. Enchantingly graceful with long, slender, and smooth legs. Very pleasing to the eye. No wonder Hong Jingyi went to great lengths to rescue her. A beauty like this, no man would want to let her be lost in the outside world. Since the taming degree had already been established, Yuan also knew he could show off now. He deliberately coughed to attract Su Min's attention, then, like performing a magic trick, took out a plate of stir-fried beef from his spatial storage. He then took out a bowl of rice. Following that, he served a bowl of tomato and egg soup. Finally, he brought out chopsticks and a soup spoon. All laid on the table, steaming hot with a fragrant aroma. Su Min couldn't help but swallow hard. 2 egg yolk pies a day. She could only hang on by a thread. Having been hungry for so long, at this moment, smelling the aroma of beef and rice, her saliva began to uncontrollably drip. Her stomach also growled. After being hungry for so long, the instinct to eat could not be controlled by willpower. Yet she was more confused. With her beautiful big eyes, she stared at the food on the table as if she had seen a ghost, her eyes filled with bewilderment. There was even a hint of fear. Yuan picked up a piece of beef and ate it, then sipped some of the tomato and egg soup. See, it's real and it's not poisoned. You have 10 minutes to eat. Once you're full, we need to hurry back to Nanhu Houting. There was only 10 minutes. Besides, Yuan had already eaten her. It didn't matter that the chopsticks had been in his mouth. In the apocalypse, there weren't so many formalities. Su Min sat down at the dining table, picked up the beef and brought it to her mouth, but did not swallow it immediately. Can you tell me where this food came from? I'm just curious about how you can conjure it out of thin air. Yuan did not explain, as Xiao Fan, as his mouthpiece, immediately chimed in. This is Yi Guest's spatial ability. Yi Gu is an ability user. Ability user. Su Min looked incredulous. Just now she had indeed seen Yuan perform what seemed like a magic trick to conjure up this food. Could it be that it was stored in a different dimension beforehand, and then brought out? This was too incredible. In an instant, Su Min's taming degree increased by 2. Seeing this value, Yuan was utterly speechless. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan had increased by 10 initially. Why was it only 2 with you? Indeed, Su Min was a woman with a strong sense of vigilance and lacked basic trust in herself. This could be understood. She truly knew nothing about herself. Although Xiao Wan also didn't understand herself at first, having Xiao Fan as an intermediary made it easier to establish a sense of trust. Moreover, she herself was a bit of a simpleton. The difficulty in taming could be said to be very low. It seems that taming Su Min will take some time. Yuan temporarily ignored Su Min. He quietly activated the mysterious power within him, transforming it into an invisible alchemy furnace. This was the beast tamer's ability. Next, he needed to refine a beast taming pill. Using his body as a furnace and spirit as a guide, Yuan directed his powerful mental energy into the alchemy furnace. Then he activated the mysterious power, immediately starting the refinement process. The entire process was silent and without form. The 4 women in the room did not notice anything unusual. In less than 3 minutes, a green pill floated in the alchemy furnace. The beast taming pill had been successfully refined, and Yuan immediately withdrew his mental energy. The mysterious power within him also returned in an instant. With a thought, the beast taming pill appeared in his hand. It had no special smell, yet it excited Ha Pai and the prince immensely. Only animals could smell its enticing aroma. Ha Pai wagged its tail furiously, making sounds of pleading from its throat. The prince also flew from Su Min's shoulder to Yuan's arm, chattering incessantly. This scene left Su Min. Why was her pet, which she had raised for several years, suddenly so affectionate towards Yuan, even going so far as to beg him? Ha Pai, prince, come back. Ha Pai continued to wag its tail, and the prince kept chattering, ignoring its owner's command. This left Yuan in a bit of a predicament. I only want women by my side. Animals only want females. After all, being young in the new era, they are heavily influenced by online novels where the battle pets described later can generally transform. You are a male. What if years later you really transform and betray me? I can handle being the only one. I absolutely cannot cultivate a traitor by my side. I need to check first. Yuan grabbed Hoppy's tail and lifted it up. Fortunately, it was a female dog. Very strange. Su Min named it Hoppy. How could a female dog have such a name? Forget it. The dog was fine. Now only the parrot remained. This one was hard to discern. The lower half looked the same, completely bare. How could one tell if it was male or female? I can only ask Su Min. Su Min, is this parrot male or female? Su Min saw Yuan lifting Hoppy's hind legs, carefully examining its lower body, and couldn't help but shiver. Did Yuan have some peculiar preferences? It's hard to say. Even in peaceful times there are many perverts, and now under the pressure of the apocalypse perverts will likely increase. If that's the case, I would be quite safe. But poor Hoppy would suffer. My poor dog. Now Yuan is asking whether the prince is male or female. Are you not going to spare even a bird? One must bow their head under the eaves. I am still eating someone else's food. Su Min could only obediently answer. The prince is a female bird. Then it is female. Thank goodness. Yuan sighed in relief. Being female means it can stay. After all, it's Su Min's pet. If it were male, it would definitely have to be forcibly abandoned. There can't be any males in the team besides me. But this would inevitably lead to Su Min harboring resentment. It would be even harder to tame later. I am curious. They are both female, one named Hoppy and the other named Prince. Are you incapable of naming? Even if you named it something like Chui Hua or Bai Lian, it would sound better than Hoppy or Prince. Su Min hesitated for a few seconds before shyly saying, my parents named them. They always regretted not having a son. Oh, so they favored sons over daughters. No wonder the pets are given masculine names. I understand. Hurry up and eat. We have 5 minutes left. Once we finish eating, we must leave quickly. Giving Su Min food is partly to increase tameness. On the other hand, being full provides strength, preventing her from dragging the team down. Yuan withdrew his thoughts. Looking at the wildly wagging Hoppy and the chattering prince, he momentarily felt troubled about whom to tame as a battle pet first. Although Yuan's battle pets would definitely not be limited to one, he must have a primary target for cultivation. Choosing Hoppy was not something Yuan was particularly keen on. This creature is foolish, and even if it gains spiritual intelligence, that silly expression will never change. What if years later it could actually transform? Would there be feelings between man and dog by then? It feels a bit unsettling. Moreover, judging by Hoppy's appearance, even if it could transform, it would likely be as unappealing as a flower, hardly appetizing. In theory, beast taming pills can also be consumed by humans since humans are animals too. However, the word beast in beast taming pill limits it to only beast-type animals. Thus, Yuan turned his attention to the prince. This one was to his liking, a Xianfeng parrot. The name is quite sophisticated, at least it includes the character Feng. It also has a very elegant appearance. It is a very beautiful bird with pure white feathers. On its head is a crown of phoenix feathers, noble and graceful. With a blush on its cheeks, it also has a hint of cuteness. If it can truly transform, it is highly likely to become a beautiful woman. Moreover, cultivating a primary aerial combat pet would be of greater assistance to Yuan. Perhaps in the future, he could even ride it and soar through the skies. It was decided. Yuan fed the beast-taming pill to the prince, and the effects were immediately released, meaning that from this moment on the prince became Yuan's battle pet. A status sheet popped up above its head, visible only to Yuan. Battle pet. Name. Attributes: Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1, Spirit 1. Talent. Skills. These attributes are truly weak. However, it's not a big deal. With a beast-taming pill, every day it will quickly grow. From the status sheet, it can be seen that there are also talent and skill slots. This indicates that during the growth process, the battle pet will comprehend talents and skills. Being weak now is only temporary. Once it acquires talents and skills, it will definitely be capable of standing on its own. However, the status sheet does not have a name. Since the prince was named by Su Min's parents as the owner of the battle pet, Yuan must give it a new name. This is also good. Continuously calling it prince is truly unpleasant. After a brief thought, Yuan came up with a rather nice name. With a flick of his mind, he entered the name Li Huang into the name slot of the battle pet status sheet. The character Li is crystal clear and noble, echoing the pure white feathers of the Xianfeng. The character Huang symbolizes the identity of a female phoenix. Male is Feng, female is Huang. It represents a kind of hope for Yuan, hoping that Li Huang can grow into a divine beast like a phoenix. Although it's just a hope, without hope, what is the difference from being a salted fish? What if it really works? At this moment, Li Huang had completely absorbed the effects of the beast-taming pill, and the status sheet showed new changes. Battle pet. Name: Li Huang. Loyalty 50. Attributes: Strength 6, Constitution 6, Agility 6, Spirit 6. Talent. Skills. After absorbing the beast-taming pill, Li Huang's loyalty increased by 50. Moreover, all attributes increased by 5 points. Now Li Huang's overall combat strength is equivalent to that of a 15 or 16-year-old boy, especially the increase in agility. Agility affects the movement, reaction, attack, speed, jumping, and flexibility of terrestrial creatures. The impact on avian creatures is quite similar, except movement is replaced by flight. The Xianfeng parrot is nicknamed the ground chicken. Its flying ability is inferior to that of other birds. Now, with a significant increase in agility, its flying ability will be exceptionally remarkable. If there were better options, Yuan would definitely tame birds with stronger flying capabilities like a peregrine falcon or a swift. But where would he find such creatures? Moreover, the appearances of peregrine falcons and swifts cannot compare to that of the Xianfeng. High aesthetic appeal, it should be even more beautiful after transforming. The key is that the Xianfeng has the potential to speak. Even though it can only say a few simple words, with the awakening of spiritual intelligence, it might be able to communicate normally in the future. After absorbing the beast-taming pill, Li Huang's spiritual intelligence has already been awakened. Its IQ has significantly improved. It perched on Yuan's shoulder, gently pecking at his face with its pink beak, the action tender and affectionate. From now on you will be called Li Huang. Chirp, 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 chirp. Li Huang cannot speak for the time being, but its behavior indicates that it is very fond. At this moment, Su Min was still unaware of what was happening here. She had finished a plate of stir-fried beef and left no rice in her bowl. Now she was happily sipping tomato egg soup. Her stomach full, she felt so comfortable, thanks to Yuan. Although she was still somewhat wary of Yuan, it did not affect her genuine feelings at this moment, filling Su Min with gratitude toward him. Quietly, Su Min's tameness increased by 3. Although it's not much, it's a good sign. It indicates that she is beginning to relax her guard against Yuan. At this moment, Su Min turned her head and saw the prince perched on Yuan's shoulder, affectionately pecking at his face. What is going on? This is my bird. Moreover, the prince is quite shy, or it shouldn't be acting so affectionate after just meeting him, right? You are a female bird, can you be a bit more reserved? Prince, come back. Prince, can you not hear me? Come back, you can't be so rude. Yuan noticed that Su Min had finished eating. He then stood up and said, we should go, let's head to your house and pack your belongings. By the way, it is no longer called Prince. Now it is called Li Huang, it is my pet. Oh, what is going on? Shouldn't a normal man first occupy me? What does it mean to first occupy my pet? Am I not more charming than women are truly mysterious? Su Min is a typical example. She was afraid of being forced to play cards before Yuan entered. Now that he is inside, instead of playing cards, he has taken her pet, and she feels disappointed, thinking that she is not charming enough. This complex feeling made her secretly vow, when she returns, she must wear the most beautiful clothes to surprise Yuan. Let Yuan know that I am more beautiful than the parrot. As she thought this, her tameness unexpectedly increased by 10, leaving Yuan utterly baffled. What is going on? I haven't done anything. This time Yuan was truly bewildered. Just saying that the parrot belonged to him, and renaming it Li Huang had increased its tameness by 10. He racked his brain, but could not understand the reason behind it. Feeding it only increased the tameness by 2. Being well-fed increased it by 3. Yuan once thought that Su Min would be difficult to tame, but the sudden increase of 10 made him realize that as long as he found the right method, it might not be that hard. Su Min, what do you think about me taking your pet? Yuan tried to fish for some information to see if he could uncover any key details. But Su Min shook her head. I have no opinion. What opinion could she have? Under someone else's roof, one must lower their head. He took my parrot, and he asked me what I think. This isn't how to humiliate someone. In a while he'll dress up beautifully and see if he will still be interested in my parrot. After all, tonight, she had gone through a fierce battle. Su Min's appearance was slightly disheveled, but she believed that once she tidied up, Yuan would surely be impressed. The group quickly arrived at the 8th floor. You have 10 minutes to pack your personal belongings. Then Yuan handed Su Min a small wine flask. This is a spatial warehouse, a gift for you. You can store things inside. Xiao Fan, please teach Su Min how to use a spatial warehouse. Earlier it was indeed mentioned that Yuan possessed spatial abilities, and Su Min had been half convinced, even thinking that he was just acting with a few women. But when she truly received the spatial warehouse and Xiao Fan taught her how to use it, Su Min tried a few times and indeed found that she could store items. You really can use spatial abilities? Su Min's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yuan, finally realizing how powerful this man was. Giving her a spatial item right upon first meeting, he must be able to create them effortlessly. Su Min reacted quickly. The uses of spatial items were simply too numerous. Couches and furniture, bricks and stones. As long as it could be moved, it could fill an entire warehouse. When besieged by zombies, she could simply dump them out as barricades. No wonder Yuan wasn't afraid to come out at night. It turns out he had such means. What are spatial abilities? Brother Yi is a super powerhouse, you'll understand soon enough. Now hurry up and pack your things. This time Su Min no longer doubted Xiao Fan's words. It seemed that Yuan not only possessed spatial abilities, but also other skills. But why had he come so far to save her? There must be other motives. I must remain vigilant at all times. I cannot blindly admire him just because he is powerful. Su Min, you must not become a woman who admires the strong. Brother Yi definitely has ulterior motives towards you. You need to control yourself. Unbeknownst to her, Su Min's tameness had increased by another 5, saying no, but being very honest in her heart. What woman doesn't admire a powerful man? Even if Su Min is rational, she cannot control her instincts. She was unaware of the changes in her mindset and did not know that her tameness had increased by another 5. In less than 10 minutes, Su Min had packed her luggage. However, she did not rush out. She was still sitting in front of the vanity holding a flashlight in one hand while applying makeup with the other. The pale light from the flashlight cast her reflection in the mirror. Su Min looked at herself in the mirror resembling a beautiful ghost from a horror movie, all thanks to the flashlight. After finishing her makeup, she got up and left the vanity. Wearing short shorts and a tank top, she fully revealed her long legs and perfect figure. With stunning features, she applied light makeup and possessed a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes. No man could resist her charm at this moment. I don't believe that Yuan won't be mesmerized by how I look now. Su Min strode across the room with her long, beautiful legs walking like a model in a catwalk. I'm ready. Let's set off now. In that moment, she was full of confidence, slightly raising her chin and naturally striking a seductive pose. Her eyes were fixed intently on Yuan. She could feel a current passing between them. Indeed, she was beautiful, each with their own merits compared to Lu Ruyan. However, Yuan was very angry. It's late at night. Oh, what are you putting on makeup for? Everyone is waiting for you. Let's go. After saying that, Yuan picked up his machine gun and walked out the door first. Su Min was stunned in place, a million thoughts racing through her mind. I have never dressed up specifically for a man. I do my makeup to please myself. You Yuan are the first. I didn't expect him to treat me like this. Damn it. I refuse to accept it. Subtly, Su Min's tameness increased by another 5. At this moment, Yuan noticed the silence behind him and turned around to see Su Min still standing there. The card above indicated that her tameness had increased again. I think I understand. Is this woman masochistic? Taking her parrot earlier had increased the tameness by 5. Just now he scolded her for putting on makeup. It increased by another 5. It seems Su Min has a masochistic tendency. To put it mildly, she is the type of woman who enjoys being a lovable enemy. Objectively speaking, she is simply being masochistic. Fine, I get it. I will take good care of you from now on. What are you standing there for? Do you want to stay and feed the zombies? I certainly don't want to feed zombies. Su Min hurriedly followed him, thinking angrily, you unromantic Yuan, you are the first man to ignore my beauty. I won't let this go. In 2 days, Jing, you will send a boat to pick me up. Within those 2 days, I will make you fall in love with me. Once I return to Luhu by boat, I will completely sever ties with you. I will make you regret it for a lifetime. I will let you know what a woman's heart can be like. However, Yuan might have ulterior motives towards me. After all, who would come out at night to save someone they have no connection with? Moreover, his relationship with Jing is quite complicated. I can never feel at ease until I understand his motives. If I can make him fall in love with me, perhaps I could learn what his true intentions are. If it's beneficial for me, that's even better. If it's harmful, it doesn't matter. If he has fallen for me, would he still harm me? I'm really clever. Yuan, you unromantic bastard, just watch me manipulate you. Keep it low-key, keep it. I must pretend to be completely innocent, appearing weak and helpless, never revealing a hint of my inner thoughts. I want to be the calm and wise Carol. If Yuan knew Su Min's thoughts at this moment, he would surely burst into laughter. Come on. Let's see if I will pay you any mind. However, right now he was busy clearing the boulders. During the previous search of the floor to prevent accidents, Xiao Fan had blocked the fire escape with boulders. Now they had to be moved to return to the underground garage. Yuan wielded a shovel, moving the boulders back into the spatial warehouse. Xiao Fan, Xiao Wan, and Ru Yen were already accustomed to this. Moreover, they themselves possessed earth manipulation abilities. It was Su Min's first time witnessing such a scene, and she was utterly shocked. Is this also an ability? She proudly said for Xiao Fan. Of course, Brother Yi has many abilities, and each of us possesses them too. They were bestowed upon us by Brother Yi. Abilities can also be granted to others. If Yuan falls in love with me, will he also grant me abilities? Oh dear, I really want to cling to that thigh. I can even divorce Hong Jingyi. Subtly, Su Min's tameness increased by Yuan swiftly cleared the boulders blocking the fire escape. He then turned to the others and said, let's go. We must remain vigilant as we descend. We cannot guarantee that all the zombies on the floors have been eliminated. As soon as Yuan finished speaking, he noticed that Su Min's taming level had increased by 5. It was likely due to Xiao Fan speaking on her behalf, claiming that her ability was granted by him. Then Su Min's heart stirred. I have many skills. It seems that showing off also works on Su Min, somewhat akin to the influencers flaunting wealth before the apocalypse. I possess a pocket full of abilities. I can even bestow them upon others. In this world, even the proudest of women might become submissive, right? However, Su Min only increased by 5. It seems she still hasn't completely let her guard down. This woman has a lot of inner drama, and perhaps even a mild case of paranoia. that said individuals like her can survive longer in the apocalypse. The group followed the fire escape, smoothly arriving at the underground parking garage on level 1, where the exit remained firmly sealed by boulders. This was the wall built from the boulders in Xiao Fan's spatial storage before going upstairs. It was precisely this wall that blocked the zombies in the underground garage. However, outside the wall was quite lively, with zombies roaring and the sound of claws scraping against the stone wall creating a jarring noise. The usually dazed Hapai immediately tucked its tail and trembled all over. It sensed the threat of death. Once the wall collapsed, a tide of zombies would greet them. Su Min took a few steps back. Everyone had weapons, but she was empty-handed. Not only was it frightening to see, even hearing the sounds from outside the wall was terrifying. However, Yuan had no intention of killing the zombies outside. He swung his shovel to dig a hole on the spot. It was somewhat reminiscent of a groundhog, but to Su Min it was incredibly cool. The ultimate survival skill in the apocalypse. No matter how dangerous it was, or how many zombies there were, a few shovels would dig out a hole. Then he could release the boulders from his spatial storage to block it off. Even bombs wouldn't be able to break through. It was extremely safe. I must make Yuan fall in love with me, and then have him grant me this skill, she vowed. Quietly, Su Min's taming level increased by another 3. Soon Yuan had dug out a tunnel that connected to the for flashlights illuminated the tunnel brightly. Su Min was once again stunned. This tunnel was incredibly long. She guessed that Yuan had directly dug a tunnel over to rescue her. Though it was easy for him, Su Min couldn't help but feel moved. Yuan was genuinely trying to save her. He proved it with his actions. He wasn't just doing it out of convenience, nor was it mere talk. Compared to Hong Jingyi, this man, who was neither a relative nor a friend, seemed more concerned about her. He is a truly reliable man. A man worth entrusting oneself to, Su Min thought, and quietly her taming level increased by another 2. However, she quickly realized that her feelings towards Yuan were quite dangerous. Oh, Su Min, you are truly shameless. You clearly promised to make Yuan fall in love with you. How could you fall for him first? This won't do. I absolutely cannot let my heart move. I must make Yuan love me first. If he doesn't love me, I'll treat him like a worthless stone. Humph. Su Min muttered to herself while holding Hapai. Looking up, she saw Li Huang perched on Yuan's shoulder, occasionally rubbing its pink beak against his cheek. How infuriating. Damn, Prince. You are too shameless. I've raised you for over 3 years, and in the blink of an eye you're all affectionate. With Yuan, you're, truly, an ungrateful wolf. Su Min silently complained. At that moment, Xiao Fan took out an electric bike from her spatial storage. Riding back would be much faster. By the way, does Sister Su Min know how to ride? I have several bikes in my spatial storage. Oh, I can't ride. Yuan waved his hand, saying, never mind, well, walk back. It's only about 700 or 800 meters. By the way, I've prepared gifts for you all. Hearing the word gift, the 3 women looked expectantly. Yuan's gift, either they were abilities or powerful weapons. Regardless of which, they would be loved. Big brother, what kind of gift? Tell us first, we can't wait. Yuan, stop keeping us in suspense. Oh, just tell us already. Yuan had been thinking about this ever since they went downstairs. Having a pet all to himself wasn't enough. Since they were all his subordinates, he might as well grant them the beast tamer ability. That way everyone would have their own group of pets. Their combat power would surely be impressive, and they wouldn't even need to lift a finger to kill zombies. Moreover, the strength of the alchemist would determine the effectiveness of the taming pills. Take Yen, for example. Currently, her overall attributes were 12 points, and the taming pills she made would allow combat pets to reach a maximum of 12 points in attributes. They could never exceed the level of their master. Of course, Yuan would continue to grow, and so would his subordinates, thus increasing the effectiveness cap of the taming pills. But regardless, the strength of the master and their combat pets would always be paramount, and their status symbols would never be overturned. Listen closely. I have decided to grant you another ability. Doing this in front of Su Min would definitely show off a bit, but he was uncertain how much it would increase her taming level. This ability is called Beast Tamer. It allows one to use their body and spirit to refine taming pills which animals can consume to become their combat pets. Their strength will continually increase with the growth of their master. As long as you have combat pets, they will quickly become your reliable assistants. At this point, Yuan looked meaningfully. That's right, I secretly fed your parrot a taming pill. So now it won't listen to you. Don't underestimate its small size, you might not be able to beat it. This isn't boasting. Li Huang's base attributes might not be as good as Su Min's, but its small size makes it more agile. Plus, there's one more point that cannot be overlooked. With the same power, smaller sizes yield greater destructive power. It's like comparing a stick to a dagger. It's hard to fatally injure someone with a stick, but a dagger can easily accomplish that. Because the force area of the dagger is smaller. Just like Li Huang's claws and beak, they have become incredibly hard as its physique improves. Once it possesses human-level strength, its attack power will soar. At that moment, Su Min suddenly understood. It turned out that the prince wasn't being shameless. He had drugged Li Huang. That rascal, I told you with my beauty, he couldn't possibly remain indifferent. He did it to turn the prince into his combat pet. But I also want it. If Ha Pai becomes a combat pet, it would definitely be very strong. Yi Yuan seemed to see through her thoughts. He immediately reminded her, don't think about it for now, we aren't close enough yet, you understand. Huh, I understand, what do you mean? If you love me first, won't we be familiar with each other? At that moment Yi Yuan stared at Su Min with a meaningful smile. Yi Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile, his face bearing a seemingly amused expression as he walked step by step towards Su Min. What are you going to do? This is a tunnel with hard stones all around us. Right here. There are people around, aren't you embarrassed? Su Min's heart raced instinctively, taking 2 steps back, her palm holding the dog leash, slightly sweating. At this moment Yi Yuan snatched the dog leash from her hand and turned to face the crowd. Who among you likes huskies? What the hell? What's going on? Playing this game again? I'm clearly your target, why are you stealing my dog? Am I less than a dog in your eyes? Doesn't anyone like huskies? Xiaowan said somewhat apologetically, brother Yi, I actually really like huskies, but this is Su Min's dog, implying that it would be inappropriate to take someone else's beloved. Yi Yuan had made it clear earlier that he would grant everyone the ability of beast tamer. Now he was asking who liked huskies again. It was obvious he intended to give away Su Min's husky. It felt a bit embarrassing. Yi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, since you like huskies, I'll give one to you later. For now, let me grant you all the special abilities. Come over here. Xiao Fan, Xiaowan, and Lu Rian immediately approached Yi Yuan. Su Min wanted to go too, but it was clear that Yi Yuan had not called her. She envied them. Soon they would acquire new abilities. Just right, she also wanted to see how Yi Yuan would grant them their. At that moment Yi Yuan began to perform his magic. He placed his hand on Xiaowan's forehead in a seemingly practiced manner while secretly summoning her attribute chart. Then with a thought, a mysterious force entered Xiaowan's body, instantly enabling her beast tamer ability. He then continued to cast spells for Xiao Fan and Lu Rian. Xiaowan quickly grasped the functionality of the beast tamer ability and suddenly exclaimed, wow, the beast tamer pill is so awesome. One a day? If an animal eats it, it can become my battle pet with all attributes too. 5 loyalty 25, and it can even awaken intelligence. As Xiaowan exclaimed, she began to refine the beast tamer pill. The effect of the servant ability was halved. However, it wasn't a big problem. After all, with 1 beast tamer pill a day, attributes and loyalty could stack. Especially loyalty. Of course, once an animal becomes a battle pet, it would instantly establish a 100 intimacy with its owner. However, intimacy does not equate to loyalty. Couples are often close, yet many have been cheated on. Loyalty requires stacking the beast tamer pill. With just 2 beast tamer pills, Yi Yuan could max out loyalty for Xiaowan and the others it would take 4. At this moment Xiaowan had finished refining the beast tamer pill. Looking at the husky held by Yi Yuan, she suddenly felt eager to try it out, which startled Su Min. Sister Xiaowan, you can't do that. I have 2 pets, and one was snatched away by Yi Yuan. Are you going to take mine too? Xiaowan playfully stuck out her tongue. I won't, Sister Su Min. I won't take what belongs to others. Just then Yi Yuan finished all the casting and turned to Su Min, saying, why are you so nervous? Did I say I would steal your dog? I only plan to duplicate one and then give it to Xiaowan. The third special ability of 3D printing, living entity duplication. It could duplicate living entities with low intelligence. The husky was not a battle pet, its intelligence had not been awakened a second time, and it met the duplication criteria. And it was a way to show off in front of Su Min. Being able to duplicate living entities was a skill that rivaled divine powers. It would definitely boost taming levels. However, Su Min seemed skeptical. You can duplicate a brand new husky. I don't really believe it. Not just Su Min, even Xiao Fan, Xiaowan, and Lu Rian didn't believe it. The husky was a living dog. Even if Yi Yuan could duplicate all kinds of meat, including freshly slaughtered dog meat, those were all dead. Without a soul. There is a fundamental difference between dog meat and a living dog. However, as servants, they did not question Yi Yuan. Alright, since you all don't believe it, then just watch. Yi Yuan felt a bit excited. This was his first time duplicating a living entity, and he hoped nothing would go wrong. It was still the old trick, playing the mystic. Yi Yuan placed his hand on the husky's head, muttering incantations under his breath, his body slightly trembling. He looked quite serious. In secret, he had already activated the mysterious power within his body, transforming it into an invisible 3D printer that enveloped the husky completely. Then he initiated the living entity duplication. In an instant, Yi Yuan's mental energy rapidly drained away. It seemed that duplicating a living entity consumed a lot of mental strength, but from the duplication progress, it shouldn't leave him exhausted. The process lasted about 5 minutes. The next moment, the space beside the husky began to distort slightly, and suddenly an identical husky appeared. It was as if it had traversed time and space, appearing right beside them. Everyone gasped in unison, what the hell? Su Min's eyes widened in shock, looking as if she had seen a ghost. Was this the real or fake Monkey King? Even the leash around its neck was the same. If one hadn't remembered the husky's previous position, it would be impossible to distinguish which was the duplicate. Yi Yuan made a motion to conclude his technique, then handed the leash of the duplicate husky to Xiaowan. Now it is a completely new living entity without the memories of Ha Pai. From now on, you are its owner. Feed it the beast tamer pill, and give it a name. Yuan happily took the leash, hurriedly feeding the husky the beast tamer pill. I've decided, I'll call it Yuan Bao. As the effects of the medicine were rapidly absorbed, Yuan Bao went from its previous confused state to becoming affectionate, continuously circling around Yuan, its head rubbing against her thigh. Fortunately, it was a female dog. This further solidified Yuan's principle: there should be no male pets in the team. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fan and Lu Rian immediately became excited, each clamoring for a battle pet. Yuan, I want a cat as my battle pet. Me too, brother. Yeah, I like cats as well. Cats are quite good. Especially in a world shrouded in blood mist, cats have a more sensitive sense of smell than dogs and possess more skills. Of course, dogs also have their uses. Once all attributes are boosted, using wire to tie small round buckles together, and then employing the localized integrated duplication ability to give the dog a suit of chainmail. That fellow would directly transform into a warrior capable of absorbing firepower. Cats could act as assassins. Moreover, with Li Huang providing aerial support, they could hold their ground even against large hordes of zombies. However, it would be difficult to find cats at night, and it must be a female cat. Yuan decided that when he went out to scavenge tomorrow, he would keep an eye out. He could let Xiao Fan and Rian refine the beast tamer pill in the meantime. One a day. If it's past the time, it will expire. You can skip it, but you must refine it. Alright, let's head back. Yuan called for everyone to prepare to return, only to unexpectedly find Su Min AFK. Indeed, she was AFK. Like in a private server, experience points were continuously rising. However, Su Min was gaining taming levels. Taming level 31, taming level 32, taming level 33, taming level. It was endless. That girl was rapidly increasing her levels. Yuan squinted at Su Min, feeling puzzled. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. Previously, whenever the taming degree increased, it was always a straightforward process. Not like now. Each time it increases by 1, it keeps rising continuously. Just then Su Min suddenly came to her senses, saying, Yuan, you can really replicate a living dog. What's a dog? Theoretically, if I wanted to turn you into an idiot, I could replicate an identical version of you. Show off to the end. Yuan said lightly, I can replicate any living organism. You can think of it as a supernatural version of cloning. It's fine to tell you. Once you fall into my hands, don't think about escaping, let alone touching your phone. There's no possibility of leaking information. Once you become a servant, you will naturally keep my secrets. Of course, if you can't hold on and turn into a zombie, you will still keep this secret forever. Xiao Fan noticed that Su Min was still somewhat skeptical. So he reminded her sister, Su Min, you saw it just now. Brother Yi indeed replicated your dog. What's there to doubt? Su Min was not a servant. Even after witnessing Yuan replicate a dog, she still doubted its authenticity. This was too absurd. Her worldview was profoundly shaken. But seeing is believing. Her doubts were merely to confirm again. After Xiao Fan's reminder, she finally believed that Yuan could really replicate living beings. This method was almost divine. In an instant, Su Min's taming degree skyrocketed from 40 to 55. Yuan's eyes lit up. Oh, I understand now. The previous increments of only 1 were probably because Su Min was still in a state of shock, so while the taming degree was rising, it was just not much. Only now, fully convinced, the taming degree surged to 55, reflecting just how shocked she was. This greatly exceeded Yuan's expectations. This round of showing off was very successful. In the future, when encountering beautiful women, he could try this tactic. Su Min was still 5 away from full taming. If nothing unexpected occurred, she should be ready to strip the second attribute tomorrow. Yuan was very eager to find out whether it would upgrade the beast taming pill or reveal new supernatural abilities. However, it was quite late now. He had to hurry back. Alright, stop dawdling, let's go. The group followed Yuan, heading towards the end of the tunnel. Meanwhile, Hong Jingyi sat on the sofa with a frown, the ashtray already filled with cigarette butts. Most of them had only been smoked halfway. It was clear that he was feeling very restless. He exhaled a deep breath, stood up, and paced back and forth. Glance. It's been 10 minutes. Let's try calling again. He picked up the phone and dialed Yuan's number. Everything seemed normal, not powered off nor indicating out of service. But no one answered. Beep. Beep. After a long time with no answer, the call was automatically disconnected. What the hell? Is Yuan deliberately messing with me? Ever since Su Min hung up an hour ago, Hong Jingyi had been waiting for a call. But Su Min had yet to call back. So he called Su Min, but it indicated that the phone was powered off. Hong Jingyi immediately sensed something was wrong. Su Min had charged her phone with a power bank, and usually kept it off to save battery. In that situation, she knew very well that she was waiting for his call. There was absolutely no way she would turn it off. So Hong Jingyi quickly called Yuan. After all, the one who went to rescue Su Min was Yuan's good friend. At such a time, he could only contact Yuan and ask him to call his friend to check the situation. Little did he know Yuan was not answering. He made several more calls, yet no one picked up. Hong Jingyi could do nothing but smoke continuously to alleviate his anxiety. After finishing a pack of cigarettes, his mouth was blistered. Damn. Meanwhile, Yuan had already brought everyone back to the villa. After over an hour of busy work, he was drenched in sweat and decided to take a shower first. Ruyan, help me run the water. Su Min, bring your dog, and follow me. There were many empty rooms in the house. Yi Yuan arranged for Su Min to stay in one, letting Hop Hai stay with her to prevent this idiot from fighting with Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao was Xiao Wan's battle pet. Although its loyalty was only 25 for now, it would still listen to Xiao Wan as long as it wasn't given dangerous commands. Hop Hai was different. A purely low-intelligence pet that loved to destroy the house, it had to stay with Su Min. Yi Yuan couldn't help but reflect. Fortunately, this creature was a female dog, otherwise both he and Hong Jingyi would be wearing green hats. Now it's fine Hong Jingyi wears one, but I do not. After arranging Su Min, Yi Yuan returned to his bedroom to undress and prepare for a bath, inadvertently noticing a message notification on his phone. He picked it up to take a look. Damn, a dozen missed call notifications, all from Hong Jingyi. When he left earlier, he purposely left his phone at home, because once he got too far from Nanhu Houting, he wouldn't receive any network signal. Gu Yiming and Su were organizing a team for the rescue. If they couldn't get through, they might cancel the plan. So he simply left his phone at home. Even if he missed calls, it didn't matter. It was the apocalypse who would still have their ringer on. If I didn't answer, it's probably because I didn't hear it. This forced explanation also made sense. But why did Hong Jingyi call so many times? Did he sense that you were about to be green? Yi Yuan complained while redialing. The other party picked up almost immediately. Nephew, where have you been? I've called you over a dozen times. I'm sorry, Uncle Hong, my phone was on silent, and I didn't you notice over a dozen calls? You didn't have anything else to do tonight, did you? Are you really going to bed this early? The bedroom door swung open, and Lu Ru Yin stood at the door, beckoning to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, the water is ready. You can take a bath now. Oh my. Lu Ru Yan's voice is hard for anyone to resist. Yi Yuan turned around and said, I'm busy, let's wait until later. Then he turned back to the phone saying, Uncle Hong, I'm really sorry for not seeing your calls. Why are you looking for me so late? On the other end of the call, Hong Jingyi was already in shock. What the hell, who just spoke? Damn, it was Lu Ru Yin. She had been married to Gu Yiming for 5 years, living in Lu Lake for 5 years. I was too familiar with that voice, sweet and enticing, absolutely unmistakable. What did Lu Ru Yin say? Yi Yuan, the water is ready. You can take a bath now. My god, Yi Yuan has already put a hat on Gu Yiming. Damn. Gu Yiming, you bastard, how many resources have you tricked me out of, yet you keep trying to rescue your wife? Look, your wife is so happy with Yi Yuan. No wonder he didn't answer a dozen calls. Turns out he was with Lu Ru Yin figuring out how to make Gu Yiming's hat look good. I understand. Gu Yiming was still feeling pleased when he suddenly realized. No, damn it. Yi Yuan is a scoundrel. Lu Ru Yin and Xiao Fan are examples. If Su Min goes to him. Damn, this is not good. Hey, Uncle Hong, why aren't you saying anything? Why are you calling me so late? What the hell? What else could I do? Yi Yuan, tell me honestly, has Su Min been rescued by your friend? Where is she? Through the phone, the anxiety of Hong Jingyi was palpable. The more he acted this way, the happier Yi Yuan felt. Uncle Hong, I don't know where Aunt Su is. What happened? Please explain it clearly. Yi Yuan could not admit that Su Min was at his house. He had always claimed to the people of Luhu that he was at the Blue Coast residence on Bin Road. The two locations were far apart. It was nighttime. Regardless of who saved Su Min, it took over an hour to get her from Cartier Garden City to the Blue Coast residence. Without superpowers, it was impossible to accomplish. Therefore, it had to be kept secret tonight. To play with Hong Jingyi, he would have to wait until tomorrow. On the phone, Hong Jingyi briefly explained the sequence of events, and Yi Yuan immediately said he would call a friend to find out the situation. A minute later, Yi Yuan called again. Uncle Hong, I can't get through to my friend's phone either. It should be him who saved Aunt. There must have been a battle with zombies during the rescue. I suspect his phone was damaged in the fight, but don't worry, my friend said he would come to find me tomorrow. As long as Aunt Su is with him, she will definitely arrive safely. This excuse was quite reasonable. The phone damage prevented Hong Jingyi from calling to verify. They could only passively wait for news. As for when there would be news, it depended on Yi Yuan's mood. The next day, after Yi Yuan got up, breakfast was already laid out on the table. Xiao Wan excitedly pulled Yi Yuan, saying, Brother, Yi, come out with me. Li Huang and Yuan Bao have changed. Xiao Wan tugged Yi Yuan out of the villa. Last night, with Li Huang and Yuan Bao keeping watch outside, he felt more secure sleeping. As soon as he entered the yard, Yi Yuan noticed something unusual. The two battle pets had grown significantly. Last night, Li Huang was barely bigger than a chick. Now it was about the size of an adult red-bellied pheasant. Its tail had also grown longer, with pure white feathers shining brightly. Overnight, its temperament transformed, resembling the nobility among birds. Its pink beak and claws shimmered with a metallic luster. Looking at Yuan Bao, its size had also increased quite a bit, now comparable to an adult Caucasian shepherd dog. Its fur was smoother and tighter, with muscle lines more pronounced and flowing. It exuded a sense of power. A true warrior's physique. He didn't expect the beast-taming pill to have such an effect. Overnight, his battle pets had grown significantly. Yet no matter how they changed, Yuan Bao still had that foolish look in its eyes. Perhaps that was the charm of the husky. Some people just liked how silly it was. As a battle pet, Yuan Bao's intelligence had awakened, and its silly gaze didn't mean it was truly foolish. Woof 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 woof. Yuan Bao greeted Xiao Wan affectionately, while Li Huang flew onto Yi Yuan's shoulder. Master. What the heck? Yi Yuan turned to look at Li Huang. Master. Goodness, it could actually talk now. Only a few Xianfeng could speak, and their pronunciation was often unclear. Li Huang had never been able to speak, yet unexpectedly after awakening its intelligence it could talk so quickly. The pronunciation was also very clear. It seemed that it currently only knew some simple vocabulary. If fed a few more beast-taming pills, it should quickly comprehend human language. Xiaofan, Lu Ru Yin, and Su Min stood at the door, their eyes filled with envy. Especially Su Min, who marveled at how a seemingly ordinary parrot like Li Huang had transformed so quickly with Yi Yuan. And the women beside Yi Yuan. They were all ordinary people. Now they were all superpowered beings just because they could fix a shield machine. I can do that too. Oh dear, what was I thinking? Su Min, you little vixen, you promised to make Yi Yuan fall in love with you. Oomph. I'm different from those three women. Oh, I mustn't develop feelings for Yi Yuan. Su Min sauntered over to Yi. While reaching out to touch Li Huang, her body naturally leaned closer to Yi Yuan, pretending to say, "Wow, the prince has suddenly become so beautiful." Li Huang reacted quickly, not allowing her to touch it. "I'm not called the prince. My master has given me a beautiful name. I am Li Huang. Yi Yuan wrinkled his nose slightly, asking, "What perfume did you spray? It smells awful." This was awkward. She couldn't touch his parrot, yet she was trying to touch it herself. In order to entice Yi Yuan, she had specifically sprayed perfume, yet he found it unpleasant. "I'm a beauty. Can't you show some respect, you stinky man who lacks romance? I hate you." Quietly, Su Min's taming degree jumped from 55 to 60. Yi Yuan revealed a barely perceptible wicked smile. Wasn't this a win? Just by opposing each other, the taming degree increased. Truly a case of self-deprecation. With 60 taming degree, it met the conditions for the second strong stripping. Based on past experience, the first 60 was easy while the remaining 35 was more difficult. Future matters would be dealt with later. I will strip first as a sign of respect. Yi Yuan ignored the embarrassed Su Min and locked onto Beast Tamer with his mind forcefully stripping away. In an instant, a mysterious power surged into his body. Got it. He quickly called out his attributes to check. The Beast Taming Pill ability hadn't upgraded, but a new ability appeared on the board. Beast Soul Pill, using the body as the furnace, the spirit as the guide, refining the Beast Soul Pill, which can evolve a battle pet's growth talent after consumption. Continuous use can upgrade the talent. Restriction: only one can be refined per day. This is just what I needed. Su Min, thank you so much. Please continue to self-deprecate. It'll keep boosting my taming degree. Now let's refine the Beast Soul Pill. Alright everyone, let's go in for a meal. After eating, we need to continue our sweep. Eating won't affect pill refining. As Yi Yuan drank warm milk, he mobilized the mysterious power within him to transform it into a pill furnace, guiding his mental energy into the furnace. He activated the ability to refine pills. Soon a pill appeared in his hand. Li Huang immediately flew to Yi Yuan's shoulder upon catching the scent. Master, give me some. Master, give me some. Yuan Bao wagged its tail, drooling. How disgusting. Thankfully, it wasn't being raised as a primary combat pet. It drooled just at the sight of the pill. Even if it had become a beauty, just thinking of this scene made it hard to swallow. Yi Yuan didn't rush to feed Li Huang. He refined another beast-taming pill. As long as it was past midnight, the refining limit could refresh. He fed both pills to Li Huang. This time the absorption took a little longer. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that Li Huang's attributes refreshed. Battle Pet. Name: Li Huang. Loyalty 100, attributes: Strength 11, Body 11, Agility 11, Spirit 11, Talent: Wind Shadow LV 1, Speed 10, Experience 0. Skills. After consuming the second beast-taming pill, Li Huang's loyalty reached 100, and all attributes soared to 11. What surprised Yi Yuan the most was that the first Beast Soul Pill had allowed Li Huang to evolve a talent. And it was an agility talent. Agility affects flight speed, flexibility, and attack speed. Don't underestimate that 10. Talents can be upgraded, and as basic attributes stack, the growth potential will be even greater. Not bad, not bad. At this time, Xiaowan also refined the second Beast Soul Pill. After giving it to Yuan Bao, its loyalty increased to 50, and all attributes reached 9. Yuan Bao was a dog. Before becoming a battle pet, its total attributes were already 4. Much higher than Li Huang's. Even if the effect of the beast-taming pill refined by Xiaowan was halved after consuming 2 pills, its attributes would soon catch up to Li Huang. However, this was only temporary. Li Huang would quickly widen the gap. Yi Yuan thought that after they finished eating, he would give Yuan Bao a set of chainmail, and they could engage in battle today. Li Huang was even more impressive. Although not large, its claws were exceptionally sharp, making it easy to dig into a zombie's brain. Everyone quickly finished their breakfast. Just then a loud crash suddenly echoed from outside the villa. A sudden and violent explosion resounded outside the villa, causing the women to exchange anxious glances. Don't worry, it's a rescue operation by the military. Our villa is in the center of the neighborhood, it won't be hit by the blasts. However, the shells could mistakenly strike the buildings along the street, but they definitely won't reach inside the community. Moreover, the villa is surrounded by a 3-meter thick stone wall, and even a tank shell wouldn't penetrate it. Nonetheless, Yuan still wanted to see what was happening outside. He released a large stone. Then he waved his shovel to scoop it up, and a three-dimensional image with a diameter of 1 kilometer automatically appeared in his mind. The daylight was good. He could clearly see 2 infantry fighting vehicles slowly advancing on the road outside the community, while a horde of zombies surged nearby, like a tidal wave. The 2 infantry fighting vehicles opened fire simultaneously, their 25mm cannons and 7.62mm machine guns wreaking havoc on the undead. Yuan noticed that the ramp-style tailgates of the vehicles had been modified. Windows had been opened on the tailgates, allowing grenades to be thrown inside to blast the zombies behind the vehicles. The explosion just now was caused by a grenade. Yuan stored the large stone back in the spatial warehouse. There was nothing more to see, having witnessed countless scenes like this in his past life. Although there were armored vehicles, helicopters, and even tanks entering the city, they could serve a certain role in rescue, but the situation was not as optimistic as he had imagined. Otherwise, Yuan would not have been forced to jump into the river in his past life. Firstly, the number of soldiers in the military was limited, with most of them infected. There were not many who could operate these heavy weapons, and temporary training required time, as well as selecting those with antibodies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited so long to enter the city for a rescue. Secondly, whether it was armored vehicles or tanks, they carried limited ammunition. They needed to return to Lu Lake for resupply before their supplies ran out, otherwise they might not be able to return. These heavy mechanical weapons were not omnipotent. Even tanks could become incapacitated in the face of a vast sea of zombies and the complex terrain of the city if they weren't careful. Thus, they had to keep moving without pause, fighting while advancing and rescuing amidst the chaos. The difficulty was immense. The efficiency of the rescue was dismally low. Nevertheless, there were still many survivors risking their lives to escape from the buildings. Fleeing offered a glimmer of hope. If they did not flee, they would truly be waiting for death. Yuan retracted his thoughts. They also needed to set off soon. Before that, he had to replicate a suit of chainmail for Yuan Bao. This craft was familiar to him. In his past life, all the soldiers from Lu Lake's defense who went out would basically wear chainmail. It often suffered damage. Without a repairman, he could only fix it himself, and over time he learned how to do it. Chainmail was quite simple, made entirely of interlinked round locks. The smaller the locks, the denser the assembly would be, and the protective capability would be higher. Even if zombies evolved sharp claws, it would be difficult for them to get through the gaps, but this only applied to ordinary zombies. Truly evolved zombies, in terms of strength and attack methods, could not be resisted by chainmail. Of course, that was a matter 3 months into the apocalypse. At the current stage, high-density chainmail was basically invincible against zombies. Besides, Yuan Bao Yuan planned to replicate a set for everyone. Yuan had this plan a few days ago. However, every day they traversed the tunnels. The supermarkets they raided were chosen selectively, all being ones with intact doors and windows. There couldn't be any zombies in the supermarkets. Coupled with ample weapons and ammunition, there was basically no threat. This was secondary. The root cause was that everyone's attributes were not very high. A full-body chainmail suit weighed about 30 g. With low base attributes, walking while wearing it was tiring. Who could endure a full day of looting? Now Yuan's attributes had reached 35 points, and the 30 gene weight was practically negligible. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan had a total of 13 points. Lu Ru Yin had 12 points. With physical qualities far surpassing those of an all-around athlete, wearing chainmail would create a sense of burden, but would not significantly impact their movement. As the military rescue operation unfolded, both zombies and survivors had begun to take action. Many supermarket doors would be forcibly broken open. Some were blown open by bombs, while some survivors took the opportunity to pry open supermarket doors, inadvertently leading zombies inside. Thus, the upcoming looting might face some dangers. They had to enhance their protective capabilities. Yuan took out a section of steel wire from the spatial warehouse. He first made a few small circles and linked them together, trying to minimize the size of the locks to maximize defensive performance. Then he began to replicate a part using 3D printing. Soon a piece of chainmail about the size of a palm was replicated. This was the sample. Yuan replicated over a dozen pieces and took out one of them. Next, he needed to place it on someone's body. Ruyan, you go first. I have a gift for you. Yuan placed the palm-sized piece of chainmail on Lu Ruyan's head and controlled the invisible printer to envelop her whole body. Of course, Lu Ruyan could not be directly replicated. What Yuan aimed to replicate was the piece of chainmail on her head. As the ability activated, the palm-sized piece of chainmail continued to expand, covering her head, neck, shoulders, upper body, and lower body. Metal is an inorganic substance. The replication speed was extremely fast. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Ruyan had been fully armored, her highly flexible chainmail highlighting her graceful and alluring figure. At the same time, it also exuded a sense of strength, giving off a heroic aura. Not bad, not bad, Yuan said with great satisfaction. Lu Ruyan stood in front of the mirror, admiring her shiny silver self with great contentment. She then put on a bulletproof vest. Now she felt even safer. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan were enviously clamoring for their own suits. Yi Yuan replicated a set for each of them using the same method. He then placed a piece of chainmail on his own head, and the 3D printer enveloped his whole body. Although the printer's scanning function could replace Yi Yuan's vision, allowing him to replicate himself just the same. Soon Yi Yuan was also donned in a full suit of chainmail. The 30-gene weight felt almost weightless on Yi Yuan. Finally, there was Yuan Bao left. Yi Yuan spent another minute replicating a suit of chainmail for Yuan Bao. The task was complete. It was time to set off. As he looked up, Yi Yuan saw Su Min gazing at him. With fervor, her tameness increased by another 5. What was going on? Do you want one too? Of course, outside was filled with zombies. Who wouldn't want chainmail? Su Min nodded. Yi Yuan shook his head. No, this suit of chainmail weighs 30 gene. You lack the strength and physique. Wearing it would slow us down. Of course, he could also leave Su Min at home. But Yi Yuan couldn't rest easy. What if she ran away or managed to get a phone and secretly contacted Hong Jingyi? Although the possibility was very low, Yi Yuan could not afford to be careless. Until she became a servant, she could not be allowed to contact Hong Jingyi privately, so she had to follow the team. But I can return your dagger to you. It was chaotic outside, and giving her a dagger could help prevent any unforeseen events. A gun was still too risky to give her. Su Min wasn't an ordinary woman. Despite looking very docile, now she had stabbed a thug to death with a flurry of blades last night. She had also single-handedly taken down 5 zombies. A woman with such a heavy killing intent required extra caution, especially when she seemed so submissive. If Yi Yuan were not wearing chainmail, he wouldn't even give her a dagger. Let's go, it's time to set off. Yi Yuan and his companions checked their firearms, and after getting ready, entered the underground passage together. Today there were 2 additional members, Li Huang and Yuan Bao. Pai stayed at home. It was not a battle pet, and would only slow them down. Considering that the dog was notorious for causing havoc, Yi Yuan tied it up in the yard with a rope, leaving some dog food in the bowl. At worst, he would let Su Min clean up after it when they returned in the evening. Before setting off, Yi Yuan pondered deeply and bestowed the level 2 devouring skill upon Xiaofan, Xiaowan, and Lu Ruyan, allowing them to continue devouring and growing stronger. The stronger one became the higher the limit for crafting beast-taming pills. The pet army would also become more powerful. However, Yi Yuan felt a bit frustrated. His level 3 devouring was already at its limit, and further devouring food could not be converted into higher-grade supplements. Naturally, this meant there were no attribute points to gain. Currently, he could only rely on digging to strengthen himself and earn free attributes, but the progress was slow. Devouring was still simpler and more straightforward. When faced with uncertainty, one must ask oneself, what can I do to upgrade my abilities? As soon as Yi Yuan thought this, a voice in his mind immediately replied, there are 2 ways to upgrade abilities. 1. Continue to extract the same type of entry, but you must encounter a beauty with that type of entry. Take 3D printing as an example. If he encounters another beauty with that entry and continues to extract, he could upgrade unlimited duplication, partial integrated duplication, and biological duplication. Common entries are relatively easy to find. 3D printing might be a bit difficult. After all, it requires a goddess. The voice in his mind continued to master the abilities that grant upgrade experience. Similarly, you must first encounter a beauty with that type of entry. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. There was actually an entry that provided upgrade experience. However, upon further reflection, it wasn't going to be an easy task. Goddess-level beauties are already hard to come by, and it has to be an entry related to upgrade experience, making it even more challenging. But where there's a will, there's a way. While scavenging, he would carefully search. Perhaps he might come across one. The destination for today's scavenging was a large supermarket in the city center. After all, there would be more supplies and a wider variety. Yi Yuan wasn't greedy. He focused solely on the supermarket and some critical supply depots, leaving convenience stores for other survivors. For electric scooters moved forward in the underground passage. Su Min couldn't ride. Originally, he planned to let her ride with Xiao Fan, but she insisted on sitting behind Yi Yuan and held on tightly. Can you calm down a bit? I'm wearing chainmail. Doesn't holding on to me hurt your hands? Damn it. Stop. Yi Yuan slammed on the brakes. Turning his head, he saw Su Min's face was dark with anger. She didn't say a word and angrily ran to the back seat of Xiao Fan. But despite her anger, her taming level increased by 5, now reaching 70. Yi Yuan had no intention of comforting her. With a twist of the throttle, he continued moving forward. He deliberately tried to annoy Su Min. To be honest, Su Min was very beautiful, rivaling Lu Ruyan in looks. However, in Yi Yuan's eyes, beauty did not grant privileges. When dealing with Su Min, one must not praise her. Such women should be belittled, but not excessively. Before long, Yi Yuan arrived at the city center underground. There was a large Tianyi supermarket nearby. The group first stored the electric scooters in a spatial warehouse, and Yi Yuan picked up a shovel to start digging, using the 3D map in his mind to clearly determine the location. As he dug the first shovel, he discovered there were people in the supermarket. 2 men. Moreover, they had weapons. One man was holding a shotgun, while the other carried a pistol. Yi Yuan was quite envious of that shotgun. It was a Type 09 telescopic model, a semi-automatic shotgun. In layman's terms, it was a rapid-fire shotgun that did not require manual ejection. This gun was military-grade. Its advantages were obvious: great power, capable of rapid fire, and telescopic. It could be used flexibly in tight spaces. The downside was its significant recoil. However, for Yuan and his subordinates, this downside could be disregarded. Both men were on the one floor of the... Yuan was puzzled. They were dressed in civilian clothes, but the shotgun was military-grade. How could such a weapon end up in the hands of civilians? It was also possible that they were military personnel. Their postures and behaviors while holding their guns clearly indicated that they had been soldiers. In this situation, he could simply dig a few large stones and crush them to obtain the weapons. But Yuan didn't intend to do that. In his past life, the regular army of Lihu had basically been wiped out. They protected the entire settlement with their lives. Despite the many scoundrels in the settlement who were not worth protecting, Yuan had to admire this spirit, which made him reluctant to harm soldiers. For now, he only suspected that they were soldiers. Thus, Yuan decided to dig directly beneath them. When they fell, he would knock them out with the butt of his gun. After obtaining the shotgun, he would replicate it. Then he would drag them out of the underground passage, return to the supermarket, and seal off the entrance. This way it would be done without a trace. Let's do it this way. Everyone pay attention. There are 2 people in the supermarket armed with weapons. Wait until the moment those 2 fall, Rian and I will strike immediately to knock them out. After giving his orders, Yuan immediately began digging. He worked quickly. In less than 2 minutes, he dug beneath the feet of the 2 armed men, but it was not completely hollowed out. There was still about a meter of thickness. Rian, get ready. This is the spot. We each take a shovel. Yuan indicated a rough position and Rian nodded, as both swung their shovels simultaneously. In an instant, 2 blocks of concrete were removed, and the people above immediately fell down. Ah, damn it, what the hell? 2 figures fell, and Yuan and Rian were already prepared, dropping their shovels to raise their gun butts. With 2 solid thuds, the 2 who fell had not yet reacted before they were knocked out. At this moment, Yuan found himself puzzled. While searching their bodies for weapons, he asked, "What did he just say?" Something like, "What the hell?" Yuan couldn't understand. Rian shook her head. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan exchanged glances. Clearly, they didn't understand either. "I know." Su Min regained her confidence, slightly lifted her neck, and walked over to Yuan with a catwalk. He was speaking in Korean. The general meaning is, "What's going on?" Korean. Yuan quickly searched their bodies and soon found their passports. They were indeed Korean. No wonder they were in civilian clothes, yet their gun-holding posture resembled that of soldiers. Koreans have a tradition of military service. Almost all men have served in the military. But how did they have weapons? Did they pick them up? Since they were Korean, regardless of the reason, they were doomed, so there was no need to drag them back to the supermarket. Yuan took a basin of cold water from the spatial warehouse. Su Min, don't speak, but pay attention to what they say. Yuan splashed a basin of water onto the faces of the 2 Koreans. The Koreans who had just fainted were immediately splashed awake. Why are the front wheels not turning but the back wheels are? If the back wheels don't turn, then none of them will turn, understood? The 2 sticks were chattering away, but Yuan understood not a word. He raised his hand and delivered 2 slaps. The sticks shivered all over and immediately fell silent. "Speak human language to me. Since you are in the dragon country, I don't believe you can't speak its language." Yuan shot his spear beside one of the sticks, scaring him so much that he hurriedly crawled backward only to find a hard stone wall behind him. It was then that the stick realized they had inexplicably fallen into an underground passage. "Don't kill me. We came to the dragon country for tourism, but after the apocalypse we were trapped in Shudu. I am a good person, spare me." "Damn it, Park Wochong, you bastard, begging for mercy only for yourself. I am your brother. Go to hell, Park Woji, I don't recognize you as my brother." The 2 sticks immediately began to argue. When things got heated, they habitually switched back to their stick language, and Yuan was lost again. But he did not interrupt, because Su Min had given him a look indicating she could understand. "We're doomed. This guy has searched and taken our weapons. What do we do now?" "Don't panic, just insist we came for tourism." "What if they question the source of our weapons?" "Just say we found them." "No, that won't work. There are still loopholes. We are unfamiliar with this place. How could we have survived until now? This guy doesn't look like a fool. He won't be easily deceived. If they really press us, we should just tell the truth. A lone Dragon Country warrior saved us. But we mustn't say we ambushed the Dragon Country warrior and took his weapons after killing him. Then how should we say it? Just say he was bitten to death by zombies later, and we took the weapons and hid in a supermarket until now. Remember, don't slip up." The 2 sticks used their hometown dialect as a secret code, and after their discussion, they switched back to the Dragon Country language to continue arguing. "Park Wochong, you bastard, I know you secretly slept with my girlfriend. So what? We are brothers, can't we share? Damn, lying is one thing. Is this what sticks do?" At this moment, Su Min made an okay gesture to Yuan, indicating that she had obtained the information she wanted. Since that was the case, there was no need to watch them perform any longer. Slap. Slap. 2 more slaps landed on the stick's face. "Shut the hell up." Once the two quieted down, Su Min said, "They were saved by our warrior, but these two repaid kindness with enmity, ambushing the Dragon Country warrior, killing him, and robbing his weapons to hide in the supermarket." As Su Min's words fell, the two sticks were left dumbfounded. You can understand our language. It's not. She's lying as she's just guessing. We didn't kill the Dragon Country warrior. He was bitten to death by zombies. I swear he really was bitten to death by zombies. Believe me, please believe me. The stick raised on Han River water, not only had a tough mouth, but also spoke many lies. He was utterly untrustworthy. No need to explain. You are undoubtedly doomed. Yuan raised his hand and fired 2 shots, hitting the legs of the 2 sticks. At such close range, the dense bullets shattered their calves. First incapacitate them. Yuan's eyes then swept over Xiaowan, and Lu Ruoyan, finally landing on Su Min. Forget it, you've killed before. And since you are not my person, I won't make it difficult for you. You 3. Yuan pointed at Xiaofan and said, "Xiaofan, you followed me first, you get 1 slot. The remaining slot, Xiaowan and Ruoyan, you decide among yourselves. Kill these 2 sticks. This is the apocalypse. You must dare to kill and be accustomed to killing, or you are not qualified to be called survivors. Let me remind you again, humans are scarier than zombies. Make your decision." Xiaowan was a bit timid, even though she had witnessed Yuan kill and had prepared herself mentally. However, those who have killed know that watching others kill is one thing, but doing it oneself is another. And Yuan did not give a command. Letting Xiaowan and Lu Ruoyan decide for themselves, they hesitated for a moment, but ultimately Lu Ruoyan stepped forward. "They'll do it." Xiaofan was personally named by Yuan, which was like a command, so she followed Lu Ruoyan to the stick. At this moment, the 2 sticks were covering their broken legs and begging for mercy. Perhaps realizing they couldn't deceive anyone, the sticks began to speak the truth. "Spare me, I didn't want to kill that warrior, but he insisted on finding his troops. You left us food, but without weapons how can we survive? We were forced to kill him. Please give us a chance. With legs broken, even if you were given a chance, you won't survive. Besides, these 2 ungrateful dogs are not worthy to live." Lu Ruoyan's eyes turned cold. She raised the shotgun and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the dense pellets hit Park Guochang's other leg. Now both legs were broken. Lu Ruoyan's breathing quickened slightly, and her hand trembled slightly, but her gaze was firm. "Damn stick robbing our panda." Bang! This shot hit the thigh. Due to the close range, it didn't break directly. "Robbing our culture." Bang! The dense pellets struck the thigh again, and this time it finally broke. Lu Ruoyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Robbing our Hanfu." Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive shots hit Park Guochang's other thigh, and this time it cleanly broke. Lu Ruoyan's eyes grew even more excited. Her trembling hands ceased to shake. The bullets fired too quickly. Park Guochang, having lost both legs, did not faint, but instead howled hoarsely. The more he screamed, the more excited Lu Ruoyan became. There was even a hint of a smile in her gaze. Click, shell ejected and loaded. "Robbing our ancestors." Bang! This shot shattered Park Guochang's right hand. Bang! 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 With each shot she recited under her breath, and at this moment Park Guochang had all his limbs broken. "Damn thing killing our warrior." Bang! The final shot, dense steel pellets hit his head, instantly bursting like a smashed watermelon. It was finally over. Park Guochang was left in pieces. Yet the light in Lu Ruoyan's eyes did not fade. She stared at Park Guoji with a smile that was not quite a smile. No, I don't want to die like this. Give me a quick death." Park Guoji was already frightened to the point of losing control, knowing he could not survive, and now he desperately sought death. "Sister Ruoyan, this is mine." After Xiaofan's reminder, Lu Ruoyan finally stopped the continued torture. She turned around, gently exhaled, and twisted her slender waist to walk beside Yuan. At this moment, she was enchanting in every way, completely different from before. If it weren't for the fact that she was already a servant, Yuan would have even wanted to keep his distance from Lu Ruoyan. It was simply too crazy. More so than the first time she killed a zombie. In her past life, she was merely a caged canary confined by Gu Yiming, but unexpectedly, after following him, it activated her bloodline. Beautiful and unmatched. The goddess of slaughter. But this was also good. In the apocalypse, survival depends on not hesitating to strike. Thus, she had to be forced to kill. Of course, it wasn't about killing innocents. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited until now to have them practice. "Xiaofan, it's your turn." Zhang Xiaofan had followed Yuan the longest and had witnessed the most killings by him. Back at Wutong Courtyard, there was a fool pretending to be tough, threatening Yuan for food, only to be shot through the chest. Later, someone downstairs made obscene gestures at Xiaofan. Yuan smashed his palm. Then an eagle-hooked nose and a bearded man broke into Zhang Xiaofan's home. One was shot through the chest by Yuan, and the other was killed with a headshot. There was also a bald district chief with a Mediterranean hairstyle and his subordinates. One could say Zhang Xiaofan had grown accustomed to witnessing murder. Thus her hand holding the gun did not tremble. Moreover, with Yuan's orders being unresistible, Xiaofan shot and exploded Park Guoji's head. She did not learn to torture like Lu Ruoyan. This kind of thing cannot be learned. What is not in the bloodline will never exist. Let's go, we are heading to the supermarket. Yi Yuan took out several large stones from the spatial warehouse, stacked them into steps, and the group entered the supermarket, blocking the entrance. You go ahead and devour the food. They'll come later. The freshly acquired Type 09 shotgun needed some modifications to satisfy his cravings. The gun still had 3 rounds of buckshot. This shotgun used 18mm military buckshot containing 14 tungsten alloy pellets. It had extremely strong penetration power. The effective range was 100 meters. At a distance of 20 meters, it could easily penetrate 2 layers of steel plates with the impact point no larger than a fist. The key was that it was semi-automatic. Like a handgun, by continuously pulling the trigger, it could spray pellets endlessly. Of course, the drawbacks were also obvious. The ammunition capacity was only 5 rounds. But in Yi Yuan's hands, was that really a drawback? With a thought, a mysterious power within him transformed into an invisible 3D printer enveloping the shotgun. Activating localized integrated replication, it still copied a supply chamber with a capacity of 7,000 rounds. Never fear having too many bullets in the gun. The shotgun barrel was heavily worn. When there was time, he would replace it. In critical moments, switching to a new gun would not be too late. But it was essential to ensure there were endless bullets in the gun to feel secure. This feeling was akin to having 10 million sufficient for a lifetime, yet having 100 billion in the bank. The mood was entirely different. The supply tube space and the spring were replicated. Next, it was time to replicate the bullets. Due to weight limitations, the bullets could only be replicated one by one with a maximum of 600 rounds of buckshot per batch. At that moment, Yi Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Although the 18mm buckshot was powerful and had a long range, it only had 14 pellets. For someone with a fear of firepower deficiency, that's a bit scarce. Yi Yuan had once pondered that the internal material structure of the bullet should not be easily altered. For example, increasing the gunpowder could strengthen the bullet's power. However, this would make it prone to a burst. Every weapon is meticulously designed by experts and confirmed through multiple revisions based on testing data. Random alterations could easily affect the weapon's accuracy and power, or worse, cause it to explode and injure the user. Yi Yuan valued his life highly. He didn't lack weapons and ammunition, so there was no need to excessively pursue perfection. However, the 18mm buckshot could indeed be modified. This kind of bullet is fully enclosed. The pellets are inside the shell. This means that if the internal space of the buckshot is expanded, there would be no energy inside. The extra space would be entirely used to expand the tungsten alloy pellets. If the gunpowder didn't increase, it wouldn't burst. However, the pushing force generated by the explosion after the impact in a space without an energy field would be unimaginably great. It's like how a missile can fly faster and farther in outer space. Outer space is merely a vacuum environment. It doesn't mean there is absolutely no energy. There is even a slight gravitational pull. However, the buckshot modified and replicated by Yi Yuan had an internal space that truly lacked energy and gravity. The pellets in such an environment could achieve maximum acceleration. Clearly, with the amount of gunpowder enough to push only 14 pellets to a distance of 100 meters, if the space were modified, perhaps it could launch 2 or 300 pellets to 3 or 400 meters. Understanding this relationship, Yi Yuan immediately became excited. Once the experiment succeeded, the lethality of the Type 09 shotgun in his hands would greatly exceed that of a machine gun. It could even be used as a hand cannon. Quickly now, let's modify one pellet. Yi Yuan pondered slightly and decided to replicate 280 tungsten alloy pellets. After all, the shotgun barrel was less than 40 centimeters long. If there were too many pellets, it would become congested in the barrel after firing, reducing the power. He had also considered replicating the internal space of the barrel or extending its length. But a barrel is not a spatial carrier. It can only be considered a channel. A space with a carrier must have impermeability. It can have an entrance, but no exit. Only then can it be considered a space with a carrier, allowing for localized replication. The barrel was clearly not. Yi Yuan first withdrew 2 pellets, leaving only 1 in the supply tube as a model. He then executed localized integrated replication, expanding it by 19 times according to the space occupied by the pellets. Then he replicated all into tungsten alloy pellets. And then replicated 7,000 rounds of buckshot, and yes, that's 7,000 rounds. Once the internal space of the buckshot was expanded and the spatial structure altered, the gunpowder and pellets had no weight at all. The weight of the shells alone made it possible to replicate 7,000 rounds without issue. However, once the pellets were ejected from the shells, they would regain their weight. Time to test the power. Yi Yuan aimed the shotgun and quickly made his way to the second floor of the supermarket, finding a window position to aim at a group of zombies 50 meters away. He pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot was not loud because he hadn't increased the amount of gunpowder, but the power was astonishing. At 50 meters, 7 or 8 zombies were instantly dismembered. Some heads exploded, some bodies were shot through with a large hole, and others had limbs shattered. The scene was quite... This lethality was several times stronger than the 12-gauge buckshot, with over 400 small steel balls. Wow, Yi Yuan couldn't help but cheer. He had seen big scenes before, but he had never witnessed such power from a shotgun. This was practically a hand cannon. Let's fire again. This time Yuan aimed at a position about 100 meters away where the buckshot spread would be wider. However, with 280 pellets, the increased distance would maximize the area of effect. Bang! The gunshot rang out again. Dense pellets erupted from the chamber, dispersing rapidly, reaching over 100 meters in an instant. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The previously quiet group of corpses suddenly erupted into chaos. Dozens of zombies were either dead or injured. Of course, most were merely injured. Only 3 or 4 were killed with headshots due to the distance and the zombies not being densely packed. But that was not a problem. If he could still score headshots at 100 meters, it showed that the power was strong enough and the pellet distribution was even. One shot was not enough. Let's fire a few more. After all, there was no need for precise aiming. Yuan continued to pull the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The shotgun fired at handgun speed, its lethality more terrifying than a heavy machine gun, as blood and flesh flew at 100 meters. Dense pellets were continuously sprayed out like a torrential rain. One pellet wouldn't kill, 2 wouldn't kill. With enough accumulation, even if it didn't kill, the body would be dismembered. Damn, damn, damn. Yuan kept exclaiming in excitement as he fired. In less than a minute, the ground 100 meters away was littered with dismembered limbs and fragments, having killed at least 100 zombies. This was as easy as playing a shooting game and killing small monsters. Yuan lovingly caressed the Type 09 shotgun, feeling even more excited than when he touched the meatball at night. Of course, mainly because the shield tunneling machine had not yet malfunctioned. Once it went out of control, meatballs would definitely be more appealing. Next, Yuan filled the bullets completely. He also replicated 100 spare barrels, ready to switch them out when there was time. Finally, in one go, he replicated 8 fully loaded Type 09 shotguns. Each person would have 2. Even if the barrel heated up and there was no time to switch, they could always switch to the other one. At that moment, Li Huang flew to Yuan's shoulder. Master. Yuan patted Li Huang's head. Go outside and kill zombies. As a battle pet, training hunting skills was essential. Watching Li Huang fly out, Yuan also went to the basement to distribute weapons to Xiao Fan and the others. Just then Yuan frowned. Where is Su Min? Where has she gone? At that moment, everyone realized that Su Min was missing. This was not the fault of Xiao Fan and the others. Yuan had just granted them the level 2 devouring ability, and the 3 servants were busy devouring food to grow stronger. Yuan did not command them to keep a close eye on Su Min. After all, this supermarket was safe. He had already observed the internal situation of the supermarket while digging tunnels. Aside from 2 survivors, there were no zombies. Now that the survivors were dead, what danger could the supermarket pose? Outside, there were only zombies, and Su Min wouldn't dare to go out. Who would have thought that upon returning she had vanished? However, this was no challenge for Yuan. During the day, unless someone had run beyond a radius of 500 meters, they could not escape the 3D map in his mind. Yuan immediately released a giant stone from his spatial warehouse. Swinging a shovel, a 3-dimensional map instantly appeared in his mind. He found her. Su Min was on the 4th floor of the clothing city, and things were looking dire. Damn it. Yuan's expression turned cold as he swiftly turned and dashed toward the 4th floor. 15 minutes earlier, Su Min watched as Xiao Fan and the others devoured food, while Yuan was lost in thought with a shotgun in hand. In fact, Yuan was studying the feasibility of shotgun expansion. Feeling bored, Su Min slipped up to the clothing city on the 4th floor. Women could never change this habit. Whenever shopping, they must enter clothing stores. The apocalypse was no different. Plus, shopping for free was even more exciting. With one swing, she smashed the glass door and went in to take whatever she wanted. At that moment, she arrived at a lingerie store, but after some selection, she still couldn't find anything she particularly liked. Last night, she saw Xiao Fan, Xiao Wan, and Lu Ruyan all wearing those 2 strapped items. No wonder Yuan had bestowed them with abilities. It turned out they were all eager to show off. Thus, Su Min decided to change her own inner style to make Yuan fall for her quickly. But she just couldn't do it. The scale was different. There was no other choice. She randomly picked a few nice outfits, then stepped out and entered a stocking store. Hey, this was her strong suit. With her long legs, if she wore black stockings, she would be absolutely stunning. No need for further discussion. Black stockings, flesh-colored mesh garter belts, and bodysuits were all packed into her spatial warehouse. Yuan, you dirty man. I'll change 3 outfits a day. Oh, just watch me charm you. Once you fall for me, won't you obediently grant me powers? Sister is a queen radiating confidence. Su Min, wearing cool black stockings, stood in front of the mirror, her noble and elegant aura accentuated by the stockings, making her even more enchanting. Her exquisite and beautiful features were irresistible to any man. Meanwhile, a thick rope appeared descending from an unknown floor. Before long, a man slid down the rope to the 4th floor, just outside the dressing room of the stocking store. He held a hammer in his hand. With one blow, he smashed the exterior glass, coinciding with military rescue operations as nearby shells exploded. The loud noise drowned out the shattering of the glass. The man grabbed onto a steel framework and entered the dressing room of the stocking store. After a moment, 3 more men came down, all armed. They carried fire axes, big knives, and shields made from solid wooden wardrobe doors. They could easily handle 1 or 2 zombies. Third brother, are you sure the supermarket's main door is locked? Third brother was called Joe-san. He lived in the apartment above the supermarket and had been a thug for a loan shark company before the apocalypse, commonly known as a debt collector. Third brother, what if there are zombies in the supermarket? Joe-san raised the fire axe in his hand. What's there to be afraid of? We've already killed over a dozen zombies. If there really are zombies inside, we're not afraid of a small number. If there are too many, we can just climb back up the rope. This made sense. After all, on the 4th floor, even if there were zombies in the supermarket, there should be very few. If the situation was wrong, they could immediately climb back up. Let's go out and observe first. If there are no zombies, we will strike it rich with all the food in the supermarket. The 4 men holding weapons cautiously walked out of the dressing room, just in time to see Su-min standing in front of the mirror. Damn, that figure that faced those legs. Wow, she was a goddess. Most importantly, this woman looked completely unfazed, spending time admiring herself in the mirror, indicating the supermarket was very safe. Moreover, she was wearing a crop top, hot little shorts. A small metal flask the size of half a palm hung at her waist, leaving no place on her body to hide a weapon. She was a little lamb. This was going to be fun. Joe-san swallowed hard, exchanging glances with the others, all understanding what was on each other's minds. Su-min noticed the commotion at the dressing room door. Turning her head, she just happened to see Joe-san and the others. A shock ran through her heart, and seeing the weapons in their hands, Su-min gave up on calling for help. Yuan was on the negative 1st floor. Not to mention whether he could hear, even if he did, by the time he came up, she might already be under control. If the other party were thugs, she might even be killed first. Hello, beautiful. Joe-san led his group out of the dressing room and approached Su-min. Their formation was quite deliberate. They spread out, encircling her with one person directly blocking the exit at the— What do you want? Su-min nervously clutched her chest, her eyes revealing a look of fear and unease. Don't worry, beautiful, my name is Joe-san. Just like you, we are all survivors. How many of you are there? Su-min shook her head. Just me. Just one per— The outside is full of zombies. How could you escape into the supermarket alone? I don't believe it. I didn't escape into— I'm the owner of a beauty store on the 1st floor. Before the disaster, a batch of beauty products came in. I counted and stored them overnight, and after finishing I slept in the store. Who would have known that I woke up to find the outside full of zombies, and I couldn't get out? Su-min's reaction was swift. This explanation was not a haphazard fabrication. The 1st floor was closest to the negative 1st floor, and if these men did not believe her, they would ask to be taken down to verify. That would be just perfect. Shouting at the 1st floor with Yuan's exaggerated speed, he could rush up in just taking advantage of the moment when the other party was unprepared, she could save herself. However, Joe-san did not seem to intend to go down to verify. In his eyes, what Su-min did was irrelevant. So according to you, the supermarket is currently very safe with no zombies. Su-min shook her head. Yes, there are no zombies, but I can't leave. I'm so afraid the zombies will rush in. At this moment, she had to pretend to be weak and helpless to lower the other party's guard. Joe-san puffed out his chest. Don't worry, with us brothers around, we're not afraid, even if zombies come in. We've already killed 70 or 80 zombies. At such a moment, boasting was necessary. As Joe-san spoke, he walked towards Su-min and reached out to embrace her waist. What are you doing? Su-min avoided him, looking terrified at Joe-san. Ha, don't hide. We can't let you be unprotected, can we? We're not simps. Brothers, don't you think so? The other men immediately began to cheer, their eyes turning. Brothers, that woman from last night was your first pick. This time it's my turn, right? Who would dare to object? The woman from last night was plain a far cry from this goddess. However, Joe-san was the leader of the group. Even if they had objections, they did not dare to voice them, and besides, third brother was a tough guy on the outside, but weak on the inside. They could just wait a couple of minutes. Let's not talk about that, brothers. Third brother, after you. We'll wait outside. Ha. Then I won't be polite. Joe-san grinned maliciously, closing in on Su-min, who retreated in panic, unknowingly backing into the dressing room. Ha, beautiful, I know you're shy, so you intentionally hid in the dressing room. Don't worry, third brother understands. After saying that, Joe-san dropped the fire axe and lunged at Su-min eagerly. No! Su-min screamed, and at that moment a sharp hellhound tactical dagger suddenly sprung out from her. Su-min had been prepared and immediately grabbed the dagger's handle. As Joe-san lunged at her, she swiftly stabbed forward. Having experience in killing this time, she struck accurately, plunging the dagger straight into his heart. At that moment her gaze turned fierce and cold. The previous fear had all been a facade. Just like Carol, she always used a helpless appearance to deceive the thugs, and Joe-san fell for it. Su-min continued to scream, "No, don't do this." While she screamed, her hand didn't stop, repeatedly stabbing Joe-san's neck with the sharp dagger. "Help! No!" While she screamed, she stabbed frantically. Soon Joe-san was like a beehive, but Su-min continued to call for help, using it to distract the people outside. Meanwhile, she quickly stashed the dagger in her spatial warehouse, then raised her hands covered in blood and ran out of the dressing room. "Help! He turned into a zombie. You guys hurry in and kill him." Su Min raised her hands covered in blood as she ran out. Upon hearing that Zhou-san had turned into a zombie, the thug with the shield immediately lifted it, while the other two thugs quickly grabbed their weapons and stood behind the shield. With the shield blocking, they felt a bit more secure. It was at this moment that they finally reacted. Wait a minute, Sang-gu has turned into a zombie. Has it only been a minute since we went in? Everything was fine, how could he have turned into a corpse? Let's go check it out. The three of them cautiously moved towards the changing room. They completely disregarded Su Min. Dressed in a crop top and short shorts, she had no way to hide any weapons. Moreover, when she ran out, she had her hands raised. Her hands were empty. The thugs automatically ignored Su Min, only thinking about Zhou-san. If he really had turned into a zombie, they needed to kill him quickly. The three of them walked past Su Min. At that moment, Su Min's mental energy had already entered the wine jug, watching as the thugs turned their backs to her. With a thought, her mental energy transformed into an invisible hand within the jug, grabbing the dagger and pushing it out. Su Min instantly grasped it. Her expression turned cold as she swung the knife towards the nearest thug, stabbing directly at his neck. Thud! A faint sound of flesh piercing echoed. Su Min withdrew the dagger and swiftly stabbed at the second thug, who was utterly defenseless from behind and was immediately killed by a single strike. With two companions down, the thug at the front with the shield seemed to sense the commotion behind him. His hair stood on end in fear. Turning around, a bloodthirsty dagger was aimed at his throat, and Su Min's fierce eyes startled him, making his whole body shiver. Oh my god! The thug instinctively raised his shield to block, but it was too late. The dagger still pierced through the carotid artery, though luckily he angled the shield just enough to deflect the blow. Otherwise that strike would have directly hit his throat. However, the thug was in bad shape now. With his artery ruptured, blood sprayed out like a fountain. The sound of blood gushing was chilling. The thug clutched his gushing neck with one hand, while still holding the shield. Seeing that the thug had not died, Su Min kicked the shield. Although her strength was small, the thug, already frightened and weakened, fell to the ground. No, please don't kill me. I haven't done anything to harm you. Please. Su Min was already blinded by rage and lunged forward, stabbing towards the thug's neck, only for him to block with his hand. Though his palm was pierced, he still had strength left. He managed to lift the shield to protect his throat. Did he think that with a thrust the dagger plunged directly into his abdomen? The thug screamed in agony, but Su Min didn't care, repeatedly stabbing into his abdomen for over 10 strikes until he could no longer hold up the shield. His throat was now exposed. Die! The sharp tactical dagger, glimmering with bloodlust, drove straight into his throat. The thug kicked his legs out, utterly losing his life force. Su Min twisted the dagger before pulling it out, then sat on the ground, exhaling deeply. After such a fierce battle, it felt as if all her strength had been drained. After resting for a moment, she stood up and suddenly noticed a figure at the door. Who? Su Min turned around, gripping the dagger in front of her chest. Her calm gaze instantly turned fierce before quickly returning to normal. So it's you. The person at the door was Yuan. While on the first floor, he had utilized the 3D layout in his mind to see Su Min sneak, attacking the thugs from behind. He rushed up with the fastest speed. However, by the time he reached the entrance of the stocking store, all the thugs had already been dealt with by Su Min. Two of them had their throats slashed. The last thug had died only after Su Min twisted the dagger twice before pulling it out. One had to admit she had played the part well. Her ruthlessness was on par with Lu Ru Yan's crazed bloodlust. What the hell, what kind of people am I attracting? It seems that only Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan are normal women. Yuan, I was also forced. They were thugs trying to assault me. I'm so scared. Woo, damn it, I'm pretending again. Stop crying, I really want to smash. Who told you to run around like that? Seeing that Yuan wasn't buying it, Su Min shot him a resentful glance, thinking, I just wanted to pick a few nice stockings to show you. Do you think I wanted to encounter thugs? But this was something I couldn't say out loud. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I must maintain my charm and allure. Only then would you fall in love with me and grant me special abilities. Oh, I know I was wrong. I won't run around. Will you forgive me? Su Min pouted, making one feel a tingling sensation all over as goosebumps threatened to rise. But Yuan was currently very angry. What if something unexpected happened? I would lose 2 entries. Where else could I find beast tamer entries? Damn it. Forgive you. I really want to smash you to death. Yuan cursed as he walked in to check the situation. 3 thugs lay dead on the ground. He entered the changing room and saw another thug lying inside. This one was in even worse shape. His neck, chest, and abdomen were all covered in stab wounds. Blood was everywhere. His death was even worse than the thug from Su Min's house, having endured at least dozens of stabs. Is it normal to desecrate the dead like this? Yuan turned around and looked at Su Min. You are just like Lu Ru Yan, and neither of you is any better than the other. Lu Ru Yan was already a servant, so he wasn't worried. But Su Min was not. Although she had reached 70 taming degree and typically wouldn't actively harm Yuan, he still needed to be cautious. Give me the dagger. From now on, except for sleeping, you must stay by my side 24 hours a day, so that you don't cause any more trouble. Aside from sleeping, there's no such thing as 24 hours. By the way, should I follow you when you take a shower? What kind of attitude is that? What kind of attitude is this? If you dare to talk back to me, do you believe I? Before he could finish, Su Min interjected, smash me to death. Yi Yuan made a heavy nasal sound, accepting the dagger that Su Min handed over and storing it in his spatial warehouse. Let's go downstairs. I'm covered in blood. Wait for me to change into a new outfit. Hurry up. After waiting for 5 minutes, Su Min emerged from another changing room, having cleaned off the blood with water from her spatial warehouse. She had changed into a white jumpsuit. Yes, the kind that you can guess what's underneath even when wearing long pants. She had also discarded her previous shorts, putting on a super short pair instead. Then she slipped on black stockings. Damn, she looked noble, elegant, and irresistibly sexy. How do I look? Is it pretty? Pretty my ass. I warn you, if you run around again while following me, forget it. You understand? I won't say more. Let's go, follow me downstairs. You scummy man. I've never dressed like this before. I dressed up just for you, and yet you treat me this way. What's so great about 3 beauties? I'm pretty too. I have long legs and a good figure. I dare to kill zombies with a dagger, and I'm not just a pretty vase. If you have the ability, fall in love with me. If you fall in love with me, you definitely won't regret it. Unbeknownst to her, Su Min's taming degree had increased by another 5. After returning to the basement, Yi Yuan began to gather supplies. His devouring skill had reached level 3, allowing him to consume and transfer 1 ton of materials each time, which was incredibly efficient. Once the supplies in the basement were completely gathered, everyone immediately went to the first floor. The first floor was filled with shops. There were mobile phones, computers, gold, jewelry, household appliances, bedding, and more. Most of it was basically useless. Symbolically, he took a few advanced mobile phones which could make satellite calls. There would always be a time when they would come in handy. As he passed by a jewelry store, Yi Yuan suddenly had a brilliant idea. Since the internal space could be replicated infinitely, why not create a batch of space rings? Using a wine jug as a space storage was really a last resort. Yi Yuan had no habit of wearing rings, and at that time a wine jug was the only suitable option at home. Now there were more options. He had to replace the wine jug. Wearing it at his waist felt awkward, and it was also quite conspicuous. If everyone had a wine jug hanging, it would easily raise suspicion. Especially with Xiao Fan and the others. They were all women. Each one hanging a wine jug made it hard not to suspect that it contained something special. Rings were simple and convenient, and less likely to raise suspicion. Let's go to the jewelry store. You all take a break, I'll make a batch of space rings. Upon hearing they were going to the jewelry store, several women exchanged knowing smiles. It was another $0 shopping spree. What woman doesn't love jewelry? They entered and immediately started to buy. Yi Yuan carefully selected a couple of diamond rings at the display case. One was for men and the other for women. What he cared about was not the diamonds, but the platinum. This material is highly durable and rust-resistant, making it ideal for crafting space rings. Of course, using stainless steel for rings would also work. However, over time it would still rust. Wearing a rusty ring would not only be unsightly, but would also raise doubts about the ring's quality. Yi Yuan took a pair of pliers and removed the diamonds from the ring settings. He cut the clasps and began the local integral replication. The process was quite simple, allowing the ring settings to continuously extend and wrap around, looking quite magical. The platinum ring setting behaved like liquid, continuously rising according to Yi Yuan's thoughts, ultimately forming a small bead on the ring face. The bead retained a certain amount of internal space. 2 holes were left on the surface of the bead. One was the size of a pinhole, and the other slightly smaller than a green bean. These 2 holes had their uses. In fact, the local integral replication could not create a closed hollow bead, because the expansion and extension were not welding. However, this was precisely what Yi Yuan needed, leaving 2 small holes with the one slightly smaller than a green bean serving as the entrance and exit for storing materials. Of course, the entrances and exits would need to be expanded. Yi Yuan locked onto the small hole space and replicated it 27 times. This hole, which looked slightly smaller than a green bean, had actually expanded by 7 billion times. It could fit airplanes and tanks. Next, he needed to replicate the internal space of the steel bead. After 16 consecutive expansions, a cubic meter of space had already formed inside the tiny steel bead, but that was still far from enough. Continue replicating. The consumption of replicating space was minimal. Even if it increased geometrically with Yi Yuan's current mental strength, he didn't have to worry about excessive consumption. He replicated it 20 more times in one go. The internal space was expanded to 540 million cubic meters, and at this point Yi Yuan was feeling exhilarated. Continue replicating. On the 21st replication, the internal space did not double, but got stuck at 1 billion cubic meters and could not continue replicating. At this moment, a prompt sounded in his mind. The space carrier has reached the replication limit and cannot continue replicating. I can't believe it. Replication is infinite, but materials are limited. What materials can be used as carriers to continue replicating? Materials from Blue Star can only be made into space carriers that can withstand up to 1 billion cubic meters. In the vast universe, one can find higher level materials. Then let's forget it. 1 billion cubic meters is already quite exaggerated. That's equivalent to 1 kilometer in length, width, and height. If there were a time flow inside and oxygen was introduced, it could be considered a small world in its own right. The orange ability is truly impressive. I wonder if there are any golden abilities as well. Yuan withdrew his thoughts and decided to try out the new space warehouse. He slapped down on the display case. A miraculous scene occurred. About 1/5 of the display case's volume. Yuan continued to press his hand down. Another 1/5 of the display case disappeared, as if an invisible knife was slicing it away layer by layer. This time Yuan went all the way. He squatted down, pressing his hand against the ground, and the entire display case vanished without a trace. Not bad, not bad. Yuan stood up, looking at the ring on his finger with satisfaction. In reality, the display case hadn't disappeared. It had been stored inside the space warehouse of the ring. The platinum bead on the ring's face with its small hole appeared to be slightly smaller than a green bean to the naked eye. In fact, it was an entrance to a space with a diameter of over 50 meters. Nothing would happen when it didn't touch any objects, but once the small hole came into contact with an object, it would act as a large opening. Anything smaller than it would be instantly drawn inside. Just like the display case. It was clearly 2 meters long. But when Yuan's hand touched it, or more accurately, when the small hole on the bead of the ring touched it, it was instantly stored inside. Moreover, it could adjust the storage needs based on distance or height. Just like earlier when he slightly pressed down his hand, only a part of the display case was stored. This method of physical storage was quite troublesome. If combined with devouring transfer, Yuan could devour 1 ton of materials each time and directly transfer them into the space ring. Moreover, it could also be used in combat. The small hole on the bead of the ring with a hidden diameter of over 50 meters would cause anyone who touched it to fall inside. Want to play close combat with me? A slap with my backhand, whether it's zombies or thugs, would directly send them into the space ring. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. However, the drawbacks were also quite obvious. If Xiao Fan and the others accidentally rushed over and touched the small hole on the ring, it would be like rushing towards an opening with a diameter of over 50 meters. Although they could be released again, it was still quite frustrating to always worry about accidentally storing someone inside. So Yuan had reserved 2 holes from the start. One hole was expanded to serve as the entrance and exit for the space warehouse, while the other smaller hole served as a channel for mental force entry. Now he needed to replicate a large round door at the entrance and exit of the space warehouse. Yuan picked up another platinum ring and tossed it into the space warehouse. Then, using his local integral replication ability, he continuously expanded and thickened the ring until it became a round manhole cover with a diameter of over 50 meters. Then he replicated a latch over 50 meters long. He manipulated his mental force to lock it from inside the space warehouse, directly blocking the entrance and exit of the warehouse, so he wouldn't have to worry about someone accidentally falling into the space warehouse. When he needed to access materials, his mental force would enter through another pinhole-sized small hole. With just a thought, he could instantly open the internal door, making it convenient and safe for both storing and retrieving materials. However, the entrance for the mental force was too small. The pinhole was easily blocked by dust, and if the mental force couldn't get in, it would be a disaster. So Yuan continued to replicate, expanding the internal space of the pinhole to a diameter of 5 millimeters. A 5 millimeter opening would allow any dust to fall into the warehouse. There would be no possibility of blockage. Yuan was very satisfied with the space ring and replicated another one at a 1:1 ratio, wearing 1 on each hand. Even if I accidentally fall into a horde of zombies and can't use my firearms, I can still slap with my left hand and slap with my right hand. No matter how many zombies there are. All of them would be sent into the space warehouse. It's simply a close combat artifact. Even with the close combat artifact, Yuan would not be foolish enough to engage directly. If he could eliminate a target from 100 meters away, he would never wait until 99. The close combat capability of the spatial ring could only be considered a bonus. Its primary value lay in gathering supplies and catching others off guard, as demonstrated when Su Min eliminated those 4 thugs. She was entirely unaware of the spatial warehouse's remarkable uses, yet relying on her calmness, ruthlessness, and intelligence, she unexpectedly drew a dagger and killed the 4 thugs. The spatial items of a few women needed to be exchanged. Yuan transformed a women's diamond ring into a spatial ring using the same copying technique. The rings for the servants had to be much smaller, containing 100,000 cubic meters of space. He then made 10 replicas, giving 1 each to Xiao Fan, Xiao Wan, and Ru Yan. The rest were kept as spares, as there would surely be more servants in the future. Su Min did not receive a spatial ring, and even the spatial wine jug was confiscated. Her supplies were temporarily kept by Xiao Fan. What are you doing, Yuan? Even if you don't give me the ring, at least leave the wine jug. They'll leave you a little something. Spatial items are more dangerous than weapons. Previously, she hadn't realized this, always treating it as a tool for storing and retrieving supplies. Now it was clear that this thing was a close combat artifact. Su Min was not yet a servant. Even with a 75% taming degree now, it was still not safe. What if she ended up trapped in the spatial warehouse? She would firmly deny any knowledge, and Xiao Fan and the others would be helpless. She might even think that he abandoned them. No. In the future, spatial items must not be given away recklessly. It was previously done to show off to quickly boost the taming degree by giving the spatial wine jug to Su Min. In the future, if they are not servants, absolutely no gifts. Of course, if something is given and then taken back, Yi Yuan glared at Su Min. This is a punishment for your reckless running earlier. As long as you obey, I will give you a spatial ring in the future. I can even provide you with weapons and equipment, including abilities. Everything can be given to you, but you need to be sensible. Yi Yuan just wanted to remind Su Min not to pretend and to be honest. However, she clearly misunderstood. Sensible? What does that mean? Do you want me to be your woman? I am the female killer, unless you fall in love with me first. But abilities are truly enticing you. I want them so badly. If I had abilities, would I need to worry about zombies? I wouldn't even have to return to Deer Lake to see Hong Jingyi's face. This old man looks like he has kidney deficiency. I am still young, and following Yi Yuan has more prospects. Alright, I understand. I will be sensible. As soon as Su Min finished speaking, her taming degree surged by 10% currently, at 85%, not far from the last time, she would be stripped of her traits. Not bad at all. Once she is stripped once more, Su Min will become a servant. There will be no need to guard against her backstabbing. Most importantly, once she becomes a servant, she will be absolutely immune to blood mist. Even without antibodies, she will not turn into a zombie. Let's go, we'll head to the next supermarket and find pets for Xiao Fan and Ru Yen while we're at it. They had each accumulated 2 taming pills and needed to find suitable pets quickly, as they definitely didn't want males. Yi Yuan arrived in front of the shattered glass on the 2nd floor. Looking at the nearby Li Huang, it was still fighting, its petite figure darting through the air at remarkable speed. Each time it swooped down, its sharp claws would tear into the zombies' heads. However, the claws were too small. Sometimes a single strike couldn't severely injure a zombie's brain, so it had to fly back up to dive again. At most, it would take 2 dives to crush a zombie's brain. Nevertheless, Li Huang's efficiency in killing zombies remained high. Its flight speed was so fast that the zombies often didn't react before their brains were snatched away. Li Huang, come back quickly. Yi Yuan's voice was not loud, but the battle pet and its master shared a mental connection, allowing it to sense the summons as long as the distance was not too far. Li Huang flew back. Yi Yuan took out a basin of water and waited for it to clean its claws before allowing it to perch on his shoulder. Xiao Wan watched enviously from the side. Her Yuan Bao had yet to see real combat. This was the difference between ground and aerial warfare. A dog couldn't make a difference against a horde of zombies. Even with chainmail for protection, she worried about being pressed to the ground. So it was essential to quickly get battle pets for Xiao Fan and Ru Yen as well. That way they would have a soldier dog and 2 assassin cats capable of holding their ground against small zombie groups. Yi Yuan led everyone back to the basement floor. They prepared to leave through the underground passage. Just then, a loud banging sound suddenly erupted outside the fire escape on the basement floor. Following that, the safety passage door was kicked open. 4 panicked men rushed in, 3 of whom wielded weapons, 2 carried fire axes, and 1 held a fire hammer. The safety passage door must have been broken open with a fire axe. At that moment, the 2 groups encountered each other, and Yi Yuan immediately raised his shotgun and aimed, while Xiao Fan and the others also quickly raised their guns to aim. The people on the opposite side reacted swiftly as well. 2 of them turned to close the door, and as they used a fire hammer to secure it, the sound of zombies crashing against the door came from outside. Another one with a fire axe immediately stood in front. He protected a man in his 50s behind him who wore a white shirt, had silver-framed glasses, and slightly graying hair. At first glance, his identity was not simple. Seeing Yi Yuan holding a gun, the man hurriedly said, "Don't be nervous. We are just here to seek refuge." At that moment, the elderly man in the white shirt stepped forward, examining Yi Yuan from head to toe. Upon seeing the attire of Yi Yuan's group, the once frightened elder suddenly relaxed. A habitual smile appeared on his face. This smile was quite fake yet familiar. It was often seen on television, typically on officials speaking in bureaucratic tones. "Hello, young comrade. I am Wang Huajun, the director of the office of the Taisho's government in the Bull district. From your attire, you must be soldiers from the Deer Lake City Defense Army, right? We are all on the same side here." Wang Huajun then glanced at Xiao Fan and the others. The 3 servants were all wrapped in chain mail, but their exquisite features and fiery figures were still vaguely visible. A fleeting glimmer of greed flashed in Wang Huajun's eyes. It was a habitual expression, impossible. Only those who are accustomed to claiming beautiful things as their own would inadvertently reveal such a natural gaze. Once accustomed to taking things for free, one would view everything as theirs. Wang Huajun then turned his gaze to Su Min. She was not wearing chainmail, exuding beauty, nobility, and elegance, all on full display. Wang Huajun's greedy gaze became even more pronounced. However, he controlled himself well. He quickly turned to Yi Yuan. "Well, all of you are young comrades. Thank you for your hard work." Wang Huajun clearly misunderstood. He assumed Yi Yuan's group were soldiers on a military rescue mission. After all, these weapons were only available to the military. As for not wearing uniforms, it was understandable given their full chainmail. To defend against zombies. Young comrade, I have already contacted my superiors, and they will soon come to take me away. The location is at the rooftop altar of the supermarket. I can assure you that as long as you safely escort me to the altar, the helicopter will take you away as well. Once back in Deer Lake, you will be stationed at our temporary office at the Taishish government and no longer need to go out. What do you think? What do I think? Yi Yuan's lips curled slightly as he suddenly raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! 280 tungsten alloy pellets instantly turned Wang Huajun into a pile of mush. The powerful penetrating force also killed the two men behind him. Yi Yuan immediately fired another shot, taking down Wang Huajun's last follower as well. Huh. What nonsense about the Taishish government, they are all bastards. After his parents' car accident, the investigation had made no progress. Later, Yi Yuan hired a private detective, but crucial leads would always go cold once they reached the Taishish government. It was as if invisible black hands were firmly blocking any incriminating evidence. Otherwise, how could his father have died so mysteriously? Yi Yuan was still not satisfied. He fired 10 more shots at Wang Huajun's corpse until it was reduced to tiny fragments. Just then, the sound of helicopter rotors came from outside the supermarket. Yi Yuan's eyes turned cold, revealing an imperceptible wicked smile. Blood fog enveloped the entire city, and the deafening sound of gunfire echoed incessantly. Even with visibility reduced to only 70 or 80 meters, helicopters and drones could often be seen weaving through the blood haze. Zhang Yusin sat in the cabin gazing at the city shrouded in blood fog, where the faint outlines of corpses resembled piranhas lurking beneath deep waters. Even though she was now aboard a helicopter, recalling the experiences of this time still filled her with deep despair. Zhang Yusin tightened her arms around her chest, seeking a semblance of security, regretting the quarrel that led her to separate from her husband. Zhang Yusin's husband Ma Guodong was the chief of the police station in the Bull District, over a decade her senior. They were in a sense a couple with a significant age gap. Zhang Yusin was a psychologist who enjoyed fitness in her spare time, possessing a voluptuous and alluring figure, truly embodying the ideal of a fitness enthusiast. Her beauty was remarkable. It would be no exaggeration to say that such a goddess was rarely seen on television. Despite the numerous wealthy suitors around her, Zhang Yusin ultimately married Ma Guodong. The age difference was inconsequential. After all, he was powerful and influential, and what woman doesn't admire strength? However, after a year of marriage, she began to have regrets. As a psychologist, her insight was keen. Her husband, who appeared upright and just, was secretly involved in many unspeakable activities. They often quarreled over this. Each time, Zhang Yusin would return to the old city for a few days until tempers cooled before going back to Luhu. Unexpectedly, her luck ran out this time. Just after she moved back to the old city, the apocalypse descended, and she narrowly escaped being bitten by zombies multiple times, also losing her phone. After hiding away, she finally found a place to stay. Moreover, she was fortunate to locate a functioning old phone, which didn't require unlocking, so she immediately called her husband. Fortunately, Ma Guodong was also alive. He promptly dispatched a helicopter into the city, successfully rescuing her. Zhang Yusin had come to terms with her situation. Back at Luhu, she decided to stay quietly and no longer inquire about Ma Guodong's affairs, and nothing was more valuable than staying alive. She had truly become fearful during this time. Every time she thought of the terrifying zombies lunging at her, she would tremble uncontrollably. Even as a psychologist, she could not soothe her own emotions. At this moment, the helicopter hovered over a supermarket, and the pilot mentioned they needed to pick up a man named Wang Huajun, who was said to be the office director of the Bull District. He had previously had a decent relationship with her husband Ma Guodong. Where is Wang Huajun? The pilot looked puzzled at the rooftop of the supermarket where they had agreed to meet him. Let me give him a call. Although the network was down, the satellite phone was unaffected. Meanwhile, inside the supermarket, Yi Yuan had guessed that the helicopter was there to pick up Wang Huajun upon hearing its sound. Wang Huajun had mentioned that as long as he was escorted to the rooftop, a helicopter would come for him. At that moment, amidst the scattered debris, a phone rang suddenly. Yi Yuan rummaged through the wreckage and found the phone among a piece of a thigh. Looking at the incoming call, he hesitated, debating whether to answer. At that moment, the security door was still being battered by zombies. You guys go take care of one of them and eliminate the zombies outside the door. Xiao Fan took the lead, advancing to within 10 meters of the security door and unleashed a barrage from his shotgun. The metal door was riddled with holes. Instantly, zombies outside were left dead or injured. The phone continued to ring, but Yi Yuan hesitated to answer. He rather wanted to lure the helicopter down. If he could eliminate everyone inside, he could easily claim a helicopter for himself, or why not take advantage of such an opportunity? However, Wang Huajun was already dead. Luring the helicopter down seemed almost impossible. Even if he were still alive, he would likely have to be lowered by rope. The helicopter wouldn't land in the urban area, as that would be too risky. After considering it, he could only painfully give up. Forget it, let's see who's inside the helicopter. Yi Yuan did not want to accidentally harm military personnel. It might even be former comrades he fought alongside in a past life. Yi Yuan swung his shovel and dug into the ground, instantly visualizing a 3D map clearly seeing everything within a kilometer radius. Hovering above the supermarket was a Lucky Bird helicopter. Inside the cabin were armed personnel dressed in black uniforms, and Yuan immediately recognized them as soldiers from the police station's newly established patrol army. They were all temporarily recruited after the apocalypse. To put it bluntly, they were an armed force created by the civil sector to counter military control. Before the apocalypse, these big shots enjoyed lives of privilege. They certainly wouldn't obey control. In fact, the conduct of the patrol soldiers was even more unrestrained than before the apocalypse. Given Yuan's temperament, he would definitely reward them with a massive stone. However, there was also a woman in the cabin. She was voluptuous, curvaceous, and her stature rivaled that of Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan. Her beauty was striking. Moreover, she had a tag card on her head, the first of which was purple. What extraordinary luck was this? Was she delivering? Yuan seemed to have discovered a new world, realizing that the beautiful woman seen in the 3D visualization was indeed real. Could he strip tags from a distance? Yuan carefully examined the tag card. Zhang Yusin. Tag 1 psychologist, purple. Tag 2 fitness, blue. Tag 3 singing, white. Damn, not only was there a purple tag, but also a blue tag. However, he could only choose one of three. It seemed fitness was out of the question. Yuan was also very curious about what kind of superpower a psychologist could transform into. As the helicopter had not yet departed, Yuan immediately locked on a psychologist and forcefully stripped it away. In an instant, a mysterious energy surged into his body. He succeeded. He hurriedly called up the attribute panel to check. Yuan. Attributes: strength 35, constitution 35, agility 35, spirit 37, abilities 3D printing, infinite replication, local integrated replication, living entity replication, excavator master, super excavator, ground strengthening LV 11, ground throwing shovel, nutritionist, devour LV 3, beast tamer, beast taming, pill, beast soul pill, psychologist, dream psychologist LV 1. The first ability unlocked by the psychologist was dream psychologist, and just by its name it exuded a mysterious and magical aura. Yuan immediately clicked to view the ability introduction. Unexpectedly, what appeared before his eyes was a tag description. This was a first. All the tags he had stripped before had no dedicated descriptions. He, evidently being a psychologist, was quite special. Psychologist tag description: psychological emotions can make the living unafraid of death, allow the timid to face danger, grant rebirth to those seeking death, and lead the ascendant to willingly fall into depravity. Emotions are a tremendous energy that can break all shackles and can also lead one to irreversible doom. That seemed reasonable. The energy released from within can either empower individuals to confront challenges or plunge them into hell. Yuan continued to check the ability description. Dream psychologist LV 1. By creating dreams, one can extract emotional energy from fixed targets. The energy can be refined into gemstones for breaking through ability limits and upgrading abilities. A level 1 dream psychologist can lock onto a maximum of 3 targets and can change targets at any time. Tip: emotions include anger, excitement, joy, happiness, mania, anxiety, and pain. The text description was somewhat complex. However, Yuan had already grasped the essence. In simpler terms, he could lock onto 3 target individuals from a super long distance as long as he had a basic understanding of these 3 individuals. For instance, their appearance and names. Then, using voice and images, he could fabricate dreams for them. Once the target individuals fell asleep, they could experience these images in their dreams, thus gaining emotional energy, which could be condensed into energy gemstones for breaking through skill limits. Different dreams would generate different emotions, yet all could be refined into energy gemstones. Yuan's eyes lit up. Damn it, the limits of the devouring ability could be lifted. The city was filled with food. I could crazily rack up attribute points, haha. By the way, from which 3 targets should I extract emotional energy? Acquiring emotional energy has certain requirements. The emotional value must reach a high threshold to be converted into energy. Generally, emotions such as mild happiness or sadness are ineffective. It's easy to make someone angry, but making someone happy is much more challenging. Therefore, Yuan's primary emotional targets are anger, anxiety, frenzy, and pain. These 4 emotions are the easiest to obtain. The answers are already apparent. The 3 fixed targets are Su Gu, Yi Ming, and Hong Jing Yi, who are the best candidates. On one hand, they are his enemies. On the other hand, their women are all in his hands and are valued highly. It wouldn't be difficult to make them furious. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only can he make his enemies suffer, but he can also obtain emotional energy, which can be condensed into energy gemstones to lift the restrictions on his abilities. Great. However, he must wait until they are asleep to weave the dreams he has crafted for them. So there's no rush. When night falls, he will create an extremely exciting dream for each of them. Right now, the most important thing is the helicopter outside the supermarket. Zhang Yusin is very important to Yuan, and he can still extract information from her, but she is inside the helicopter. It's not easy to deceive her. It might even be impossible. If he drops a boulder, she would die. Yuan is currently in a dilemma, unsure of what to do when Wang Huajun's phone rings again. It's the same number that called earlier. He can only hope for a miracle. Yuan immediately answers the call. Hello, who are you looking for? Who are you? I'm looking for Wang Huajun. Wang Huajun has been shattered to pieces. Oh, what use is it to look for him? I am Director Wang's subordinate. We were attacked by thugs, and Director Wang has sustained some injuries and is currently unconscious. I am also injured and cannot carry Director Wang to the Tian. Could you lower the helicopter's altitude and let down the rescue ladder to the second floor? I can only tie Director Wang to the rescue ladder. This is also a move of desperation. He can only try to see if he can trick the other party into lowering it. As Yuan can use a shotgun to shoot the tail rotor of the helicopter. Once damaged, the helicopter will lose balance and fall at a relatively slow speed. In such a situation, explosions generally do not occur. Because the altitude is not high and the falling speed is slow, Yuan will have Xiao Fan and the others use shotguns to quickly clear the zombies near the falling point. Yuan will then throw large boulders to block the distant zombies. Afterwards, he will slowly eliminate the others in the cabin. As long as Zhang Yusin is left alive, that's sufficient. However, the other party is not falling for it. No, the helicopter cannot lower, it's too dangerous. You must go to the Tian or we will leave immediately. The biggest taboo when rescuing people with a helicopter in the city is lowering the hovering height. Because the rope must be close to the balcony or window. The zombies in the building are highly likely to grab the rope, and if there are too many, it poses a significant threat to the aircraft. This has happened many times before. After all, the auspicious bird is a civilian helicopter filled with patrolling soldiers. If 7 or 8 zombies grab hold, it might lead to a crash. Yuan is also at a loss. If they do not lower the altitude, he dares not shoot the tail rotor. Even a slow fall could increase the likelihood of an explosion, and Zhang Yusin would die. Forget it. Let Zhang Yusin go. After all, she will return to Lu Lake. Since a helicopter has come to fetch her, her background must be extraordinary and her safety is not a concern. At worst, he can wait until he returns to Lu Lake and slowly tame her. Hello, please respond if you hear me. Please respond. If you don't speak, we will leave. Yuan threw the phone to the ground and shot it, causing it to explode. Moments later, the helicopter turned away from the supermarket. After calming his regret, Yuan led the 4 women into the underground tunnel. Xiao Wan blocked the entrance to the tunnel. Okay, big brother Yi. Yuan continued to lead the group in raiding various supermarkets, even though his devouring skill had reached its limit. With the ability of Dream Psychologist, he would soon be able to lift the restrictions on his powers. He planned to stockpile food in advance, so once the restrictions were lifted, he could immediately devour and enhance his attributes. Next, he continued to dig the tunnel. With each shovel, Yuan carefully observed the 3D map in his mind in case he encountered another exquisite beauty. Beautiful women come with attributes. Attributes are equivalent to abilities, so the more the better. After raiding 2 more supermarkets, he didn't find any beauties, but discovered 2 kittens instead. Female, Xiao Fan and Ru Yan, like cats. Now they have their battle pets. Moreover, both are tabby cats, incredibly strong, agile, and deadly in a single strike. They are born assassins. After consuming 2 beast taming pills, both tabby cats reached a loyalty level of 50 with all attributes as high as 7 points. Moreover, cats are quick, precise, and ruthless. In terms of agility, despite having only 7 points, their displayed strength surpasses that of Li Huang's 11 points. However, Li Huang's advantage lies in the air. This is something cats cannot compare to. At noon, the 5 of them had a simple meal of 8 dishes and a soup. After all, it was a copied meal, and in the afternoon they continued their raid. Lu Lake, Yuan Island. Before the apocalypse, this was a popular island mainly focused on sports, and the venue is quite spacious. However, the atmosphere of yesteryear is gone. Gunshots occasionally ring out from the island. Hisu, wearing sunglasses, sits on a deck chair observing the crowd not far away. There are a total of 20 people. Among them, 15 are his bodyguards and 5 are Hong Jingyi's bodyguards. These 20 people are training their shooting skills intensively. In 2 days, they will head to the city to rescue Xiao Fan. Although they will take the water route, Hisu is still quite nervous. The previous attempts all failed. He doesn't know which bad luck has struck him, as he has faced disaster each time. He truly hopes to bring Xiao Fan back soon. That bastard Yuan. He played with my goddess and then used her as cannon fodder. I really want to tear you apart. Just then, a man in his 20s approached with a group of fully armed bodyguards. Hisu focused his gaze. Oh crap. He hurriedly went to greet him. Brother Yunfei, what brings you here? The Yunfei that Hisu referred to as Gu Yiming's son, Gu Yunfei, who ran supermarkets like his father before the apocalypse. However, he took the high-end route. There are over 1600 Yunfei boutique stores across Shudu. He is a wealthy second generation with resources. Surely, with so many supermarkets, he must have warehouses. The warehouses are all on the outskirts of the city. The military in Lu Lake has a strategic material warehouse and is temporarily not short on resources, so they encourage survivors to go out and salvage supplies. They only charge a 10 security fee. This policy seems absurd, but it is actually very clever. Only Lu Lake is safe, and once the supplies are brought back, they will be in the base. They cannot escape. Even if those wealthy individuals indulge in waste, they cannot consume everything. If there truly comes a time when military supplies are scarce, no matter how powerful a wealthy individual is, they cannot withstand machine guns and cannons. Of course, in the next 3 to 5 years, the military will not lack supplies. Shu-Du, as a strategic hinterland, has many material warehouses, and the military has already salvaged several large warehouses. Thus, families like the Gu family can develop with peace of mind. They have moved back all the warehouses from various families around Lu Lake in the shortest time. Having resources in hand is capital. Gu Yunfei aggressively recruits soldiers. Officially, he is the security captain of the Gu family, but in reality, he and his father have secretly recruited a fully staffed battalion. However, they still lack weapons and ammunition. At this moment, Gu Yunfei waved his hand, and 2 bodyguards brought over a box. Upon opening it, it was filled with bullets. Use them sparingly, or we are not like the military. This is the last batch. Regardless of whether you can bring the people back, the survivors must surrender their weapons when they return. Hisu hurriedly put on a smiling face. Don't worry, brother Yunfei, I understand this. Gu Yunfei looked at Hisu with disappointment. We've grown up together since childhood. How come you are so useless? Xiao Fan is just an internet celebrity, and she has been with Yi Yuan. I don't even know what to say to you. His face reddened, and he retorted, Brother Yunfei, don't point fingers at me, you're the same. You've been pursuing Bai Yi for over a year. She still isn't your girlfriend now. At least Xiao Fan was once my girlfriend. Gu Yunfei, you. Damn it, I'm leaving. Not long after Gu Yunfei left, Hong Jingyi also arrived at Liyuan Island. Uncle Hong, why are you here? Hong Jingyi feigned seriousness and said, how could I not come to see? After all, you all are heading to the old city the day after tomorrow, and I need to pick up Aunt Su along the way. I had to come and see how everyone is training. Mentioning Su Min, his thus mind conjured up the image of her long, so beautiful. Each has their own charm compared to Xiao Fan. If only Hong Jingyi were to die, I could pick up Su Min and enjoy the pleasures of both her and Xiao Fan. And then there's Lu Rian, also a top-tier beauty. It's a pity these beauties are all monopolized by that old man. Damn it, it's unfair. I only want Xiao Fan, yet that bastard Yi Yuan has stolen the opportunity. Hisu heard from Gu Yiming that Yi Yuan would also return to Luo. You really are not afraid of death. You beast, I will wait for you to return, and then I will make you regret being born. Hisu truly loves Xiao Fan. But that doesn't stop him from liking other women. It's a natural talent that most men possess, being versatile. Uncle Hong, is Aunt Su doing well now? Hong Jingyi hurriedly laughed. Yes, very well. She is hiding in a neighborhood near Binjiang Road. As long as our boat arrives the day after tomorrow, we can take her away. Of course, Hong Jingyi wouldn't tell Hisu that he personally sent Su Min to Yi Yuan. That would be like telling others I might also be wearing a green hat. Of course, it is still uncertain. Ever since Su Min lost contact last night, Hong Jingyi hadn't slept well all night, and he called Yi Yuan more than a dozen times this morning. All calls indicated that he was out of service area. Hong Jingyi felt anxious inside but couldn't show it on his face, so he came to find Hisu to understand the situation. Shinzi, I know your girlfriend is in Yi Yuan's hands. We will go to rescue her the day after tomorrow. Have you contacted Xiao Fan to ask how she's preparing over there? On the surface, he was inquiring about Jiang Xiao Fan. In reality, Hong Jingyi wanted to know Yi Yuan's current situation and whether Su Min had joined him. Hisu shook his head. Uncle Hong, I'm afraid you'll laugh at me, but I don't dare to contact Xiao Fan. Usually, moreover, the time is short, and I can't let Yi Yuan know. Damn, it seems I won't be able to extract any useful information. Hong Jingyi chatted idly for a few more moments before leaving Liyuan Island feeling uneasy. But he couldn't pinpoint what the problem was. Meanwhile, Gu Yunfei returned home and happened to run into Gu Yiming. Dad, I've sent the bullets to Hisu. Gu Yiming nodded. Dad, I really don't understand why we waste bullets to save people. Yes, Aunt Lu is also in, but to put it bluntly, she's just a vase you raised. If she dies, so be it. In today's world, as long as there are resources, weapons, and manpower, what kind of woman can't be had? Gu Yiming looked seriously at his son and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, your ideological awareness is quite high. But I also want to ask you, you have pursued Bai Yi for more than a year, why do you still want to continue this? Gu Yunfei was momentarily at a loss for words. He wanted to argue a bit. Bai Yi is different from other women, she has a military background. Once I win her over, the Gu family can rise rapidly. But after pursuing for more than a year, there's still no progress. Ultimately, I'm still a sycophant. Forget it, no need to explain, it's meaningless. Gu Yiming patted his son's shoulder. Yunfei, everyone has weaknesses. As long as you are strong enough, no one will dare to touch your weaknesses. The Gu family only has you as the sole heir. One day I will grow old and die, so you must become strong quickly. There are 2 things you must do. First, continue pursuing Bai Yi. As long as we get close to the Bai family, we can easily acquire a large number of weapons and ammunition. This also leads to my second point. Continue recruiting personnel, preferably those with families who can be easily controlled, and it must be kept low-key. The military doesn't care about this. They have guns and cannons, and won't take us seriously. What we're afraid of is that some people in the Wen department find out. You know their character very well. I understand, Dad. Don't worry, I sent gifts to Bai Yi yesterday, and she accepted them, which means I still have a chance. That's good. Gu Yiming felt a sense of relief. The situation at the Luhu base is becoming increasingly complex. Although the Yuan department doesn't hold military power, they have the police department. In the name of the police department, they have even formed a patrol army. A few days ago, the governor's temporary office personally led people to open an ammunition depot. What was stored inside were all outdated weapons from before, but they were all in good condition. The patrol army has become the second force in Luhu thanks to these weapons. It is said that the military demanded unified management of the weapons, but the patrol army refused, and the two sides almost came to blows. Of course, if a real fight broke out, the patrol army would definitely lose. However, the military also does not want to escalate the matter, as the most important enemy right now is the zombies. The other side has guns, although they are all outdated weapons. But relatively speaking, in third world countries, they are still main weapons. If a real fight breaks out, both sides will. It could also lead to innocent survivors' deaths. Not worth it. Gu Yiming realized that the patrol army might become a tumor at the base. He understands these people too well. So Gu Yiming made preparations on two fronts: one, to send his son to pursue by hoping to establish military connections. He himself continued to maintain business ties with the Yuan department. At this moment, Gu Yiming's phone rang. Upon seeing the incoming call number, his expression became a bit more serious. Hello, old Huang. Yiming, I agree to your terms: 300 semi-automatic rifles, 100 rounds of ammunition, and 100 assault rifles, 200 rounds of ammunition. Damn. Gu Yiming was instantly excited. With this batch of weapons, who in the base except for the military and the Yuan department would dare to challenge me? And they would have to be top figures. Even if there's a small bureaucrat, Gu Yiming wouldn't take them seriously. Rest assured, old Huang. I'll meet your conditions and send a car over immediately. Unexpectedly, a meaningful laughter came from the phone. Huh. Yiming, you misunderstood. What I mean is double it. What? Double it? That's 3,000 tons of supplies, and most of them are apocalyptic luxury goods, such as liquor, tea, cigarettes, and meat. Don't be surprised. Any frozen warehouse in a big city has several thousand tons of meat. The author has researched this. For a businessman like Gu Yiming, there would be plenty of warehouses in the suburbs to store supplies. During the early apocalypse, the danger level in the suburbs is low, so it's not surprising to have 10,000 tons of supplies after timely salvage. Gu Yiming gritted his teeth. In the end, he still agreed. The weapons provided by old Huang are a business card. Even if other big players find out, they wouldn't dare to come and fleece me. This way I can recruit private soldiers on a grand scale. It's okay if there aren't enough guns. Cold weapons can be forged. Spears, machetes, shields, forming a cold weapon army to continue salvaging supplies from other warehouses. This is a virtuous cycle. Rest assured, old Huang, the 3,000 tons of supplies will be quietly sent to your warehouse. Gu Yiming hung up the phone, finally showing a bit of a smile. Recently, he had been driven nearly crazy by that bastard Yuan. That beast is still alive. Old Jean, the housekeeper, hurriedly came in front of Gu Yiming. Boss, what do you need? Gu Yiming raised a finger. Send another 100 rounds of shotgun shells to Yisu and tell him he must kill Yuan. After old Zhang left, Gu Yiming quickly called Yuan. First, stabilize this little bastard. Catch up, show some concern, and improve the relationship as long as he doesn't touch Rian. However, when the call went through, Gu Yiming was dumbfounded. Not in service area. Gu Yiming dialed several times again, but the message still indicated that he was out of service area. This is a disaster. It seems that the area where Yuan is located has completely lost network coverage. He wasn't using a state-of-the-art phone and couldn't make a satellite call. What should he do? If he couldn't get in touch, they would miss the rescue opportunity the day after tomorrow. My Ruyan. Gu Yiming felt pain all over his body. If he couldn't contact her anymore, Lu Ruyan would be doomed to follow Yuan. The old city is not a place for people to stay. Sooner or later, they would be devoured by zombies. Once the two felt despair, they might indulge in the moment. Oh dear. Gu Yiming's face twisted in distress. Thinking about the treasured possession he had cherished for many years, which might be taken away by Yuan, he could no longer sit still. Old Zhang, bring me a drone. Soon Gu Yiming took the drone and had the driver take him to Liyuan Island. He wanted to personally supervise the new recruits trained by Yisu to ensure they could successfully complete their mission the day after tomorrow. The drone would also be taken along. If he couldn't contact Yuan by tomorrow, they would have to use the drone for search. Even if Yuan was missing, he was definitely still near the Lanin community. He couldn't have gone far. The sky gradually darkened. Yuan and his group returned to the Nanhua Ting Villa. Beneath the tall walls, a large group of zombies had gathered, probably around 30 or 40. They were attracted by Hapi's barking. This creature made a mess in the yard, and without Su Min around, it kept barking. Stop barking. If you keep barking, you won't get fed tonight. Su Min stepped forward to calm Hapi while Yuan went to the wall and eliminated the zombies below with a shotgun. When he came down from the wall, Su Min was cleaning up the mess. Her pet, she would clean it up herself. Xiao Fan, Xiao Wan, and Ru Yin were in the kitchen cooking. Yuan sat on the sofa checking his attributes. His grounding strength had leveled up by 3 levels, now at level 14, with strength, agility, and constitution all reaching 36 points. Mental state at 37 points. The Devour skill had not lifted its restrictions, gaining attribute points was very slow. During the break, Yuan prepared to fabricate a dream for Hisu Hongjingi and Gu Yiming. If luck was on his side, he could harvest energy stones first thing in the morning. Then he could lift the restrictions. At this moment, Su Min finished cleaning and hurried over to brew tea for Yuan, purposely sitting next to him. Wait, have you washed your hands? Su Min shot a playful glare at Yuan and said, what are you talking about? I washed them very clean, don't believe me. Smell them. I want smell the hands of the poop scooper. Li Huang is better, eats less and poops less. Since Su Min is here, let's start with Hongjingi. However, weaving a dream requires creating an atmosphere, it might add some points. Let me ask you something. What does Hongjingi care about the most? Su Min was puzzled. Why suddenly bring up my husband? In fact, Su Min didn't have much emotional foundation with Hongjingi, so she tilted her head and thought for a moment. I think he cares a lot about who talks to me. He has a strong sense of possessiveness. As long as a young man talks to me, it makes him very angry. There was a man who pursued me before. He sent someone to cripple the other party. This is exactly what I like. The stronger your possessiveness, the more painful it will be for you after I take it away. Alright, I know how to weave the dream. With a thought, Yuan instantly activated the Dream Psychologist ability. Unlike other abilities, the Dream Psychologist displayed a screen visible only to Yuan with different functional options. Dream Psychologist LV. 1. Target Gu Yiming Hisu Hongjingi emotion value 0 100 energy stone 0 start dream weaving. The 3 target characters had long been locked in. Currently, there were no emotion points. When the emotion points reach 100,100, they would automatically condense into an energy stone. Yuan mentally clicked start dream weaving. In an instant, a translucent display screen popped up, and the imagined scenes and words in his mind would be presented on the screen and saved, finally sent to the target character. As long as the other party fell asleep, they would dream of the scenes fabricated by Yuan. As he wove the dream, Yuan occasionally let out laughter, leaving Su Min baffled. What was going on? Why was Yuan smiling foolishly at the air? Moreover, his laughter was quite sinister, like digging a big pit in the middle of the road at night, filling it with snacks, then covering it with leaves, and watching others fall in. Sinister, despicable, and very lewd. Oh dear. Su Min shivered, feeling that Yuan was definitely 9 minutes later. The screen indicated that there was 1 minute left in the dream, meaning that he could fabricate a dream lasting a maximum of 10 minutes. That's already quite good. 10 minutes, considering scene transitions and fast forwards, one could create a very long dream. Yuan quickly crafted a perfect ending, then sent it to Hongjingi. Once he fell asleep, he could experience it firsthand. Next would be Gu Yiming and Hisu. Dream weaving was also very brain-intensive. To make the other party so furious they would vomit blood, one had to unleash their imagination. So every dream was like a meticulously shot movie. Yuan did not intend to weave dreams separately for Gu Yiming and Hisu. He only needed to replace the female lead in Hongjingi's dream with Lu Ruyin and Jiang Xiaofan. The dream he previously crafted for Hongjingi had already been saved in the ability window. Soon Yuan copied the 2 dreams, then replaced the female lead. Finally, he sent them to Gu Yiming and Hisu. Done. Yuan displayed a satisfied smile, sending chills down Su Min's spine. Yuan, I feel like you did something bad. But there's no evidence. You really are a genius figuring this out. Yuan smiled without speaking. Su Min took the opportunity to lean closer to him and said, Yuan, be honest, today at the supermarket, when you got so mad, was it because you care about me? Yeah. Why bring up the supermarket again? I really want to punch you. I wouldn't care about a woman who scoops poop. Damn it. Su Min was so furious she could explode. Why me? Xiao Wan is also a poop scooper, and so are Ru Yin and Xiao Fan. Why only target me? Oomph. Quietly, Su Min's tameness increased by 2, currently at 87. Only 8 left. Yuan was in a very good mood, and then took Su Min's hand. Let's go, it's time for dinner. Huh, what's that noise? Yuan turned around and saw that it increased. Now the tameness reached 90. Just say you're shameless. Intentionally teasing you increases tameness. Holding your hand also increases it. Just 5 left. Let's just think positively and boost it. In the deep night of the apocalypse, zombies roared everywhere. Gunshots continued around Luhua. However, the survivors in the base had already gotten used to it, especially Gu Yiming, who lived in a mansion with excellent soundproofing. He slept very soundly. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that his forehead was covered in sweat and his chest was heaving violently. It was getting stronger. Suddenly, Gu Yiming shot up from deep sleep. He shouted loudly and then vomited violently. He vomited so loudly that it echoed until there was nothing left to expel. Taking a few deep breaths, he finally felt somewhat better. Yet the scenes from the dream lingered in his mind. The vivid images were filled with anger, heartache, and disgust. Beast! Beast! Yuan, you bastard actually made me eat snacks. Ruyin! Ruyin, my Ruyin is gone. Gu Yiming entered the living room, finding the bedroom in complete disarray, making it impossible to stay there any longer. In the middle of the night, the servants were awakened to clean up. Old Zhang, brew me a pot of tea, the stronger the better. Old Zhang glanced at the time. Boss, it's just midnight. If you drink tea, especially strong tea, you might not be able to sleep later. Gu Yiming waved his hand impatiently. Don't worry about it, just hurry and make me some tea, and make it green tea. Green tea has a strong flavor and can counter the greasy taste. Though Gu Yiming had no greasy taste in his mouth, just thinking about it made him feel uncomfortable from his stomach to his mouth. He had to drink strong tea to suppress it. Gu Yunfei was also startled awake by the commotion at home. Dad, what's wrong? It's nothing, just had a nightmare. This dream was too bizarre, and he felt embarrassed to mention it. In his 50s with already poor sleep, he finally managed to fall asleep, only to dream of rescuing Ru Yan. Gu Yiming couldn't understand it at all. How could he have such a dream? It was true that he liked Ru Yan, but he had never thought about personally rescuing her. Such a dangerous task was not something he would undertake. Yet in the dream he did just that. He wasn't alone either. Hong Jingyi and He Su had also gone. Two hot-blooded old men and a passionate young man took a speedboat to the old city, confronting gods and demons alike. That guy left a trail of corpses. Then he was captured alive by Yi Yuan. It was so surreal. He was frighteningly strong in the dream, but upon encountering Yi Yuan, he became a pushover, and the three of them were beaten black and blue. Then they were locked up. Watching his woman flirt with Yi Yuan every day was so painful his heart ached. This was just the beginning. He was also forced to eat greasy food every day. Damn it. Boss, the tea is ready. Gu Yiming quickly picked up the teacup and gulped it down, not caring that it was scalding hot. He needed to suppress the taste of the greasy food. Although it was merely an illusion, it felt too real. He had to use strong tea to suppress it. However, the memories from the dream could not be suppressed. The vivid scenes and the torment he experienced every day made Gu Yiming furious. He stood up in rage and smashed the teacup. Beast Yi Yuan, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. Gu Yunfei and old Zhang exchanged glances, completely baffled. They had been sleeping soundly. How did he wake up to vomit and then want to kill Yi Yuan? What on earth happened? Meanwhile, in another room, Hong Jingyi had also vomited a large pile. At that moment, he had changed into clean pajamas and was in the living room smoking and cursing Yi Yuan. Bastard. Beast. So damn disgusting. Why did I have this dream? My Su Min was taken away by that bastard Yi Yuan. After venting his anger, Hong Jingyi quickly reminded himself that it was just a dream, not real. But the dream felt too real. The encounters in the dream were too detestable. He couldn't forget it even if he wanted to. Meanwhile, He Su was lying in bed howling, waking up He Xiumin, who hurriedly rushed in with a bodyguard wearing a vest. What the hell is that smell? He Xiumin pinched his nose and looked down, seeing vomit everywhere. He Su looked as if he were about to die. Repeating over and over, Xiao Fan. My Xiao Fan, I want to kill that bastard Yi Yuan. He Xiumin felt exasperated. He rushed over and slapped He Su's face. Useless thing. It's the middle of the night and you're still whining about that woman. Can't you have some dignity? He Su was furious from being slapped. He jumped up from the bed roaring, if you hit me again, I'll expose your little secret about being a gay. Don't think I won't dare. If you push me, you'll do anything. He Su was filled with pent-up anger, looking as if he could eat something. He was very clear that everything just now was a dream. Yet it felt so real. He couldn't forget it, couldn't escape the dream. His heart ached, and he felt so much hatred. He Xiumin was frightened. He genuinely feared his son would expose his embarrassing secret, so he could only curse as he left He Su's room. After leaving, he still felt uneasy. This little bastard is too reckless. I'm really afraid he'll expose my affairs. I might as well support him fully this time to rescue the team and solve all problems at once. What he was referring to were the plans to rescue Zhang Xiaofan and to kill Yi Yuan. As long as Zhang Xiaofan was brought back, this foolish son wouldn't cause any trouble. Let's put in another 200 tons of supplies. Let Gu Yiming send more ammunition, preferably grenades, to increase the chances of success. The bodyguard in a vest quickly took notes. At this moment, a voluptuous and beautiful woman in a nightgown entered the living room. Her name was Lu Wen, the second wife of He Xiumin. His previous wife couldn't stand his homosexuality and found it too disgusting, so they divorced. However, as a prominent figure in Chengdu, not marrying a wife would raise suspicions about his orientation sooner or later. Thus, He Xiumin married Lu Wen to maintain appearances. They usually slept in separate rooms. After all, He Xiumin had to play the field every night, and having Lu Wen around would surely be inconvenient. Lu Wen enjoyed the leisure time working out horseback riding and gardening. Living without worries was also quite nice. Xiumin, what happened? Why do I hear He Su crying and cursing again? Although Lu Wen was merely He Xiumin's shield, he treated her well enough, providing her with the status she deserved in the household. After all, he needed her to keep secrets. Moreover, Lu Wen was very understanding, giving He Xiumin face in public and pretending to be a loving couple. That bastard is going crazy again, don't mind him. When you should get some rest. It's quite chilly at night, don't catch a cold. Although they didn't have the reality of a couple, they had lived together for so long, and Lu Wen was obedient and understanding. He Xiumin had already treated her as family and cared for her more. Gradually, the people in the three villas fell asleep one after another. However, Gu Yiming, Hong Jingyi, and He Su could not fall asleep at all. Closing their eyes, the scenes from the dream played back like a movie, vividly appearing one after another. It was too tormenting. Anger, heartache, frustration, and complex emotions drove them mad. The next morning, Yuan opened his eyes groggily and suddenly sat up straight from bed. Quickly checked the gains from last night. With a thought, he summoned the exclusive interface of the Dream Psychologist. Dream Psychologist LV. 1. Target Hong Jingyi Hisu Gu Yiming Emotional Value 68100. Click to view emotional log. Energy stones 9. Start dream creation. Wow. He had gained 9 energy stones overnight, and he could also check the emotional log. Gu Yiming provided you with anger, emotion 10. Gu Yiming provided you with pain, emotion 10. Gu Yiming provided you with nausea, emotion 20. Hong Jingyi provided you with. Hisu provided you with. There were too many emotions continuously and unendingly provided. Emotions are not one-time offers. As long as the scenes in the dream evoke a strong reaction from the other party, emotional values will keep coming. Haha, I'll create a dream for them every day. The emotional harvesting is so satisfying. With a thought, Yuan extracted the 9 energy stones, and it was time to break through the skill limits. Breaking through the limits of one's abilities may seem simple, yet it is not overly complex. As long as one holds a spirit stone and invokes the mysterious power of the corresponding supernatural ability, within one can swiftly absorb the spirit stone and transcend the limitations of their abilities. Yuan was in urgent need of breaking the limitations of his devouring ability. Thus he unleashed the power of devouring. The 9 spirit stones in his palm were almost instantly absorbed by his body. At this moment, the devouring ability underwent a transformation. Devouring LV. 390,100, the ability, which previously could not be further upgraded, now showed signs of upgrade experience, requiring just 10 more points to reach level 4. This means that each level 1 spirit stone adds 10 points of experience. Only 1 more is needed. However, Yuan was not worried at all, as Gu Yiming, Hong Jingyi, and Hisu were continuously providing him with emotional value. Indeed, just a little while later, the emotional value rose from 68,100 to 88,100, and he was only 12 points away from refining another spirit stone. There was no rush. At that moment, all 4 women had already woken up. After everyone washed up, Yuan took out the prepared breakfast from his spatial ring. Spring onion egg pancakes, nut oatmeal crystal shrimp dumplings, double skin, milk fresh shrimp, red rice sausage, honeycomb cake. The spread was quite abundant, all prepared by Ruyan and Xiaowan during their free time. Whenever there was a new dish, Yuan would promptly replicate it, pulling it out from the spatial ring while it was still steaming. It was both convenient and worry-free. Everyone happily enjoyed their breakfast, and the pets were not left out. Li Huang still ate food specifically for parrots, which Yuan had replicated in abundance. The cat and dog had switched to raw meat. They needed to be more feral. Xiaofan's tabby cat was named Gulu, while Ruyan's was called Meow Meow. The girls had a somewhat casual approach to naming their pets. Nevertheless, they were quite adorable. The growth effect of the beast taming pill was still in effect, and when she woke up today, Li Huang had grown significantly, her body now as large as a rooster. Her tail was longer, and her feathers were more vibrant. Especially her claws, which had grown much larger compared to yesterday, appeared slender and powerful, sharp as can be. Yuan Bao's transformation was the most pronounced. His size was comparable to that of a calf, and thankfully Yuan had anticipated this growth the previous night, so he had instructed Xiaowan to remove the armor from him in advance. Otherwise it would have been quite uncomfortable. Additionally, Gulu and Meow Meow had taken 1 day less to grow because they consumed the beast taming pill a day later. However, their sizes were similar to that of a border collie. Especially the claws hidden in their paws, which were sharp and pointed when extended, could easily cause serious harm. Only Ha Pai remained the same as before. Su Min was both anxious and envious. I also want a battle pet. That scoundrel Yuan is deliberately keeping us in suspense. Why isn't he bestowing his abilities upon me? You scoundrel, I refuse to believe in the supernatural. I will make you fall in love with me. Yuan picked up a crystal shrimp dumpling and tossed it to the ground, prompting Yuan Bao, Gulu, and Meow Meow to rush over immediately. There was still food in their bowls, yet they came to snatch it. Because it was food tossed by Yuan, it was considered a gift from their master. In terms of relationships, these 3 battle pets were not Yuan's, yet their owners were Yuan's subordinates, creating a bond of destiny. This bond had already been imprinted in their souls, an unchangeable fact. They were even more loyal to Yuan than to their own masters. Yuan continued to eat his breakfast. He also checked his phone. Yesterday, Gu Yiming and Hong Jingyi had both called, and there were quite a few missed calls. He hadn't seen them while scavenging for supplies. It was only after returning home that he received the text notifications. Yuan pondered whether to continue keeping them in suspense or to call them now to provide some reassurance. Tomorrow was the scheduled rescue day. At this critical moment, if he called, they would definitely ask many questions, and too many words could lead to mistakes. 1 lie would require 100 more to cover it up. Even if Yuan considered everything carefully, the other party was not a fool, especially Gu Yiming and Hong Jingyi, who were both seasoned and cunning. It was best not to engage in too much conversation with them. However, he had to give them some indication. If he remained silent, what if they didn't send anyone? Thus Yuan switched his phone from flight mode back to communication mode. He first sent a text to Gu Yiming. Uncle Gu, there is a power and internet outage in the city, and I've been unable to reach you. I'm not sure what's happening, but I have a little bit of network now. It might disconnect again soon, so we'll keep it brief. Aunt Lu and I are still in the Laning community. You must send people to rescue us tomorrow. That's all. Whether Lu Ruyan is safe or whether the thugs are still searching, he didn't mention any of it. Let them guess. Let them feel anxious. Saying too much would only lead to loopholes. Yuan sent a text to Hong Jingyi. The beginning of the message was similar to the one sent to Gu Yiming, just mentioning the power and internet outage, and that he currently had a bit of network. However, he added a few more lines. Uncle Hong, Aunt Sue has already arrived. You must send someone to rescue us tomorrow. If you don't come soon, we won't last much longer. I won't say how we won't last. I also won't say what might happen if we just guess. After sending the messages, Yuan switched his phone back to flight mode. If they couldn't get through, it would drive them crazy. After finishing a sumptuous breakfast, Yuan took another look at the exclusive interface for the Dream Psychologist. Dream Psychologist LV. 1. Goal Hong Jingyi Hisu Gu Yiming. Emotional value, 9100. Click to view emotional log. Spirit Stones 1. Start dream creation. That was fast. He had another Spirit Stone. He quickly extracted it. Then he unleashed the power of devouring, and the Spirit Stone was instantly absorbed with the upgrade experience for the devouring ability, reaching 100,100. Max value. Upgrade successful. Devouring LV. For every 5 tons of food devoured, gain 1 point of free attribute, with a maximum of 200 tons of food. Note: level 4 devouring can consume a maximum of 3,000 gene of resources at a time. The upgraded devouring ability was similar to when it was at level 3. It could only grant 40 points of free attributes. The significance of the devouring upgrade is to remove the limitations of the current level, allowing for continued devouring to gain free attribute points. With the Spirit Stones, unlimited upgrades were possible. The limitations no longer had any effect. Of course, level 4 devouring was not entirely without changes. At least the maximum weight of a single devourer had increased from 2,000 gene to 3,000 gene. This way the speed of scavenging resources would be faster. No need to wash the bowls and chopsticks, just throw them away. Everyone hurry and refine the beast taming pills and give them to your respective battle pets. Then let's head out for another big scavenging. Since devouring could upgrade indefinitely, the scavenging of resources could not stop. Naturally, Yuan had a bit more to do. He would soon need to replicate armor for Yuan Bao again. Gulu and Miao Miao also shouldn't be neglected. Soon Yuan refined a beast taming pill and a beast soul pill. After giving it to Li Huang, her overall attributes received a tremendous boost. Battle pet. Name Li Huang. Loyalty 100. Attributes: Strength 16, Constitution 16, Agility 16, Spirit 16. Talent: Wind Shadow LV. 1. Speed 10, Experience 10. Skills. The Beast Soul Pill consumed today did not result in the comprehension of a new talent, but it would not lead to waste. When a battle pet already possesses a talent, if the Beast Soul Pill fails to lead to the comprehension of a new talent, it will gain 10 of talent experience. Feeding them is worry-free. Soon Xiaofan Xiaowan and Lu Ruyan also completed the refining of the beast taming pill and fed them to their respective battle pets. The overall strength of the battle pet team received a significant boost. Today they could attempt to train them for. In the early morning at Deer Lake, a fine mist hovered over the water's surface. Such a phenomenon had never occurred in the summer of August. This was the first time. The mist enveloped the world, blocking the sun's rays, and the temperature dropped day by day. Especially in the early morning and evening, the temperature difference was significant. Gu Yiming, draped in a long-sleeved night robe and sporting dark circles under his eyes, sat on a garden bench. He had hardly slept at all last night. Whenever he closed his eyes, the vivid scenes tormented him, causing him to toss and turn. He finally managed to hold out until dawn. His stomach ached with hunger, but the sight of the yellow and thick millet porridge immediately made him feel nauseous. He had spent what felt like several days in a dream. Under the coercive force of Yuan, he had been force-fed various kinds of food, one of which resembled millet porridge. The sense of immersion was too strong. It was simply unbearable to swallow. Gu Yiming, who had never smoked, lit a cigarette to suppress the oral sensations brought on by the dream. Cough, cough, cough. Damn, it was too harsh. He truly couldn't understand why some people liked smoking. Gu Yiming irritably extinguished the cigarette. At that moment, a notification sound from his phone broke the silence. He picked it up and saw the name. Yuan. Seeing this name reminded him of the harm he had suffered in the dream. That bastard. Despite knowing it was just a dream, he couldn't help but want to skin Yuan alive. Has this bastard finally got a signal on his phone? Gu Yiming focused intently on the message. Uncle Gu, the city is experiencing a power and network outage. I have been unable to reach you. I'll keep it brief. Aunt Lu and I are still at Laning community. You must send someone to rescue us tomorrow. Gu Yiming hurriedly called back. Sorry, the number you dialed is not in the service area. Damn. The network with bastard, why didn't you clarify how Yen is doing, whether she was injured or if the thugs have found you? Damn it, not a— Thinking of last night's dream where Lu Ruyan had ultimately become Yi Yuan's plaything under his coercive torture, the images were vivid. His precious darling was ruthlessly ravaged by that bastard Yi Yuan. His heart ached painfully. I must rescue Ruyan. Oh, she is mine. I cannot let Yi Yuan take her away. Old Zhang. Boss, what can I do for you? Go tell Yin Fei to prepare 20 grenades, 300 rounds of shotgun shells, and a machine gun for Hisu. We must kill Yi Yuan tomorrow and rescue Ruyan. Old Zhang looked puzzled and cautiously said, Boss, the grenades and machine guns were obtained from the military at a great cost by you. This is also a symbol of your identity in the Deer Lake base. Do we really have to give them to Hisu? In the early days of the apocalypse, when the military was still disorganized, the surviving officers were scattered. Gu Yiming took advantage of this opportunity to exchange a batch of weapons and ammunition at a high price from a military supply officer. However, this batch of weapons and ammunition did not come with any contact information. In simple terms, the seller did not provide after-sales service, and he couldn't even mention the other party's name. The weapons he obtained from Old Huang yesterday were different. Although this batch of weapons was somewhat outdated, they bore Old Huang's name card. This was also the reason for an additional supply of resources later, considered as a kind of after-sales service fee. In the complicated situation of the Deer Lake base, anyone who wanted to harm Gu Yiming had to weigh whether they could afford to offend Old Huang. The butler Old Zhang also understood that whether it was the new weapons of unknown origin or the old weapons bearing Old Huang's label, they were the Gu family's backbone. It was a symbol of identity and status. It also served as a safety guarantee. Given their limited quantity, it was not feasible to take these weapons out to kill zombies. But to save Lu Ruyan, too much had already been invested. Boss, do you want to reconsider? Gu Yiming waved his hand. No need to reconsider. Go do it immediately. Alright, I will go now. If it weren't for the dream from last night, Gu Yiming would have taken it easy, but the dream felt too real and had already affected his mindset. No matter what, Yi Yuan had to be eliminated. Otherwise, it would leave a lingering worry in his heart. After Old Zhang left, Gu Yiming's phone rang again. It was a call from Hisu. Useless thing. Your girlfriend has already been. Who knows how many times. By Yi Yuan, and you still think of ways to rescue her. It's so embarrassing. After venting his frustrations at Hisu, Gu Yiming finally pressed the answer button. Hello, dear nephew, what do you need? Uncle Gu, I need more resources. More resources? I want to add 200 tons of supplies. You need to get more weapons and ammunition. This time we must kill Yi Yuan no matter what. What's going on? Are you just giving me 200 tons of resources for free? I have already sent Old Zhang to arrange the ammunition and grenades, which is equivalent to giving me 200 tons for nothing. I, Gu Yiming, graciously accept. Dear nephew, don't joke around. Does Hisu agree to this? Hisu couldn't make decisions. This matter must be approved by Hishomin, so Gu Yiming needed to clarify. Don't worry, Uncle Gu. My dad fully supports me. Ugh. Ugh, ugh. Suddenly the sound of dry heaving came from the phone, and through the screen, he could almost smell the odor of the food. It was uncontrollable. He truly couldn't help it. Hearing the dry heaving reminded him of the dream from last night. Gu Yiming immediately felt nauseous, rolling his eyes a few times without being able to throw up. He was instantly filled with anger. Dear nephew, why are you heaving for no reason? Ugh, sorry, Uncle Gu. Ugh, my stomach hasn't been well these past few days, and I keep dry heaving. Ugh. Damn it, the more he talked, the more he got into it. Hearing that sound annoyed him. Alright, hurry up and get the supplies over here. I will also send the ammunition to you. Damn. Gu Yiming hung up the phone, unable to resist rolling his eyes a few times again. He felt too uncomfortable. Sigh. He quickly took a few deep breaths and drank a cup of strong tea. He finally felt a bit better. At that moment, the phone rang again. It was a call from Hong Jingyi. Hello, brother Hong. Is there something you need? Gu bro, I have a favor to ask you. Enough already. Just after the last call, with its dry heaving, you come to call me with your own heaving. A bunch of bastards, are you trying to disgust me on purpose? Last night, I had a dream where I was force-fed a lot of food. Don't you have any sense of public morality? Don't heave, just get to the point. Alright, Gu bro, I have a favor to ask. Please allocate more weapons and ammunition. I am willing to add 200 tons of supplies this time, and we must kill Yi Yuan. He cannot be allowed to return alive. What's going on? Hisu just added 200 tons, and now you want to add more. The reasons are the same. I hope to get more weapons and ammunition. Did they secretly discuss this, or is there something I don't know going on? Hong Jingyi, that old miser, is he really being this generous? Brother Hong, why the sudden request for more weapons and ammunition? Gu bro, to be honest, I'm afraid of Yi Yuan coming back. If he really falls out with the He family, it will be troublesome for me if he exposes me, so he must die. Damn, I trust you like I trust a punctuation mark. I'm such a fool. There's definitely something wrong. But Gu Yiming couldn't figure it out. Gu bro, please, you must allocate more weapons and ammunition to completely eliminate Yi Yuan. Eliminate him, ugh. Damn it, why are you heaving again? I want to heave too. The sounds of gunfire in the city have noticeably decreased. After the apocalypse arrived, industrial production has nearly come to a halt. Although there are a few wind turbines at Lu Lake, they barely suffice for daily electricity needs. Restoring production is almost impossible. Therefore, bullets and shells must be conserved. In the recent operation, the military suffered significant losses, and even a few tanks have broken down in the old city. Thus, it is necessary to reconsider tactics. Starting today, heavy land equipment will no longer enter the main urban area, and rescue missions will primarily target the new district outside the third ring. Helicopters and drones will still operate in the old city, but not as frequently as in the past few days. Blood mist blankets the sky with visibility reduced to only 70 or 80 meters. Any slight miscalculation could lead to a crash. For Yuan, this is a good thing. The rescue operations led to many supermarkets being mistakenly bombed, and after the doors and windows were blown open, a considerable number of zombies surged in. Cleaning them up is somewhat troublesome. There are about 70 or 80 zombies in the supermarket upstairs. We'll lure them into the tunnel to eliminate them. Yuan reminded everyone. They are currently still over 20 meters away from the supermarket. As Yuan dug forward, he used the shovel to throw large stones into the destroyed gap. First, the gap must be blocked. We cannot allow the zombies outside to enter. In no time, Yuan arrived beneath the supermarket and dug out the last piece of concrete with a shovel. Li Huang, go out and lure the zombies down. Yes, master. Li Huang's communication skills have improved significantly, now able to form simple sentences rather than being limited to single words. The tunnel is 2 meters high and 2 meters wide. With Li Huang's current size, it can fly freely in the tunnel without any restrictions. It flaps its wings. Its pure white form flashed as it rushed out of the tunnel entrance. Caw! Li Huang emitted a high-pitched call, its voice long and ethereal, having transcended the chattering noise of a parrot. The evolution of the battle pet is quite evident. It has undergone a complete transformation. As Li Huang burst out of the tunnel, its call instantly attracted the attention of the zombies. Roar, roar, roar. The scattered zombies in the supermarket immediately charged towards it. Li Huang, utilizing its flying advantage, gracefully maneuvered atop the shelves, quickly leading the horde to the tunnel entrance. Then it swiftly flew into the tunnel. Caw! Even as it entered the tunnel, it did not forget to call out, as if saying, "Come in, come bite me." The zombies really are obedient. They howled as they rushed towards the tunnel. Yuan and his subordinates had long been waiting. The two in front half squatted while the two behind stood, with Su Min observing at the back. For shotguns were aimed at the tunnel entrance. Yuan, Bao Gulu, and Miao Miao, the three battle pets, stood quietly to the side, ready to follow their master's orders. Soon the first zombie charged into the tunnel. Roar! It let out an excited roar. There were so many living people in the tunnel, all of them delicious food. Although zombies do not think encountering a feast as they rush into the tunnel is like falling into a pit while walking and finding a pile of money. It is both unexpected and delightful. The zombies were especially excited, and the horde behind them surged forward. Fire! In an instant, the dull sound of gunfire erupted, and dense tungsten alloy projectiles rained down on the horde. In the narrow tunnel, there is nowhere to hide. In no time, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the horde collapsed like harvested crops, resulting in a one-sided massacre. In a matter of moments, the zombies that rushed into the tunnel were completely slaughtered, leaving behind a ground covered in corpses. Yuan put away his gun. He swung the shovel again, and a 3D holographic map appeared in his mind, clearly showing that there were still a dozen zombies in the supermarket. Previously, they were distributed very scatteredly. Some zombies even wandered to the second floor. It is impossible for Li Huang to attract them all down. In such a situation, it is best to let the battle pets handle it, which would also help them hone their teamwork skills. Li Huang, lead the team. You and Bao Gula Miao Miao go out together and clean up all the zombies in the supermarket. Caw, woof, meow, meow. The four battle pets responded to Yi Yuan's command with their calls. Nominally, the cat and dog are the battle pets of Xiaofan and the others, but in reality, Yi Yuan is the true master, and his commands are absolutely obeyed. The four battle pets immediately charged out of the tunnel. Yi Yuan continued to swing the shovel. The tunnel was filled with the remnants of zombies. Although he had grown accustomed to a sea of corpses in his past life, this time is different. Since conditions allow, why step on bloody pieces of flesh? He decided to dig another tunnel from the side into the supermarket, which would be cleaner and could also increase experience for strengthening abilities. Killing two birds with one stone. Soon Yi Yuan dug open a tunnel from the side into the supermarket. At this moment, Li Huang was leading the battle pet team in harvesting the scattered zombies. Yuan Bao is a meat shield warrior. Dressed in heavy chainmail, it barks loudly as it charges towards nearby zombies to attract their attention. Golu and Miao Miao, on the other hand, are of the assassin type. With their agile and nimble forms, they often leap into the air, their sharp claws hidden in their paws, extending out swiftly. With a gentle swipe, the brains of the zombies would be scooped out. Li Huang has it the easiest, flying at the highest point overlooking the battlefield and ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. It can also act as the squad commander. After all, it is Yi Yuan's battle pet, and its status is different. The battle pet team quickly cleaned out the supermarket and then crouched at various exits to maintain vigilance. because Yi Yuan is about to conduct a major sweep. Their alertness would inevitably relax. The dangers outside the supermarket are numerous, and he cannot guarantee that no accidents will occur. Having the battle pets act as sentinels is quite appropriate. The cat has a keen sense of smell, and Li Huang flies at the highest point observing the situation in the supermarket. Any signs of movement can be reported immediately. Alright, let's start the sweep. Yi Yuan took the lead, quickly arriving at the food section and unleashing his devouring ability. In an instant, a massive vortex appeared. All the food on the shelves was sucked over, transforming into energy that entered Yi Yuan's body. Food packaging fell to the ground. The efficiency was extremely high. Now only Su Min remains like an outsider, unable to do anything, merely watching as everyone else continuously grows stronger. Especially the battle pets killing zombies just now. She was extremely envious. If Ha Pai could also become a battle pet, that would be wonderful. Not only could it make the pet stronger, but being Yi Yuan's woman would also allow her to become very powerful. Am I being too stubborn? Why must I make Yi Yuan love me? Whether he loves me or I love him, as long as I can gain abilities, that would be enough. Su Min is determined to become a wise Valkyrie like Carol. That was before she met Yi Yuan. What's so great about being a Valkyrie? What does it matter to be wise? Xiaofan Xiaowan and Lu Ru Yin are all incredibly strong. Even if X University is brainless, they can easily slaughter zombies. I thought I was some kind of Carol. Insufficient strength would force one to rely on wisdom. With this thought, Su Min's mindset instantly changed, and quietly her taming degree increased by 5. Just enough to reach 95. She can strip the third attribute now. Yi Yuan, I also want to gain abilities. Oh, just tell me what conditions are needed. As long as you don't let me die. Whatever it is, I promise you. I've watched a lot of European films. Yi Yuan was currently devouring food. He was momentarily taken aback by the voice behind him. Did she come to terms with it? He turned around, prepared to tease Su Min, only to find that her taming degree had already reached 95 in her attribute card. Ha ha ha. Not bad, you actually completed self-taming. Hurry up and strip the attributes. The beast tamer's abilities greatly help battle pets. I wonder what she can strip out in the end. Su Min wore an expectant expression, eagerly desiring Yi Yuan's recognition. She wished to acquire her abilities immediately. Not to tease her any longer, Yi Yuan was not in the mood to play tricks on Su Min. He just wanted to quickly finalize the last entry. I will grant you your abilities. I will also provide you with weapons. For now, just stay put and don't say anything. Are you agreeing? Really? Ha ha ha, I will soon acquire my abilities. I am so happy. Wait, are you taking advantage of me? Are you that impatient? While Yi Yuan complained, he completed the final extraction. His mental energy locked onto the tamer entry. Here I go. In an instant, a mysterious power surged into Yi Yuan's body, signifying the addition of another ability. Meanwhile, Su Min's taming degree automatically reached 100, officially becoming Yi Yuan's servant. He could now rest easy, no longer worrying about her betrayal. This woman was stunning and ruthless, capable of slaughtering like a pro. Without her becoming a servant, Yi Yuan always felt uneasy. Thankfully, everything had passed. However, the most important task now was to check his abilities, so Yi Yuan quickly summoned his attribute panel. Yi Yuan, attribute strength 36, constitution 37, agility 37, spirit 37, abilities 3D printing, unlimited duplication, partial integrated duplication, living being duplication, excavation, master super excavator, ground strengthening LV. 16 ground throwing shovel, nutritionist, devouring LV. 4 tamer beast, taming pill, beast soul, pill, beast spirit pill, psychologist dream, psychologist LV. 1. A new ability, beast spirit pill, has been added. Click to view the ability introduction. Beast spirit pill, using the body as a furnace and spirit as a guide, one can refine one each day. When consumed by a battle pet, it has a chance to awaken skills. If the skill awakening fails, it converts into skill upgrade experience. Note: special item cannot be duplicated. Wow, it's complete. The beast soul pill awakens talent, and the beast spirit pill awakens skills. Moreover, the effects are the same. When there are skills consuming it without awakening, new skills will convert into skill experience, so there is no waste. Li Huang, come down. Yi Yuan waved his hand, and Li Huang immediately flew to his shoulder. Master, what are your commands? Li Huang's speech became increasingly human-like. It would be great if she could transform into a stunning beauty. Yi Yuan withdrew his thoughts. He mobilized the mysterious power within him, using his body as the furnace, guiding his spirit into the furnace to begin the refinement. The process was quite complex. However, with his abilities, Yi Yuan only needed to perform a simple operation, and in less than 3 minutes, he refined a beast spirit pill. Woof woof, meow, meow meow. Yuan Bao Gulu and Meow Meow had sensed the aroma from afar and excitedly made sounds. Yet they did not rush over. Yi Yuan issued a warning command, and they dared not disobey. Master, I wanted. Seriously, you are still just a battle pet. Don't keep saying I want. Only women say things like that. Can't you just say you want to eat? Yi Yuan presented the beast spirit pill to Li Huang's mouth, and she swallowed it in one bite. At this moment, he checked Li Huang's status. It showed that the effects of the medicine were still being absorbed. He had to wait a while, and Yuan was not anxious, raising his head to see Su Min still standing in front. He then handed her a lady's platinum ring. This is a space ring. I had prepared it for you long ago. Now it's your hellhound dagger and personal items are all inside. Additionally, there are a shotgun, a pistol, an assault rifle, and a machine gun, all fully equipped. Previously I used a space wine gourd. Now it has been changed to a ring. The method of storing and retrieving items is slightly different. Yuan spent a minute teaching Su Min how to use it. Then he copied a full set of chainmail for her. Su Min took out the shotgun from the space ring, instantly transformed people from Long Country. Regardless of gender, the desire for firearms is incredibly intense. The moment Su Min held the gun, her aura transformed, her eyes flickering with brief strangeness and curiosity. Then came endless excitement. It was as if she had obtained a life-saving treasure. Wow. Whoa. With a click, the bullet was chambered, and Su Min held the shotgun, exclaiming in excitement. Her exhilaration was evident. She had long wanted to handle a gun, but Yuan had always denied her. Now she had her wish. In the face of danger, there was no need for any act. She could just fire away. If she didn't shoot you down, it would be due to her restraint. Yuan could not read minds. If he knew Su Min's thoughts, he would probably curse her out. After all, you are a stunning beauty. Can't you think a bit more gracefully? At this moment, Yuan was checking Li Huang's battle pet attribute panel. Battle pet. Name: Li Huang. Loyalty 100, attributes: Strength 16, Constitution 16, Agility 16, Spirit 16, Talent: Wind Shadow LV. 1 Speed 10, Experience 20, Skills: Eternal Flame LV. 1 click to view introduction. Skills have awakened. The first Beast Soul Pill awakened talent, and the first Beast Spirit Pill awakened skills. Yuan couldn't help but wonder. Is it possible that for both Beast Soul Pill and Beast Spirit Pill the first awakening chance is 100? It was worth a try. Soon he would confer the abilities to refine Beast Soul Pill and Beast Spirit Pill to Xiao Fan and the others, and they would find out. After all, a servant's battle pet is essentially equivalent to one's own battle pet. In fact, Yuan's commands to the battle pet are even more obedient. He continued to check Li Huang's skill introduction. Eternal Flame releases flames of 1,500 degrees high temperature in a straight line of 100 meters, implementing the characteristic of burning through the bones on the target. Wow, wow, wow. A long-range magical skill. 1,500 degrees is probably the highest temperature of a steel furnace. Moreover, it burns through the bones. In other words, it won't stop until everything is turned to ash. With a breath of eternal flame, even steel could be melted easily, taking down zombies. Most importantly, the attack range is 100 meters. Nowadays, with blood mist covering the sky, the visible range is only 70 or 80 meters, as long as Li Huang spits out a breath of eternal flame within the limit of visibility. Then quickly conceal herself in the blood mist. She could become elusive. Even if there were tanks and machine guns on the ground or planes in the sky, she would not fear. What an impressive skill. Now Li Huang could soar into the sky. With a light and agile figure, she darted through the blood mist, occasionally unleashing a breath of eternal flame on the ground, a nightmare presence. Li Huang, go out and test your skills. Yes, master. Outside the supermarket, there were densely packed zombies everywhere. Li Huang flew to 10 meters high, smashing through the supermarket glass to the street above. A long, high-pitched cry echoed as the fiery tongues descended from the sky. As Li Huang flew forward, the fiery tongues ravaged the street. At least 70 or 80 zombies were engulfed by the eternal flame. Roar, roar, roar. Zombies felt no pain, but being engulfed in raging flames caused all the zombies on the street to become agitated. The zombies, burned by the eternal flame, ran around chaotically. In the blink of an eye, they fell. While 1,500 degrees may not instantly reduce bones to ash, within 5 seconds it could cook a zombie's brain. Generally speaking, once touched by the eternal flame, it only takes 2 to 3 seconds for a zombie to die. A long-range AoE damage. An almost instant kill ability. Yuan was very satisfied with Li Huang's skills. She was still wreaking havoc above the street, and Yuan did not call her back. Let her go wild for a bit. At this moment, Su Min looked at Li Huang with envy. Then she turned back to Yuan. Yuan, I want one too. Please give me one. I want it. I want it. Can't you say it more clearly? I seriously suspect you are being suggestive. Yuan spent a few minutes granting the skills of ground digging, strengthening, devouring, beast taming pill, beast soul pill, and beast spirit pill to Su Min. Let her develop on her own. Hop-High is currently still at the South Lake Villa. It can only be transformed into a battle pet when it returns at night. Su Min can first refine the 3 types of pills, because they will expire if not used. Next, Yuan called over Xiao Fan, Xiao Wan, and Lu Ruyan. He wanted them to master the refining abilities of the Beast Soul Pill and Beast Spirit Pill as well. While the Beast Soul Pill awakens talent, and the Beast Spirit Pill awakens skills. Big brother, Yi was the fire spat by Li Huang just now, the awakened skill. So powerful. I wonder what skills Meow Meow can awaken. The women had become accustomed to Yi Yuan's divine methods. Although they were happy to gain new abilities, they did not shout as they did the first time. Now they all eagerly wanted to know what talents and skills their battle pets could awaken. They called over Yuan, Bao Gu Lu, and Meow Meow. They each consumed the Beast Soul Pill and Beast Spirit Pill. As the two pills were taken together, the absorption time was a bit longer. About 10 minutes later, Yuan was the first to exclaim, "Wow, Yuan Bao has awakened. Talent, Endurance, Constitution, Growth 10. Skill, Frenzied Battle Beast, all attributes 50. So impressive. Yuan Bao's talent and skills could indeed turn it into a fierce melee beast, especially with the all attributes 50. In later stages, a single charge could cause a zombie to disintegrate. However, compared to Li Huang's skills, it was still far behind. Yi Yuan speculated that perhaps it was due to the servant-refined pills which have the efficacy. He wasn't sure if the speculation was correct. "Yes, host, you are truly clever. Damn, that's the first time you've praised me." Yi Yuan also didn't know how to address the voice in his head. System, higher dimensional life, or perhaps the consciousness of a deity. What exactly are you? Replying to the host, "I am a part of your body." Damn, asking was pointless. Forget it regardless of what it is as long as it can help me. At this moment, Xiao Fan and Ru Yan's battle pets had also awakened. Meow Meow has awakened, and the skill is Stealth. When the movement speed drops to 30, it can conceal its breath and figure entering stealth state. That's invisibility. Lu Ru Yin was ecstatic, her body trembling with excitement. The invisibility skill combined with a cat's high agility made for a stealthy assassin. Sister Ru Yin, my Gu Lu has also awakened Stealth. What is Gu Lu's talent? Agility, growth. Mine too. It seems that cats awaken the same talents and skills. Yi Yuan also noticed this point. Battle pets of the same species awaken the same talents and abilities. Moreover, it confirmed his previous speculation. Whether it was the Beast Soul Pill or the Beast Spirit Pill, the description stated there was a chance of awakening, but the first one would succeed 100. Otherwise, failure would convert into experience. But that would require a target. Without talent, without skills, what good is experience? Since the first one is 100 successful, Su Min's Hapai should also be able to awaken Endurance and Frenzied Battle Beast. Great, the team is becoming stronger. Perhaps before long, he could become a hands-off manager. Just lying down. Who wants to move? Alright, everyone, continue to loot resources. Quickly level up the attribute points. A day passed. Everyone looted resources while honing the real combat synergy of their battle pets. Mainly the cats and dogs. Li Huang basically requires no honing. Being in the sky, she can solve anything she dislikes with a breath of indestructible fire. When night fell, everyone returned to the South Lake Villa. Su Min immediately transformed Hapai into a battle pet, consumed the Beast Soul Pill and Beast Spirit Pill, and just as Yi Yuan had predicted, it awakened Endurance and Frenzied Battle Beast. Now the battle pet team consists of 2 warriors, 2 assassins, and 1 mage. Actually, Li Huang shouldn't be considered a pure mage. She should be classified as a magi assassin. Her speed is also extremely fast, and her melee capability is not weak. Under the cover of blood mist, she can execute surprise close-range assaults. The women took off their chainmail and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After eating replicated food all day, they had to prepare something fresh for dinner. The advantage of replicated food is its simplicity and convenience, but the downside is that the taste never changes. The charm of Chinese cuisine lies in the fact that the same dish can have subtle variations in flavor each time it is made. Yi Yuan began to tally today's harvest. They looted a total of 16 supermarkets. His level 4 devouring had reached its limit. Just from devouring, he had gained 40 attribute points. This was all thanks to Gu, Ming Hong Jing, and the sycophant Hisu. Without the emotions they provided, devouring could not have leveled up to level 4. Thus, he wouldn't have been able to gain those 40 free attribute points. What good people? He was grateful for the attribute points sent by his enemies. Tonight he would also have to weave a dream for them. Additionally, ground digging strengthening had also leveled up by 1. Now Yi Yuan's attributes had all reached 47 points, very balanced, making him exceptionally powerful. With a slight exertion, he could easily crush a zombie. However, the experience required for upgrading devouring had also increased. To go from level 4 to level 5 requires 500 points, equivalent to 50 energy stones. Yi Yuan summoned the exclusive interface for the Dream Psychologist. Dream Psychologist LV. 1. Target Hongjing, Hisu Gu, Ming emotion value 17100. Click to view emotion log, energy stones 8, start dream weaving. He had accumulated another 8 energy stones. From the emotion log, he could see that the emotional values provided by these 3 individuals had been decreasing throughout the afternoon. After all, it was a dream. Over time it would gradually fade, and if the emotional intensity was insufficient, it couldn't be converted into emotion value. Tonight he needed to make it big. Let their emotions soar. Yi Yuan took another look at the attribute screens of his Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan's level 2 devouring had reached its limit. Tomorrow, they could be granted level 3, and both currently had all attributes at 17 points. Equivalent to the combined qualities of 2 robust, adult men. Ru Yin was slightly lower. Her devouring had also reached its limit, but ground digging strengthening was 2 levels lower than Xiao Fan and the others. Currently her strength and constitution were at 17 points, while agility and spirit were at 16 points. Lastly, there was Su Min. She had only officially become a servant today, but her attributes had already skyrocketed to 13 points. Gaining attribute points in the early stages is somewhat easier. Overall, the entire team had seen a significant improvement. Just in time for tomorrow, Gu Yiming would send someone to rescue them. This time, he had to use a different method to trap them, using stones to smash them repeatedly. After a while, even a fool wouldn't fall for it again. It couldn't just end like this. He would gather their emotion values while deceiving them until they lost their worth before eliminating them. Yi Yuan pondered that tomorrow he could let the battle pets complete the tasks. Gu Lu and Miao Miao would be invisible. They were excellent at ambush assassinations. It's settled then. Dinner isn't ready yet. Su Min came out to brew a pot of tea for Yi Yuan, letting him rinse his mouth first. Meanwhile, she secretly gave him a little benefit. It's just a heads up, since they are now servants, she needed to hint at the final step to his stomach in advance. Yi Yuan had always shown no romantic interest. Su Min was worried he was a steel straight man. Yi Yuan smirked wickedly. It's all because of you being coy. To increase the taming degree, I must oppose you. Now that she was a servant, he had to oppose her even more. Otherwise, what would be the point of taming you? Su Min went back to help in the kitchen, while Yi Yuan contemplated what dream to weave tonight. The dinner was sumptuous that evening, filled with delectable dishes like mapo tofu dompa, pork-boiled cabbage, steamed jiang fish, and ants climbing a tree. The dining table was laden with culinary delights. They even opened a bottle of baijiu worth 19000 on the market. After all, it could be replicated. No matter how rare in Yi Yuan's hands, it was akin to street vendor goods. Strictly speaking, drinking in the apocalypse is taboo. However, women from Shudu have a good capacity for alcohol. 5 of them could share a bottle without getting drunk, and more importantly, it could liven up the atmosphere. A slight buzz was necessary to let loose. The dishes were already served, but no one had touched them. 4 pairs of eyes stared at Yi Yuan in unison, as if looking at a fool. At this moment, Yi Yuan sat on the sofa staring into the air, sometimes giggling, sometimes laughing heartily, sometimes furrowing his brow. His expressions were utterly captivating. What do you think Yi Gu is doing? He can't be daft, right? Yi Yuan isn't foolish. He was like this before dinner last night. I suspect he's up to something mischievous. Look at his expression. It's cunning, cheeky, and filled with dark humor. It's too complex. Is he trapped in a hallucination? Let's not call him, we can wait a few minutes. Su Min had more experience. She had sat beside him last night and witnessed what Yi Yuan caused. Of course, she couldn't see the dream-making process, but she remembered that Yi Yuan would return to normal in about 10 minutes. Sure enough, after 2 minutes, Yi Yuan got up from the sofa. Time to eat, ha ha ha. Everyone sighed in relief. Thankfully, he hadn't gone daft. Yiga, what were you laughing about just now? Yeah, Yi Yuan, I thought you were lost in a hallucination. Honestly, were you up? Yi Yuan looked at everyone and couldn't help but laugh again. Time to eat. Why so many questions? I want to tell you that your husbands or boyfriends will be walking awkwardly after tonight. After all, it was too wicked to say. At Luhua, at Gu Yiming's home, a large table was also filled with various dishes. Today marked the first time Gu Yiming entertained guests since the apocalypse. Gu Yunfei, Hong Jingyi, He Su, and He Xiumin were all present. However, the dining atmosphere was not as relaxed as at Yi Yuan's home. I invited everyone tonight to discuss tomorrow's matters. Gu Yiming opened the topic and continued, we have attempted 4 rescues into the city, all failing, and we suffered heavy losses. I hope tomorrow will be the last time. Firstly, to rescue our loved ones. Secondly, Yi Yuan must be killed, except for Gu Yunfei. Everyone oddly nodded in agreement, leaving Gu Yiming baffled. What was going on? Have you rehearsed this? Speaking of which, it could be considered rehearsed since everyone had dreamed of the same scenario, but in the dreams they were the protagonists. Since last night, everyone's hatred for Yi Yuan had multiplied 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The loathing was bone deep. They wished to crush him to ashes. That was why they unanimously nodded in agreement. Gu Yiming continued, this time our rescue is rushed, and the personnel are hastily assembled. Even our firepower isn't as strong as in previous attempts. To ensure nothing goes wrong, we need to discuss the details. I don't want to make any more mistakes. I'm sure you are all aware that the longer one stays in the blood mist, the greater the chance of corpse transformation. It's better to rescue sooner rather than later. This time Gu Yiming took it more seriously than ever. Previously, he simply wanted to save Lu Ruyan. Killing Yi Yuan was just a secondary concern. With the strength of the Gu family, he was not worried about Yi Yuan seeking revenge. Moreover, Yi Yuan was unaware that Gu Yiming was the mastermind. At least the information Yi Yuan received indicated as such. Last night's dream changed Gu Yiming's mindset. It was too real, too disgusting. Saving Lu Ruyan was urgent, and killing Yi Yuan was imperative. Actually, I have an idea. Hong Jingyi lit a cigarette and said, although the Blue Shore community is by the riverbank, it is still about 50 or 60 meters away from the river. Moreover, whether for a rescue or for Lady Lu and the others to escape, they cannot move in a straight line. It is estimated that they will need to walk at least 100 meters to reach the riverside. During this process, there will be many zombies, and the probability of our rescue team being wiped out is very high. Gu Yiming shot a glare at Hong Jingyi. You bastard. Why not mention Su Min escaping, and just say Rian is escaping? It's obvious you're hinting to everyone that my wife is with Yi Yuan, and she might have even been. You know, damn. This old schemer insists that Su Min is hiding in the Blue Shore community, but is not with Yi Yuan. The implication is that he cannot be cuckolded. I can't even find a reason to blackmail him. How outrageous. Since you dare to scheme against me, I'll remember this. Hong Jingyi ignored Gu Yiming and continued, I don't care if the rescue team gets wiped out, but if they do, Lady Lu and Jiang Xiaofan can't return. My wife can't return either. After all, she isn't with Yi Yuan, the probability of surviving alone is almost— Gu Yiming's eyes turned cold. He had been schemed against again. This time, even Hisu glared at Hong Jingyi. However, Hong Jingyi completely disregarded them. Today, he had also connected with the senior officials of the Ministry of Culture and would soon acquire weapons and ammunition. He would no longer need to consider Gu Yiming's feelings. Hong Jingyi paused for effect, extinguished his cigarette, and then said, but I have a better idea. I have some connections in the Ministry of Culture's transport team. I can get a drone. Of course, it's the civilian type with a load capacity of 85 kilograms. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately brightened up, realizing what Hong Jingyi was getting at. Transport drones had always been controlled by the Ministry of Culture and the military. Luhua does not lack electricity. They could use the transport drone to frantically rescue food, weapons, medical supplies, and fuel from the strategic resource depot. Upon hearing this, Gu Yiming immediately understood the intention. So you mean we will use a boat to pull the drone to the outside of the Blue Shore community? Then use the drone to search. Once we find the people to be rescued, we can lift them with the drone and fly back to the boat. This way we can avoid battling zombies. Hong Jingyi nodded. Hisu looked excited. Great, this plan is excellent, simply brilliant. Uncle Hong is— he— Gu Yiming cast a disdainful glance. Although civilian drones were controlled by the authorities, with his connections, he could also obtain them. However, he previously thought that using helicopters for rescue would be safer. At that time, it was also limited by the environment. Now that Rian was trapped in the riverside community, using a drone was indeed simpler and more effective. Well then, I'll trouble you, Brother Hong. It would be best to get the drone back tonight. Hong Jingyi nodded. Of course, but you all know that renting from the Ministry of Culture is going to cost a lot. Gu Yiming exhaled lightly. Don't mention it, didn't you just add 200 tons of supplies? I won't take it or consider it as payment for the drone rental. Hong Jingyi was taken aback. Given Gu Yiming's nature of plucking feathers from a passing goose, he thought there would be a lot of back and forth, but unexpectedly, it was so straightforward. Little did he know that Gu Yiming's desire to kill Yi Yuan was stronger than anyone else's. In the dream, not only was he forced to eat a lot of disgusting food, but Lu Rian, his prized possession, was also tormented to the brink of death. Surprisingly, Lu Rian still seemed to enjoy it. Shame and hatred intertwined. This was a dream, not real. I must prevent such things from happening and quickly resolve the Yi Yuan issue to rescue Rian. Everyone discussed some finer details. After the banquet ended, Gu Yiming went to bed early. He hadn't slept the previous night and was now extremely tired, hoping not to have nightmares again tonight. In the dead of night, Gu Yiming suddenly began to gasp violently, emitting painful cries. Gradually, he was drenched in sweat and sat up on the bed. Gu Yiming let out a low howl of anguish, instinctively clutching his backside as he continued to breathe heavily. He couldn't take it. He couldn't stand it. Another damn nightmare. This time, he didn't dream of Yi Yuan or Lu Rian being tortured. Instead, he dreamt of Hong Jingyi and Hisu. The most detestable thing was that in the dream, they were a couple teaming up to violate him. What the hell, how could I have such a dream? Damn it. How disgusting. You bastards, Hong Jingyi and Hisu, him over 50 years old. How could you be so ruthless? This, it hurts. This pain wasn't real, but the dream felt so vivid that the nerves produced an illusion, making him feel the pain involuntarily. Damn it. Ouch. You filthy beast. Ouch. Gu Yiming gritted his teeth as he got up, knowing it was a dream, yet still grinding his teeth in hatred for Hong Jingyi and Hisu. Bastards. Once I rescue Rian, I won't have to cooperate with you anymore. I will definitely kill you. If I don't kill you, the inner demons won't be dispelled. Ouch. Ouch. Hiss. On the other side, Hong Jingyi was also holding his backside and gritting his teeth. Damn it, Gu Yiming, filthy beast. Hisu, I won't let this go. One day I will find 100 strong men to take revenge. Is this a dream? I don't care, it's too real. I can't swallow this anger without revenge. Meanwhile, Hisu was cursing loudly, his situation even worse with Gu Yiming and Hong Jingyi, as well as his father and over 100 muscular bodyguards at home. He was directly ruined. After waking from the dream, he lay in bed for a long time before he could catch his breath. Hisu's anguished cries startled the entire family. Tonight was destined to be another sleepless night. However, Yi Yuan slept soundly until he was awakened by the sound of gunfire from the outskirts the next morning. Today marked the 4th day of the military rescue operation. In the old city, the sound of explosions was hardly heard, but outside the 3rd Ring Road, gunfire roared. It seemed that the military had completely abandoned the old city. It made sense. Within the third ring road, the density of zombies was too high, and with numerous streets and alleys, abandoned vehicles littered the roads, making it difficult for tanks and armored vehicles to enter the city. One slip could easily leave them trapped in a tide of corpses. Even using drones to drop bombs would yield limited damage. The roads were riddled with craters. The already congested roads were now completely paralyzed. Even if survivors managed to escape, they would basically have no chance of getting away. It was better to concentrate their forces. Focus on rescuing survivors outside the third ring. After all, that was the new district with wide roads and a low population density, making it more effective for both ground troops and air support. Yuan woke up and checked the time. It was 8:30 a.m., time to get up and wake up Xiao Fan and the others. Then Yuan immediately checked his energy stones. Dream Psychologist LV. 1. Target Hong Jingyi Hisu Gu Yiming Emotion Value 26100. Click to view emotion log. Energy stones 23. Start dream creation 10 minutes. Not bad. There were 23 energy stones now. Some of them were accumulated during the day yesterday. Yuan had not extracted them, waiting until he had enough to upgrade before extracting them all at once. Gu Yiming, keep it up. After Yuan got up and washed up, he focused on refining today's pills: Beast Taming Pill, Beast Soul Pill, and Beast Spirit Pill. Feeding the 3 pills to Li Huang would take about 10 minutes to fully absorb the effects. Today Li Huang had changed a bit. Its size had grown to about that of a golden eagle, with a tail nearly 1 meter long and a wingspan exceeding 2 meters. When it flew, it looked particularly graceful and agile. To be honest, it truly had some of the qualities of a phoenix. Yuan Bao had also grown significantly, its size now larger than a calf, its muscles radiating strength. Though its eyes still looked a bit silly, at least it was a strong and silly creature. Gulu and Miao Miao had the most significant changes in size, now comparable to male snow leopards, with their hidden claws sharper and longer. Happy was slightly less impressive. Having transformed into a battle pet for too short a time, it was expected to grow significantly in the next day or two. Starting today, Gulu and Miao Miao no longer needed to wear chainmail. Their greatest advantage was their ability to stealthily sneak. Once they wore chainmail and entered stealth mode, one would see a hollow chainmail moving. Damn it. Even though they lost their metal protection, they could still maximize their agility. After transforming into battle pets, Gulu and Miao Miao could leap to heights of 4 to 5 meters. They couldn't possibly be beaten by a horde of zombies. 10 minutes passed, and Li Huang finished absorbing the 3 pills, unfortunately, without awakening any new talents or skills. However, the beast taming pill would permanently increase all attributes. Now Li Huang's 4 attributes had all reached 21 points higher than those of the 4 servants. The purple abilities are truly impressive. After Xiao Fan and the others finished washing up, they each refined pills to feed their battle pets. During breakfast, Yuan granted level 3 devouring to everyone. This morning they would not raid the supermarket. There was a more important task. After we finish eating, let's hurry to the Blue Coast Community 301 on Binhai Road. Someone from Lu Lake will come to rescue you. We need to get there early and prepare. After Yuan finished speaking, he deliberately looked at Su Min, who had been eagerly awaiting Hong Jingyi to send someone to rescue her. Why are you looking at me? Am now yours. I want return to Lu Lake. Yuan suddenly smiled. I wonder what expression Hong Jingyi would have upon hearing such words. After breakfast, everyone entered the underground tunnel and rode electric bikes towards the Blue Coast Community. Su Min still couldn't ride a 2-wheeler. Fortunately, there were 3-wheeled electric bikes. At first she stumbled, but after a while she managed to grasp the direction. The battle pets followed behind on 4 legs. Li Huang's wings were too large, and the 2-meter-wide tunnel restricted its flying, so it could only stand on Yuan's back seat. At 9:30 a.m., they arrived at the Blue Coast Community. The 4 land battle pets cleared away the zombies along the way, allowing Yuan and his group to smoothly enter 301. Yuan, how do you plan to deal with them? Yuan stood by the window. Outside was the wide Shujiang River with many zombies wandering along the shore. I plan to use battle pets to kill those people. We can also seize their boats, which will make returning to Lu Lake much easier in the future. How about letting Gulu and Miao Miao hide on the riverbank, and when the rescuers arrive, Yuan Bao and Happy will face them heat-in, while Gulu and Miao Miao will wait for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Yuan nodded. I was thinking the same. Lu Rian added, but I feel this rescue won't be that simple. At least it won't be like last time, sending only 2 boats over. Yuan smiled. Don't worry, even if they send planes and tanks over, it won't help. Oh, I just hope to deal with the rescuers more discreetly. If all else fails, a super rocket can take care of it. Now that we have battle pets to help, I actually hope they use some other means so I can seize more weapons. On Luyuan Island, the 20 bodyguards who had undergone 3 days of training were already ready to go. To ensure everything went smoothly, Gu Yiming even had Gu Yunfei send the strongest bodyguard from their home to command this mission. This person was quite extraordinary. His name was Hyena. Before the apocalypse, he worked as a mercenary abroad, frequently participating in real combat, famously crushing an AK single-handedly, going viral online. After the apocalypse, Hyena did not join any official organization. The officials were out executing missions daily. Hyena wasn't afraid of death, but didn't want to throw his life away, so he was recruited by Gu Yiming with a generous offer to become the captain of the bodyguard team. Hyena had a wealth of skills. He DIY modified commercial small drones, transforming grenades into drone drop bombs, adding a 3D printed plastic handle at the back for stabilization. Commercial drones transformed into bombing drones. Hyena originally had no intention of taking this mission. He had long heard that large stones would fall from the sky in the old city. However, Gu Yiming promised Hyena the boat he traveled in wouldn't need to enter the main city area, only needing to operate the drone to command the team, which is why he agreed to execute this mission. Checking the time. It was 9:30. Hyena waved his hand. Everyone assemble and depart. 2 speedboats, one a swift craft, set off from Deer Lake heading towards the old city. The Hyena and one of his subordinates were aboard the swift craft. They would not enter the main city. Their primary task was to utilize a drone to monitor the situation and command the rescue operation in real time. At this moment, 3 boats were navigating the river. 100 meters away, the drone scouted the path, ready to notify the fleet immediately if any danger appeared on the river. The Hyena watched the footage relayed by the drone. Zombies cannot swim, and the river was quite calm. The Hyena felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, as today's mission was perilous even though the 3 bosses had offered generous rewards. However, before their departure, not a single person had come to see them off. This was illogical. Normally Gu Yiming, Hongjingi, and Hisu should have been present. At the very least, someone should have come to offer a few encouraging words before they set off. But the Hyena wasn't particularly worried. After all, he wouldn't be entering the main city, and if danger arose, he could always make a quick escape. At that moment, Gu Yiming's voice came through the Bluetooth earpiece. Hyena, have you set off? Yes, boss. Remember, Yuan must die, and Ru Yin must be rescued. Understood. Let me remind you once more, even if everyone else dies, Ru Yin must return alive. Don't worry, boss. As long as I find Madam, I will ensure her safe return. After hanging up, the Hyena sighed softly. In the eyes of the big boss, everyone was merely cannon fodder. Fortunately, he still had some value. Of course, the Hyena was a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. He knew which missions to accept and which ones to avoid. Even if Gu Yiming wanted him to be cannon fodder, he wouldn't simply obey. When the apocalypse first struck, the Hyena fought his way from the outskirts to Deer Lake, contemplating the formation of his own faction. Unfortunately, he lacked power and influence. He had no connections. Unable to acquire weapons, he could only rely on relief aid for sustenance. Otherwise he would have to risk his life to fight for it. Those who walk by the river often get their shoes wet. After much consideration, it was still more advantageous to align with Gu Yiming. The benefits were high, the treatment was good, and he wouldn't have to venture out into danger with women catering to him daily. It was even better than life before the apocalypse. Enjoying the good life meant he had to work. Thus he had no complaints about today's mission. I hope to find Madam soon so I can return to my comfortable life. Meanwhile, Gu Yiming had just hung up the phone when Hongjingi called. What the hell do you want to call me for? Gu Yiming did not answer immediately. The mere mention of Hongjingi made him involuntarily tense. The memory of last night's dream was still vivid, a painful reminder of the greatest humiliation a man could endure. Even if it was just a dream. If it couldn't be forgotten, it was as if it had truly happened. Considering they were still in a cooperative phase, Gu Yiming gritted his teeth and pressed the answer button. What is it? Gu Yiming's tone was not pleasant. Hongjingi did not show him any respect. I heard the rescue fleet set off this morning, and not a single one of the 3 employers showed up. Are you questioning me? What do you think you are? Chow and I, Ma. Gu Yiming, how dare you curse me? Go to hell. What does it matter if I get lost? Beep. Beep beep. The call was disconnected. Hongjingi stared blankly at his phone. What the hell, has he lost his mind? I'm the one who's angry here. He dares to hang up on me. Once this cooperation ends, I will find 100 strong men to kill you. Thinking of last night's dream, Hongjingi trembled. His resentment towards Gu Yiming and Hisu escalated sharply, especially towards Gu Yiming, who spoke to him in such a tone. Damn, I'm not happy. He was going to call Hisu and curse him out. That bastard had tormented him a lot in last night's dream. He had to scold him to relieve his anger. Hongjingi dialed Hisu's number, but before he could start his tirade, Hisu shouted directly into the phone. Ah, Chow and I, Ma. Hongjingi, don't call me. Get lost. Beep. Beep beep. What the hell? Again hung up. What's going on today? Everyone is so aggressive. I'm the one who's the victim here. It should be me getting angry. Hongjingi felt something strange over the last couple of days, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. It felt like everyone's mindset was on the same channel. Yesterday, everyone was united in wanting to kill Yuan. This unity was different from before. There was a deep-seated hatred and urgency that felt fatal, and they spoke through clenched teeth. Today, everyone's tempers were running high. Damn it, could it be that someone has cast a curse on us? No matter what, Gu Yiming and Hisu must be killed by 100 strong men. Yuan must die without exception. Damn you, Yuan, forcing me to endure so many days of humiliation. At this moment, Yuan was feeling a bit bored just looking at the emotional log. Hongjingi provided you with 15 emotional points. Oh, nice job, Uncle Hong, providing me with 15 points at once. Yi Yuan guessed that these 15 points likely came from the emotional accumulation of 2 dreams. Since a day had passed, the damage from the humiliation had surely diminished. So 10 emotional points came from the dream about the humiliation and 5 points came from the dream related to the other incident. Currently, he had accumulated 25 energy stones and expected to reach 50 by creating another dream tonight. At that point, he could upgrade his devouring ability again. All were good people. Whether he could grow stronger depended entirely on them. Yi Yuan pulled back his thoughts and continued watching outside. Golu and Meow Meow had already sneaked to the riverbank, although he couldn't see them. However, as their master, as long as they were not too far away, he could sense them. Yuan Bao and Hop Hai were hiding in the supermarket downstairs. When the rescuers arrived, they needed to walk up. At that time, the 2 combat pets hiding in the supermarket could launch a surprise attack. Not long after, 2 speedboats slowly approached on the river. Above, a drone was hovering. Yi Yuan immediately withdrew to the living room. He couldn't be seen going back and forth at the window, even though he wasn't sure if these were the rescue boats. But caution was necessary. He had already torn his face with his soup. If that guy had snipers on board specifically aiming to eliminate him, it was not out of the question. In any case, he couldn't expose himself. Yi Yuan released a large stone, and with a sweep of the shovel, a 3D stereoscopic image appeared in his mind. Now he could see everything clearly. The 2 speedboats carried 20 armed men, and the drone was modified, equipped with similarly modified grenades. Airdropping drones. This must be in my grasp. If I can expand the explosives inside the modified grenades, I can use it like a bomber. Blowing up zombies would be exhilarating. However, he didn't see the drone operator. He observed closely, and everyone on the 2 speedboats was armed and alert. It seemed there was another boat hiding behind. It should be the command boat. That dog Gu Yiming was being clever this time, worried about total annihilation, hence placing the command boat far away. Yi Yuan also noticed that one of the speedboats was towing a larger drone. This was also a good item. At this moment, the drone carrying grenades began flying towards the Blue Shore community. The 2 speedboats stopped on the river, showing no intention of docking. This was a bit troublesome. What should we do, Brother Yi? That drone is flying towards us. Should we hide, or should we proactively expose ourselves? Why hide? Yi Yuan took out a prepared bedsheet from his spatial ring. The bedsheet was propped up with steel pipes. Come, Ru Yin, go to the window and wave the white flag so that the people on the river can see it. Such a task must be handled by a servant. Yi Yuan couldn't expose himself. If he got shot instantly, it would be too late for regrets. Ru Yin was one of the rescue targets and Gu Yiming's wife. Oh, as the most powerful figure in Deer Lake, no one dared to touch her.